Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2152 to Chapter 2203. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai's figure slowly appeared in the 52nd courtyard. Laura and the others were already waiting for him, even the Yin-Yang elders were present. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's return, Laura and the others immediately cheered and hugged Zhao Hai. The Yin-Yang elders didn't know what to do. After Laura and the others welcomed Zhao Hai went to the Yin-Yang elders and gave them a salute. The Yin-Yang elders looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go in and talk." Zhao Hai complied and then led Laura and the others to the living room. After sitting down in the living room, the Yin-Yang elders looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How are you doing in the Long family? How did you join the Long family?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not bad, I just taught some children martial arts. The Long family was also good to me, they let me study their martial arts in their armory. Joining the Long family was also a coincidence." Then Zhao Hai told the Yin-Yang elders about how he joined the Long family. When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, they relaxed. Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, joining the Long family is good. The Long family's background is deeper than any other sect. Joining the Long family would only bring you benefits." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I already know a bit about the origin of the Long family. Master, Elder Long Ding Tian said that in a few days, they will be organizing a group of people to enter the underground world to hunt ghost cultivators. I want to participate." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin-Yang elders couldn't help but stare. Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you really want to go? You should know that hunting ghost cultivators in the underground world is very dangerous. After all, it's the ghost cultivators' territory." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, Master. I want to take a look. With my current strength, I should be able to protect myself. I also have experience fighting against ghost cultivators. This time, I want to take a look at the underground world." Elder Yin thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "You can go and take a look. But remember, don't let anything happen to you. If necessary, come back immediately." Zhao Hai nodded. Elder Yang said, "All right, you two have a good chat. You've been out for a long time, you didn't come back to see Laura and the others." Then the two stood up and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled faintly. They haven't seen each other for a long time. In fact, they met a few days ago, but that was inside the space. After the Yin-Yang elders left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, do you want to live in Coiling Dragon City for a while? You can help me teach the children there." Laura nodded and said, "Do you want to live in Coiling Dragon City for a while?" When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she nodded and said, "All right, we can go to Coiling Dragon City. But didn't Elder Long Ding Tian say that he wants to transfer some of the family's disciples? Why would he do that?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple, they're afraid that the Long family would get into trouble. Although Coiling Dragon City isn't weak, the strength of the ghost cultivators isn't weak either. If the Long family were to enter the underground world and the ghost cultivators were to launch a surprise attack on Coiling Dragon City, then the city might suffer some losses. If Coiling Dragon City falls, then the Long family's troubles would be even bigger. The Long family had just gone through a huge change, so naturally they would make some preparations, even if it's just in case." Laura nodded and said, "That's good, then we'll go to Coiling Dragon City to take a look." "Right, Brother Hai, do you want to bring little Tai along? Little Tai is with us every day, he doesn't have any children of his age to play with. If we bring him to Coiling Dragon City, there would be a lot of children there. If he stays with us for a long time, I'm afraid that he would turn into an old man." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also have the same idea. Bringing little Tai to Coiling Dragon City for a while, I think the Long family wouldn't mind." Laura nodded and said, "Not only would the Long family not mind, on the contrary, I think that they would be very happy. If we go to the Long family with little Tai, then the Long family would think that you've already treated the Long family as your own home. The Long family would feel more assured about you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, I also think the same. Master has already agreed to let me go to the underground world. I'll tell him in 2 days about you going to Coiling Dragon City. We can't let him think that we're leaving the Tyrant's Blade sect." Laura and the others nodded. The Tyrant's Blade sect was Zhao Hai's route. Although the Long family was stronger than the Tyrant's Blade sect, Zhao Hai believed that he would always be a member of the Tyrant's Blade sect. He wouldn't abandon the sect. Zhao Hai stayed in the Tyrant's Blade sect for 3 days. During these 3 days, he told the Yin Yang elders about Laura and the others going to Coiling Dragon City. At the same time, Zhao Hai also went to see the sect master. Zhao Hai wanted Laura and the others to go to Coiling Dragon City for a while. He wanted to talk to the sect master about this matter in order to avoid any misunderstandings. One must know that betraying a sect was a serious crime. However, the sect master was very easy to talk to. The sect master also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't betray the Tyrant's Blade sect. He just wanted Laura and the others to accompany him in Coiling Dragon City. Naturally, the sect master would agree. Because of this, Zhao Hai only stayed in the Tyrant's Blade sect for 3 days before he led Laura and the others back to Coiling Dragon City. When Zhao Hai brought Laura and the others to Coiling Dragon City, Long Dingtian immediately received the news. When he heard that Zhao Hai brought his wives along, Long Dingtian was surprised. However, he still immediately went to Zhao Hai's courtyard. Laura and the others were currently familiarizing themselves with the courtyard. When they saw Long Dingtian, Zhao Hai immediately led Laura and the others to give Long Dingtian a salute. Long Dingtian waved his hand, then he looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "All right, it's good that you came with Zhao Hai. Accompany the children. Right, I hope that you won't be afraid of noise. Otherwise, you might suffer." When Zhao Hai heard Long Dingtian, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Elder is too polite. This time, I asked Laura and the others to come because I want them to help me teach the children when I enter the underground realm. How could they be afraid of noise? You don't need to worry." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Dingtian couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Laura and the others and said, "They can also teach the children?" One couldn't blame Long Dingtian for saying this. Laura and the others' current strength was only at the clone stage. In this case, Long Dingtian was afraid that they wouldn't be able to teach the children well. Zhao smiled. "Elder, please rest assured. When it comes to teaching children, I may not be as good as them. By the way, this is little Tai. In the future, I hope that he can practice with the children in the city. Elder, what do you think?" Naturally, Long Dingtian was very familiar with the people around Zhao Hai. He was even familiar with Chiu Tai. Because of this, when he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately replied, "That's not a problem. Let him practice with children of his age." "Alright, you can settle down, I'll be heading back." After Zhao Hai sent Long Dingtian out, some people immediately came to visit. This time, they were the parents of the children that Zhao Hai taught. These people also heard that Zhao Hai's family had arrived, so they specially came to give gifts to Zhao Hai. This was the first time that Laura and the others knew that Zhao Hai had such a high status in Coiling Dragon City. They were very proud of Zhao Hai. One must know that Zhao Hai had only been in Coiling Dragon City for a month. For the Long family to be so polite to him, this showed how outstanding Zhao Hai was. In the next few days, the people in Coiling Dragon City knew that Zhao Hai's wife had arrived. They also knew that Zhao Hai had several wives, and each one was more beautiful than the other. Naturally, nobody was jealous of Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's courtyard became more lively. Women would often come to his courtyard to chat with Laura and the others. Zhao Hai discovered that moving to Coiling Dragon City was the right decision. Although Laura and the others lived in the 52nd courtyard, they didn't have much contact with people. There weren't a lot of female cultivators in the Tyrant's Blade sect, and even if there were, they would be busy with their cultivation. The other cultivators also had their own residences. These residences were very far away from Yuanyu Peak. Because of this, although Laura and the others came out of the space, they didn't have much contact with people. However, Coiling Dragon City was different. Coiling Dragon City was like an ordinary city. Every family here had a woman. Zhao Hai's status here was very special. The people of Coiling Dragon City respected Zhao Hai because of what Zhao Hai did for the Long family. Although Zhao Hai wasn't very strong, the people of the Long family still respected Zhao Hai. This was because what Zhao Hai did was beneficial to their children. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had nothing to do these past few days, so he went to Long Dingtian's place. Long Dingtian was currently selecting people to enter the underground world. This time, it wasn't only the Long family who were selected, there were also people from other forces, including the Tyrant's Blade sect. Moreover, the number of people selected wasn't small, a total of 1,000 people. 1,000 of them were at the Transcending Realm, and the leader was a Vajra realm expert. 7 days after Laura and the others arrived in Coiling Dragon City, Zhao Hai and the others finally received the news. After 10 days, they would head to the underground world. This time, the Tyrant Blade School would send 50 people to the underground world. The leader was actually an elder of the Tyrant Blade School's battle hall, Lu Zhan's disciple. He had been following Lu Zhan on expeditions to the east and west. His battle record wasn't any less than the Yin Yang elders. Because his weapon was a ghost head blade, he was called the Ghost Head Blade. This was also because he liked to chop off people's heads in battle. His real name was Deng Wen. The difference between his real name and his nickname was very big. Deng Wen, on the other hand, was very far away from his real name. His real name was Deng Wen. Zhao Hai had also heard of this elder's name. This was a person who killed many people. Although his battle record was similar to the Yin Yang elders, the number of people he killed was much more than the two elders. Because of this, Elder Deng Wen left a deep impression on Zhao Hai. He was a notorious figure in the Tyrant's Blade sect. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any aversion to working with Deng Wen. This was because Deng Wen was a famous fighter in the Tyrant's Blade sect. He was also famous for protecting his own people. Zhao Hai wouldn't suffer any losses if he worked with him. A white light flashed as a group of people appeared in a valley. This valley was very secluded and wasn't small. However, there were already a lot of people standing in the valley. This group of people were all dressed in black and had sabers on their bodies. Their weapons were all sabers, but the style of their sabers was somewhat different. The leader was a man in his 40s. This man was very tall, about 2 meters tall. He had a red face and red hair. His eyes were shining like a knife. Anyone who looked at him would unconsciously look away. On his back, he carried a large blade. This was a ghost head blade. The blade was thick and the blade was red. It was as red as blood and exuded a biting cold murderous aura. At first glance, one could tell that this was a fierce blade. Everyone in the valley knew that these people were from the Tyrant's Saber School. Although there were only about 50 of them, they were still a force that couldn't be underestimated. At this time, a person walked towards them from the valley. When he was about 5 steps away from the Tyrant's Saber School, he stopped. Then he cupped his fist towards the leader and said, "I have seen Elder Deng Wen. This one is Zhao Hai. I'm also here to participate in this operation. I'm waiting for Elder Deng's orders." Deng Wen looked at Zhao Hai and chuckled, "I didn't expect you to participate this time." "Good, return to the group." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he gave a salute to the Tyrant's Saber School's cultivators behind Deng Wen. Then he turned around and walked behind the leader. Deng Wen looked at the other people in the valley. Almost all the people from the 81 great sects were here. The Long family had also sent someone. Of course, the person sent by the Long family was not Long Dingtian. With Long Dingtian's status, it was impossible for him to participate in such an operation. This time, the Long family sent out an elder of the Long family, a Vajra realm cultivator. Vajra realm cultivators were considered experts in the true spirit world. After a while, several groups of people arrived through the transmission formation. At this time, the elder of the Long family saw that almost everyone had arrived, so he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, some of you are old acquaintances of mine. This isn't the first time I've done this. Naturally, there are also some people who don't know me. Alright, I'll introduce myself. My name is Long Xiang. Please remember my name because I'll be your commander in the future. If there's anyone who isn't convinced, you can speak up now. If you have any objections, then I'll be your commander." The people in the valley stared. They didn't think that Long Xiang would make such a move. Only those who had been in contact with Long Xiang before didn't have any reaction. Long Xiang was like this, but you have to admit that his ability to command was very strong. Moreover, his strength was also very strong. After a long silence, Long Xiang continued, "I've already given everyone a chance. If you don't speak, then it means that you've already acknowledged my leadership. So I ask everyone to listen to my orders. If anyone dares to disobey my orders, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Moreover, I guarantee that if you disobey my orders, then I'll kill you. Your sex absolutely won't take revenge for you. Long Xiang nodded. I've already given everyone a chance. Still, nobody made a sound. However, everyone's heart was somewhat cold. To be honest, Long Xiang's words had shaken everyone. Dang Wen looked at Long Xiang and didn't make a sound. However, his eyes had a playful smile. He had cooperated with Long Xiang more than once or twice. He was very clear that Long Xiang was a man of his words. The number of people who died in his hands wasn't small. Moreover, these people died in vain, nobody would avenge them. However, Dang Wen and Long Xiang's temperament was very good. The two of them had a very pleasant cooperation before. Therefore, Dang Wen didn't take Long Xiang's threats to heart. When Dragon Xiang saw that no one was speaking, he continued, the people from the various sects have arrived. Since you all have a leader, I won't say anything more. Everyone, take good care of your people. My orders will be passed down to the leaders. If something happens to your sect, then I will directly take the leader's life. Therefore, all leaders, take good care of your people. If someone makes a mistake, then the first one to suffer will be you. Dragon Xiang nodded, then said, all right. These words were very overbearing. Many sect leaders had a displeased look on their faces. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any reaction. This was because he was very clear that Long Xiang was right. Although there were only 1,000 people in the valley, these 1,000 people came from dozens of different forces. For example, the Tyrant's Blade sect to send 50 people at once was already considered a lot. But these forces weren't so peaceful. Some of them had enmity with each other. For example, the Tyrant's Blade sect, the Imperial Beast sect, the Hegemon Sword sect, and now the Peerless Sword faction. If Long Xiang wanted these people to completely obey his orders, he had to be tough. This time, they were going deep into the enemy's territory. If they were not careful, they might be surrounded by ghost cultivators. Then, they would be in danger of being completely wiped out. Therefore, Long Xiang had to use tough means to suppress all the voices of opposition. He had to make the entire 1,000-man team listen to only one voice, and that was his voice. Only in this way could they possibly come back alive from the underground world. But Long Xiang couldn't pass the order to every cultivator. He could only pass the order to the leaders. The reason why he said that if anyone made a mistake, then he would look for the leader to settle the account was to make the leaders take good care of their people. Seeing that nobody was speaking, Long Xiang continued, the rules are finished. Everyone, take good care of your people. We're going. Then Long Xiang walked towards a mountain wall at the side of the valley. It looked like an ordinary mountain wall with moss growing on it. There was nothing special about it. But after Long Xiang stopped there, he immediately placed his hand on the mountain wall. Then a yellow light flashed on his hand. Then he roared as his figure flew back. Along with his retreat, a huge rock was pulled out from the mountain wall. This rock was 5 meters tall, 3 meters wide, and 10 meters thick. It was impossible for ordinary people to pull it out. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that although the mountain wall was pulled out, there weren't any stones falling down. The other parts of the mountain wall weren't damaged. In other words, as long as the rock was put back in the cave, then the mountain wall would be restored to its original state. There wouldn't be any damage. At this time, Long Xiang had already put down the boulder. He turned to look at the crowd and said, everyone, follow me. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the cave. The others followed behind him and entered in a single file. The cave was very dark, there wasn't any light. Moreover, it was very humid. The ground was also covered with moss. It wasn't a good place to walk. But fortunately, everyone's cultivation wasn't weak. Even if the ground was very wet, no one was left behind. Zhao Hai followed behind everyone. He kept a low profile all the way. He didn't take the lead, nor was he the last. He just followed the Tyrant's Blade School's group. The cave was like a spiral staircase. They went all the way down. As they went deeper and deeper into the ground, the surrounding temperature began to drop. However, Xiaohai and the others had already reached the point where they couldn't be affected by the cold and heat. Naturally, this change in temperature didn't affect them. As Xiaohai moved forward, he observed the cave. He discovered that some parts of the cave had traces of artificial excavation, while some parts were naturally formed. It seems like this cave was chosen by the Long family and then repelled. It led directly to the underground world. Long Dingtian said that they had been fighting against the ghost cultivators for a long time. It seems like this was true. However, Xiaohai didn't believe that the Long family was fighting against the ghost cultivators for the sake of the people in the real spiritual world. The ghost cultivators wanted to get rid of the Long family. The Long family also knew that if they didn't eliminate the ghost cultivators, then the Long family would never have a day of peace. Because of this, they were constantly fighting against the ghost cultivators. The reason why the great sects were fighting against the ghost cultivators was because of what the ghost cultivators had done. When the Long family suddenly collapsed, the ghost cultivators flourished. The entire real spiritual world was shrouded in the shadow of the ghost cultivators. At that time, the real spiritual world was really filled with cold winds and ghosts. At that time, the great sects were pressured by the ghost cultivators. The ghost cultivators could be said to be running amok in the real spiritual world. In this case, the great sects naturally had to resist. However, the strength of the great sects at that time wasn't enough to deal with the ghost cultivators. After a period of recuperation, the Long family took the initiative to send people to contact the great sects. With the help of the great sects, they defeated the ghost cultivators and drove them to the underground world. What followed was an endless battle. When Xiaohai returned to the Tyrant's Blade sect a few days ago, he learned about this from the Yinyang elders. The Tyrant's Blade sect was a sect with a long history. They also had some records about this matter. Although the records weren't very complete, it still allowed Xiaohai to have some understanding of the history. The underground world that the ghost cultivators were currently in was discovered by the founder of the ghost cultivators, the genius disciple of the Long family. As for how he discovered the underground world, the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't have any information. However, the Tyrant's Blade sect still had some records about the underground world. The underground world was about 10,000 meters deep. There were very few entrances and exits, and they were all heavily guarded by the ghost cultivators. Naturally, there was no vision in the underground world. However, there was still a light source. The underground world had a kind of fire pillar. This kind of fire pillar was like a torch. It was everywhere in the underground world, illuminating the entire place. The most peculiar thing was that in the underground world, the earth fire pillar would sometimes extinguish. When the earth fire pillar extinguishes, it would be night time in the underground world. When the earth fire pillar lights up, it would be daytime in the underground world. In the underground world, even if it was night time, there would still be some light. There was also a kind of fire bug in the underground world. When it was night time, these fire bugs would emit bursts of red light. They looked like stars. Because of the fire pillars, the underground world wasn't cold. It was even hotter than the surface. The ghost cultivators in the underground world would grow food that was unique to the underground world as well as raise some unique beasts to survive. All the souls of those who died in the underground world would be used by the ghost cultivators for cultivation. Their corpses would then be placed on the fire pillars to be cremated. In the words of the people in the underground world, they were worshipping the fire god. Because of the special living environment in the underground world, there were some humanoids. These humanoids were very short. According to the records of the Tyrant's Blade sect, Xiaohai felt that these humanoids should be similar to the goblins that Xiaohai was familiar with. These humanoids were the natives of the underground world. However, not only were these humanoids short, they were also very weak. There was no one to teach them how to cultivate. Therefore, after the ghost cultivators moved in, these humanoids were reduced to slaves. Their fate was very similar to that of the ghost cultivators of the true spiritual realm. Sometimes, the ghost cultivators would kill them in batches and extract their souls for cultivation. They were even more miserable than the people of the true spiritual realm. After all, these humanoids didn't know any martial arts. They couldn't even resist. If it weren't for the humanoids' strong reproductive ability, they would have already been killed by the ghost cultivators. To be honest, when he saw these contents, Zhao Hai really sympathized with these humanoids. This was because Zhao Hai could see that although the Tyrant's Blade sect also recorded the lives of these humanoids, Zhao Hai could see that the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't have any sympathy for them. Perhaps in the eyes of the Tyrant's Blade sect, these humanoids couldn't be considered as humans. They were just demon beasts that looked like humans, just like monkeys. You might feel uncomfortable killing a human, you might even be unable to do it. But if you were to ask you to kill a monkey, you might not have any psychological burden. On the other hand, which cultivator didn't have a heart of stone? They would kill humans without hesitation, so they didn't have any sympathy for the humanoids. If it weren't for the ghost cultivators wanting to kill cultivators, then the great sects wouldn't be hostile to them. Cultivators' cultivation was to fight against the heavens, the earth, and people. It belonged to stealing the secrets of the heavens and going against the heavens. Cultivators could use things that were useful for their cultivation. Of course, ordinary righteous sects wouldn't turn people into cultivation materials, but some evil cultivators and devil cultivators didn't care about this. Cultivators could become cultivation materials for other cultivators, let alone the humanoids. In the eyes of other cultivators, using humanoids as cultivation materials wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai wanted to change the fate of the humanoids. This was because he had a lot of humanoids in the space, and Zhao Hai had always treated them equally. Because of this, he didn't want the humanoids to be treated like livestock. He didn't want them to be killed and have their souls extracted by the space. However, Zhao Hai also knew that it was impossible for him to change the fate of these humanoids with his current strength. Even if he could bring some humanoids to the space, he would only be able to change the fate of a portion of them. If he didn't do it well, then he might even expose the existence of the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only endure for now. Along the way, Zhao Hai was also silently calculating the time in the dark. He was thinking about how far he had walked. The final result made Zhao Hai somewhat shocked. From the time they entered the cave until now, they had been walking for about 4 hours. Moreover, they had been using their movement techniques to move forward at full speed. This speed was definitely not slower than a horse, it might even be faster. Although they were moving forward at such a fast speed, they didn't stop at all. How far had they walked? Zhao Hai calculated that if they walked in a straight line on the ground, then it would be several thousand li. They went deep underground. Although they didn't go straight underground, it was still surprising that they were able to go this far underground. However, it was clear that they hadn't reached the end yet. In the end, Zhao Hai didn't know how far they still had to go. From this, it could be seen that the underground world was really far from the surface. Zhao Hai was also very curious. He didn't understand why they didn't use a transmission formation, but instead went through a tunnel to enter the underground world. This was too strange. However, he also knew that now wasn't the time to ask. Therefore, he didn't ask much. He just followed behind everyone and kept on rushing. After about 10 hours, some of the transcending dust stage cultivators couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of them. When this light appeared, everyone's spirit shook. Although these cultivators' hearts were as hard as stone, they still felt stifled as they moved forward in the darkness. Now that there was light, they couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Everyone felt a surge of power rising from their bodies. At the same time, the stifling feeling in their hearts completely disappeared. At this time, the entire group stopped. Zhao Hai heard Dang Wen's voice, "We've arrived. Let's go to the stone forest and rest for a while. When everyone has recovered, we can enter the underground world." While speaking, Dang Wen led Zhao Hai and the others forward. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others understood what Dang Wen meant by the stone forest. To be precise, it was an underground forest fossil. Perhaps because there was no wind, the trees were very intact. Although there were no insects on them, the branches were still there. If these trees weren't gray and as hard as stone, Zhao Hai and the others would have thought that they had entered a winter forest. But now, there were small insects on these trees. These insects were flashing with red light, and the red light that Zhao saw just now was from these small insects. When everyone entered the forest, the insects didn't fly around. They were still flashing red on the trees. Long Xiang's voice was heard, "All right, everyone rest here for a while. We'll be entering the underground world soon. Everyone scattered. Dangwen led Zhao Hai and the others to find a place to sit down. Then he looked at the group and said, outside of this stone forest is an underground mountain range. The underground mountain range isn't any different from the surface, the only difference is that it doesn't have a peak. Some of the higher mountain ranges are directly connected to the surface, but there aren't many of them. Moreover, they're more than 10,000 meters high, so there's a lot of space to move around underground. You don't need to worry about it. Dangwen nodded and said, that's right. Everyone nodded. Then Dangwen continued, once we enter the underground mountain range, we need to be careful. This is because there are a lot of underground beasts. We need to walk a long way in order to not let the ghost cultivators know that we came from there. It can be said that we won't have any big battles in the next month. We need to find a target that is far away from here. This way, we can hide this place. Everyone nodded. Then Dangwen said, when we go back, we can use the transmission formation. This is because we don't need to be afraid of being discovered. The underground world is very strange. If we use the transmission formation here, it wouldn't take long for the ghost cultivators to find out. I don't know how they found out, but I'm sure that they will. Therefore, we can't use the transmission formation to come here. However, we don't need to be afraid of being discovered when we go back. Zhao Hai suddenly understood. He immediately understood why these people wanted to enter the underground world through this tunnel. They were afraid of being discovered by the ghost cultivators. Dangwen also told Zhao Hai and the others about the things that they need to pay attention to in the underground world. In the underground world, they must not eat or drink indiscriminately. Moreover, they must not treat any of the underground beasts lightly. Even if it was a small insect, they must not provoke it. This was because the beasts in the underground world were completely different from the ones on the surface. Many of the beasts here were demons. Once you provoke them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know much about the underground world. On the other hand, Dangwen had been here many times. He knew a lot more about the underground world compared to Zhao Hai and the others. Therefore, when he spoke, Zhao Hai and the others listened carefully. This was because sometimes, these words could save your life. After resting in the forest for an hour, everyone had almost recovered. Xianxia stood up and said, all right, everyone get ready. We'll set off immediately. Everyone needs to pay attention at all times. After we leave the forest, we might encounter some demon beasts from the underground world. Everyone needs to pay attention at all times. Everyone stood up and followed the leaders of their respective sects as they walked out of the forest. The forest wasn't very big. Zhao Hai and the others walked out of the forest in less than half an hour. When they came out of the forest, Zhao Hai and the others who had never been to the underground world couldn't help but be stunned. This was because the scenery in front of them was beyond their expectations. They were now standing in the middle of a mountain range. The mountain range was faintly golden in color. At the top of the mountain, there were clouds that were dyed golden. What a beautiful yellow mountain! If this scenery was on the surface of the true spiritual realm, then it wouldn't be strange at all. But now that they were in the underground world, it was strange for such a scenery to appear here. However, it didn't take long for everyone to turn their attention to the pillars on the mountain. These pillars had a diameter of more than 10 meters. As for how tall these pillars were, they couldn't be seen. They only knew that they were very tall, as if they were indomitable. There were a lot of holes on the pillars, making them look like beehives. Each hole was the size of a fist. And in the middle of these holes, flames were spewing out. It was these flames that illuminated the entire space. Just as Zhao Hai and the others were looking at the pillars in a daze, Xiang's voice was heard, everyone, pay attention. Don't stare at the pillars. Although the flames aren't dazzling, if you look at them for a long time, it will still cause damage to your eyes. Moreover, no matter what, don't destroy the pillars. Remember. Xiang had been very strong before. Now that he suddenly said these words, everyone was stunned. At the same time, they understood the importance of these words. Dangwen's voice was heard, right now, it should be yellow in the underground world. Of all the pillars, only the middle one is still lit. I don't want you to destroy the pillars because they have a very special characteristic. That is, the pillars will retaliate against those who try to destroy them. Dang Wen's voice was heard. Dang Wen said, "Don't ask me what's going on. The earth-fire pillars are the most mysterious existence in the underground world. Even ghost cultivators don't know the origins of these pillars. In any case, when they discovered the underground world, the earth-fire pillars were already there. They don't know what the earth-fire pillars have to do with the sunlight on the surface. When the surface is dark, the earth-fire pillars will also extinguish. When the surface is bright, the earth-fire pillars will also be completely lit. Moreover, the earth-fire pillars seem to have their own intelligence. If you want to destroy them, you will immediately be attacked by the earth-fire. These earth-fire pillars are very powerful and can be compared to the true sun fire. Even a Vajra realm cultivator wouldn't be able to escape death after being attacked by the earth-fire pillars. But in the underground world, earth-fire pillars can be seen everywhere. Therefore, you must not think about destroying the earth-fire pillars. Otherwise, it will only bring trouble to you and all of us. Everyone shivered and simultaneously responded in a low voice. At this time, Long Xiang once again led everyone to set off. They plunged into the boundless mountains, but everyone was also very careful, and carefully observed their surroundings. Because of this, the group's speed wasn't very fast. Less than an hour after they entered the mountain, the fire pillars on the mountain were completely extinguished. The surroundings were covered in darkness. But then countless red insects flew around. They emitted a red fluorescent light, making the surroundings brighten up a bit. If there was no light, then even with Zhao Hai's strength, it would be impossible for them to see the surroundings. But with the fluorescent light, everything was different. Zhao Hai and the others could clearly see the surroundings. This way, their movements wouldn't be affected. After everyone adapted to the brightness, Long Xiang led the group to set off. However, everyone was even more careful this time. Some people even took out their weapons. After walking for about half an hour, suddenly a squeaking sound like a mouse came from the front. Hearing this sound, Long Xiang immediately said, "Stop, everyone stop." Everyone immediately stopped. Dang Wen turned to Zhao and the others and said, "Don't underestimate this sound. In the underworld, only the glowfire rats will make this sound. This sound is a warning that we have entered their territory and that we should leave immediately. If we don't leave, I'm afraid that the glowfire rats will attack us. Glowfire rats are the most troublesome beasts in the underworld. These fellows' attack power is very formidable, and their fire spells are also very powerful. Because they feed on earth fire, the flames that they spit out are even stronger than earth fire. Fortunately, the glowfire rats won't take the initiative to attack us unless we break into their territory after their warning. So when we hear the glowfire rats' warning, we shouldn't have any other ideas, we should immediately retreat." The group retreated about 5 li before stopping. Dang Wen let out a long breath and said, "It seems like we can only change our route. The last time we came here, there weren't any ground fire rats. Who would have thought that this place would become the ground fire rats' territory? Sigh, we'll have to find a new path." Zhao Hai stood not far from Dang Wen, but he didn't ask anything. On the contrary, a cultivator beside Dang Wen asked, "Elder, isn't it good to find a new path?" Dang Wen turned his head to look at the cultivator and said, "What's good about it? Finding a new path means that people will die. Do you know how many people died in order to find this path? I don't know who will be sent to find a path this time." Just as Dang Wen finished speaking, Long Xiang's voice was heard, "Tyrant Blade Sex Zhao Hai, step forward and scout the path ahead." Hearing Long Xiang's words, Dang Wen's expression couldn't help but change. He knew Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai was the future hope of the Tyrant's Blade School. Sending him to the front of the Tyrant's Blade School as a scout was akin to asking for Zhao Hai's life. Just as Dang Wen was about to retort, Zhao Hai said, "Elder Dang, let me go. If I don't go, then those fellows will have a reason to deal with the Tyrant Blade sect. Moreover, I don't think that Elder Long Xiang wants my life." Hearing Zhao Hai, Dang Wen couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded. Zhao Hai was now a member of the Long clan. Long Xiang had no reason to want Zhao Hai's life. After Zhao Hai finished speaking to Dang Wen, he immediately responded loudly. Then his figure moved and arrived beside Long Xiang. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you lead 5 people and scout the path ahead. If there's any danger, you must mark it out. After saying this, Dangwen immediately transmitted his voice to Zhao Hai. Second uncle wants you to perform meritorious deeds. When you return, your rank will be raised. Although scouting the path ahead is dangerous, you should have a certain degree of confidence since you dared to enter the Spirit Monster Mountain. As long as you're careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Remember, preserving your life is the most important thing. Even if you don't complete the mission, it doesn't matter. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he led the 5 people that Dangwen pointed out. The people from the Hegemon Sword sect, the Imperial Beast sect, and the Peerless Sword faction looked at Zhao Hai's back. Their eyes showed a hint of schadenfreude. They had enmity with the Hegemon Sword sect, while the Peerless Sword faction had enmity with Zhao Hai. They couldn't wait for Zhao Hai to die. The faces of the 5 people who were pointed out by Zhao Hai were now ashen. This was their first time entering the underground world, but they had heard of its dangers from other people's mouths. Asking them to explore the underground world was the same as sending them to their deaths. But they were very clear that if they didn't go, then Long Xiang wouldn't let them go. Zhao Hai's eyes were filled with despair. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Zhao Hai led the 5 people forward. Then he looked at the people behind him. These people were the children of the Long clan. Zhao Hai didn't hide anything from them. He waved his hand and released Zerg. In the blink of an eye, the Zerg disappeared into the ground. When the people saw Zhao Hai's actions, they couldn't help but stare. Then their faces showed a hint of surprise as they turned their heads to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Follow me, I'll guarantee your safety." "Let's go." Then he walked forward. The others quickly followed behind Zhao Hai. They carefully walked forward. After walking for a while, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he pointed at a place in front of him and said, "There's a Zerg nest there. Put a warning sign here. We'll turn left." Someone immediately complied. Then he took out a jade slip and placed it on the ground. This jade slip can release very faint spiritual fluctuations. If one didn't pay attention, then it would be very easy to miss it. However, it was the best way to use it as a warning sign. Most importantly, this jade slip can also tell the people behind which direction to go. Then the people behind can put the jade slip away and not be discovered. After Zhao Hai saw that the people had placed the warning sign, he immediately led the group to the left. After half an hour, Zhao Hai turned around and left a sign at the place where he turned. Along the way, Zhao Hai's group didn't walk very fast. Long Xiang and the others who were behind Zhao Hai also didn't walk very fast. While they were walking, they had to pay attention to the signs that Zhao Hai left behind. Moreover, they also had to make a map of the places they went. They had to save it for their next operation. Long Xiang thought that after Zhao Hai's group walked for a while, they would be discovered by the underground beasts. That way, he would be able to replace them. Zhao Hai would be considered to have done a meritorious deed. At the same time, Zhao Hai's safety would also be guaranteed. However, Long Xiang didn't expect that the further they went, the more likely they were to see the jade slips that Zhao Hai left behind. However, Zhao Hai's group was never discovered. What made Long Xiang shocked was that they didn't encounter any attacks along the way. They were actually able to avoid the attacks of the underground beasts. After walking for a few hours, they still didn't encounter any beasts. Long Xiang couldn't help but sigh. He now believed that Zhao Hai had the ability to enter the depths of the Spirit Monster Mountain. At this time, he suddenly felt a burst of energy fluctuations in front of him, followed by the sound of fighting. Long Xiang was stunned, then his face changed, and he quickly said, "Everyone stay here and don't move." Finished speaking, his figure moved, and he rushed forward. The reason why Long Xiang had such a big reaction was because he felt that Zhao Hai's opponent wasn't a beast, but a ghost cultivator. In fact, just as Long Xiang thought, Zhao Hai's opponent was a ghost cultivator. This ghost cultivator was only at the transcending realm. He didn't discover Zhao Hai's group, but Zhao Hai did. After discussing with the others, Long Xiang decided to deal with this ghost cultivator first. Because of this, there was a fight. When Long Xiang arrived at the place where Zhao Hai's group was fighting, Zhao Hai's group had already killed the ghost cultivator. Upon seeing the ghost cultivator on the ground, Long Xiang couldn't help but be nervous as he said, "What happened?" Zhao Hai said, it might be a ghost cultivator who came here to train. I found that he was alone, so I killed him. Long Xiang didn't oppose Zhao Hai's actions. On the contrary, he thought that Zhao Hai was right. He nodded and said, good, you did a good job. If this ghost cultivator found us through some clues, then it would be more troublesome. So what if we killed him? In any case, the ghost cultivators aren't monolithic. We wouldn't know who killed him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I also think so. There aren't any other ghost cultivators in the vicinity. It's obvious that this guy came out alone. And if I'm not wrong, there should be an entrance to the mountain, right? Do we need to go out here? Then he nodded and said, there is indeed an entrance to the mountain. It's on the right side of the mountain. After walking for about 20 miles, we'll be able to leave the mountain. There's a ghost town there, but we won't leave from here. It's too close to our current location, we can't be discovered by them. We'll have to walk for about 3 days before leaving the mountain. We need to go out for 3 days. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I understand. They'll go immediately. Long Xiang nodded and said, be careful. After dawn, find a place to rest. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, I understand. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and led the 5 ghost cultivators forward. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Long Xiang's sight. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and muttered, second uncle's vision is really good. This kid really has some skills. Then Long Xiang's figure moved and returned to the group. He waved his hand and said, let's go. Just as he said that, Dang Wen came to his side and said, Old Xiang, what's wrong? Did something happen in front? Long Xiang looked at Dang Wen and said, don't worry, it's fine. Zhao Hai and the others met a ghost cultivator and killed him. You don't need to worry. Dang Wen nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, the Yin Yang clan really got lucky this time. They actually got such a monstrous disciple. This kid always surprises people. Long Xiang smiled faintly and said, not to mention you, even our Long clan was surprised. A talent like Zhao Hai, it's the first time we've met one. Dang Wen smiled faintly, then his figure moved and returned to the Tyrant's Blade School's group. However, the way he whispered to Long Xiang was seen by the other sects. Some of the people who were participating in the operation for the first time couldn't help but have their complexions change when they saw Dang Wen whispering to Long Xiang. This time, the people participating in the operation were the allied forces of the various sects. Their hearts weren't united, they were also wary of each other. They were afraid of being used as cannon fodder. But from the way Long Xiang and Dang Wen talked, it was clear that the two knew each other. These people were really afraid that because Long Xiang and Dang Wen knew each other, they wouldn't let the Tyrant's Blade School participate in the dangerous operation. Those who participated in the operation didn't take it seriously. Not only did Long Xiang and Dang Wen know each other, Long Xiang wasn't the kind of person who would do things based on face. If Long Xiang thinks that he should send someone to attack, then regardless of their relationship with him, he wouldn't hesitate to send them. Long Xiang had already led people on this operation dozens of times. Naturally, he could see what these people were thinking from their reactions. However, he didn't take it seriously. This time, most of the sects that participated in the operation knew Long Xiang and knew what kind of person he was. Those who didn't know Long Xiang were in the minority, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Everyone followed the path that Zhao Hai left behind. After walking for 3 hours, the light around them became stronger and stronger. It was as if the sky had turned bright. Long Xiang looked around and wanted to send someone to remind Zhao Hai to find a place to rest. However, he discovered that the cultivator who went with Zhao Hai had already returned. The cultivator arrived in front of Long Xiang, then he bowed and said, Elder, we found a place to rest. Mr. Zhao Hai asked me to lead everyone there. Long Xiang nodded with satisfaction, then he waved his hand and led everyone to follow the cultivator. Long Xiang led the group to the resting place that Zhao Hai found. When they saw what Zhao Hai found, they couldn't help but stare. What Zhao Hai found was a cave. It didn't look big on the outside, but it was very spacious inside. Originally, there was a snake-shaped beast inside the cave, but this beast had already been killed by Zhao Hai. Therefore, the cave now belonged to them. The cave was very dry, making it suitable for resting. Long Xiang looked at the cave, then he nodded and said, good, good. Everyone can rest here. Lu Zhen, take 10 people outside to be on guard. A female cultivator complied, then she led several people outside. This woman was one of the few female cultivators in this operation. Moreover, she was the captain of a large sect. The sect that Lu Zhen belonged to was called the Hidden Cloud sect. The Hidden Cloud sect was famous for their stealth. This sect was famous for their assassination. Their stealth technique was absolutely the best in the true spirit world. Therefore, it was most suitable for them to be on guard outside. After Lu Zhen left the cave, Long Xiang turned his head to the others and said, everyone, eat something and take a good rest. Keep yourself in your best condition. We'll be staying on the mountain for a few days, so we can encounter unexpected situations at any time. Therefore, we must be careful. Zhao Hai returned to the Tyrant's Blade School's team. After Long Xiang finished explaining things, he went to the Tyrant's Blade School's team and called Zhao Hai over. Then Long Xiang said to Zhao Hai, little Zhao Hai, you did a good job today. The road ahead will be handed over to you. However, you must be careful. This area is frequented by ghost cultivators. Be careful not to be discovered by them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, Elder can rest assured. Long Xiang nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, in our Long family, everyone is ranked according to their contribution to the family. The greater your contribution to the family, the higher your rank, the more cultivation resources you can get, and at the same time, the more profound cultivation methods you can learn. As long as you do a good job in exploring the family, your rank will certainly rise when you return. If you can become the family's chosen prime minister, then your future will be limitless. Zhao Hai smiled and said, yes. Thank you for your reminder, Elder. As for the rest, I can already obtain all the cultivation resources I want from the Tyrant's Blade School. I already have enough. What I need to do now is to cultivate step by step. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and faintly smiled, good boy, it seems like these things really can't attract you. But you can rest assured, my Long family has a lot of good things, you will surely be tempted. The Long family never mistreats those who have rendered meritorious service. Zhao Hai smiled and said, then I'll have to thank Elder first. Long Xiang smiled bitterly, he can see that Zhao Hai really didn't care about these things. Even he didn't have this kind of calm mentality, let alone others. After Long Xiang said a few more words to Zhao Hai, he gathered the captains of the various sects and held a small meeting. Especially the captains who had participated in the operation, they discussed what the target of this operation should be. At this time, a cloud of smoke suddenly rose from the cave. Then Lu Zhen appeared in the smoke. Lu Zhen immediately said to Long Xiang, Old Xiang, I discovered a group of ghost cultivators. They seem to be here for training. Long Xiang narrowed his eyes and said, how many people are there? Can we hide from them? Lu Zhen shook his head and said, about 50 people, I'm afraid we can't hide. Their goal seems to be this cave. Upon hearing Lu Zhen, Long Xiang couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai also stared. He didn't think that the cave he chose would become the target of these ghost cultivators. Then his complexion changed as he said, Elder, we should leave immediately. Long Xiang and the others stared. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and said, why do we have to leave? The other party only has 50 people, we can deal with them. Zhao Hai replied, Elder, this place isn't very far from the mountain pass. The reason why a group of ghost cultivators came here is because they were organized. This means that they must have a purpose. Before they came here, they must have told others where they went. If a group of 50 people mysteriously disappeared from the cave, then the ghost cultivators would certainly be suspicious. If they send people to search for us, then it's very likely that they would find us. If that happens, then we would be chased by the entire underground world. This would cause our mission to fail. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Long Xiang stared, then his complexion changed. He pondered for a moment and said, that's reasonable. All right, everyone pack up and prepare to leave. Zhao Hai said, Elder, you leave first. I'll make arrangements here. We won't let those people know that we've been resting here. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, all right, we'll leave this place to you. We'll wait for you 10 li ahead. Hurry up. Zhao Hai nodded, then Long Xiang immediately led his people to leave. When Dang Wen was about to leave, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You can use the sword token if necessary. Even if you're discovered, you must protect your own life." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Elder can rest assured. I haven't lived long enough." Dang Wen patted Zhao Hai's shoulder, then he turned around and left. Only the people who followed Zhao Hai to explore the cave were still standing beside him. Zhao Hai looked at the people, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, wait for me here. I'll be ready soon." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing all the dust in the cave to slowly gather in his hand. Before long, a dirt ball appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai threw the dirt ball forward. The dirt ball stopped at the top of the cave. Then Zhao Hai turned to the other 5 people and said, "Let's go out." After saying that, he led the 5 people out of the cave. The earth ball in the cave exploded with a bang. Then, the dust slowly fell out of the cave as if it was being held by a hand. Moreover, the dust fell very evenly. Zhao Hai looked at the cave. The inside of the cave was now covered in a layer of dust. The dust didn't fall for a long time, probably about 3 days. Only the dust in the corner was a bit thicker. If someone else saw the cave, they would think that the beast had already left. Moreover, it had already been 3 days. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't make the dust thicker was because he was very clear that the other party was heading straight for the cave. They must have known that there was a beast inside the cave. They might even have had some dealings with the dragon-shaped beast not too long ago. If the dust in the cave was too thick, then the other party would suspect that someone deliberately made it like this. Therefore, Zhao Hai only sprinkled a thin layer of dust. He even made the dust thicker in some places and thinner in some places. After looking at the situation inside the cave, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the surroundings. Then he threw a few spells and cleaned up everyone's traces. After doing all this, Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, "Let's go." The 5 people from the Long family looked at Zhao Hai's actions. They only had one thought in their minds: Zhao Hai must have used this method to kill a lot of people in the past. After they walked for a while, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he immediately used the infinity technique to erase the energy fluctuations left behind by his spells. Then he led the 5 people in the direction that Long Xiang and the others went. Tenli was very easy for the group. Before long, they saw Long Xiang and the others. Long Xiang and the others had been waiting for Zhao Hai. Seeing that Zhao Hai had arrived, Long Xiang immediately greeted him and said, "How is it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's done. I can guarantee that there won't be any problems. Let's leave this place quickly. However, make sure to clean up all the traces we've left behind." Long Xiang nodded and said, "Rest assured, I'll have someone do that. You go to the front to explore." "Zhao Hai, can we move a bit faster today?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, there won't be any problems." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he went to the front of the group. Zhao Hai didn't stop as he continued forward. The 5 people from the Long family also followed closely behind Zhao Hai. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai's back, his eyes flashed with approval as he said, "Let's go, no one should be left behind. Let's go." Then he moved forward. During the day, their speed was very fast. Almost everyone used their movement techniques to move forward. Long Xiang also arranged a few people to clean up the traces behind them. These people's status wasn't low, they were old people who had been to the underground world several times. Long Xiang felt relieved to have such people in his team. The day passed as they hurried along. Even at noon, they didn't stop to cultivate. At night, Zhao Hai found a place for everyone to rest for 2 hours. Then they continued on their way. Although their speed was a bit slower, they didn't encounter any danger. After 3 days of continuous travel, Zhao Hai and the others didn't know how far they had traveled. However, Zhao Hai calculated that they had traveled about 10,000 li in these 3 days. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that they still hadn't left the mountain range. Wasn't this mountain range too long? After 3 days of continuous travel, even if everyone's strength wasn't weak, they still felt very tired. Zhao Hai found a forest for everyone to rest. While everyone was resting, Long Xiang called all the captains over. At the same time, he also called Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's strength was the lowest among everyone, no one objected to Long Xiang's approach. In these 3 days, Zhao Hai had been scouting ahead. Everyone knew that scouting was the most dangerous. However, Zhao Hai was able to help everyone avoid all the demon beasts. In these 3 days, they didn't encounter any demon beasts. This was absolutely a miracle. It was precisely because of this that no one objected when Long Xiang called Zhao Hai over for a meeting. After everyone gathered, Long Xiang opened his mouth and said, "In these 3 days, we have already traveled very far. It's time to leave the mountain. According to the map we obtained before, we can see that if we leave now, we will be in the territory of the Ghost Spirit Sect. The Ghost Spirit Sect is a medium-sized sect among ghost cultivators. However, their strength is also not bad. We only have 1,000 people. Although we have a lot of experts, it is still a problem to deal with the Ghost Spirit Sect's main hall. If other ghost cultivators know that the Ghost Spirit Sect is attacked by us, they will definitely come to support us. Moreover, I don't want to attack the Ghost Spirit Sect right now because they are too close to the mountain. If those guys realize that we came out of the mountain, they will definitely think that we came out of the mountain. Therefore, my opinion is that we pass through the Ghost Spirit Sect's territory and attack the Ghost Shadow Sect behind the Ghost Spirit Sect. The Ghost Shadow Sect is also a medium-sized sect. Moreover, they seem to have some conflicts with the Ghost Spirit Sect. We won't attack the main hall of the Ghost Shadow Sect." While speaking, Long Xiang took out an astrolabe and opened the map on the astrolabe. It was a 3-dimensional map that showed a corner of the underground world. Long Xiang also deliberately enlarged the territory of the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the map. The others looked at the map while listening to Long Xiang's words. They all nodded and didn't say anything. Only Zhao Hai looked at the map and pondered. Long Xiang quickly noticed Zhao Hai's expression. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai with a curious expression and said, "Little Zhao Hai, do you have an idea? Why don't you say it? Don't be afraid?" When Zhao Hai heard Long Xiang's question, he didn't hide it and said, "I don't know which branch of the Ghost Shadow Gang is Elder planning to attack." Long Xiang looked at the map and pointed to a branch and said, "The people in this branch aren't very strong. We can deal with them in the shortest amount of time. According to our situation, if we want to deal with this branch, it wouldn't take more than an hour." Zhao Hai looked at the branch and found that it wasn't close to the Ghost Spirit Sect. On the contrary, it was very far. However, from the map, this branch wasn't very big. They didn't have to worry about dealing with this branch. However, if Zhao Hai had to choose, he wouldn't move against this branch. This was because this branch was too small. Moreover, if they moved against this branch, the ghost cultivators would immediately know that it was them who did it. This wouldn't be good for their operation. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he had something to say. He couldn't help but curiously ask, "Little Hai, what do you want to say? Do you have something to say? Say it. As long as you're right, I won't blame you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he pointed at the branch that Long Xiang wanted to attack and said, "Elder, although this branch is very small, it's in the hinterland of the Ghost Shadow Sect. Although there aren't any experts there, the ghost cultivators would immediately think that we're here. They would certainly react, which would be disadvantageous to our future operations. Therefore, I think that we shouldn't attack this branch. First, it would expose us too early. Second, there wouldn't be any benefits. This branch doesn't have any experts, so even if we kill them, it wouldn't hurt the Ghost Shadow Sect's core. There's no meaning to it." Hearing Zhao Hai, Long Xiang couldn't help but stare. He carefully looked at the map, then he frowned and said, "But this is the branch that we can deal with the fastest. If we attack the other branches, then it would take too long. If we attack the other branches, then the reinforcements from the Ghost Shadow Gang would arrive. If that happens, then we would be even more passive." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the map and frowned. Zhao Hai calmly said, "You just said that the Ghost Shadow Sect and the Ghost Spirit Sect have a grudge against each other. If we choose this place, then as long as our hands and feet are clean, we might be able to provoke a conflict between the two sections. This way, we won't be easily exposed. Even if we don't erase the traces, they might still think that the other side is faking it. They won't immediately suspect us." When Long Xiang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then his eyes lit up as he carefully stared at the ghost shadow sex branch that Zhao Hai pointed at. The ghost shadow sex branch was very strong, but the location of the branch was very special. Although this branch belonged to the ghost shadow sect, it was located in a prominent part of the ghost shadow sect's territory. It could be said that this branch was deep into the ghost spirit sect's territory. The ghost spirit sect and the ghost shadow sect had several conflicts because of this branch. If they attacked this place and used some concealment methods, then it would be possible to not expose their identity. When the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they also understood what he meant. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai with shock. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so sinister. If they did as Zhao Hai said, then it would be possible to provoke a conflict between the ghost shadow sect and the ghost spirit sect. The location of the ghost shadow sect's branch is very special. If the ghost shadow sect wants to send reinforcements, then there's only one way. If we set up a barrier around this place, then their transmission formation would lose its function. This would greatly reduce the speed of their reinforcements. Moreover, they would need to fly for a long time to reach this branch. If we can send people to intercept them halfway, then we can certainly make the ghost shadow sect suffer. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, the ghost shadow sect's branch is located in a very special location. Because of this, there's only one way for the ghost shadow sect to send reinforcements. If we set up a barrier around this place, then we can make the ghost shadow sect suffer. Long Xiang's expression completely changed. He carefully looked at Zhao Hai, then he said, you should know that we don't have the materials to arrange a barrier. Even if your plan is good, without the materials, it would be impossible to succeed. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I do. Why wouldn't I? As long as you have jade essence, I can use it to make a simple barrier. However, this barrier can only be used once. Dragon Xiang's eyes lit up as he said, good. Everyone, take out the jade essences you have and give them to Little Hai. Little Hai, you can start immediately. Make as much as you can, the faster the better. Zhao Hai nodded, alright, I'll do my best. Long Xiang nodded, then turned to the others and said, go and collect the jade essences from everyone. Once you receive them, give them to Little Hai immediately. The others also nodded, then they looked at Zhao Hai with a profound gaze. Only Dangwen patted Zhao Hai's shoulder before he left. Zhao Hai turned to Long Xiang and said, Elder, I need a quiet place. What do you think? Long Xiang nodded and said, go, you can choose your own place. Those who will follow you will also follow you. Without my order, they won't let anyone disturb you. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, thank you, Elder. Then he turned around and left. Long Xiang called the Long family's children and had them follow Zhao Hai. Without his order, no one is allowed to disturb Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai found a place far away from the group. Then he took out a carving knife and a piece of jade essence. Then he used the carving knife to carve something on the jade essence. The barrier that Zhao Hai made wasn't anything special, it was just a simple spatial confinement barrier. It wasn't a barrier that could restrict all kinds of activities. It was just a spatial confinement barrier that could prevent people from using transmission formations. It wasn't very difficult to make. The Long family's cultivators who followed Zhao Hai to explore the path were on guard around Zhao Hai. Without Long Xiang's order, they wouldn't let anyone disturb Zhao Hai. Before long, Long Xiang came over with a spatial bag in his hand. The spatial bag was filled with a lot of jade essences. Jade essences were a common currency in the true spiritual realm. Therefore, everyone had a lot of them. Naturally, Long Xiang didn't take all of them. If he did, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to finish it. Therefore, Long Xiang only took a portion, about 1,000 pieces of jade essence. Long Xiang gave the jade essence to one of the 5 Long family's children and said, Long Xing, remember, without my order, no one is allowed to disturb Zhao Hai. Even you can't do that. You can only go when he asks you to deliver the jade essence to him. Do you understand? Long Xing nodded and said, yes, Elder can rest assured. Long Xiang nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai returned to the group, the leaders of the various sects gathered around. Long Xiang looked at them and said, what happened? Does anyone have anything to say? The leaders looked at each other. In the end, Dangwen said, "Old Xiang, I'll speak for these fellows. They just want to ask, how much confidence do you have in Zhao Hai's operation?" When Long Xiang heard Dangwen, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at these people before he turned his head to Dangwen and said, "What about you? What do you think the success rate of Little Hai's plan is?" Dangwen looked at the others and said, 100%. I have a good understanding of Zhao Hai. If he isn't confident, then he wouldn't do it. Long Xiang nodded and said, "I also think that Little Hai's plan has a high possibility of success. Although Little Hai said that the Ghost Shadow Sex branch would be difficult to deal with, it shouldn't be too difficult for us. Moreover, as long as we set up a barrier, we should be able to retreat. The problem now is how to disguise the scene." Long Xiang nodded and said, "What do we do?" When the others heard Long Xiang, they immediately understood what he meant. Since Long Xiang agreed with Zhao Hai's plan, it would be impossible for them to change it. After that, no one talked about whether the operation would succeed or not. Instead, they discussed the details of the operation in detail, including the distribution of tasks for each sect. This wasn't the first or second time that Long Xiang had done this. He was very familiar with the martial arts of the various sections. Sects like the Tyrant's Blade sect, the Hegemon Sword sect, and the Peerless Sword faction had powerful attacks. They were most suitable to be used as the main attackers. On the other hand, sects like the Hidden Cloud sect were most suitable for surveillance and assassination. If they were the main attackers, then they would have twice the effort for half the result. Because of this, Long Xiang was very careful before each operation. The night passed by quickly. When dawn arrived, Zhao Hai led the 5 Long family members to the army. Long Xiang was waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai arrive, Long Xiang immediately went forward to greet him. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How did it go?" Zhao Hai took out 2 spatial bags and gave them to Long Xiang. One is a newly made barrier, and the other is an unused jade essence. You can place one every kilometer to make sure that the transmission formation doesn't work. Long Xiang nodded. Long Xiang nodded. Long Xiang received the 2 spatial bags and opened one to take a look. He discovered that it was an unused jade essence. Then he casually threw the spatial bag to Zhao Hai and said, "You can keep this." Then he opened the other spatial bag and took out a boundary jade essence. This boundary jade essence had a formation engraved on it. This formation looked very strange. Long Xiang had never seen it before. Although Long Xiang wasn't a formation cultivator, he was still able to recognize ordinary formations. However, he didn't recognize the formation engraved by Zhao Hai. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Can I give it a try?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder, this formation can only be used once. The activation method is very simple, just inject a trace of spiritual qi to activate it. If the formation isn't destroyed, then it can be used for 12 hours. After 12 hours, it won't work anymore." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder, this formation can only be used once." Long Xiang nodded, then he immediately injected a trace of spiritual qi into the formation. A white light flashed on the formation before it returned to its original state. It seems like the formation didn't have any effect. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled faintly, but he didn't say anything. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and immediately took out his own transmission formation and activated it. However, his transmission formation didn't respond at all. Seeing this, Long Xiang wasn't surprised, instead, he was happy. Then he turned to Long Xing and said, "Long Xing, you give it a try." Long Xing nodded, then he took out his own transmission formation and immediately activated it. However, the transmission formation still didn't respond at all. Long Xiang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, very good." Long Xiang looked at the formation inside the space bag and discovered that there were hundreds of formations inside. Long Xiang received the space bag and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I'll have to trouble you this time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder is too polite." "Elder, do you need me to explore the road ahead?" Long Xiang shook his head and said, "No need, we'll be leaving the mountain soon. Once we leave the mountain, the map will be very useful. Ghost cultivators won't just move their cities, they can't afford to do so." Zhao Hai nodded, not to mention moving cities, It wasn't a trivial matter for an ordinary person to move their house. Therefore, Long Xiang said that the map would be more useful once they leave the mountain. It wasn't unreasonable. Long Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How are you? You must be exhausted after one night, right? Do you want to take a rest before we set off?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need, we'll find out now." Long Xiang nodded, then he said, "If you're tired, just let me know. Our route this time is relatively safe. Moreover, there are several places to rest." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go." Long Xiang nodded, then he turned his head to the others and said, "All right, let's set off. Captains, take care of your subordinates. Don't let anyone act alone." Then Long Xiang took the lead and walked out of the mountain. They were still quite a distance away from the mountain, but Long Xiang knew a safe route nearby. Although there were some demonic beasts on that route, the beasts weren't very strong. Therefore, they were able to enter the mountain at will. After walking for about 10 hours, the group finally came out of the mountain. When they came out of the mountain, Zhao Hai and the others stared. This was because in front of them was an abandoned village. The village was made of stone and was very short. Dragon Xiang looked at the village and said, "This village used to be the place where the underground humans lived. But later on, the underground humans were killed by the ghost cultivators. Since then, the village has been abandoned. Nobody came here. Let's take a rest here." Everyone nodded. Although the village's houses were small, Zhao Hai and the others could still live in them. Since it was already late, Zhao Hai and the others went to their rooms to rest for the night. The next morning, Minister Long led them out again. After walking out of the village for less than 2 hours, Minister Long and the others arrived at a river. Minister Long pointed at the river and said, "This river flows in a different direction from where we are going. However, no one knows that there is an underground river under this river. That underground river leads directly to the back of the ghost spirit sect. Everyone, follow me." After saying that, he jumped into the river. When the others saw Long Xiang jump into the river, they looked at each other. Then they followed Long Xiang and jumped into the river. Everyone's strength wasn't low. Even if they didn't need to breathe, they wouldn't have any problems. Although being underwater would affect everyone's vision, it wouldn't affect them too much. And with Long Xiang and the others' powerful spiritual force, they could always pay attention to whether or not someone was left behind. Because of this, they weren't in any danger when they went underwater. The river was very deep, the deepest part was about 50 meters. Everyone followed Long Xiang and swam forward. In less than half an hour, they saw a cave at the bottom of the river. The Dragon Xiang directly went into the cave. Everyone followed after the Dragon Xiang. As soon as they entered the cave, everyone felt their vision turn dark. They couldn't see anything. Even their spiritual force was suppressed. Everyone couldn't help but stop. At this time, light suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes. Then they followed the light and saw Long Xiang. Long Xiang was holding a fist-sized bead in his hand. The bead was emitting a dazzling white light. Long Xiang waved his hand and a large bubble immediately appeared around him. Then Long Xiang turned his head to the others and said, "All right, you can use any spells here. You can rest assured." Long Xiang nodded and said, "All right, you can use any spells here. You can rest assured." When everyone heard Dragon Xiang, they couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately cleaned up the water around them. Then Dragon Xiang turned to everyone and said, "All right, let's go. We still have a long way to go." Everyone nodded before they followed Dragon Xiang and swam forward. Zhao Hai looked at the underground river while walking. This underground river was very wide and deep. The current was also very fast. Since they were swimming against the current, their speed wasn't very fast. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that there weren't any beasts in this underground river. This was the strangest part. Just like what Long Xiang said, they didn't encounter any trouble, not even a small fish. Zhao Hai even collected some of the underground river's water into the space. He thought that the river water was poisonous, so there were no beasts. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the river water wasn't poisonous, it was even highly nutritious. This made Zhao Hai feel even more strange. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt something approaching at high speed. This feeling wasn't discovered by his spiritual force, but by his golden spiritual force. Zhao Hai immediately stopped and said, "Everyone be careful, something is coming." Just as Zhao Hai said this, Long Xiang waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Then Long Xiang turned to look at Zhao Hai and nodded. Zhao Hai also nodded towards Long Xiang. He discovered that Long Xiang also noticed something approaching at the same time. This showed that Long Xiang's spiritual force was very strong, at least it was stronger than the others. At this time, the others also felt something approaching and became nervous. However, Zhao Hai wasn't nervous. This was because he discovered that Deng Wen and the others weren't nervous at all. If they weren't nervous, then it meant that the thing that was approaching wasn't dangerous. So there was no need for Zhao Hai to be nervous. Before long, Zhao Hai knew what was coming. It was an eel-like thing. However, this thing was 10 meters thick and had a mouth full of sharp teeth. One could see that it wasn't easy to deal with. When this big guy saw Long Xiang, it immediately opened its mouth and swam over. Besides Deng Wen and the others, only Zhao Hai wasn't nervous. Zhao Hai often dealt with all kinds of magic beasts. He discovered that the big eel didn't want to harm Long Xiang. On the contrary, the eel's expression was very happy. Sure enough, the big eel swam to Long Xiang's side and rubbed its huge body against Long Xiang's. Long Xiang also patted the eel's body, then he turned his head and said, "Let's go. Everyone follow this big guy, we'll have a place to rest today." Everyone nodded and followed the big eel. They swam for a few hours. Although they weren't afraid of not being able to breathe in the water, it was much more difficult to travel in the water than on the ground. Everyone was now very tired. At this time, the big eel turned to the side and a huge water hole appeared. Long Xiang immediately followed the eel into the water hole, and the others quickly followed. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others discovered that the water hole was very big and very long. Moreover, the water hole was very smooth, allowing the big eel to move freely inside. It was clear that this was its home. Moreover, everyone discovered that the water hole's terrain was slowly rising. Before long, everyone felt their bodies become lighter. They suddenly discovered that they were now in an underground lake, and they were now coming out of the lake's surface. This underground cave was surrounded by an incomparably huge underground cave. Everyone looked around and discovered that there were traces of people living in this underground cave. While everyone was in a daze, Long Xiang said, "All right, let's go ashore and rest. This is a secret base left behind by our Long family. For many years, no one has ever discovered it. It's very safe." Then Long Xiang took the lead and went ashore, and the others quickly followed behind. After everyone went ashore, Long Xiang took out several luminous pearls and placed them on the walls of the cave. There were several depressions on the walls that could be used to place the pearls. When the pearls were placed on the walls, the cave immediately lit up. Although it was impossible to illuminate the entire cave, at least the place where everyone was resting was very bright. Everyone also noticed that the place where they were resting was a man-made platform. Although this place was next to the underground lake, the platform was very dry. It was the best place to rest. After everyone sat down, Long Xiang said in a deep voice, "You don't have to be surprised. That electric eel was originally raised by our Long family. It was placed here to protect this waterway. This waterway is one of the most important transportation routes for our Long family in the underground world. Of course, we have to find a way to protect it." Everyone understood what was going on. In fact, it wasn't just Zhao Hai, the others were also very strange. They didn't understand why there were no beasts in such a big waterway. But when they saw the electric eel, everything was explained. Everyone didn't have the mood to think about how the Long family managed to raise an electric eel here. In any case, there was no danger. Everyone immediately took the time to rest and meditate. They wanted to restore themselves to their best condition as soon as possible. Everyone rested in the cave for about 4 hours. Then they entered the underground lake and swam forward through the underground river. After swimming for another 5 hours, everyone suddenly saw a light in front of them. Just as everyone was stunned, Long Xiang said, "Everyone pay attention, we're about to leave the underground river." After leaving the underground river, there's a lake. There's a small island in the middle of the lake, it's called the Snake Island. The island is filled with poisonous snakes, but we can rest on the island for a while. After leaving the island, we can enter the territory of the Ghost Shadow sect. Everyone stared blankly. They didn't think that they would pass through the territory of the Ghost Spirit sect so quickly. Now that they have entered the territory of the Ghost Shadow sect, this was a pleasant surprise for them. Long Xiang looked at everyone and said, "After entering the territory of the Ghost Shadow sect, we will take action. This place isn't too far from our target. It will only take about 2 days. I will choose the path. Alright, everyone pay attention. We are going out." Just as Long Xiang's voice fell, everyone felt the pressure on their body lighten. They appeared on the surface of the lake. At this time, the big eel swam to Long Xiang's side and rubbed its body against Long Xiang. Then it swam back to the underground river with a wave of its tail. Long Xiang led the group and swam forward for a while. Soon, the group saw the outline of an island. This island wasn't very big, but the group had been in the water for a long time. Now that they saw land, they naturally felt a sense of familiarity. They swam very fast and arrived at the island in a short time. Just as everyone was about to get on the island, Long Xiang suddenly said, "Wait a moment." Everyone stared blankly and stopped. Then, Dragon Xiang suddenly waved his hand and a string of water droplets flew out from his hand. These water droplets were divided into 1,000 portions and everyone was stained with a water droplet. Long Xiang then said, "Get on the island. Reckless people. If you get on the island, you would have already been swallowed by the snakes." Everyone understood Long Xiang's meaning. They were somewhat embarrassed. However, the temptation of getting on the island was even bigger. Everyone immediately got on the island. But as soon as they got on the island, it was as if they were immobilized. They stood there and didn't dare to move. At this time, Long Xiang, Deng Wen, and the others got on the island. Zhao Hai was also behind them. When he saw the situation on the island, Zhao Hai was stunned. Before, he heard Long Xiang say that this was Snake Island. There were a lot of poisonous snakes on the island. Now that he saw the situation on the island, Zhao Hai understood what Long Xiang meant. There were a lot of poisonous snakes on the island. There were a lot of trees on the Snake Island. However, there were even more stones. Whether it was on the trees or on the stones, one could see countless poisonous snakes. These snakes were big and small, thick and thin. Some of them had bright colors while others had dark colors. There were so many of them that it was hard to count. Anyone who saw this situation would feel their scalp tingle. Long Xiang looked at the people who got on the island. He smiled faintly and shook his head. Then he turned to Deng Wen and said, "Old Deng, how come the youngsters are getting more and more impatient? Do you still remember the people who came here last time?" Deng Wen glanced at the frightened cultivators and said in a low voice, "At least be more patient than them." Long Xiang chuckled. Then he turned to the people and said, "You don't have to be afraid. You are smeared with snake venom. These snakes will treat you as their own kind. Even if you sleep on their bodies, they wouldn't bite you." When everyone heard Long Xiang's words, they regained their senses. Then they looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Anyone who saw so many powerful snakes would be frightened. Not only were there a lot of snakes, they were also very powerful. Some of the snakes even had the strength to teleport. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. Although they found that the snakes didn't bite them, they still didn't have the courage to approach them. Everyone found a place to sit down. Long Xiang looked at these people and was slightly disappointed. Among these people, only the people from the Imperial Beast sect dared to approach the snakes. The people from the other sects didn't dare to approach the snakes. This was also the reason why Long Xiang was disappointed, because he found that the cultivators nowadays were becoming more and more timid. At this time, Long Xiang suddenly saw a person slowly walking towards the snakes. He didn't walk fast, but he also didn't look very careful. On the contrary, he looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll in his own courtyard. This person was Zhao Hai. When Long Xiang saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly. His impression of Zhao Hai was very good. And Zhao Hai didn't disappoint him. Now, when everyone was afraid to approach the snakes, only Zhao Hai dared. Zhao Hai didn't care about other people's gazes. He walked towards a rock. Under the rock, there was a large colorful snake. This snake was as thick as a bowl. It was coiled up on the rock, seemingly sleeping. However, when Zhao Hai walked over, the snake suddenly stood up and hissed at him. Upon seeing this, Long Xiang's expression couldn't help but change. He immediately shouted, "Zhao Hai, be careful. You entered his territory. Be careful. He might attack you." The others also looked at Zhao Hai. Some were secretly worried, while some were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't hear Long Xiang's words. He still had a smile on his face as he walked towards the snake. The snake roared even louder. When Zhao Hai was about 5 meters away from it, the snake suddenly rushed towards Zhao Hai. Seeing this, Dang Wen's hand moved as his ghost head blade appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to swing his blade, Long Xiang reached out and stopped him. Dang Wen stared blankly as he discovered that the snake had already wrapped itself around Zhao Hai's body. The snake seemed to be very happy. It didn't seem to want to hurt Zhao Hai at all. Zhao Hai gently stroked the snake before he sat down on a rock. The snake's body moved and coiled around Zhao Hai's waist like a belt. The snake's head rested on Zhao Hai's shoulder, looking very comfortable. Everyone was stunned by this change. They stared blankly at Zhao Hai. If they didn't know that this was the first time Zhao Hai came to Snake Island, then they would have thought that the snake was Zhao Hai's pet. Zhao Hai stroked the snake's body as he chuckled and said, "Friend, let me borrow your place to rest for a while." The snake moved but didn't have any reaction. Zhao Hai withdrew his foot as he sat cross-legged on a rock and silently circulated his energy. Seeing Zhao Hai's actions, the others couldn't help but stare. After some time, Long Xiang sighed and said, "I didn't expect this kid to be so formidable. I've never heard of anyone who could tame a dragon from Snake Island." When Long Xiang said this, a beast-controlling sect cultivator next to him said, "That's because our beast-controlling sect didn't make a move. If we did, then we would have already tamed all the snakes." Hearing this, Long Xiang, Dang Wen and the others who had been to the underground world all glanced at the man from the beast-controlling sect with a smile in their eyes. However, they didn't say anything. The Imperial Beast Sect's disciple was scared by Long Xiang's stare. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a pain in his head. He turned his head and saw his sect's elder looking at him with an angry expression. The elder looked at him and coldly snorted, "If you don't understand, then don't talk nonsense. Go to the side and stay there." That person didn't dare to snort. He turned around and walked away, but there was still a trace of unwillingness on his face. The elder of the Imperial Beast Sect cupped his fist towards Long Xiang and said, "I'm sorry, old Xiang, this kid didn't speak nonsense, he just spoke nonsense." Long Xiang waved his hand and said, "Forget it, what kind of relationship do we have? Why would I care about such a trivial matter? Have a good rest. There are a few tough battles ahead." The Imperial Beast Sect's elder nodded, then he sat down beside the people from the Imperial Beast Sect. The people from the Imperial Beast Sect looked at the elder in confusion. They didn't know why the elder said that the man was speaking nonsense. The Imperial Beast Sect's elder looked at them and sighed inwardly. Then he said, "I told you not to talk nonsense because I want to tell you that Elder Long didn't lie. The snakes on Snake Island have never been tamed by anyone, including our Imperial Beast Sect. Our Imperial Beast Sect also tried to tame the snakes on the island, but we weren't successful. Instead, we were attacked by the snakes and lost a few of our people." When the people from the Imperial Beast Sect heard the elder, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that this would happen. After thinking about this, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai still had the snake coiled around his body, his expression looked very peaceful. The Imperial Beast Sect's elder also looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, "I didn't expect this Zhao Hai to have such ability. It would be great if he joined our Imperial Beast Sect. What a pity, what a pity." After saying this, the Imperial Beast Sect's elder's eyes couldn't help but flash with a cold light. But at this time, Zhao Hai suddenly opened his eyes. Then he turned his head and looked at the Imperial Beast Sect's elder. The Imperial Beast Sect's elder was startled, the killing intent in his eyes immediately disappeared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Zhao Hai also smiled back at him. Then he turned his head and closed his eyes. The Imperial Beast Sex Elder stared, his heart couldn't help but sink. He knew that Zhao Hai looked at him because he felt the killing intent in his eyes. He knew that Zhao Hai was on guard against him. After thinking about this, the Imperial Beast Sex Elder couldn't help but curse. He really didn't know how to describe Zhao Hai. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's senses would be this sharp. He just revealed a bit of killing intent and Zhao Hai was already aware of it. It would be troublesome for him to deal with Zhao Hai in the future. Naturally, Zhao Hai felt the killing intent from the Imperial Beast Sex Elder. Not to mention the Imperial Beast Sex Elder, Zhao Hai had killed a lot of people. He was very sensitive to killing intent. Anyone who was hostile to him would be discovered by him. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by the Imperial Beast Sect's reaction. The people from the Imperial Beast Sect wanted to kill him for a long time. Now, they just had another reason to kill him. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. After resting on Snake Island for an entire day, everyone adjusted themselves to their best condition. Zhao Hai's condition was also completely adjusted. Everyone gathered around Long Xiang's side. Dragon Xiang looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous, we've been through this route several times already, there's no accident. Alright, everyone, follow me." Then Dragon Xiang's figure flashed and flew towards the lake's surface. The other teleportation realm cultivators also flew towards the sky. However, they didn't pay attention to Zhao Hai and the others. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand and threw a wooden plank into the lake. Then Zhao Hai stepped on the plank and used his spiritual qi. The plank was like a skateboard as it glided forward at a very fast speed. When the others saw Zhao Hai's actions, they couldn't help but stare. Then they followed suit and threw a plank into the lake. Then they paddled towards the lake. Dragon Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and the others and smiled. Then he turned to Deng Wen and said, "That kid is really smart. I remember that those idiots swam across last time." When Deng Wen heard Dragon Xiang, he couldn't help but laugh. However, his laughter made the others look at him with even more resentment. They hated the fact that their sex couldn't accept such a disciple. After 2 hours, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the shore. On the shore of the lake was a forest. However, upon reaching the shore, Zhao Hai immediately became careful. This was because he could see that there were many animal footprints on the shore. These footprints were left behind by the animals when they were drinking water. In other words, demon beasts would often come here. And if there were demon beasts coming here, then there would be danger. At this time, Dragon Xiang and the others also arrived. Dragon Xiang looked at everyone and said, "This forest is the famous forest of death in the underground world. There are countless demonic beasts here. Ghost cultivators who enter this forest are almost all dead. However, you don't have to worry, because we can pass through here." Dragon Xiang nodded and said, "Don't worry." Then Dragon Xiang let out a whistling sound. Along with Dragon Xiang's whistling sound, the sky was suddenly filled with the sound of birds flapping their wings. However, what surprised Zhao Hai and the others was that the sound of wings flapping was very chaotic. It was as if there were a lot of birds. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others saw a black cloud floating over. Before long, the black cloud arrived above their heads. Zhao Hai and the others stared blankly at the black cloud. The black cloud that floated over turned out to be a flock of birds, a flock of small birds. These birds don't seem to have any offensive power, which made Zhao feel very strange. He didn't know why Long Xiang brought so many birds. Dragon Xiang turned his head to look at Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Don't look at them. Although these birds don't have any attack power, there are too many of them. Ordinary demon beasts wouldn't want to provoke them. This is because even the most powerful demon beasts would be pecked blind by these little things. Alright, now you should know why flying beasts were chosen to come here. Before, I didn't let you use flying beasts because once you appear in the sky, you would be attacked. But now, you can use them. With these little things as cover, you don't need to be afraid of being discovered." When Zhao Hai heard Dragon Xiang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Dragon Xiang and said, "Elder, when we were crossing the lake, can we also use flying beasts?" Hearing Zhao Hai's question, the others stared, then they looked at Long Xiang. Long Xiang looked at them and smiled faintly. I can't. This is because I don't have enough snake fluid to give to your beasts. If you release your flying beasts before leaving Snake Lake, then the smell of your beasts would certainly be detected by the snakes of Snake Island. When the time comes, your flying beasts would become food for the snakes of Snake Island. I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to avoid this. Therefore, you cannot use your flying beasts before leaving Snake Lake. Zhao Hai nodded. He wasn't angry. After all, he didn't know much about the underground world. He knew that Dragon Xiang must have his reasons for not letting them do this. But when he heard Dragon Xiang and Dang Wen talking about it, he thought that Dragon Xiang was using this method to tease them. Therefore, he asked this question. Dragon Xiang turned his head to look at Zhao Hai, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Kid, you're really smart. In the 5 realms, it's been a while since someone asked me this question. Hee hee. Finally, a smart person has appeared." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "How come it doesn't sound like you're praising me?" When Dragon Xiang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Dang Wen also laughed. Dang Wen patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "You don't need to doubt it, this is indeed praising you. Moreover, it's a big praise." Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He couldn't understand Dragon Xiang's bad taste. But fortunately, he wasn't being played. Dragon Xiang said, "Quickly release your flying beasts. We'll leave immediately, we can't be late." Everyone nodded and released their flying beasts. Then they mounted their flying beasts and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the flock of birds. The flock of birds turned into a huge black cloud as they flew away. Zhao Hai and the other silhouettes could no longer be seen. In the Flying Ghost City, in the Ghost Shadow Sect's branch hall, the hall master of the Ghost Shadow Sect's branch hall, Chen Hu, was sitting in his room with his eyes closed. Ever since Chen Hu became the hall master, he didn't dare to sleep too deeply. This was because he knew that if he slept too deeply, then the Ghost Spirit Sect would take advantage of him. Because of this, he didn't have a good night's sleep ever since he became the hall master. He has been paying attention to the situation outside. A lot of people in the Ghost Shadow Sect said that it would be better if he didn't become the hall master. If he didn't become the hall master, then there wouldn't be so many problems. Now that he became the hall master, he can only endure. However, Chen Hu understood that if he didn't become the hall master, then he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many cultivation resources. He's afraid that he wouldn't have reached his current level. While Chen Hu was cultivating, the sound of flapping wings was suddenly heard from outside. Chen Hu couldn't help but stare. Then he opened his eyes as his figure moved and flew out of the room. When he arrived outside, Chen Hu looked at the sky and saw a black cloud floating over. Chen Hu stared, then he carefully looked at it. He discovered that it was a flock of ordinary birds. This was a huge flock of birds. As for how many birds there were, he couldn't tell. Chen Hu couldn't help but stare when he saw this. Then his eyes changed. Just when he wanted to call for help, he suddenly felt a pain in his throat. Chen Hu stared, then he looked down and saw a sword piercing his throat. Chen Hu was stunned. Then he didn't feel anything. If Chen Hu could react, then he would have discovered that there were several flying swords piercing his body. He was dead for sure. At this time, several silhouettes suddenly appeared in the courtyard of the Ghost Shadow Sect's branch. These people's strength was quite good. When they suddenly attacked, the people of the Ghost Shadow Sect didn't have time to react. This attack was too sudden. When the Ghost Shadow Sect's branch hall was attacked, the Ghost Shadow Sect also received the news. Their first reaction was that the Ghost Spirit Sect was attacking them. The Ghost Shadow Sect immediately took action. They immediately organized people to support the Ghost Flying Branch Hall. But when these people activated the transmission formation, they suddenly discovered that their own transmission formation was useless. Even the fixed transmission formation was useless. The people of the Ghost Shadow Sect stared. Then they immediately thought that the other party must be from the Ghost Spirit Sect. If they weren't from the Ghost Spirit Sect, then they wouldn't be so well prepared. Even the transmission formation was sealed. The people of the Ghost Shadow Sect immediately organized people to go to the nearest branch hall. Then they went from there to support the Ghost Shadow Sect's branch hall. At this time, Gui Lingying also received the news that the Ghost Flying Branch Hall had been attacked. This news was very important to the Ghost Spirit Sect because the Ghost Spirit Sect had always wanted to eliminate the Ghost Flying Branch Hall. Now that someone had attacked the Ghost Flying Branch Hall, the Ghost Spirit Sect was naturally happy. When the Ghost Spirit Sect's branch hall closest to the Ghost Flying Branch Hall received this news, they immediately strengthened their defenses. This was because they were afraid that this was a trick of the Ghost Shadow Sect. Soon, the first batch of reinforcements of the Ghost Shadow Sect appeared in the nearest branch's transmission formation. Then they went straight to the Ghost Bull Branch Hall. Just when they were a few dozen miles away from the Flying Ghost Branch Hall, a few powerful chi forces suddenly attacked them. Before the cultivators could react, they had already fallen to the ground. At this time, several teleportation realm experts of the Ghost Shadow Sect also flew over. When these cultivators saw the attacks, their expressions couldn't help but change. They could immediately see that the other party was a cultivator from the True Spirit continent. At this time, several attacks suddenly came towards them. The cultivators of the Ghost Shadow Sect were stunned. Then, they immediately counterattacked. However, they soon discovered that their counterattack was useless. Their counterattack couldn't cause any damage to the other party. The other party was clearly much stronger than them. While the cultivators of the Ghost Shadow Sect were secretly shocked, they also found that their personal teleportation formation was completely useless. Just as they were feeling despair, they were swallowed up by all kinds of attacks. After more than an hour, after 5 waves of reinforcements of the Ghost Shadow Sect were eliminated, a beautiful firework suddenly appeared in the Ghost Flying Branch Hall. Those who resisted the reinforcements of the Ghost Flying Branch Hall immediately disappeared. About 10 minutes after everyone was eliminated, a group of Ghost Shadow Sect's reinforcements arrived at the Ghost Flying Branch Hall. However, they discovered that there was no one inside. Even the people who came to support the Ghost Flying Branch Hall were gone. From the traces of the attacks on the scene, it could be seen that the ones who attacked the Ghost Flying Branch Hall were from the True Spirit world. When this news was reported, the Ghost Shadow Sect immediately fell into chaos. People from the True Spirit world would send people to attack the Ghost Cultivators from time to time. The Ghost Shadow Sect knew about this, but they didn't think that the other party would target them this time. The Ghost Shadow Sect immediately sent people to carefully investigate the scene. However, the results of the investigation greatly shocked the Ghost Shadow Sect. This was because they discovered that the people who attacked them might not be from the True Spirit world. This was because under the traces of the attacks from the True Spirit world, there were many traces of Ghost Cultivators' attacks. Although the other party did a lot of concealment, the Ghost Shadow Sect was still able to discover it. This caused them to be very shocked. However, the Ghost Shadow Sect quickly understood what was going on. The Ghost Flying Branch Hall had always been a thorn in the side of the Ghost Spirit Sect. It wasn't impossible for the Ghost Spirit Sect to send people to attack the Ghost Flying Branch Hall and then shift the blame to the Ghost Spirit Sect. The Ghost Shadow Sect and the Ghost Spirit Sect had always been at odds. In this situation, the Ghost Shadow Sect naturally believed that it was the Ghost Spirit Sect's doing. Thus, the battle between the two sects began. The Ghost Shadow Sect naturally wouldn't endure this and immediately spread out to retaliate. The Ghost Spirit Sect also wouldn't suffer a loss and immediately counterattacked. Both sides were in chaos. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were hiding in an uninhabited valley. Long Xiang was listening to Lu Zhen's report. Because Lu Zhen wasn't suited for direct attacks, he was sent by Long Xiang to monitor the reaction of the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect. Lu Zhen's face was currently filled with joy as he said to Long Xiang, "Old Xiang, this time it was beautifully done. The Ghost Shadow Sect and the Ghost Spirit Sect have already started fighting. The surrounding sects also have some movements. However, they are clearly in a defensive state and haven't taken the initiative to attack. They clearly don't want to participate in the battle between the two sections." Long Xiang laughed heartily and said, "Good, very good. Previously, when we first attacked, we were immediately discovered by the other side. I didn't expect that this time, the other side didn't discover us." "Good, very good." Dang Wen said, "Although the attack this time was good, we should prepare for the next one." "Old Xiang, What do you think our next target should be? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Long Xiang looked at the astrolabe and slightly wrinkled his brow. After a while, he said, call Little Hai over. What is that youngster doing? When Dangwen heard Long Xiang, he couldn't help but smile and said, Little Hai is currently cultivating. This time, when he was concealing the traces, his consumption was quite large. Long Xiang stared, then his expression changed as he asked, is Little Hai alright? Dangwen shook his head and said, he's fine. He'll be fine after resting for a while. Long Xiang nodded, then he carefully looked at the astrolabe and said, when Little Hai recovers, immediately call him over. Now that the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect have already started fighting, our next plan is to provoke the other sects to fight. As long as the other ghost sects are in chaos, we will have a chance to survive. Everyone nodded. Long Xiang's words were correct. If 1,000 of them can stir up the entire underground world, then their operation this time would be too successful. Dragon Xiang looked at everyone and said, everyone, let's take a break first. We'll move after some time. If we move immediately, we'll certainly attract the attention of the ghost cultivators. Let's hide on the side and watch the show. Everyone laughed and then returned to their own sex area. Although Zhao Hai appeared to be cultivating at this time, he was able to hear what Long Xiang and the others said. This time's operation was all within his plan, from the preparation of the battle to the concealment of the traces after the battle. There wasn't a single mistake. Now, the Ghost Shadow Sect thought that the Ghost Spirit Sect was attacking. This was all thanks to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took advantage of the conflict between the two sects to deliberately leave behind traces of true spirit realm cultivators. But under these traces, he had the ghost cultivators and undead leave behind traces. This wasn't much, but because the two sects had always been in conflict, when the Ghost Shadow Sect saw these traces, they immediately thought that the Ghost Spirit Sect wanted to borrow the hands of true spirit realm cultivators to eliminate their flying ghost branch hall. While the Ghost Shadow Sect was probing the Ghost Spirit Sect with their attacks, the Ghost Spirit Sect's branch hall was on full alert. This made the Ghost Shadow Sect even more certain of their thoughts. In fact, the Ghost Shadow Sect didn't know that the reason why the Ghost Spirit Sect was on full alert was because of the attack on the Flying Ghost Branch Hall. They didn't know what happened to the Flying Ghost Branch Hall, but since the Flying Ghost Branch Hall was under attack, they were naturally afraid that they would be attacked as well. Because of this, the Ghost Shadow Sect was on full alert. This caused the Ghost Shadow Sect to misunderstand, resulting in a conflict between the two sides. All of this was under Zhao Hai's control. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't have any good feelings towards ghost cultivators. This was because he had passed by a few underground humanoid villages. To be honest, after seeing the living conditions of these underground humanoid villages, Zhao Hai couldn't help but wish that he could exterminate all ghost cultivators. This wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai saw slaves, but it was the first time that he saw slaves like the underground humanoid village. The lives of the underground humanoid village were much more miserable than the slaves that he had seen before. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use all means to deal with the ghost cultivators. Zhao admitted that he wasn't a good person, but he wasn't a bad person either. Killing a few people for cultivation was something he really couldn't do. Even if the space completely enslaved them, he would still do his best to let them live a good life instead of oppressing them endlessly. Zhao Hai didn't think that Zhao Hai was a good person, but he didn't think that he was a bad person either. The reason why Zhao Hai had such a reaction was because he discovered that the underground humans were being oppressed by the ghost cultivators. The living conditions of the underground humans couldn't even compare to some of the demon beasts that were raised in captivity. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was so angry. He wanted to do everything he could to deal with the ghost cultivators. In his opinion, the ghost cultivators shouldn't exist in this world. After about 4 hours, Zhao Hai finally woke up. Just as he woke up, a small zerg crawled to his side and then climbed onto his body before disappearing. Zhao Hai slowly walked towards Minister Long. Minister Long was currently waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai arrive, he immediately greeted him and said, "Little Hai, how are you? Have you recovered?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Elder doesn't need to worry. I've already completely recovered." Minister Long nodded and waved his hand to have Zhao Hai sit down. He then said, "Little Hai, what do you think we should do next?" According to our plan, we should immediately attack the other sects and cause chaos in the underground world. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, of course we should do that. But now isn't the time. The Ghost Spirit Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect are currently fighting. If we make a move now, we might attract the attention of the other ghost cultivators. Therefore, we should be more careful. Minister Long frowned and said, then what should we do? Don't tell me we're just going to do nothing? Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, of course not. We're going to ignite a fire. However, we're not going to ignite a fire in other sections. We're going to ignite a fire between the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect. Minister Long stared blankly. Then his expression changed and he said, then what should we do next? Zhao Hai smiled and said, right now, the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect are fighting fiercely. As long as we are careful, they won't notice us. What we need to do now is to think of a way to deal with them. Long Xiang nodded, narrowed his eyes, and said, you go rest first, I'll send someone to record the situation of these two sections. When it's necessary, I'll light a fire for them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Elder, then I'll take my leave. In the following period of time, the battle between the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect became more and more intense. The war between the two sects had completely erupted. Previously, the war between the two sects hadn't completely erupted because the strength of the two sects was about the same. If they were to fight, it would only benefit others. Don't expect others to be lenient to them. There were no feelings between ghost cultivators. They would only eliminate each other to increase their own strength. And this war was also becoming more and more intense. It was impossible for the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect to not have a good relationship with each other. Regardless of why those sects were doing this, there were several ghost cultivator sects that joined this chaotic war. Of course, those ghost cultivators didn't realize that there was always someone fanning the fire in the dark. This made the conflict between the two sects grow bigger and bigger. Until now, they had already fought fiercely. It wasn't something that ordinary people could extinguish. And Minister Long and the others weren't idle. The reason why the two sects were fighting like this was all because of them. During this period of time, they were fanning the wind and lighting the ghost fire. After a few more days, the ghost cultivator sects were already in a mess. At this time, Minister Long and the others also took action. They began to attack everywhere, provoking the entire underground world to fight. After a month, the entire underground world was now completely chaotic. Those ghost cultivators were divided into many factions. In any case, ghost cultivator sects that had hatred for each other were attacking each other. Even Zhao Hai and Minister Long didn't expect such a scene. Minister Long was sitting in a hidden cave. He looked at Deng Wen and the others and said, now that the underground world is in a mess, it's time for us to show our strength. What do you think? Now, opposite Minister Long were the captains of the various sections. Of course, there was also Zhao Hai. Now, all the captains had a relaxed expression on their faces. Only Zhao Hai was frowning. Minister Long glanced at them and also noticed Zhao Hai's expression. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, little Zhao Hai, do you have anything to say? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Elder, I think we should leave. When Minister Long heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, little Zhao Hai, what did you say? I said we should leave? What do you mean? Zhao Hai replied, I've been paying attention. Although the ghost cultivators seem to be very fierce on the surface, the casualties between the ghost sects are getting smaller and smaller. Moreover, they seem to be acting. I think that the ghost cultivators have already noticed something. Their current chaos might just be on the surface. What they really want to do is to find us and eliminate us. Dragon Xiang frowned and didn't say anything. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, nonsense. Everyone can see how chaotic the underground world is right now. How could this be caused by the ghost cultivators? I think that the ghost cultivators are in a complete mess right now. We should immediately attack them. Minister Long looked at the person who spoke. His frown deepened. This was because the person who spoke was the leader of the Hegemon Sword Sect. The Hegemon Sword Sect and the Hegemon Blade School had a grudge against each other. Therefore, it was normal for him to oppose Zhao Hai's words. If it was any other time, Minister Long could just ignore the words of the Hegemon Sword Sect's elder. But at this time, he was in a difficult position. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After all, they were an alliance. These people weren't the subordinates of the Long family. If he forcefully commanded them, then they might hold a grudge against the Long family. This wouldn't be good for the Long family. When the others heard the words of the Hegemon Sword Sect's elder, they unexpectedly nodded. It was clear that they agreed with the words of the Hegemon Sword Sect's elder. Zhao Hai looked at the elder of the Hegemon Sword Sect and said, "It's because we've been going too smoothly recently that I'm suspicious. Didn't you notice that although we didn't encounter a lot of resistance, their reinforcements came very quickly? Moreover, according to the movements of the nearby sects, they are slowly encircling us. If we let them determine our position, then we would be in big trouble." Zhao Hai looked at the elder of the Hegemon Sword Sect and said. The Hegemon Sword Sect's elder looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Little brat, what do you know? How do you know that the ghost cultivators are encircling us? All of this is just your side of the story. Why should we believe you?" Zhao Hai looked at the Hegemon Sword Sect's elder and sneered, "Talking to an idiot will only lower my intelligence. That's all I have to say. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. If you don't want to leave, then I'll leave." When the Hegemon Sword Sect's elder heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who are you calling an idiot?" Zhao Hai coldly replied, "Whoever wants to do that is an idiot. I don't need to say that." The Hegemon Sword Sect's elder didn't shout at Zhao Hai. Instead, he turned to Long Xiang and said, "Captain, you see." Long Xiang looked at the Hegemon Sword Sect's elder and muttered to himself. After a while, he said, "Continue the operation. No one is allowed to withdraw. Prepare for the next attack." When Zhao Hai heard Long Xiang, his expression couldn't help but change. On the other hand, the Hegemon Sword Sect's elder had a smug expression on his face. Zhao Hai looked at the Hegemon Sword Sect's elder. Then he turned to Long Xiang and said, "Elder, I won't participate in the next operation. If you want me to, then you might as well kill me." When Long Xiang heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'll say it again. No one is allowed to withdraw. Do you not understand what I mean?" Zhao Hai looked at Long Xiang and said, "I also said that I won't participate in this operation." Long Xiang's expression changed. Then he waved his hand and grabbed Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's eyes shrunk. He discovered that Long Xiang's seemingly simple grab actually sealed all of his escape routes. If he wants to leave now, then he can only enter the space. Moreover, Long Xiang's grab gave him a feeling that he couldn't resist. This grab also carried a strong force. Zhao Hai knew that he didn't have the strength to resist this grab. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that Long Xiang didn't want to take his life. Instead, he wanted to capture him. At this time, a sword light flashed as a sword appeared in front of Zhao Hai. It directly pushed back Long Xiang's claw. At this time, the pressure on Zhao Hai disappeared. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Dang Wen standing beside him. Dang Wen was holding his sword as he looked at Long Xiang with a cold expression. Long Xiang withdrew his hand. He looked at Dang Wen and said, "Dang Wen, what do you want to do? Do you want to disobey my orders?" Dang Wen looked at Long Xiang and coldly snorted, "Nobody can touch the people of my Hegemon Sword Sect. Your Long clan also can't. Do you think that your Long clan can still dominate the continent? What is Zhao Hai's status? Our Hegemon Sword Sect's disciples are our Hegemon Sword Sect's disciples. Since when did other people have the right to kill them? Long Xiang, don't blame me for not giving you face. When I came here, the sect master gave me an order to protect Zhao Hai. Anyone who wants to harm Zhao Hai is an enemy of our Hegemon Sword Sect. Our Hegemon Sword Sect will not hesitate to go to war with them." Upon hearing Dang Wen, Long Xiang couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. He saw that Zhao Hai was calmly looking at him. However, Long Xiang's eyes were cold. Long Xiang was startled, then he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that this time, he had thoroughly offended Zhao Hai. he was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't forgive him. At this time, Long Xiang suddenly saw Zhao Hai's eyes move slightly. Long Xiang stared, then he saw Zhao Hai's eyes move again. However, Zhao Hai's movements were very slight. Long Xiang immediately understood. He immediately looked towards the direction of Zhao Hai's eyes. However, his movements were very subtle. He didn't even move his eyes. Instead, he used his spiritual force to probe the direction of Zhao Hai's eyes. There were a lot of people at the meeting place, some of them were standing at the back and didn't know what was going on. Therefore, they also used their spiritual force to check the situation. Because of this, the situation became very chaotic. Long Xiang used his spiritual force to check the direction of Zhao Hai's eyes, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Long Xiang used his spiritual force to check the direction of Zhao Hai's eyes. He immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. This was because he discovered that the elders of the Hegemon Sword Sect, Imperial Beast Sect, and Peerless Sword Faction were looking at him with complacent expressions. Although their complacent expressions disappeared in a flash, they were still noticed by Long Xiang. Long Xiang couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. He finally understood that the Hegemon Sword Sect's elder wasn't thinking about this operation. His goal was to make the Long family and the Hegemon Sword Sect become enemies. When he thought of this, Long Xiang couldn't help but feel even more hatred. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then he would have already formed an enmity with the Hegemon Blade School, and the Hegemon Sword Sect would have achieved their goal. Becoming enemies with the Hegemon Sword Sect wouldn't bring any benefits to the Long clan. Not only did they offend the Hegemon Sword Sect, they also offended a genius like Zhao Hai. This would only bring harm to the Long clan. Of course, the most important thing was that Long Xiang didn't like the feeling of being used. However, he didn't immediately fall out with the Hegemon Sword Sect's elder. This was because he was very clear that if he fell out with the Hegemon Sword Sect, then the Imperial Beast Sect and Peerless Sword Faction would have to side with the Hegemon Sword Sect. This wasn't something he wanted to see. Long Xiang's attention was once again focused on Zhao Hai. He wanted to see what Zhao Hai wanted to do. At this time, he suddenly noticed that Zhao Hai's eyes were looking at Deng Wen. Long Xiang looked at Deng Wen. Deng Wen was currently looking at him with an angry expression. Although Long Xiang's face was expressionless, when he looked at Deng Wen, his eyes were also looking at Zhao Hai. Deng Wen had been paying attention to Long Xiang, and he noticed that Long Xiang's attention was somewhat distracted, which made Deng Wen somewhat puzzled. Then, he immediately noticed that Long Xiang's eyes moved abnormally. If a normal person wanted to look at someone else's eyes, then their eyes would move very quickly. However, Long Xiang was different this time. Long Xiang's eyes moved very slowly. Deng Wen wasn't a fool, he was an experienced person. He immediately felt that Long Xiang's movements were unusual. He immediately used his spiritual force to observe Zhao Hai. He found that Zhao Hai's eyes moved up and down. Deng Wen's heart couldn't help but tremble. However, he didn't show any expression as he looked at Long Xiang. Long Xiang opened his mouth and said, "Deng Wen, can your words represent the entire Tyrant's Blade School?" At this point, Deng Wen more or less understood what Zhao Hai meant. He said, "Of course." "Captain Long, do you have something to say?" Dragon Xiang said coldly, "If that's the case, then I can only say that you're free to do as you please. The rewards for this trip to the underground world have nothing to do with your Tyrant's Blade School. Do you agree?" Deng Wen's eyes shrank, then he coldly snorted and said, "Although our Tyrant's Blade School isn't a rich place, we still don't care about those things." Long Xiang coldly said, "All right, this is what you said. If your Tyrant's Blade School really wants to leave, then you're free to leave." Deng Wen coldly snorted and said, "Do you think that we can't return to the spiritual realm without you? Let's go." Then he turned around and led the Tyrant's Blade School away. Naturally, Zhao Hai also followed. After Deng Wen and the others left, Long Xiang turned his head to the others and said, "Who else wants to leave? If you want to leave with the Tyrant's Blade School, then I won't stop you. Then we'll also take our leave." A voice suddenly echoed after Long Xiang's words. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was a person from the Truth Dao sect. To be honest, when they heard the Truth Dao sect's people say these words, everyone was stunned. Even Deng Wen was stunned. The Truth Tao sect and the Tyrant's Blade School were allies. However, the Truth Tao sect and the Tyrant's Blade School were two different sections. Offending the Tyrant's Blade School for the sake of the Tyrant's Blade School was something that no one would want to do. However, the Truth Tao sect didn't hesitate to support the Tyrant's Blade School. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Long Xiang solemnly said, "Those who withdraw won't be able to get the rewards of this trip." The Truth Tao sect's elder chuckled. Then he cupped his fist towards Long Xiang and waved his hand. Then he led the others to the side of the Tyrant's Blade School. Long Xiang looked at the others and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to leave? If there's anyone who wants to leave, then it's not too late." Nobody moved. Everyone just stood there motionless as they looked at Long Xiang. Long Xiang nodded and said, "All right, it's good that no one wants to leave. Everyone, follow me." Then he turned his head towards the opposite direction of Dang Wen and the others. Dang Wen and the others walked for about 5 li before they stopped in a relatively secluded place. Dang Wen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what did you mean by that?" Zhao Hai looked at Dang Wen's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "The people from the Hegemon Sword sect were just stirring things up. They wanted us to have a conflict with the Long family. I noticed it, but Elder Long Xiang didn't. But with my reminder, Elder Long Xiang also noticed it. This time, the Hegemon Sword sect wants to use Elder Long Xiang as a spear." The Truth Tao sect's elder stared. He looked puzzled at Dang Wen and said, "Old Dang, what are you talking about?" Dang Wen turned his head to the Truth Tao sect's elder, then he smiled faintly and said, "Old Zhuang, I want to thank you. Thank you for supporting me unconditionally. Elder Long Xiang and I were putting on a play." Zhao Hai discovered that Lei Jian's words were meant to cause a conflict between the Tyrant's Blade School and the Long family. Therefore, Zhao Hai secretly informed Elder Long Xiang, "You can rest assured that the Long family wouldn't retaliate against us. On the contrary, I'm afraid that Lei Jian and the others would be out of luck." Zhuang Tsong looked at Dang Wen and said, "But I didn't see you talking to each other. What's going on? Did you discuss this in advance?" Dang Wen shook his head and said, "Of course not. How could we discuss this in advance? I think that Elder Long Xiang only knew about it later." "Zhao Hai, tell me, what's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, it was me who informed Elder Long Xiang didn't have any other choice. Although my status in the Tyrant's Blade School isn't low, and I also have some status in the Long family. However, my status can't be compared to Elder Lei Jian of the Hegemon Sword sect. Elder Lei Jian represents the Hegemon Sword sect. Therefore, Elder Long Xiang had no choice but to capture me." Zhuang Tsong nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "However, I discovered that Elder Lei Jian of the Hegemon Sword sect didn't really think that I was wrong. He just wanted to create a conflict between the Long family and the Tyrant's Blade School. Because of this, I secretly reminded Elder Long Xiang. Elder Long Xiang noticed this, so he immediately communicated with Elder Dang. The first exchange between the two was real, but later on, the two were just acting." Zhuang Tsong smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't think that you would play such a trick under our noses. You even deceived us. You're amazing." Dang Wen laughed and said, "We've let you see a joke. There's nothing we can do about it. However, I think that Elder Xiang must be very angry right now. Lei Jian actually wanted to use him as a spear. Elder Xiang isn't the kind of person who doesn't say anything after suffering a loss. Lei Jian and the others can only wait for Elder Xiang's retaliation." Zhuang Tsong smiled bitterly and said, "This time, Lei Jian and the others are out of luck. Elder Xiang isn't a good person. Since he schemed against Elder Xiang, then he deserves it. Right, Elder Dang, now that we know what's going on, what should we do next?" Dang Wen turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, have you thought about what we should do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's hide for a few days and not be discovered. Whether it's the ghost cultivators or other people from the true spirit realm, I believe that the ghost cultivators are already preparing to deal with us. If that's the case, then Elder Dragon and the others would certainly be in danger. Although the people from the Hegemon Sword sect aren't easy to deal with, we still can't let the ghost cultivators take advantage of us. Therefore, what we need to do now is to hide and then build a large transmission formation. Then we'll wait for an opportunity to meet Elder Dragon and the others. This time, the ghost cultivators came prepared. Once they discover Elder Dragon's whereabouts, they would certainly go all out to entangle Elder Dragon and the others. I'm afraid that Elder Dragon and the others wouldn't be able to use a portable transmission formation. Xianxia nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you're really good. No wonder Feng Lingyun thinks so highly of you." "Good, very good." When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Elder Zhuang is too kind. I've only met senior brother Feng a few times, I don't deserve senior brother Feng's praise." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "You've only met a few times, yet that kid thinks so highly of you. It can be seen that you're really talented. No wonder Elder Deng was willing to turn against the Long family for you." Hee hee. Dang Wen chuckled and said, "Alright, Elder Zhuang, let's not waste time talking. Let's find a place and build a transmission formation first. Little Hai, do you have a plan? You should know that we don't have a map of the underground world." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if we don't have a map. Let's go to a place we've been to before. We'll go to the Flying Ghost Sex branch." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Dang Wen and the others stared. Then Dang Wen and Xianxia's expressions changed. Dang Wen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you joking? Going to the Flying Ghost Sex branch? That place is the center of the storm. How can we get anything good there?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder can rest assured, there won't be any problems. I've already seen the Flying Ghost branch before. In the city, there are only a small number of ghost cultivators, most of them are humans. Last time, we killed all of the ghosts in the Flying Ghost branch, so the humans have scattered and fled. It would be impossible for them to return to the Flying Ghost branch in a short period of time. This is our opportunity, we can go to the Flying Ghost branch. Since the place has already been turned into ruins, nobody would notice it. We can set up a transmission formation there so that the ghost cultivators wouldn't be able to find it in a short period of time. When Elder Long and the others suffer losses and want to retreat, we can have them go to the Flying Ghost branch. When the time comes, even if they suffer some losses, their losses wouldn't be too great." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder, you can go to the Flying Ghost branch." When Dang Wen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod. He also felt that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. Most importantly, Zhao Hai's words had been very accurate. The ones that he chose to attack were all successful. Because of this, Dang Wen agreed with Zhao Hai. Xianxia didn't oppose, he also thought that Zhao Hai was right. Xianxia looked at Dang Wen and said, "Old Dang, what do you think?" Dang Wen smiled and said, "We'll do as Zhao Hai said. However, this place isn't close to the Phantom Branch Hall. If we want to go there, I'm afraid that it would take 3 days. During these 3 days, it's hard to say what would happen to Old Xiang and the others. I'm afraid that they would have an accident. If the Long family doesn't know the truth, then I'm afraid that they would blame us for this. That would be troublesome for us." Zhao Hai said, "Elder Dang, you don't need to worry. When the time comes, we'll inform Elder Long and the others to go to the Phantom Branch Hall. As long as we build the transmission formation as soon as possible, then everything will be fine." Dang Wen nodded and said, "Alright, then let's go." Naturally, Xianxia didn't oppose. Everyone turned around and flew towards the Phantom Branch Hall. This time, it was still Zhao Hai who was scouting the way. However, the 5 Long family members who were scouting with him were now with Long Xiang. Because of this, the task of scouting was left to Zhao Hai alone. Fortunately, they had a small number of people, making them a small target. And with Zhao Hai scouting the way, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. Moreover, Zhao Hai would find a place to rest every day. Because of this, everyone didn't feel tired. As they flew towards the Phantom Branch Hall, they encountered several groups of ghost cultivators along the way. However, they were all discovered by Zhao Hai and avoided. They also noticed that the underground world was in chaos. A lot of underground humanoid villages were destroyed. The ghost cultivators killed the underground humanoids and used their souls to replenish their spiritual chi. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai didn't have a way to change it. However, he had already thought of a way. He believed that it wouldn't take long for the underground humanoids to break away from this fate. Naturally, Zhao Hai's "it won't take long" was also calculated in 10 or 100 years. After all, he was now a cultivator, so he was already used to this method. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to eliminate the ghost cultivators in 10 or 100 years. What he wanted to help wasn't to eliminate the ghost cultivators. Instead, he wanted to make the underground humanoids stronger. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to break away from this fate. Making the underground humanoids stronger wasn't a difficult matter. This was because Zhao Hai had already used the space to find the most suitable method for the underground humanoids. Long Xiang's expression was calm as he flew forward. However, his heart wasn't calm at all. On the contrary, he was very angry. He wasn't angry at Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was very polite to him, Long Xiang wasn't angry at Zhao Hai at all. This was because he felt that Zhao Hai was right. If he was leading the Long family, then he would have already agreed with Zhao Hai. But unfortunately, the people he led this time were the people from the 81 great sections. With these people present, it was impossible for him to make a decision. Each of these people represented a different force. After all, the Long family wasn't a great clan that ruled the entire True Spirit realm. He had to consider the opinions of these people. Naturally, Long Xiang wasn't angry because of this. He was angry because the Hegemon Sword sect actually dared to use him as a tool. In a place like the underground world, any mistake could lead to complete annihilation. But now, the Hegemon Sword sect actually wanted to use him as a tool to deal with Zhao Hai. How could he endure this? However, Long Xiang didn't say anything. He was now grateful to Zhao Hai. This was because when he made a move against Zhao Hai didn't get angry. On the contrary, he even reminded Long Xiang. This made Long Xiang very grateful to Zhao Hai. Being grateful to Zhao Hai naturally made Long Xiang hate the Hegemon Sword sect even more. At this time, Long Xiang began to think about how to deal with the Hegemon Sword sect, the Imperial Beast sect, and the Peerless Sword faction. Long Xiang already knew that these three sects had joined forces. Therefore, if he wanted to take revenge, then he would have to count the debts of these three sections. The cultivators of the other sects also followed behind Long Xiang. Nobody made a sound. The cultivators of these sects also felt that something was wrong, but they didn't say anything. After walking for about an hour, Long Xiang led the group to a forest to rest. After everyone sat down, Long Xiang called the leaders of the other sects to his side. Then he looked at them and said, "This is our opportunity. The Tyrant's Blade sect and the Truth Dao sect might use a portable transmission formation to leave. But once they use a portable transmission formation, they would be discovered by the ghost cultivators. As long as the ghost cultivators focus their attention on the Tyrant's Blade sect, then our opportunity will come." Upon hearing Long Xiang, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Long Xiang looked at these people and sneered in his heart. Naturally, he didn't think that Zhao Hai and the others would leave. This was because he had secretly communicated with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai certainly wouldn't leave at this time. If Zhao Hai and the others didn't leave, then the ghost cultivators wouldn't be attracted to them. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then the ghost cultivators would have already discovered them and were waiting for them to fall into a net. However, this was also good. Long Xiang could use the ghost cultivators to teach these guys a lesson. Especially the Hegemon Sword sect, the Imperial Beast sect, and the Peerless Sword faction. At this time, a cultivator opened his mouth and said, "Elder Long, have you thought about when we left the underground world?" Long Xiang turned his head to look at the speaker and discovered that it was the Imperial Beast sect's elder. When Long Xiang saw that it was him who spoke, his expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that the Hegemon Sword sect and the other two sects would be shameless to this extent. One of them wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Hai, and after he offended Zhao Hai, another one stood up and asked him when he left. This was simply too shameless. However, Long Xiang didn't bat an eyelid and said, "What's the hurry? Didn't Elder Lei say that the underground world is very chaotic right now? It's a good time for us to attack. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others have left, attracting the ghost cultivators' attention. If we don't seize this opportunity, then how can we face the other sects?" Upon hearing Long Xiang, the Imperial Beast sect's elder's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that Long Xiang would use these words against them. Even if he wanted to refute, he couldn't. This was because when Zhao Hai and Lei Jian were arguing, they didn't say anything. If they were to go back now, then it would be the same as telling others that their refutation of Zhao Hai was just a fart. They just wanted to use Long Xiang as a tool. When the time comes, they would certainly offend Long Xiang. When the time comes, they wouldn't have a good time. The expressions of the people from the Hegemon sword sect also changed. They had planned to oppose Zhao Hai's proposal and make Zhao Hai and Long Xiang unhappy. Once the two sides had a conflict, they would come forward and propose to leave. At that time, the conflict between the two sides would have already occurred, and they wouldn't have any losses. However, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this powerful. He actually went against Long Xiang and didn't even give Lei Jian any face. On the other hand, Dang Wen showed his full support for Zhao Hai. In the end, he led the people from the Hegemon sword sect to leave. The people from the Truth Dao sect also followed suit. In this way, they were the ones who forced Zhao Hai to leave. If they insisted on returning to the true spiritual realm, then not only Long Xiang, but everyone else would also look down on them. As soon as the others heard Long Xiang's words, a thoughtful expression appeared on their faces. Although they didn't see any interaction between the Hegemon sword sect and the Imperial Beast sect, these two sects had always been allies. Most importantly, these two sects had enmity with Zhao Hai. They were also aware of the matter between Zhao Hai and the two sects. Now that the Hegemon sword sect forced Zhao Hai to leave, the Imperial Beast sect immediately asked Long Xiang when he would leave. Wasn't this clearly plotting against Zhao Hai? At the same time, this was also plotting against Long Xiang. No wonder Long Xiang was so impolite to the people from the Imperial Beast sect. Long Xiang glanced at the person from the Imperial Beast sect and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, it's still early. Let's take a good rest here. We'll act at night. Our target this time is the Ghost Hand sect's Little Finger branch." Everyone nodded and then turned around to rest. On the other hand, Long Xiang was still sitting there. His eyes were cold as he looked at the backs of Lei Jian and the others. Then he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes. At this time, Long Xiang suddenly heard a very soft rustling sound. Long Xiang stared for a moment before he discovered that the soil beneath him was rumbling. Then a bug drilled out of the soil. Just as Long Xiang was about to make a move, he discovered that the bug had a piece of jade on its body. Moreover, this jade seemed to be a very simple transmission formation. While Long Xiang was still in a daze, the bug had already placed the jade down. Then it drilled into the ground and disappeared. Long Xiang was puzzled as he picked up the jade and carefully looked at it. Suddenly, a white light flashed on the jade as a jade slip appeared on top of it. This jade slip wasn't very big. When Long Xiang saw this, he understood that this jade slip came from a good place. This was because he heard from Zhao Hai that he used bugs to investigate. It seems like this was the bug that was sent by Zhao Hai. Long Xiang took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. After seeing the contents of the jade slip, Long Xiang's face couldn't help but show a smile. Naturally, this jade slip was given to him by Zhao Hai. The contents of the jade slip were very simple. It told Long Xiang that they would meet them at the Ghost Hand sect's branch. Long Xiang put down the jade slip. In his heart, his impression of Zhao Hai increased. Compared to Zhao Hai, Lei Jian and the others were really lacking. Although Long Xiang wanted to reply to Zhao Hai, he didn't have any way to do so. After thinking about this, Long Xiang couldn't help but sigh. Then he slowly closed his eyes as he began to think. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others were currently rushing towards Ghost City. With Zhao Hai leading the way, their journey was very smooth. This time, the Truth Dao sect and the Tyrant's Blade sect only had 80 people, less than 100 people. The smaller the number, the smaller the target. Therefore, their journey was very smooth. However, along the way, Zhao Hai was even more certain of his thoughts. This was because along the way, he encountered a lot of ghost cultivators. And these ghost cultivators were heading towards the place where they left. In other words, Zhao Hai's estimation was correct. These ghost cultivators had indeed discovered them and were preparing to surround them. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who knew about this, the others were also aware of this. They had already discovered this long ago. In the past few days, they had been taking detours. However, nobody said anything. Needless to say, Dangwen had complete trust in Zhao Hai. As for the others, they couldn't turn back and could only follow Zhao Hai. Most importantly, Zhao Hai had been acting as a pathfinder. Moreover, they didn't encounter any attacks along the way. This made everyone very confident in Zhao Hai. After nearly 5 days of hurrying, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at the Phantom Branch Hall. And just like what Zhao Hai had said, there wasn't a single person in the Phantom Branch Hall. They could have a good rest here. The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was because when they were attacking the Phantom Branch Hall, Zhao Hai had memorized the terrain of this place. Therefore, he was very clear about the situation here. Because of this, Zhao Hai was so confident in leading these people here. And in these 5 days, Zhao Hai and the others weren't always hurrying. From time to time, Zhao Hai would kill 1 or 2 ghost cultivators to understand the situation here. Just like what Zhao Hai had thought, 2 days before they arrived at the Phantom Branch Hall, there was finally news from the ghost cultivators of the underground world. Some ghost cultivators discovered the traces of Long Xiang and the others. Both sides had a fierce battle. In the end, Long Zhan and the others left behind dozens of corpses and ran away. But then another news came, saying that Long Xiang and the others were already surrounded and couldn't escape. And when they heard this news, Zhao Hai and the others were still 1 day away from arriving at the Phantom Branch Hall. However, Zhao Hai didn't intend to save Long Xiang and the others. He knew that Long Xiang and the others weren't in any danger right now. Now, they had to prepare a way out. Because of this, when Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Phantom Branch Hall, Zhao Hai and the others didn't have time to rest. They immediately began to prepare the transmission array. At the same time, they also needed to prepare a defensive formation. Because even if it was a fixed transmission array, if the energy fluctuations in the surroundings were too complicated, or if someone used a powerful space confinement formation, then even if it was a fixed transmission array, there was no way to use it. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others had to prepare a lot of things. Long Xiang's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the astrolabe in front of him. He looked very tired. Around him were several captains from the other sections. However, these captains were also in a similar state as him. Each and every one of them looked exhausted. Everyone was looking at the astrolabe in silence. After some time, Long Xiang opened his mouth and said, "What we can be sure of now is that we are surrounded by ghost cultivators. There are at least 50,000 ghost cultivators surrounding us. Moreover, the number is still increasing. The area that we can move in is getting smaller and smaller. In a few days, I'm afraid that we won't even have a place to move. We can only fight them to the death." When Long Xiang spoke, nobody made a sound. However, everyone's complexion turned ugly. Long Xiang looked at these people and then said, "What we can be sure of is that the ghost cultivators have been waiting for us here for a long time. From our previous actions, they had a rough understanding of our route. Therefore, they set up a trap here and waited for us." Long Xiang's expression turned ugly as he spoke. Upon hearing Long Xiang, everyone's gaze couldn't help but turn towards Lei Jian. Lei Jian's expression turned even uglier. However, he couldn't say anything. This was because Zhao Hai did say this. Moreover, he was the one who opposed Zhao Hai's proposal in the beginning. Long Xiang waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to look at them. It's useless. Let's talk about what we should do." Everyone was still silent. This was because they didn't have any good ideas. It wasn't that they didn't think of using a portable transmission formation to return to the surface. However, they quickly discovered that this was impossible. The ghost cultivators had spent a lot of effort to deal with them. They actually laid down a large formation in such a large area. Their portable transmission formation couldn't be used at all. They also thought of making a fixed transmission formation to leave. However, they didn't have the time to do so. A fixed transmission formation wasn't something that could be easily arranged. It required time. It would take more than 10 hours to arrange a transmission formation that could transport 100 people at a time. And this was under the condition that there was a formation master among them. Because of this, they didn't have a formation master among them. Therefore, it would take them at least 1 or 2 days to arrange a transmission formation that could transport 100 people. Of course, it wouldn't take that long to set up a teleportation formation that could only transport 50 or 10 people. A dozen hours would be enough. However, a teleportation formation that was too small would be useless. Because once the teleportation formation was used, the ghost cultivators would be able to lock onto their location. Those ghost cultivators would rush over in the shortest time possible. If the teleportation formation was too small, it would be impossible to teleport all of them back. In that case, there would be even fewer people left here, and they would have even less ability to resist. Because of this, they didn't think of making a fixed transmission formation to leave. This was because it wouldn't work at all. They could only look for other ways. However, they really didn't have any good ideas right now. Long Xiang's heart was beating like a drum. This was because he didn't know how Zhao Hai's preparations were. Long Xiang was very clear that it would take at least 3 days for Zhao Hai to arrive at the Flying Ghost Sex branch. And in these few days, all the ghost cultivators would rush over. If they encountered Zhao Hai's group on the way, then Zhao Hai's group would be in danger. This was what Long Xiang was most worried about. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't have any hope left. It has been 7 days since Zhao Hai left. In these 7 days, there was no news from Zhao Hai. Because of this, Long Xiang was very worried. At this time, a rustling sound was suddenly heard. Everyone stared, then they immediately became nervous. At this time, the ground under Long Xiang's feet started to shake. Then a bug crawled up from the ground. Everyone stared, then their expressions changed. They were about to attack the bug. When Long Xiang saw the bug, his face lit up. He immediately shouted, "Wait, don't move. Everyone, don't move. I know this bug." When everyone heard Long Xiang, they couldn't help but stare. They looked at Long Xiang in confusion. Long Xiang looked at the bug. Sure enough, there was a jade slip on the bug's back. Long Xiang picked up the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual force. After seeing the contents, Long Xiang couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he turned to the others and said, "These insects are Zhao Hai's battle beasts. They're very suitable for assassination. I've seen them in the Long family before. Because of this, I decided to let Zhao Hai scout the way. With the help of these insects, he would be more reliable than us in scouting the way." After saying this, Long Xiang sighed and said, "Zhao Hai had this bug send us a message. He told us to head towards the Flying Phantom Branch Hall. He'll be there to meet us. There's a transmission formation that can transport 1,000 people. As long as we kill our way there, we can immediately return." Everyone couldn't help but show a happy expression. Long Xiang looked at everyone and said, "All right, everyone get ready. Let's set off. Remember, follow me." Everyone nodded. Then they stood up and followed Long Xiang. At this time, the number of people in their team had decreased from 900 to 700. Nearly 200 people had died. However, it didn't take long for everyone to feel that something was wrong. The Imperial Beast Sex captain looked around and then said, "Elder Long, this doesn't seem to be the way to the Flying Phantom Branch Hall. Where are we going?" Long Xiang turned to look at him and said, "Zhao Hai has already scouted out a route for us. If we follow that route, we'll be able to avoid most of the ghost cultivators." When the Imperial Beast Sex elder heard Long Xiang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Elder Long, do you really believe in Zhao Hai? Aren't you afraid that if he makes a mistake, we'll fall into a perilous situation?" Long Xiang stopped. Then he turned to the Imperial Beast Sex elder and sneered, "If you don't believe in Zhao Hai, then you can go on your own. If you believe me, then follow me. If you don't, then leave." Long Xiang's last sentence was directed at everyone. When the Imperial Beast Sex elder heard Long Xiang, his complexion couldn't help but turn pale. He was very clear about their current situation. If they were to leave the team and act alone, then they might really die in the underground world. For the sake of his own life, he couldn't leave. The reason why he said those words was because he was angry with Zhao Hai. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Zhao Hai. Seeing that the Imperial Beast Sex elder didn't speak, Long Xiang coldly snorted. Then he turned around and moved forward. They didn't dare to fly in the sky. Otherwise, they would become too big of a target. After walking for more than 4 hours, they actually didn't encounter any ghost cultivators, which was rare these days. In these few days, as long as they moved, they would be attacked by ghost cultivators in less than 2 hours. For more than 4 hours like this time, they actually didn't encounter any ghost cultivators, which was simply a miracle. At this time, Long Xiang waved his hand and said, "Everyone, be careful. In front of us is a defensive line of ghost cultivators. There are about 500 of them. We can't go around them. We can only break through as fast as we can." Everyone's spirit was shaken, then they immediately drew their weapons. Sure enough, after walking for about 10 minutes, they found some traces of ghost cultivators. Long Xiang was even more attentive. At this moment, he suddenly heard a cry in front of him. Long Xiang was stunned, then he said in a deep voice, "Charge." Then he took the lead and rushed forward. After rushing for a few dozen meters, Long Xiang noticed a ghost cultivator with a black face. Long Xiang stared, but he immediately understood. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, charge." Everyone also saw the ghost cultivator with a black face. Although many cultivators didn't understand what was going on, they still rushed forward. They didn't go far before they noticed that there were a few ghost cultivators on their way. And without exception, these ghost cultivators were poisoned to death. Then they heard a rumbling sound in front of them. Everyone went forward and saw more than 400 ghost cultivators. They were crazily attacking the ground. It seems like there was something terrible underground. Seeing this, Long Xiang immediately understood what was going on. He immediately shouted, "Charge, charge." Everyone also shouted as they rushed towards the ghost cultivators. More than 400 ghost cultivators. Moreover, their strength wasn't very strong. It was impossible for them to block Long Xiang's charge. When Long Xiang's group rushed forward, the ghost cultivators were defeated. Long Xiang didn't kill them all. He just wanted to speed up and move forward. Therefore, Long Xiang's group focused on defeating the ghost cultivators. They didn't really want to kill them all. Long Xiang was very clear that the other ghost cultivators would know about this. If they didn't leave quickly, they would be blocked by the other ghost cultivators. Then they would be finished. Long Xiang's group quickly broke away from the battle. They continued to move forward. Moreover, they sped up and even started to fly at a low altitude. Perhaps their attack was too sudden and out of the ghost cultivators' expectations. Therefore, after this battle, they didn't encounter any ghost cultivators in the next few hours. After moving forward for another 4 hours, they changed their direction and continued to move forward. They didn't encounter any ghost cultivators even when the sky was completely dark. However, Long Xiang's group didn't dare to stop. They didn't care about their exhaustion as they continued to move forward. Although the sky was dark, it was more advantageous for them to move. But Long Xiang was also very clear that it was more advantageous for the ghost cultivators. The ghost cultivators were different from them. Ghost cultivators would be more powerful in the dark. On the other hand, Long Xiang's group would be weakened because of the dark. It can be said that the dark night would bring some trouble to the ghost cultivators. Although they knew this, they didn't dare to stop. This was because they wanted to escape the encirclement of the ghost cultivators as soon as possible. Long Xiang looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late. He calculated the time and found that more than 5 hours had passed since the sky turned dark. He clearly remembered that there was a ghost camp not far ahead. There were about 500 ghost cultivators there. Long Xiang waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, stop and rest for an hour. There's a ghost cultivators encampment in front of us. After an hour, we'll rush over." He didn't say anything and just sat down on the ground to recover his strength. Long Xiang wasn't any better. Although he was a Vajra realm cultivator, this kind of long journey made him feel mentally and physically exhausted. He really felt tired. After an hour, Long Xiang opened his eyes. Although there was a trace of fatigue on his face, his spirit was a lot better. Although there was still some distance between him and his peak, it was already very good. Long Xiang stood up and looked at the others. He saw that most of them had already woken up. Only a few of them were still asleep. Long Xiang had the people around him wake everyone up. Then he said, "Let's go." The earlier we reach the flying ghost branch, the earlier we can go back. He didn't say anything else, but these words were enough. Everyone wanted to go back as soon as possible. There was nothing better than these words to cheer them up. These people were the elites of their respective sections. Which one of them wasn't a glorious existence in their respective sects? But here, they could only be hunted down. This made them feel very sullen. However, they were also very clear that they were still in danger. As long as they didn't leave the underground world, they wouldn't be safe. Therefore, going back now was the only thing that supported them to survive and fight. Xiang looked at everyone and saw their expressions. Then he said, "Let's go. We'll deal with the enemy in the shortest time possible. If everything goes well, then we can go home in 2 days. Let's go." Everyone responded in a low voice. Then, they raised the weapons in their hands and followed Xiang forward. Soon, they saw the ghost cultivator's residence. Xiang immediately led everyone over. Because the sky was dark, the ghost cultivator's vigilance was somewhat lowered. Therefore, they were caught off guard by Xiang's group. Very quickly, Xiang's group rushed past the 500 people's encampment. The ghost cultivators also scattered and fled. After rushing past this point, Xiang and the others immediately changed their direction and flew forward. Now that it was dark, the people on the ground couldn't see the situation in the sky. Therefore, Xiang and the others flew very high. Just as Xiang was flying forward, suddenly the sound of wings flapping could be heard. Xiang immediately paid attention to it. The others also took out their weapons and looked ahead vigilantly. It didn't take long for Xiang to notice that what was flying towards them was a swarm of bee-like creatures. When Xiang saw these bee-like creatures, he couldn't help but stare. Then his face showed a happy expression as he said, "Everyone, don't attack. These might be little Hai's beasts." Everyone was stunned. Then they looked at Xiang in confusion. A cultivator beside Xiang asked, "Elder Long, how do you know that this is Xiao Hai's beast? Isn't his demonic beast an insect?" Xiang looked at him and said, "Who told you that a person can only have one type of beast? Don't you know the one in front? It's a beast unique to the leaping dragon realm. It's called the twin stinger bee. It's impossible for this kind of bee to appear in the underground world. It doesn't even exist in the true spirit realm. Even if people go to the leaping dragon realm, they might not be able to recognize this beast. This is because this beast is very special in the leaping dragon realm. It's very strong and very difficult to subdue. I'm afraid only little Hai can do this." When everyone heard Xiang, they felt relieved. Although many people who went to the leaping dragon realm hadn't seen the twin stinger bee, they had heard about it. They knew about the fierce reputation of the twin stinger bee in the leaping dragon realm. Naturally, they understood what Xiang meant. When Zhao Hai subdued the serpent on Snake Island, Xiang was very clear about it. If Zhao Hai could subdue the serpent on Snake Island, then there's no need to talk about other beasts. Sure enough, just as Xiang thought, the twin stinger bees didn't hurt them. Instead, they turned around and protected them as they flew forward. Xiang was now full of admiration towards Zhao Hai. He really didn't know what other methods Zhao Hai had. Just the fact that Zhao Hai could send beasts to contact them wasn't something that ordinary people could do. Even the Imperial Beast sect wouldn't be able to do this. Just as they were flying forward, a ghostly howl was suddenly heard. Then, Dragon Xiang felt an invisible pressure around them. Then, balls of ghostly fire-like things pounced on them. The twin stinger bees were the first to react. They immediately shot out their stingers. Then the twin stinger bees went to meet the ghostly flames. When Dragon Xiang and the others got closer, they were able to see that those weren't ghost fires, they were the eyes of evil spirits. These evil spirits were all wearing armor, but their armor was even more formidable, it was as if they were real. When the stingers of the twin stinger bees hit the bodies of the ghosts, they were immediately bounced off. They were simply useless. The twin stinger bees that pounced on the ghosts were also unable to block them. There was no other way, the strength of the ghosts was too strong. This time, the ghosts that attacked Xiang and the others were 10 teleportation realm ghosts. They were leading a group of about 1,000 transcending realm ghosts. This attack was very sudden. Long Xiang and the others couldn't dodge it even if they wanted to. Long Xiang's expression changed. Then he shouted, "Prepare to fight. Don't be entangled by them. Use your fastest speed to advance." Everyone responded. Then they took out their weapons and charged forward. Long Xiang's guess wasn't wrong. This group of ghost cultivators just happened to meet them. The goal of these ghost cultivators was to entangle them and drag them here. This way, they would be able to ask other ghost cultivators for help. When the time comes, they would be able to wipe out Long Xiang and the others. However, these ghost cultivators had obviously underestimated the strength of Long Xiang's group. There were several Vajra realm cultivators among Long Xiang's group. These ghost cultivators who were only in the teleportation realm couldn't withstand such cultivators, even if it was night time. Under Long Xiang's lead, the group used less than an hour to get rid of the ghost cultivators. However, Long Xiang's mood wasn't any better. The battle just now took too long. He believed that a lot of ghost cultivators had already noticed the commotion. Although they managed to get rid of the ghost cultivators, it can be said that the ghost cultivators had already achieved their goal. Now, all the ghost cultivators were rushing towards them. It would be even more difficult for them to escape. At this time, a buzzing sound was suddenly heard. Long Xiang turned his head and saw a new batch of twin stinger bees rushing towards them. Just as Long Xiang and the others were about to move forward, the twin stinger bees suddenly lined up and blocked their path. Then a twin stinger bee flew towards Long Xiang. Long Xiang stared for a moment before he noticed a jade slip on the twin stinger bee's leg. Long Xiang immediately understood that Zhao Hai wanted these twin stinger bees to deliver the jade slip. Long Xiang took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. He immediately understood Zhao Hai's intention. Then Long Xiang waved his hand and said, "Let's go down." Although the group didn't understand what Long Xiang meant, they still followed him down to the ground. At this time, more and more twin stinger bees were flying in the sky. Before long, they formed a dark cloud in the sky. A cultivator on the side looked at Long Xiang and said, "Elder Long, what do you mean by this?" Long Xiang said in a deep voice, "Those twin stinger bees are here to cover for us. They fly in the sky, but we need to go underground." Just as he finished speaking, an insect drilled out from the ground. Upon seeing this bug, Long Xiang immediately said, "Everyone, use your earth magic and sink 10 meters into the ground." Then Long Xiang used his earth magic to sink down. Even if these cultivators didn't have earth spiritual roots, they still knew some simple earth dharma idols. Therefore, everyone used their earth magic to sink down. After sinking 10 meters into the ground, the group felt that there was nothing under their feet. Then a wave of moisture hit them. Because the place was very dark, they could only use their spiritual force to check their surroundings. Before long, they knew where they were. They were in an underground cave, and it was very humid. The cave was very big, it was as big as 5 football fields. There were stalagmites all around the cave. There were also countless dark caves around the cave. They didn't know where they led to. At this time, Long Xiang took out the luminous pearl and said to everyone, "Follow that insect." When the group heard Long Xiang, they didn't expect that there was a bug under Long Xiang's feet. Just as Long Xiang's voice fell, the bug began to crawl forward. The group followed the bug and before long, they entered a cave. The cave wasn't very big, it was only 3 meters high and 1 meter wide. There were some places that were even narrower, they could only walk sideways. Long Xiang and the others could only follow the bug, they had already lost their sense of direction. But what Long Xiang and the others didn't know was that after they used their magic to enter the cave, the twin stinger bees immediately flew away. Just as they entered the cave, a large group of Zerg appeared. These Zerg quietly laid on the ground. Before long, all the magic fluctuations disappeared. Then the Zerg drilled into the ground and disappeared. Long Xiang and the others walked for about an hour before they heard a rustling sound in front of them. Everyone stared, but the Zerg continued to move forward. Long Xiang and the others didn't stop and just followed. After making a turn in the cave, Long Xiang and the others were stunned. In front of them was a cave that wasn't big. This cave was filled with insectoids. There were too many Zergs, the entire cave was filled with them. At this moment, these Zergs were only doing one thing, and that was digging, digging with all their might. Under the attention of Long Xiang and the others, the cave started to extend bit by bit. At the same time, the Zergs were still digging with all their might, causing the cave to become longer and longer. Long Xiang and the others were stunned. They didn't think that the Zerg's digging speed would be this fast. In just a few breaths, the Zerg had already dug a 10-meter-long tunnel. At this time, the Zerg suddenly made a few squeaking sounds. Then the Zerg disappeared in an instant. Before long, all the Zerg disappeared. Long Xiang and the others stared, but then they immediately discovered that they could go through the cave and enter another one. Long Xiang and the others also understood what the Zerg meant. The Zerg only opened up 2 caves, they didn't need to keep digging. Long Xiang and the others immediately walked towards the new cave. When they arrived at the cave, they discovered that there were a lot of Zerg waiting for them. When the Zerg saw them, they immediately crawled forward. Long Xiang and the others immediately followed. They understood that these Zerg were here to guide them. After following the Zerg for 2 hours, they finally arrived at a cave. But this cave didn't have any way out. Long Xiang and the others were puzzled as they looked at the Zerg. They discovered that the Zerg were lying on the ground, they seemed to be asleep. Long Xiang looked at the appearance of the Zerg and stared. Then he immediately understood. He turned his head to the others and said, "All right, let's take a rest. Then we'll continue our journey." Everyone nodded and then sat down. Although the cave's environment wasn't very good, for Long Xiang and the others, having a place to rest was already very good. There was no need to worry about the environment. They rested for 5 hours in the cave. This was the best rest that they had in the past few days. When they heard the sound of the Zerg, they woke up. They were full of energy, their physical strength was also restored. Now, even if they were to meet a ghost cultivator, they wouldn't be afraid. However, everyone's attention was focused on the Zerg. Now that the Zerg had become their guide, they naturally had to pay attention to the Zerg. Under their gaze, the Zerg quickly climbed to the top of the cave. Then they quickly dug the ground. Before long, they drilled into the cave and disappeared. Seeing this, Long Xiang immediately said, "It seems like they want us to go up. Let's go up." Everyone nodded, then they used earth spells to separate the soil and slowly rose up. When they reached the surface, they discovered that they were in a dense forest. This forest was very dense, and there was almost no light in this forest. They had never been in such a dense forest before. Long Xiang looked around the forest and smiled bitterly. There was nothing special here, he really couldn't determine where they were. At this time, a rustling sound was heard from under Long Xiang's feet. Long Xiang looked down and saw a Zerg drilled out of the ground. On the claws of this Zerg, there was a jade slip. Long Xiang took the jade slip and glanced at it. Then his eyes lit up. He looked around before turning his head to the others and said, "Fly to the left. We'll encounter a group of 500 ghost cultivators. Once we eliminate them, we'll reach the flying ghost sex branch in another 20 li." Hearing Long Xiang's words, everyone's spirit was shaken. They were now feeling very good. Everyone had enough rest. What they needed to do now was to defeat the group of 500 ghost cultivators. Long Xiang looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's set off. The way home is right in front of us. Anyone who stands in our way, we'll beat them to the ground." Roar! Everybody replied loudly. Long Xiang burst into laughter and said, "All right, let's go." After that, he led everybody forward. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. After walking for less than an hour, Long Xiang made a hand signal. Seeing Long Xiang's hand signal, everyone knew that they were about to encounter an enemy. Everyone was on alert and picked up their weapons. Sure enough, after walking for 2 minutes, they heard voices in front of them. Long Xiang immediately led the group forward. Just as they moved, they heard a voice in front of them, "Who's there?" When Long Xiang saw that he had been discovered, he immediately said, "Let's do it." Then he moved and rushed forward. The others also shouted, "Kill," and rushed forward with Long Xiang. The ghost cultivators on the other side were also alerted. One of them shouted, "They're from the true spiritual realm. Send the signal." Long Xiang had just rushed over when those ghost cultivators came up to greet him. Both sides immediately exchanged blows. Long Xiang discovered that this group of ghost cultivators was surprisingly powerful. There were even a few Vajra realm martial artists among them. This discovery made Long Xiang very surprised. But what made Long Xiang even more surprised was that there were flashes of white light in the surroundings from time to time. This made Long Xiang very surprised. This was because he was very clear that these white lights were the light emitted by portable transmission formations. In other words, portable transmission formations can be used here. Long Xiang immediately understood what was going on. In the beginning, the ghost cultivators had sealed the entire area with an imprisonment formation, making it impossible for them to use the portable transmission formation. Just when they thought that there was no way to use the portable transmission formation, the ghost cultivators removed the imprisonment formation. This way, as long as the ghost cultivators found them, they would be able to entangle them while the other ghost cultivators would use the portable transmission formation to support them. Long Xiang looked at the ghost cultivators and angrily said, "Despicable scum." Seeing Long Xiang's expression, the ghost cultivator knew what he was thinking. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You can also be fooled. Today, none of you will be able to escape." Long Xiang looked at the increasing number of ghost cultivators around him. He couldn't help but feel despair. The number of ghost cultivators was almost the same as them. Moreover, the number of Vajra realm experts was no less than them. In this case, it was hard to predict the outcome of the battle. Most importantly, if they were delayed, more and more ghost cultivators would arrive. When the time comes, it would be impossible for them to escape. At this moment, Dragon Xiang suddenly realized that there were no more flashes of white light around him. Following that, he saw a blade light. This blade light was incomparably powerful. All the ghost cultivators in front of this blade light were killed by the blade light. When the blade light rose, heads fell. It was a delightful scene. Seeing this method of killing, Long Xiang couldn't help but be surprised. Then he happily said, "Old Dang, is that you?" Dang Wen's voice was heard, "Ha ha ha. Old Xiang. You will also be saved by him one day. Ha ha ha. Let's see how proud you are." With the addition of Dang Wen's life force, the ghost cultivators were a little flustered because of the lack of reinforcements. Under this situation, the ghost cultivators couldn't hold on any longer. As Dang Wen killed the ghost cultivators, he laughed and said, "You bastards, there's no need to wait for reinforcements. We're the ones who let these reinforcements in. Ha ha ha, there's no one who can use a portable transmission formation within 10,000 li of this place. Do some calculations, how long will it take for them to get here? Moreover, there are people obstructing them on the way. If they want to reach here, I'm afraid that you will die twice. Ha ha ha. Prepare to die." As Dang Wen spoke, the saber in his hand didn't stop. Zhao Hai and the others followed behind him. However, no one noticed that all the ghost cultivators' corpses had disappeared. The ghost cultivators resisted for more than an hour. When there were about 400 people in the death squad, they finally couldn't hold on any longer. Their defeat was inevitable. When Dragon Xiang and the others saw that the ghost cultivators were defeated, they immediately gave chase. When the ghost cultivators couldn't hold on any longer, they began to flee. Dragon Xiang, who was in high spirits, wanted to give chase. However, Dang Wen stopped him and said, "Don't chase, let's leave immediately." Dragon Xiang stared, then he looked at Dang Wen with a puzzled expression. Dang Wen said, "We were just talking about them. Their reinforcements will leave soon. We need to hurry to the Flying Phantom branch. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." Dragon Xiang stared, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai. Dang Wen looked at Dragon Xiang and said, "Your eyes are still as sharp as ever." Ha ha ha. Right, all of this was Zhao Hai's idea. Although I'm the one who pointed the way, the one who's really in charge is Zhao Hai. Dragon Xiang nodded, then he said, "Let's go back first. We can't let them block us here. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." Dang Wen nodded, then he led the group towards the Flying Phantom branch. During the entire process, Zhao Hai didn't say a word. His presence was the weakest, but nobody dared to ignore him. 10 li was nothing for cultivators. In less than the time it takes to make a cup of tea, they arrived at the Flying Phantom branch. The Flying Phantom branch didn't seem to have changed on the surface. It was already destroyed beyond recognition. One couldn't see that Zhao Hai and the others had been here before. After everyone arrived at the flying phantom branch, Dang Wen turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, Zhao Hai, let's begin." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out pieces of jade essence and placed them on the center of the transmission formation. Because they were transporting a lot of people this time, and they didn't have anything with strong energy, Zhao Hai could only place jade essence on the center of the formation to provide energy for the formation. At this time, a large number of ghost cultivators suddenly rushed over. When Dragon Xiang saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He took out his weapon and said, "How long will Zhao Hai take? I'll take some people to stall those guys." Dang Wen waved his hand and said, "Alright, let's rest for a while. Zhao Hai has already prepared a defensive formation here. As long as we activate the formation, Zhao Hai will be able to set up the transmission formation. The rest is up to us." Dragon Xiang stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "This kid is a talent. If we can't catch him, then it would be a pity." Dang Wen looked at Dragon Xiang, then he sneered and said, "You only know now? Last time, you actually made a move against Zhao Hai. Humph, if it weren't for Zhao Hai's magnanimity, then we wouldn't have cared about your life and death." When Dragon Xiang heard Dang Wen, his face couldn't help but turn red as he said, "It's my fault. But you should know that with my position, there are some things that I can't do. Actually, I didn't want to hurt Zhao Hai, I just wanted to capture him and send him back to the true spiritual realm." Dang Wen coldly snorted and said, "Who knows if what you said is true or false? Forget it, if you didn't remind me, then I would have fought with you." Dragon Xiang looked around and discovered that Lei Jian and the others were very far away. This time, the Hegemon Sword sect and the other two sects had suffered heavy losses. Less than 10% of the disciples they brought were still alive. One must know that these disciples were all elites. Losing so many of them meant that the Hegemon Sword sect and the other two sects' losses weren't small. It was enough to make them feel pain for a while. While the two were talking, the ghost cultivators had already arrived at the periphery of the flying ghost branch hall. They surrounded the entire hall before they aggressively rushed forward. But at this time, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared and blocked them. When the ghost cultivators saw the barrier, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. They immediately attacked the barrier. However, the barrier only shook twice and didn't break. The ghost cultivators stared, then they attacked the shields even more vigorously. However, the shields were still fine. At this time, Zhao Hai returned to Dang Wen's side and said, "Elder Dang, Elder Long, the traditional transportation formation is ready. We can go now." Dang Wen nodded and said, "Elder Dang, Elder Long, the formation is ready." Dragon Xiang nodded, then he looked at the huge transmission formation and said, "Where does the transmission formation lead? Don't let the ghost cultivators take advantage of it." Zhao Hai replied, "Don't worry, the transmission formation has a self-destruct function. After we use it, the transmission formation will explode. At the same time, the defensive formation will automatically lose its effect. When the time comes, the explosion will cause some losses to the ghost cultivators. But aside from a big hole, there won't be anything left here." Dragon Xiang nodded, then he said, "Alright, Zhao Hai, thank you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder Long is too polite." Dragon Xiang nodded and didn't say anything. However, he could hear that Zhao Hai's words had a trace of estrangement. But Dragon Xiang could only sigh. He knew that he had offended Zhao Hai this time. Moreover, because of him, Zhao Hai had some opinions about the Dragon Clan. Now that he had no other choice, he could only try to make up for it in the future. After thinking about this, Dragon Xiang couldn't help but hate Lei Jian and the others even more. If it weren't for Lei Jian and the others, then there wouldn't be any conflict between him and Zhao Hai. It was all their fault. However, Dragon Xiang didn't show it. He just looked at the group and then loudly said, "Everyone, gather here. We're going back." Everyone happily responded and gathered around Dragon Xiang. But when they gathered, their happy mood couldn't help but decrease. This was because after the previous battle, their numbers had decreased from 1,000 to less than 600. Half of them had died. How could they feel good about this? A white light flashed before everyone's eyes. Then they smelled the fragrance of the earth as well as the smell of sunlight. They hadn't smelled this smell for a long time. Although there was light in the underground world, there wasn't the smell of sunlight. In the past, they enjoyed the sunlight every day and didn't take it seriously. But now that they lost the sunlight, they realized the benefits of sunlight. Everyone looked around and discovered that they were in a plain. The place they were in was actually a large transmission formation. However, this transmission formation seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Everyone looked around in confusion. Dangwon looked around before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, where are we? How come I don't think I've been here before?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "When I went out last time, I saw the ruins of a sect. This sect was destroyed by the ghost cultivators. In the ruins, there was a large transmission formation. But at that time, the transmission formation was broken. So I repaired it and prepared to use it if I had the chance. I didn't expect to use it this time. This place can be said to be the domain of the devil cultivators. But since there's no spatial imprisonment formation here, you can use the transmission formation to return to your sect." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone felt relieved. However, the way they looked at Zhao Hai was different. In this operation, Zhao Hai could be said to be the most outstanding existence among them. They were now envious of him. Long Xiang looked at everyone and sighed softly. He didn't know if this operation was a success or a failure for them. If it was a success, it was indeed the first time they lost so many people in the underground world. It really couldn't be considered a success. To say that it was a failure wasn't necessarily the case. This was because their operation this time was the one with the most gains. It couldn't be considered a failure. In the end, it was hard to say whether it was a success or a failure. However, for Long Xiang, this operation was indeed a failure. This was because Long Xiang had offended Zhao Hai. This was the biggest failure of the operation. However, Prime Minister Long also knew that this wasn't the time to think about these things. He still had a lot of things to do. Prime Minister Long coughed, attracting everyone's attention. Then he said, "Everyone, we've arrived home. I think everyone wants to go home as soon as possible. Then everyone can go home now. The rewards will be given to you later, so please don't worry about it." Prime Minister Long coughed, attracting everyone's attention. When everyone heard Minister Long's words, they all responded with a loud bang. Then, they cupped their fists towards Minister Long and turned around to leave. Only Minister Long, the Long family's disciples and the Tyrant's Blade School's disciples didn't leave. Long Xiang looked at the Long family's disciples, then looked at the Tyrant's Blade School's disciples, then he said, "Everyone, we have to go back and report." "Right, Little Hai, are you going to the Long family or the Tyrant's Blade School?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I ask Elder to forgive me. My wife and the others have already returned to the Tyrant's Blade School. I want to see them first before returning to the Long family." Minister Long nodded and said, "All right, you can go back whenever you want. The Long family's door will always be open for you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Zhao Hai understands." Minister Long cupped his fists towards Dangwon before he led the Long family's disciples away. Dangwon looked at the place where Minister Long and the others disappeared and coldly snorted, "This old Xiang is getting more and more outrageous." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Forget it, Elder Dang. Elder Long also has his own difficulties. Let's go back." Dangwon nodded, then he said, "All right, let's go back and take a look. This time, we owe the True Dao sect a big favor. We have to find a way to repay this favor." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the people from the True Dao sect unconditionally supported us this time. No matter what their purpose is, we should repay them." Dangwon nodded and said, "Let's go back and talk about it. The Tyrant's Blade School has always repaid kindness with kindness and hatred with kindness. If someone helped us, we would repay them. If someone schemed against us, then we wouldn't be polite." Zhao Hai understood what Dangwon meant. This time, the Tyrant's Blade School, the Imperial Beast sect, and the Peerless Sword faction had plotted against them. It would be strange if the Tyrant's Blade School didn't take revenge. Seeing that it was getting late, Dangwon turned to the group and said, "All right, let's go back to the sect." Everyone responded and then activated the transmission formation on their bodies and returned to the sect. After returning to the sect, they gave a simple greeting before returning to their own residences. Zhao Hai also returned to his courtyard where Laura and the others were waiting for him. Besides Laura and the others, the Yinyang elders were also present. Laura and the others were originally in the Long family's residence. But when Long Xiang attacked Zhao Hai, they immediately returned to the Tyrant's Blade School. Although this might make the Long family suspect that Zhao Hai was related to them, they didn't care. They knew that if they didn't do this, then the Long family would turn hostile and Laura and the others would be in danger. Therefore, Laura and the others immediately left the Long family's residence and returned to the Tyrant's Blade School. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned safely, Lao and the others relaxed. After Zhao Hai gave the Yinyang elders a salute, he returned to the living room with the two elders. After everyone was seated, Eldarine opened his mouth and said, "Little Hai, how was it? Did the operation go smoothly?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Fortunately, nothing too dangerous happened. Only an accident happened at noon." Then Zhao Hai told the Yinyang elders everything that happened in the underworld. When the Yinyang elders heard that Zhao Hai was plotted against by the Tyrant Sword sect, their eyes couldn't help but narrow. Elder Yang coldly snorted and said, "It seems like the Tyrant Sword sect didn't learn their lesson. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to deal with you. Their courage isn't small." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Looking at the Tyrant Sword sect's actions, I know that they wouldn't be able to grow any further. They can no longer be a threat to us." Eldarine looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Oh, Little Hai, why do you say that?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Tyrant Sword sect was supposed to be an unparalleled hegemon. But look at them now, they don't have any domineering aura. They have a lot of crafty plots and machinations, but their domineering aura has long since disappeared." When Eldarine heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "You can't say that. Everyone knows how to scheme, even us. Cultivators are all like this." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You can't say that." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Everyone can use schemes and machinations, but it depends on when and how they are used. The Tyrant Sword sect scheme this time wasn't very good. At that time, we were still in the underground world, we weren't out of danger yet. If they were to scheme at that time, they would have gotten themselves into trouble. Moreover, their scheme was too obvious. Even if Elder Long Xiang didn't see through their scheme at that time, he would have thought about it later. Although they caused a conflict between me and the Long family, Elder Long Xiang would still hold a grudge against them." Eldarine couldn't help but nod, then he said, "This time, the Tyrant Sword sect really went too far. It's time to teach them a lesson." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Although the Tyrant Sword sect scheme wasn't very good, we were still able to see some things from it." Eldarine looked puzzled at Zhao Hai and said, "Some things? What things?" Zhao Hai replied, "An alliance. Right now, the Hegemon Sword sect, the Imperial Beast sect, and the Peerless Sword faction seem to want to form an alliance. If they form an alliance, then the threat to us would be even greater." When the Yinyang elders heard Zhao Hai, their complexion couldn't help but turn solemn. They also agreed with Zhao Hai. If the Tyrant Sword sect, the Imperial Beast sect, and the Peerless Sword sect really formed an alliance, then the strength of their alliance would be able to suppress the Tyrant's Blade sect and the Truth Dao sect. At that time, whether it was the Tyrant's Blade sect or the Truth Dao sect, they wouldn't have an easy time. Seeing that the two were silent, Zhao Hai continued, "But we also have an advantage, and that is our relationship with the Long family. I'm now a member of the Long family. The Long family has wronged me in this operation, so I think they will certainly compensate me. If we take this opportunity to discuss with the Long family and form an alliance with them, then there's a high chance that we will succeed." Zhao Hai nodded. The Yinyang elders' eyes couldn't help but light up. The Long family used to rule the entire real spiritual world. Even if it wasn't as powerful as it used to be, its foundation was so deep that no other sect could compare to it. If they could really form an alliance with the Long family, then the benefits for the Tyrant's Blade School would be too great. Zhao Hai looked at the Yinyang elders and said, "But even if we can form an alliance with the Long family, it would be a secret alliance. The Long family wouldn't openly acknowledge our alliance. If the Long family does so, then they would lose their status in the continent. I don't think the Long family would do that. Therefore, they might form an alliance with us, but it would be a secret alliance, it would never be made public. The Yin-Yang elders nodded. Although the Yin-Yang elders were somewhat disappointed, they had to admit that Zhao Hai was right. The reason why the Long family could still exist after losing their status in the continent was because of their transcendent status. They wouldn't form an alliance with other sects, nor would they care about the enmity between two sections. They treated all sects the same. This was the only way for people to trust them. If the Long family were to form an alliance with other sects one day, then their transcendent status would disappear. They would then become an ordinary force in the spiritual world. This wasn't necessarily a good thing for the Long family. Of course, with the current strength of the Long family, no one would easily provoke them. However, it was impossible for them to mingle with any cultivator alliance like they were doing now. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for the Long family. The main thing was to see if the Long family was ambitious. If they were, then forming an alliance would be a good thing. If they weren't, then forming an alliance would be a bad thing. If the Long clan was ambitious, then it would be a good thing to form an alliance with the Su family. This was because of the Long clan status. The Long clan status was too high, it was like they were an unworldly expert. Because they were always high up, people would look up to them. However, you wouldn't think that an unworldly expert could become an emperor, they wouldn't even be able to be an official. This was the case for the Long clan. They were an otherworldly expert in the True Spirit sect. No one dared to provoke them. However, this status still drew a line between the Long clan and the other powers in the True Spirit world. If the Long clan wanted to become the new ruler of the True Spirit world, they must break this line. How could they break this line? The method was very simple. If they form an alliance with the Long clan and openly intervene in the affairs of the True Spirit sect, then this line would be broken. People would suddenly think that the Long clan was also a part of the True Spirit realm. They were just a force of the True Spirit realm, nothing special about them. If others had this idea, then the Long clan wouldn't be able to maintain their status. If you form an alliance with someone, then you would offend someone else. This way, the other party would naturally deal with you. Naturally, the Long clan's status wouldn't be high. Zhao Hai believed that the Long clan didn't have any thoughts of dominating the True Spirit realm. This was because the Long clan had an enemy, a very troublesome enemy. This enemy was the Ghost Cultivators. The Ghost Cultivators were a branch of the Long clan. Moreover, the Ghost Cultivators were focused on dealing with the Long clan. In this case, it was almost impossible for the Long clan to dominate the True Spirit realm. Because of this, even if the Long clan were to form an alliance with the Tyrannical Blade School, they would only do so in secret. Even if the Tyrannical Blade School were to say that they had formed an alliance with the Long clan would certainly stand up and deny it. But no matter what, if the Tyrannical Blade School were to form an alliance with the Long clan, then the Long clan would certainly stand up and defend the Tyrannical Blade School. Only the Long clan could do this. After all, the Long clan's strength and prestige were well known. Nobody would dare underestimate the Long clan. Zhao Hai told the Yin-Yang elders about the situation in the underworld. After the two elders left, Laura immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do we really have to endure this?" "You can endure it, but I can't." Zhao Hai looked at Laura's expression and then he smiled and said, "Endure it? How is that possible?" "However, we have to wait for an opportunity. When the opportunity comes, we will naturally take revenge on the Hegemon Sword sect." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What opportunity?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's a good opportunity." This time, the Long clan led the other sects to the underworld. If the Ghost Cultivators don't retaliate, then that would be strange. Because of this, the Ghost Cultivators would certainly retaliate against the great sects of the True Spirit realm. This is our opportunity. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and thoughtfully said, "Brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What I mean is that if the Ghost Cultivators don't have enough troops, then I can support them. In any case, I have a lot of Ghost Cultivators and undead inside the space. I'm itching to do something." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura couldn't help but stare. Then she and the others laughed. Megan looked at Laura and said, "Elder sister, I didn't say that Brother Hai wouldn't let himself suffer a loss without fighting back. What do you think?" I was right. Laura chuckled and said, Brother Hai, I'm afraid you've already thought about how to retaliate against the Hegemon sword sect. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come up with this idea. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Of course I've already thought about it. There are a lot of people who want to deal with me. If I don't retaliate, then would I still be Zhao Hai? Laura and the others laughed even louder. They knew that the Hegemon sword sect, the Imperial Beast sect, and a Peerless Sword faction were out of luck. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be too high-profile. This was because there were too many experts in the True Spirit realm. Especially in the True Spirit realm, the highest level was the Void-Piercing realm. If such an expert could enter the space, then Zhao Hai would be in big trouble. Because of this, he kept a low profile. Although his abilities were great, there weren't a lot of people who knew about it. Even if there were people who knew about it, they wouldn't talk about it. Outsiders would only think that Zhao Hai was a genius cultivator with a very fast cultivation speed. But now, Zhao Hai was different. Although he still didn't dare to be too high profile, he was now able to use methods that he didn't dare to use in the past. The reason why he was so courageous was because he had the strength in his hands. When he first arrived in the True Spirit realm, he couldn't release the undead from the space. Even if he could release them, their fighting strength was too low, they wouldn't be able to help him at all. Therefore, he had to rely on himself for everything. Naturally, the more low-key he was, the better. But now, things were different. Zhao Hai had a lot of powerful cultivators in the space. These cultivators were received after arriving in the True Spirit realm. The strongest cultivators in the space were Teleportation realm cultivators. This was already enough to make Zhao Hai feel confident. But now, Zhao Hai had 3 Vajra realm ghost cultivators in the space. The Yin-Yang elders were only Vajra realm ghost cultivators. In the Tyrant's Blade Gate, they were already considered experts. But now, Zhao Hai had 3 ghost cultivators on the same level as the Yin-Yang elders. One could imagine where Zhao Hai's confidence came from. Although Zhao Hai's strength wasn't very strong, he was still able to contend with Teleportation realm cultivators. Additionally, he had the Long family and the Tyrant's Blade Gate behind him. The Tyrant's Blade Gate was very protective of their own people. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then the Tyrant's Blade Gate would certainly step forward. The situation of the Long family was similar. Although the Long family wasn't known for their protective nature, there weren't many people in the continent who had offended the Long family and didn't receive any retaliation. It could be seen that the Long family wasn't a kind family. At this time, Zhao Hai's status in the Tyrant's Blade Gate was very high. The Tyrant's Blade Gate attached great importance to him. On the other hand, the Long family felt that they had wronged Zhao Hai. Because of this, they would work harder to win over Zhao Hai. If someone dared to make a move against Zhao Hai, then the Long family would be the first to stand up for him. With these two forces, the number of people who would dare to make a move against Zhao Hai could be counted on one's fingers. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai dared to report to the Tyrant's Sword sect. Moreover, he was borrowing the hands of ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators carried death chi. Therefore, if Zhao Hai were to release his undead and use ghost cultivators' techniques to retaliate against the Tyrant's Sword sect and the other 2 sects, nobody would doubt it. As time passed, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the True Spirit continent for about 10 days. The continent was very calm during these 10 days. However, Zhao Hai heard from the elders of the Tyrant's Blade Gate that everyone who participated in the underground operation had received rewards. Moreover, the rewards were very generous. Naturally, Zhao Hai also received one, and it was the most generous one. However, none of the participants objected to this. This was because they knew that if it weren't for Zhao Hai, then they would have to stay in the underground world forever. At that time, they were chased by ghost cultivators like dogs. During these 10 days, Zhao Hai didn't do anything. He just stayed in the Tyrant's Blade Gate. However, he was preparing to go out. He wanted to go back to the Long family and see his children. Half a month after Zhao Hai returned to the True Spirit realm, he led Laura and the others back to the Long family. When the family returned to Coiling Dragon City, they were immediately welcomed by the Long family. This was especially true for the parents of the children that Zhao Hai taught them. Although the Long family was now educating their children according to Zhao Hai's methods, the Long family had also made some improved machines to train the children. However, the children were dispirited. This was the reason why the parents were having headaches. The children seemed to like Zhao Hai teaching them martial arts. If other people were to teach them, they wouldn't be able to raise their spirits. When Long Dingtian heard that Zhao Hai had returned to Coiling Dragon City with his wife, his heart couldn't help but relax. When Long Xiang came back and told him about what happened in the underworld, Long Dingtian couldn't help but get angry. Long Dingtian didn't expect that the person that he tried to win over would be offended by Long Xiang. Moreover, the person was offended in such a way that it was hard to say whether Zhao Hai would be able to return to the Long family in the future. However, at the same time, Long Dingtian had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's abilities. Not to mention anything else, Long Dingtian knew from Long Xiang when Long Xiang made a move against Zhao Hai. After calculating the time that Laura and the others left, Long Dingtian immediately thought that Zhao Hai must have used some unknown method to inform Laura and the others to leave. No matter what method he used, this proved that Zhao Hai's strength was formidable. Being able to travel so far and in such a short period of time under the watchful eyes of others was enough to prove his strength. With regards to such a talent, how could Long Dingtian not be fond of him? Because of this, when Long Dingtian heard that Zhao Hai had returned, he immediately went to Zhao Hai's courtyard. There were a lot of people inside Zhao Hai's courtyard. The children were running around the courtyard while the parents were chatting with Zhao Hai and the others. They didn't look like formidable cultivators, instead, they looked like ordinary people. Upon seeing Long Dingtian arrive, everyone stood up and gave him a salute. Long Dingtian waved his hand and smiled, "All right, you don't need to be so polite. Take a seat. I heard that Little Hai had returned, so I came to see him. Little Hai, while you weren't here, I didn't have any interest in drinking. Ha ha ha. Today, you have to accompany me for a few drinks." Long Dingtian smiled and said, "All right, you don't need to be so polite." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Since you've said it, then I wouldn't dare to disagree. Rest assured, I'll certainly accompany you for a drink today." Long Dingtian nodded, then he looked at the people in the room. The people immediately left. After everyone left, Long Dingtian turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I've already heard about what happened in the underground world. This was Long Xiang's fault, I hope you don't take offense." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the people in the room. When Zhao Hai heard Long Dingtian, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Elder, you're too polite. I'm not angry. I know that in his position, there would be many pairs of eyes staring at him. I also know what he needs to consider. Therefore, I'm not angry, really." When Long Dingtian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but relax. At the same time, he sighed and said, "It's good that you can understand. Although our Long family seems to be doing well, there aren't a lot of people who take us seriously. Unfortunately, because of our current status, there are a lot of things that the Long family can't do. This makes people think that the Long family is afraid of them. Because of this, they are getting more and more excessive. It's time for the Long family to show our strength. We need to let those people understand that the Long family isn't someone that they can easily scheme against." Long Dingtian sighed. When Zhao Hai heard Long Dingtian, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Long Jiatian's reaction would be this intense. Looking at Long Dingtian's expression, it seems like he wanted to retaliate against the Hegemon sword sect. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Just like what Long Dingtian said before, although the Long family's status was high, there weren't many people who really treated them as their home. This was because these people didn't know the strength of the Long family. Perhaps in their opinion, the Long family was just a has-been family. It's just that they couldn't find a balance between them and the Long family. In these people's opinion, if they don't praise the Long family, then the Long family would be nothing. They could just flip their hand and destroy the Long family. Because of this, they didn't have any respect for the Long family. Otherwise, Lei Jian wouldn't have schemed against Long Xiang in public. As for the Long family, their situation was very special. They cared too much about their status. It can be said that this status has become a shackle that locked the Long family. The Long family can't do this, they can't do that, they can't offend this person, they can't offend that person, they can't offend that person unless they really hurt the Long family or their children. The Long family could only endure. However, they didn't know that it was precisely because of their tolerance that these people became more and more arrogant. They were now openly challenging the dignity of the Long family. Fortunately, the Long family wasn't stupid. They discovered some problems from Long Jian's actions and felt a trace of vigilance. It was precisely because of this that Long Dingtian's words came out. In Long Dingtian's opinion, it was time for the Long family to move. If a tiger just lay there and didn't move, then a mouse would think that it was a piece of meat and would take a bite out of it. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai, who was silent for a long time. He couldn't help but ask, "Little Hai, what's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Zhao Hai recovered, then he smiled and said, "Nothing. Elder, if you want to provoke a conflict between the Long family and the Hegemon sword sect because of me, then I don't think it's necessary. Now isn't the time for conflict. I'm afraid that the ghost cultivators will come for revenge soon. We should deal with them properly. Otherwise, the entire True Spirit continent would be in big trouble." Long Dingtian nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you don't need to worry about this matter. Let's go and have a drink. We'll talk about these troublesome things later." Then he picked up Zhao Hai and walked out. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the screen in front of him. At this time, the screen was showing the situation of a battlefield. And this battlefield wasn't just some random place, it was a branch of the Tyrant's Blade School. At this time, the branch of the Tyrant's Blade School was besieged by ghost cultivators. The situation of this branch wasn't very good, but Zhao Hai didn't help. This was because he was currently in the Long family's territory. If he went out to help, then the Tyrant's Blade School would be suspicious. This was the first place where the Tyrant's Blade School was attacked. At the same time, this place was also the 10th place where the ghost cultivators attacked. It was because of this that Zhao Hai became suspicious. He felt that something was fishy. The Tyrant's Blade School wasn't one of the top sects in the True Spirit realm. If one really wanted to rank them, then the Tyrant's Blade School would at most be in the top 50. However, the Tyrant's Blade School was famous for being unyielding. Moreover, the Tyrant's Blade School was known for being unyielding. Nobody would easily provoke the Tyrant's Blade School. However, Zhao Hai discovered that in recent years, the number of attacks on the Tyrant's Blade School seemed to be slowly increasing. This was unimaginable. The ghost cultivators attacking the Tyrant's Blade School wasn't a deterrent to the other sections. They also couldn't swallow the Tyrant's Blade School. In this case, the ghost cultivators attacking the Tyrant's Blade School was very strange. Laura and the others were sitting next to Zhao Hai. They were also looking at the screen. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's going on? Why do I feel like the news of the Tyrant's Blade School being attacked recently? Do the ghost cultivators think that the Tyrant's Blade School is their enemy?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "You're wrong. It's not only the Tyrant's Blade School, the True Dao sect was also attacked. There were also several sects that had good relations with the Tyrant's Blade School." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, her eyes couldn't help but shrink as she said, "Brother Hai, you mean that someone is colluding with the ghost cultivators?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "What's new about this in the True Spirit realm? During the war between the ghost cultivators and the True Spiritual realm, how many sects colluded with the ghost cultivators?" Laura's expression also changed. Laura and the others respected the Yin Yang elders. In their opinion, the Yin Yang elders were the elders of their family. Laura and the others also regarded the Tyrant's Blade School as their own home. Now that their home was attacked, and the reason for the attack was most likely their neighbors colluding with outsiders. This made Laura and the others unable to bear it. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai looked at the screen, then he slowly closed his eyes and said, "Wait, don't worry. The Tyrant's Blade Gate isn't that easy to deal with. You've dealt with them once, so the Tyrant's Blade Gate will certainly react. They won't let the ghost cultivators have a good time. When the time comes, the Long family will certainly react. And the Long family will certainly be attacked by the ghost cultivators." Laura looked at the screen and bitterly said, "Then we'll endure for a while." "But Brother Hai, when do you think the Long family will react?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They'll react soon. Don't forget, the Long family is a taboo to the ghost cultivators. They're already here. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door of his small courtyard. Meg immediately went to open the door. When she opened the door, she saw Long Dingtian standing outside. Beside him was Long Xiang. When Zhao Hai returned to the Long family, Long Dingtian invited Zhao Hai to drink with him. In the end, when they arrived at the hotel, Zhao Hai saw Long Xiang waiting for him. In the hotel, Long Xiang formally apologized to Zhao Hai. Naturally, the conflict between Zhao Hai and Long Xiang didn't exist. Long Xiang's role in the Long family was similar to LV Lin's role in the Tyrant's Blade sect. He belonged to the Long family's war hall. Naturally, he wasn't the hall master, but he was close. Seeing the two arrive, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the two and said, Elder Long Xiang, why did you come? Please come in. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, did you receive any news? Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Long Dingtian and said, Received news? What news? Long Dingtian replied, Several sects in the continent have been attacked by the ghost cultivators. It seems like the ghost cultivators' attack is coming soon. Zhao Hai invited the two to the living room. After sitting down, Zhao Hai said, Do you know which sects have been attacked by the ghost cultivators? Long Dingtian stared, then he asked, What does this have to do with it? Zhao Hai replied, It has a lot to do with it. When the ghost cultivators retaliate in the true spirit world, their attacks are the fiercest at the beginning. Their retaliation is also the most ruthless. The sects that are attacked at this time are the ones that the ghost cultivators hate the most. Or it can be said that the ghost cultivators attack the sects that they don't like the most in the true spirit world. It's even possible that the ghost cultivators are colluding with the ghost cultivators. Long Dingtian's eyes shrunk as he said, You mean to say that the sects that are being attacked are colluding with the ghost cultivators? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, No, but I want to know which sects have been attacked by the ghost cultivators the most recently. That way, we can roughly know which sects the ghost cultivators despise. Then we can see which sects didn't suffer a lot of losses when attacked by the ghost cultivators. Naturally, this is only a speculation. In the end, it's hard to say which sects are colluding with the ghost cultivators. Zhao Hai shook his head. Long Dingtian nodded, then he turned to Minister Long and said, Minister Long, give the things that Little Hai wants. We must find which sects are colluding with the ghost cultivators. When the time comes, we'll be prepared. Minister Long nodded and said, Yes, second uncle can rest assured. I'll take care of this. Long Dingtian nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, I can tell you that the Tyrant's Blade sect is one of the sects that have been attacked in the continent. Zhao Hai's eyes shrunk, but he didn't show any extreme reaction. He looked at Long Dingtian and said, What's the situation with the Tyrant's Blade sect? Long Dingtian replied, The losses aren't small. Several of their branches have been destroyed. Zhao Hai's eyes turned cold, then he said, Elder, I want to go back to the Tyrant's Blade sect and take a look. I want to see what kind of tricks these devil beasts are playing. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, You don't need to worry. You should know about the Tyrant's Blade sect's situation. Although they've suffered a small loss, it's not serious. Zhao Hai replied, I know. The Tyrant's Blade sect's defenses have always been good. It would be difficult for the ghost cultivators to attack the sect. However, I'm still worried. I want to go back and take a look. Long Dingtian nodded and said, Then let's go back. Right, our Long family is preparing a plan to support the Tyrant's Blade School. When the time comes, the Long family will send people to the Tyrant's Blade School. Rest assured, the Tyrant's Blade School will be fine. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Long Dingtian and said, Elder, you must be careful. If the Long family goes to support the Tyrant's Blade sect, then they might go and support the other sections. When the time comes, if Coiling Dragon City's defenses aren't strong enough, then it's possible that the ghost cultivators will seize the opportunity. Long Dingtian stared, then he waved his hand and said, You don't need to worry about Coiling Dragon City. Our Long family has been building Coiling Dragon City for many years. It can be said that the city is impregnable. The ghost cultivators won't be able to take it. When Zhao Hai heard Long Dingtian, he understood what Long Dingtian meant. Coiling Dragon City had been peaceful for too long. Although the Long family was still vigilant, this didn't mean that they wouldn't slack off. Perhaps in Long Dingtian's eyes, Coiling Dragon City would never be breached. However, Zhao Hai knew that there was no city in this world that couldn't be breached. No matter how well a city was built, there would always be a day when it would be breached. Coiling Dragon City was the same. However, he also knew that it was useless to say these things right now. If he said too much, then it would only cause the Long family to be disgusted. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't say much, he just nodded and said, "That's good. Elder, I'll be heading back to the Tyrant's Blade sect with Laura and the others. Do you have any other orders?" Long Dingtian thought for a moment, then he said, "I know about the Tyrant's Blade sect's situation. There shouldn't be any problems there. In that case, I hope that you can bring some of the Long family's children there. You might not know, but after learning martial arts from you, other people wouldn't be able to teach them. They can only be handed over to you." Upon hearing Long Dingtian, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Elder doesn't need to worry about this. Leave it to me." Long Dingtian nodded, then he said, "All right, I'll tell the children's parents that this is a trial. I hope that the children will be well." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. "All right, then I'll tell the children's parents that this is a trial." Long Dingtian and Long Xiang stood up. Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I'll leave the children to you. Remember, these children are the hope of the Long family. Nothing must happen to them right now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder can rest assured, I guarantee that nothing will happen to the children." Long Dingtian nodded, then he followed Long Xiang outside. After Long Dingtian left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, let's prepare. We'll return to the Tyrant's Blade sect immediately." Laura and the others nodded, then they immediately went to prepare. Actually, they didn't have much to prepare here. They only prepared some things that they could use on their person and then put them inside the space. Before long, a large group of children arrived at Zhao Hai's courtyard. The children's parents were also following behind them. Each and every one of them had a worried expression on their faces. On the contrary, the children looked very excited. Zhao Hai looked at the children and couldn't help but smile bitterly. These children didn't look like they were going to the battlefield. On the contrary, each and every one of them looked very excited, as if they were going on an outing. It can be said that newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. They simply didn't know how dangerous the battlefield was. At this time, a parent arrived in front of Zhao Hai and gave a bow to Zhao Hai. "Mister, please take care of our children. I hope that Mister can take care of them." Zhao Hai quickly returned the courtesy and said, "You're too polite. Rest assured, I'll certainly take care of them." The parents came to greet Zhao Hai one by one. After an hour, Zhao Hai brought the children to the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, they disappeared from Coiling Dragon City. In Yuanyu Peak's courtyard, a white light suddenly flashed as Zhao Hai's figure appeared in the courtyard along with a group of children. When these children appeared in the courtyard, they immediately looked around curiously. Zhao Hai looked at the children and couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Chiu Tai and said, "Little Tai, lead these children to our courtyard." Chiu Tai nodded and immediately led the children away. Because Chiu Tai had been with Zhao Hai these past few days, the children knew that Chiu Tai was Zhao Hai's disciple. Moreover, with Chiu Tai's strength, he naturally became the leader of these children. Just as Zhao Hai appeared in the courtyard, the Yin Yang elders arrived as well. When they saw the children, they couldn't help but stare. However, they immediately understood who these children were. However, they didn't care about the children as they quickly walked towards Zhao Hai. Then the Yin elder turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Do you know about the situation of the sect?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know a bit from the Long family, but I'm not very clear about the specifics." "Master, let's go inside and talk." The Yin Yang elders nodded, then they followed Zhao Hai into Yuanyu Peak's living room. After everyone sat down, Elder Yang said, "The current situation in the sect isn't very optimistic. In the past few days, more than a dozen branches have been attacked. Although we made some preparations before, it's clear that our preparations weren't sufficient. The attacks of the ghost cultivators are very fierce." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "What kind of measures did the sect take?" Eldarine said in a deep voice, right now, the sect is thinking of ways to find those ghost cultivators. Moreover, the entire sect has activated the confinement array to prevent the other party's portable transmission array from working. But right now, the sect wants to find those guys and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, that's also good. Our people are concentrated in the various branches. If the enemy attacks a branch, they would have to fly over. However, we can provide support through fixed transmission formations. This way, we can lead them one step ahead. Zhao Hai nodded. Eldarine nodded and said, this is indeed the case. However, this order was only issued 2 days ago. Therefore, the previous branches were destroyed by the ghost cultivators. Zhao Hai said, didn't we leave any survivors in the previous branches? Even if the other party wants to destroy our branch, it's impossible for the people in the branch to not resist. If they see that things aren't going well, they will definitely come back through the transmission formation to ask for help. How could they be destroyed so easily? Zhao Hai nodded. Eldarine said in a deep voice, this is also the most strange thing about us. We don't know how the other party managed to kill all of us. This is too strange. Eldarine nodded, what's strange is that we don't know. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, now it seems that there is only one possibility. The ghost cultivators have a formation that can seal the entire space. Our portable transmission formations and fixed transmission formations can't be used. Even if the people in the branch wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, now it seems that there is only one possibility. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin-Yang elders' expression couldn't help but change. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Elder Yang said, is this possible? Would the ghost cultivators really use this method to deal with us? Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's absolutely possible. The ghost cultivators have 2 advantages. First, they can eat our branch. Second, because of the failure of the fixed transmission formations, we can't use our portable transmission formations to support them. This way, they would have enough time to eat our branch. This method is very similar to the method we used to deal with the ghost cultivators. They are also using it as a reference. Eldarine frowned and said, if this is the case, then what should we do? The ghost cultivators will certainly use this method to deal with us. If we don't think of a way to break it, then wouldn't we be letting the ghost cultivators take advantage of us? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Master, you don't need to be nervous. Right now, we need to research a way to break the imprisonment formation. As long as we install this formation in the various halls, we can guarantee that the transmission formation can operate normally. This way, the enemy's plot would be broken. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Master, you don't need to be nervous. When the Yin-Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. Elder Yang said, then we'll tell the sect master about your plan and have the elders immediately research it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. But we also need to listen to the formation elders' opinion. If they can't make the formation in a short time, then we'll have to think of another way. Zhao Hai nodded. Eldarine couldn't sit still, he stood up and said to Zhao Hai, I'll go to the sect master now. At the same time, I'll also listen to the elders' opinion and see when they can make the transmission formations. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, master. Is the main hall all right? Eldarine waved his hand and said, let old Yang tell you. Then a white light flashed and disappeared. Elder Yang looked at Zhao Hai and said, the main hall is all right. The ghost cultivators don't dare to come here. Since you were attacked last time, the main hall has been strengthened. You don't need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Master, when did the ghost cultivators attack? Are there other sects that were attacked as well? Elder Yang nodded and said, yes, several other sects were also attacked. Even the Truth Dao sect was attacked. This attack started 2 months after you came back from the underground world. At first, it was just a small-scale battle. We thought that it was a retaliatory attack by the ghost cultivators, so we didn't take it to heart. But now, it seems that this isn't the case. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like that. It seems like the previous attacks were just the ghost cultivators probing us. Now that they're done, they're going to launch an all-out attack. Master, I think we should make more preparations. What we're doing now is just to think that the ghost cultivators are retaliating. But what if the ghost cultivators don't just want to do this? What if they want to deal with the tyrannical Blade sect? What if the ghost cultivators collude with the great sects to deal with us? If that's the case, then our preparations are far from enough. When Elder Yang heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He hesitated for a moment before he nodded and said, "That's possible. Zhao Hai, I'll go and see the sect master. You stay here and don't leave. When the time comes, the sect might summon you for a meeting." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Elder Yang's body flashed with white light before he disappeared. After Elder Yang left, Laura opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, do you think that's possible? Would there really be a sect that colluded with the ghost cultivators to deal with us?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know. But it's better to be prepared early. If the ghost cultivators really colluded with the great sects of the true spirit field to deal with us, then we'll be in a lot of trouble. After all, the great sects of the true spirit field always have spies in other sects. If that's the case, then the ghost cultivators might already know about the tyrannical Blade sect's situation. When the time comes, it's not impossible for them to suddenly attack the tyrannical Blade sect." Laura nodded and said, "If there's really a sect that colluded with the ghost cultivators, then their understanding of the tyrannical Blade sect would definitely exceed the tyrannical Blade sect's understanding of them. Brother Hai, do you think that the Imperial Beast sect and the Hegemon Sword sect might be colluding with the ghost cultivators?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. The great sects might not necessarily be bribed by the ghost cultivators. After all, the true rulers of the true spirit realm are the great sects. If they collude with the ghost cultivators, then even if the ghost cultivators occupy the true spirit realm, it wouldn't be good for them. Therefore, it's possible for the great sects to collude with the ghost cultivators to deal with the great sects of the true spirit realm." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. The great sects might not necessarily be bribed by the ghost cultivators. After all, the great sects are currently the rulers of the true spirit realm. If they collude with the ghost cultivators, then even if the ghost cultivators occupy the true spirit realm, it wouldn't be good for them." Laura nodded, then she said, "Then why did you tell the two masters that it's a great sect?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "People like the two masters who have lived in the true spirit field all their lives look down on the great sects. In their opinion, the great sects simply cannot pose a threat to the tyrannical Blade sect. They wouldn't dare to threaten the tyrannical Blade sect. If I said that the tyrannical Blade sect was a great sect, then I'm afraid that the two masters wouldn't pay attention to it." Laura nodded and said, "It's possible. But Brother Hai, do you really want to just let it go? Can't we think of another way? The ghost cultivators aren't easy to deal with." Zhao Hai replied, "We need to think of a way to deal with the ghost cultivators. However, we can't expose the secret of the space right now. Because of this, I want the sect to research a way to crack the formation. When the time comes, we can use the transmission formation to deal with the ghost cultivators." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's right." At this time, a white light flashed in the courtyard as a cultivator appeared in Zhao Hai's courtyard. When the cultivator appeared, he immediately shouted towards Zhao Hai's room, "Junior brother Zhao Hai, are you all right? The sect master has called for a meeting." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled faintly. He nodded and then said, "Yes, please wait for a moment. I'll be right there." Then Zhao Hai stood up and said to Laura, "Take care of the kids. Also, activate the defensive formation in the courtyard. Although the main hall has some defenses, I'm still worried." Laura nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Hai can rest assured. There won't be any problems in leaving this place to me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and walked towards the courtyard. He gave the cultivator a salute before the two simultaneously activated the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, the two disappeared from the courtyard. The heaven-cleaving hall was now filled with people. These people weren't young anymore. Moreover, their status in the Tyrant's Blade School wasn't low. Usually, if these people stomped their feet, the entire Tyrant's Blade School would tremble. But now, these people were all gathered here. They were all frowning and whispering from time to time. It was obvious that they had encountered a very difficult problem. The sect master looked at these people without any expression on his face. He was also very distressed because these ghost cultivators had indeed brought some trouble to the Tyrant's Blade School. Seeing that these people couldn't think of a solution for a while, the sect master turned to the Formation Elder and said, "Formation Elder, how long do you think it will take you to study the formation that Little Hai mentioned?" The Formation Elder thought for a moment and said, "We have never studied this kind of formation before. I'm afraid it will be difficult to study it in a short period of time." The sect master's frown deepened. At this moment, a voice came from outside, "Jiao Hai, come in." When the sect master heard this voice, he couldn't help but be shocked. Then he said, "Let him in." Just as the sect master's voice fell, Jiao Hai walked in from outside. After all, the Tyrant's Blade School wasn't a palace in the secular world. There weren't many rules here. When Jiao Hai entered the heaven-cleaving hall, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that there were a lot of people here. Moreover, he recognized many of them. Without exception, if they weren't elders, then they were branch hall masters. They were all people with high authority in the Tyrant's Blade School. Jiao Hai didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately saluted these people. The sect master waved his hand and said, "All right, Little Hai, now isn't the time to pay attention to these things. We already know what you said to your master before, but there's a problem right now. That is, the research to crack the array formation will take time. During this time, I want to hear your opinion on how the sect should deal with it." Jiao Hai froze for a moment. He really did not expect that the sect master would ask him this question. Although his strength was not bad, and he also had 2 old masters, but after all, his experience was too shallow. In addition, his strength was only considered good among the outer disciples. Among the inner disciples, he belonged to the category of people who could not be compared. In this case, the sect master actually came up and asked for his opinion. This really made Jiao Hai feel very surprised. When the sect leader saw Jiao Hai's expression, he said in a deep voice, "You don't have to worry about anything. Just say whatever you think of. Say it all." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, sect master. I think what we should do now is to bring the people from the outer branches to the main hall." When the sect master heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Just bring them in? Then wouldn't we be giving the outer branches to the ghost cultivators?" Jiao Hai shook his head and said, "That won't be the case. If we bring back the people from the outer branches, then we'll be able to preserve the strength of the branches. Moreover, we're fighting in our home ground. The ghost cultivators wouldn't be able to stay in the spiritual realm for too long. Otherwise, the other sects wouldn't just stand by and watch. Therefore, the ghost cultivators are only dealing with us because they want to kill as much of our strength as possible. As long as we bring back the people from the outer branches, then the ghost cultivators wouldn't be able to pose any threat to us. If they really dare to occupy our branches, then once we succeed in cracking the formation, we can launch a large-scale counterattack. At that time, it would be our turn to deal with the ghost cultivators." The sect master nodded, but he still didn't agree with Jiao Hai's plan. Jiao Hai looked at the sect master and said, "Sect master, our Tyrant's Blade School is now like an open hand. We can't clench it into a fist, but the ghost cultivators have already clenched it into a fist. Even if the ghost cultivators don't send people to the branches, we can still fight them with our fists, we won't suffer any losses." Jiao Hai looked at the sect master and said, "Sect master, our Tyrant's Blade School is now like an open hand. Even if the ghost cultivators don't send people to the branches, when the time comes, we can still fight them with our fists, we won't suffer any losses." Jiao Hai looked at the sect master and said, "Sect master, our Tyrant's Blade School is now like an open hand. Even if the ghost cultivators don't send people to the branches, we won't suffer any losses." When the sect master heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but nod. Then he said, "That makes sense. Is there any other reason?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "There is. Sect master, this time, the ghost cultivators acted very quickly and ruthlessly against the Tyrant's Blade sect. I reckon that their goal isn't that simple. Before, Elder Ouyang appeared in the Tyrant's Blade sect, so the ghost cultivators should know about the situation in the main hall. Now that they're attacking the branches, it's possible that they want the main hall to support the other branches. If the main hall and the other branches support the ghost cultivators, then the main hall's strength would be weakened. Since the Tyrant's Blade sect has some understanding of the main hall, if they use this opportunity to attack the main hall, then it would be troublesome for us. The sect master's expression turned heavy. After pondering for a moment, he turned his head to the others in the hall and said, "Everyone, what do you think?" Everyone recited the sect master's words before a voice was heard. "I think that Zhao Hai's words are very reasonable. Sect master, we should call back the people from the main hall. Once we're ready, we can deal with the ghost cultivators." Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was the hall master of Longhua City's branch, Lei Bao. Lei Bao had met Zhao Hai before. And since Zhao Hai's words were reasonable, Lei Bao was the first to stand up and support Zhao Hai. With Lei Bao taking the lead, the others also expressed their support for Zhao Hai. The key point was that Zhao Hai's words weren't difficult to understand. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they also thought that Zhao Hai was right. Naturally, they also expressed their support for Zhao Hai. The sect master nodded and said, "All right, since everyone has agreed, then go prepare. Hall masters, pay attention. Immediately return to your respective halls and transfer all of your members back to the main hall. The array formation hall, seize the time to study the array formation. We must figure out how to crack the array formation in the shortest time possible." Everyone responded. At this time, the hall master of the formation hall, Old Zhen, suddenly said, "Sect master, I have a request. I hope that the sect master will agree." The sect master looked at Old Zhen in confusion and said in a deep voice, "Speak." Old Zhen replied, "Sect master, I want to ask Zhao Hai to help the formation hall temporarily. Zhao Hai's understanding of formations is very deep. With him joining the formation hall, I think that we will be able to crack the formation in the shortest time possible." When the sect master heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, I can agree to your request. Let Little Hai go to the formation hall to help out for a while. But let's make it clear, after this mission is completed, the formation hall can't keep Little Hai around. Understood?" Old Jin couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. However, he still said, "All right, sect master can rest assured. When the time comes, I will certainly release Zhao Hai." The sect master waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone get ready. We must resolve this matter in the shortest amount of time possible. When the time comes, we'll let those bastards know how powerful our Tyrant's Blade School is. Also, from now on, the entire Tyrant's Blade School's main hall will activate the confinement formation. Also, 60% of the main hall's fixed formations will be turned off. Every branch of the main hall will only be allowed to use one formation." Upon hearing the sect master, everyone stared. However, they didn't oppose the sect master's words. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, he was pulled back by Old Jin. Old Jin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, don't think about running away this time. I'll go to the formation hall immediately." "Right, bring your wife along as well. They're very knowledgeable about formations." Zhao Hai looked at Old Jin and smiled bitterly, "Elder, I need to go back and get some things. Once I get them, I'll immediately go to the formation hall. You don't need to catch me." In any case, the sect master has already given the order. "Are you afraid that I'll run away?" When the formation elder heard Zhao Hai, he thought for a moment and then nodded, "All right, you have to come back quickly. This matter is related to our Tyrant's Blade School. You can't be slow." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai replied, "Elder, you can rest assured. I'll report to the formation hall as soon as possible." Then he turned around and left. Because the Tyrant's Blade Sect's main hall had already activated the imprisonment formation, Zhao Hai could only use the fixed transmission formation to return to the 52nd courtyard. Upon arriving at the 52nd courtyard, Zhao Hai saw Laura and the others playing with the children. The children were very happy. Back in Coiling Dragon City, they had their parents to look after them. But now that they're here, they didn't have any parents to look after them. Each and every one of them was playing crazily as they followed Chiu Tai everywhere. Zhao Hai looked at the children and smiled faintly. Then he walked towards Laura, who was looking after the children, and said, "Get ready, we'll be going to the formation hall for a few days." "Right, leave 2 people behind to look after the children. Don't let them get into trouble." Laura nodded and said, "All right." Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Hai. We're already prepared. We can go to the formation hall at any time." Jiao Hai nodded, then he looked at the children and said, "All right, let's go." Laura nodded and then immediately went to inform the others. Only Meg and Julie were left behind to look after the children. When Jiao Hai and the others arrived at the formation hall through the fixed transmission formation, they found that the formation hall was already very busy. Countless people were going in and out of the hall. The usually quiet formation hall was now bustling with activity. The formation elder was waiting for Jiao Hai and the others. Seeing them arrive, the formation elder immediately went over and said, "Good, it's good that you're here. Come with me to the laboratory." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, it's good that you've arrived." Jiao Hai and the others nodded, then they followed the formation elder to the laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, Jiao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. One must know that they knew a lot of people from the Tyrant's Blade School's formation hall. Now, all of the formation masters of the Tyrant's Blade School were present. This was beyond Jiao Hai's expectations. However, one could see how much importance the Tyrant's Blade School placed on this matter. The formation elder didn't speak any nonsense, he just said, "Since everyone knows each other, I won't speak any nonsense. Let's begin." Everyone nodded and then went to prepare. Jiao Hai and the others knew that it wasn't easy to crack a formation. In the past, there were two ways to break a formation. One was through strength. This method was very stupid and didn't require any skill. No matter what kind of formation they encounter, they would use their own strength to break it. This method was completely unreasonable and relied on brute force. Cultivators used this method a lot, but when it came to difficult formations, this method wouldn't work. On the other hand, the other method was the complete opposite of the first method. This was a technical method. When people fall into the formation, they would carefully observe the formation and understand it. Then through their own observation, they would find the weakness of the formation and break it in one fell swoop. However, this method was very difficult. This was because the person who used this method would also need to be proficient in formations. Only then would they be able to use this method to break the formation. As for the method of breaking formations, it wasn't that there weren't any in the true spiritual realm. However, it was very rare. This was because it was the most difficult method to break a formation. Aside from some formation cultivators, almost nobody would use this method. Even formation cultivators wouldn't use this method. This was because not only was it troublesome, it was also very dangerous. Using an array to break an array, to put it bluntly, it was to find the loophole of the array you wanted to break. Then, using one's own array to break through the loophole, completely destroying the array you wanted to break, or at least destroying a part of it. Not only did this require the person using this method to be an array master, but this person also had to be given enough time and materials to be able to do it. In the past, there were people who wanted to study this method of breaking formations. They even wanted to use this method to create a formation that could break all formations. However, in the end, they failed. This was because the formations in the true spirit realm were constantly improving. There were countless formations that were constantly changing. In this case, it was impossible to use one formation to communicate with all formations. Because of this, people gradually stopped researching this method. Even the method of breaking formations stopped. If it weren't for the special situation this time, the Tyrant's Blade sect wouldn't have thought of using this method. Whether it was the sect master, the formation elders, or even Jiao Hai, none of them could give an accurate answer. They could only do their best until they succeeded. With the addition of Jiao Hai and the others, the study of formations officially began. At the same time, the branches of the Tyrant's Blade sect began to retreat to the main hall. The atmosphere of the Tyrant's Blade sect became tense. Jiao Hai's eyes were glued to the computer. The computer was currently deducing an array. And this array was something that Jiao Hai and the others had researched in the past few days. It was an array that could break an imprisonment array. It wasn't just Jiao Hai, everyone in the formation hall was also glued to the computer. This was because this array was the first one that they researched. They wanted to see how it worked. The image on the computer was constantly changing. This was a computer that had been modified by the space. Otherwise, an ordinary computer wouldn't have such a strong computing power. Sigh. The result of the calculation on the computer was already out. However, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This was because the computer's deduction had failed. The array that they created wasn't able to break the imprisonment array. It must be said that the formation that they made had some effect. This formation could break several types of imprisonment formations, but it wasn't just one type. Currently, there were more than 10 types of imprisonment formations that were commonly used. There were also some that weren't commonly used. It was impossible for Zhao Hai and the others to design a special formation for each type of imprisonment formation. Otherwise, the formation would have no use at all. The deciphering array must be activated within the shortest amount of time. Otherwise, before you could find a suitable deciphering array, the other party would have already arrived in front of you. Then, you could only be beaten up. The formation elder looked at the cracking formation and sighed. Cracking formations isn't that easy to study. Otherwise, people would have already figured it out. Sigh, although we failed this time, we've still accumulated some experience. We can prepare a bit more before doing the next round of research. Zhao Hai frowned as he looked at the array on the computer. He felt that there was something wrong with the way they were researching. However, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. After some time, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of a problem. It was that there was no array in this world that could break all kinds of arrays. It was just like how people on Earth were researching how to become immortal. It was impossible to achieve any results in a short period of time. But what if it was the other way around? I don't need to research how to crack the formation, I just need to make a formation that can release a barrier. Inside the barrier, one wouldn't be affected by the formation. This way, the transmission formations of the various branches can operate normally, and it isn't very difficult to make. It's like not researching immortality, but researching anti-aging instead. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately went to find the Elder of Arrays. The Elder of Arrays was currently distressed. Although he didn't expect the research to succeed in one try, the stolen goods this time was still a bit of a blow to them. Most importantly, the research this time took them more than 10 days, but in the end, they still failed. Seeing Zhao Hai excitedly walking over, the formation elder couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately asked, "Little Hai, did you find something?" Zhao Hai solemnly said, "Elder, I would like to ask, what is the main purpose of our research this time? Do we want to break all the formations, or do we want the transmission formations of the various branches to work normally?" The formation elder was stunned by Zhao Hai's question. But Zhao Hai's question made him understand. His eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then what do you mean?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If it's just to make the formation work normally, then it's much simpler. We can make a stronger formation to block the power of the formation. This way, we can use the transmission formation normally." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right. The formation elder slapped the table, then he laughed and said, "Right, that's right. We just want our transmission formation to work normally, there's no need to crack all the ceiling formations." "Little Hai, your idea is very good. I'll immediately arrange for it. We'll immediately change the direction of our research. Don't underestimate the change in direction of research. This was the same as going in the opposite direction. If you go in the wrong direction, then naturally it wouldn't be easy to reach your destination." With the change in direction of the formation elder's research, the entire laboratory immediately became busy. Moreover, the situation this time was much better than the previous time. When it came to breaking formations, there wasn't much research done in the real spiritual realm. Therefore, the information that they could obtain was very little. However, formations were different. People have been studying them for a long time. For people like them, this wasn't a strange topic. The research progress was very fast. In just 3 days, the general framework of the formation was completed. Now they only needed to complete the remaining parts of the formation. After another 2 days, the formation was completed. They could now put the formation on the computer for testing. When Zhao Hai entered the data of the formation into the computer, he also entered the data of the formation into the computer. Then, the computer began to deduce. Everyone nervously stared at the computer. The deduction this time was very important to them. It had been 15 days since they started the research. Now, the people in the outer branches of the Tyrant's Blade School had already returned. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the ghost cultivators actually occupied the outer branches of the Tyrant's Blade School. However, because the research on the formation wasn't successful, the Tyrant's Blade School didn't make a move on the ghost cultivators. The ghost cultivators' big move this time had attracted the attention of the entire real spiritual realm. However, the other forces in the real spiritual realm had no way to support the Tyrant's Blade School. This was because they were also attacked by the ghost cultivators. Although the ghost cultivators who attacked them weren't very strong, it was enough to entangle them. The Long family wanted to send people to support the Tyrant's Blade School, but they were rejected by the Tyrant's Blade School. This time, the Tyrant's Blade School wanted to deal with the ghost cultivators themselves. The Tyrant's Blade School had never been kind. Now that the ghost cultivators had attacked them, they had no choice but to retreat to the headquarters. This made the Tyrant's Blade School feel very embarrassed. They lost their face, so they naturally had to get it back. Otherwise, how could the Tyrant's Blade School become one of the big sects in the real spiritual realm? As the computer's deduction progressed bit by bit, Zhao Hai and the others' hearts were also raised. This was because the deduction had reached the most crucial step. If they didn't succeed this time, it meant that they had wasted more than 10 days. Oh! Everyone cheered. That's right. This time, the computer's deduction of the boundary array was successfully completed. Moreover, it was very successful. This was the reason why everyone cheered. However, the completion of the computer's deduction was only the first step of the formation. They still had to experiment with the physical formation. As long as this experiment was successful, they would have truly created the boundary array. After a while, everyone calmed down. The array elder immediately organized everyone to build a physical boundary array. Of course, this physical boundary array would be shrunk. There were many array symbols in the laboratory. These array symbols were all made and shrunk. This way, when they wanted to experiment with the array, they could use the shortest time and the fastest speed to make a shrunk array for the experiment. Soon, the boundary array that Zhao Hai and the others researched this time was made. Of course, this was a shrunk array. At the same time, they also made 2 teleportation arrays and a few confinement arrays. The experiment began. The array elder first activated the confinement array, then the boundary array. Finally, he used the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, the items in the small teleportation array were sent to the teleportation array in the boundary array. The experiment was a success. However, this was only the first step. Next, they began to experiment step by step. Moreover, these experiments were more difficult than the last. However, these experiments went very smoothly. The boundary array was very powerful. Although the confinement arrays were not bad, the boundary array was able to block the power of the confinement arrays. This allowed the teleportation array to be used normally inside the boundary array. This was enough. After the last experiment was a success, everyone was stunned. Then, they erupted in deafening cheers. The elder of arrays looked at the little formation before him with excitement and murmured, "It's done. It's finally done." Zhao Hai looked at the formation elder, then he smiled faintly and said, "Yes, it's a success. Elder, we should quickly inform the sect master about this. At the same time, we need to start making the formation." The array elder stared, then he immediately calmed down. He turned to look at the smiling Zhao Hai and couldn't help but sigh. He really liked Zhao Hai's personality. He was very calm when doing things. It was as if nothing could make him lose his calm. For a formation researcher, this kind of calmness was very precious. However, the array elder also knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to come to their array formation hall. Not to mention whether Zhao Hai was willing or not, even the sect master wouldn't allow him to do so. Zhao Hai was a genius. Not only was he a formation genius, he was also a cultivation genius. The array elder already knew this, and the sect master also knew this. Because of this, the sect master couldn't allow Zhao Hai to come to the array formation hall. Letting Zhao Hai help out for a short period of time was already good enough. Collecting his thoughts, the array elder turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, let's go." We'll go see the sect master. Now that the experiment is successful, you can go back. However, I want to ask you to leave the computers behind. Is that all right? Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course there's no problem. I'll leave these computers in the formation hall. I don't often use these things, so there's no use for them. The array elder nodded and said, all right, little Hai, thank you. Let's go see the sect master. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed the array elder to the array formation hall. Before long, the two arrived at the sky-cleaving hall. Although the two had been in the array formation hall for the past few days, they were also aware of the situation in the Tyrant's Blade School. The atmosphere in the Tyrant's Blade School was very tense. Because of this, the cultivators of the Tyrant's Blade School were working hard in their cultivation, preparing for a counterattack against the ghost cultivators. The reason why they haven't made a move yet was because they were still waiting for the formation to be cracked. The sect master was also troubled by this matter. It had already been half a month. Although the Tyrant's Blade School appeared to be very calm, the sect master knew that this was only the calm before the storm. The Tyrant's Blade School had never been this aggrieved before. If he couldn't get the people in the school to release this anger as soon as possible, then the entire Tyrant's Blade School might be burned down by this fire. But the problem now was that if they couldn't solve the problem of the other party's confinement formation, then they would enter a very difficult tug-of-war with the ghost cultivators. When that time came, the Tyrant's Blade School's losses would be even greater. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall, reporting to the sect master, the formation elder and Zhao Hai request an audience. When he heard this voice, the sect master was stunned. Then, he became overjoyed and immediately said, invite them in. As he spoke, he stood up and looked at the door of the Heaven-Slaying Hall without blinking. Soon, the door of the Heaven-Slaying Hall opened from the outside. Two people walked in from outside. It was the formation elder and Zhao Hai. The sect master looked at the two with a hopeful expression and said, formation elder, how is it? Has the deciphering formation been made? The formation elder shook his head and said, no, the deciphering formation hasn't been made yet. When the sect master heard this, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, he immediately said, then why are you here this time? Do you need something? Don't worry, I'll have someone prepare it for you right away. The formation elder smiled and said, although we haven't researched the deciphering formation, we have researched a boundary formation. Using this kind of formation, as long as it's a teleportation formation within the formation, it can be used normally. When he heard this, the sect master couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he said with joy, really? The formation elder chuckled and said, of course it's true. This time, we're here to ask the sect master to give the order to make this formation in the shortest time possible. As long as the formation is made, it'll be time for us to counterattack. The sect leader laughed happily and said, good, 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 I will give this order immediately. You can rest assured. After saying this, the sect leader immediately said, men, quickly go and find the elder of the artifact hall. Immediately, someone outside the door responded and turned to run. The sect leader then turned to look at Elder Array and Zhao Hai. Old Array, how did you guys figure out the array so quickly? I thought it would take you a few days. The formation elder bitterly smiled and said, it's all thanks to Lil Hai. If it wasn't for Lil Hai, then it would have been impossible for us to study this formation in such a short time. Elder Arrays then told the sect master about their initial research direction, how they had changed their research direction, and how they had succeeded in one attempt. Hearing this, the sect master's expression changed several times. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, sure enough, if it wasn't for Little Hai, I don't know how long it would take to research this formation. Zhao Hai smiled and said, sect master is overpraising me. If it wasn't for everyone, then it would have been useless no matter how good my words were. The sect master nodded, then he said, Little Hai, you can rest assured. The Tyrant's Blade sect won't mistreat anyone who has contributed to the sect. Go and prepare. As long as the formation is finished, we will let those devil children know how powerful we are. The two nodded, then they turned around and left. In the following days, Zhao Hai rested in the 52nd courtyard. The Long family's children were very accustomed to life here. Every day, they would run around with Chiu Tai. Otherwise, they would go down to the ground to get some food, catch some insects, and have a lot of fun. However, they didn't fall behind in their homework. Chiu Tai was a cultivation maniac. With such a person taking the lead, it was impossible for the children to slack off. After Zhao Hai returned to the 52nd courtyard, he didn't deliberately take care of the children. In Zhao Hai's opinion, children loved to play. If this nature of children was erased, then it would be the cruelest thing to do to them. Therefore, after 5 days, the Tyrant's Blade School finally sent news that the spirit formation had been successfully made, and they could move now. When they heard this news, the entire Tyrant's Blade School was in an uproar. Previously, when the school didn't allow them to move, everyone had a lot of complaints. Later on, when the spirit formation was successfully made, the Tyrant's Blade School kept it a secret. The Tyrant's Blade School knew that their school couldn't be 100% clean. If the matter of them making the spirit formation was known to others, then the ghost cultivators might also know. At that time, if the ghost cultivators were to be prepared, then it would be very difficult for the Tyrant's Blade School to deal with them. Therefore, when the formation was completed, the Tyrant's Blade sect announced it to the public. At the same time, they began to recover the branches near the Tyrant's Blade sect's headquarters. This time, the Tyrant's Blade sect moved very quickly. They didn't give the ghost cultivators any time to react and directly dispatched their troops. When the ghost cultivators knew about this, the Tyrant's Blade sect had already arrived. They didn't even have the chance to resist. The Tyrant's Blade sect's powerful attack didn't only affect the ghost cultivators, but also the entire true spiritual world. When the Tyrant's Blade sect recovered all of their branches to their headquarters, the other sects in the true spiritual world were still laughing at the Tyrant's Blade sect. They thought that the Tyrant's Blade sect was too cowardly to retreat at this time. This was too shameful. Even the ghost cultivators were laughing at the Tyrant's Blade sect for being cowardly. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tyrant's Blade sect's headquarters was too difficult to deal with, then the ghost cultivators would have already attacked the Tyrant's Blade sect. However, the Tyrant's Blade sect's powerful attack made the ghost cultivators and everyone in the true spiritual world understand that the Tyrant's Blade sect wasn't weak. They were just waiting for an opportunity. After the Tyrant's Blade sect recovered the branches near their headquarters, they immediately sent their troops to the other branches. This time, the Tyrant's Blade sect was ruthless. They wanted to teach the ghost cultivators a lesson. Therefore, they were very ruthless. All of the ghost cultivators who didn't manage to escape in time were slaughtered. Zhao Hai also participated in this operation. Moreover, before he went out, he told the sect master that he didn't need any rewards for his contributions to the sect. He only had one request, and that was to hand over the corpses of the ghost cultivators to him. When the sect master heard Zhao Hai's request, he knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do. After all, Zhao Hai was very good at using ghost cultivators. He was very famous in the true spiritual world. Therefore, the sect master immediately agreed to Zhao Hai's request. All the branches that had been taken over by the Tyrant's Blade School were installed with spirit formations, followed by confinement formations. This way, the entire Tyrant's Blade School's territory had become an area where portable teleportation formations could not be used. If those ghost cultivators wanted to escape, they could only do so on their own. There was no way they could use portable teleportation formations. Previously, the ghost cultivators were attacking the branches one by one. The method they used was similar to the Tyrant's Blade sect. They used confinement formations to prevent the Tyrant's Blade sect from coming to support them in the shortest amount of time. Using this method, they beat the Tyrant's Blade sect into a very sorry state. But now, the situation was reversed. The Tyrant's Blade sect began to recover the branches one by one. At the same time, they also used confinement formations to make the ghost cultivators unable to support them or escape. They could only run. Now, they finally knew how the Tyrant's Blade sect felt when they were beaten up. The battle between the Tyrant's Blade sect and the ghost cultivators continued. As they recovered more and more branches, the ghost cultivators' advantage became smaller and smaller. Now, the ghost cultivators were almost unable to gain a foothold in the territory of the Tyrant's Blade sect. On the continent, the various sects that had been observing the situation of the Tyrant's Blade sect couldn't sit still anymore. They didn't expect the tyrant's blade sect to attack so fiercely and beat the ghost cultivators into such a sorry state. The strength of the ghost cultivators was known by all the major sects on the continent. It was precisely because of the ghost cultivators' reputation that the major sects were very careful when facing them alone. And this kind of caution was often used by the ghost cultivators. In the end, the major sects suffered losses. And the more losses they suffered, the more careful they became. The more careful they were, the more losses they would suffer. This was simply a vicious cycle. It was precisely because of this that when the major sects on the continent had a conflict with the ghost cultivators, they would usually act together. There was almost no sect that dared to challenge the ghost cultivators alone. It was precisely because no one had done this that the Tyrant's Blade sect did this that the major sects were shocked. Although the ghost cultivators were still sending people to harass the major sects, it wasn't a large-scale battle. Even so, the major sects were very careful. They were afraid of falling into the ghost cultivators' trap, so they didn't dare to support the Tyrant's Blade sect. But now, the Tyrant's Blade sect had beaten the ghost cultivators into such a sorry state by themselves. This was really beyond their expectations. The ghost cultivators were also very surprised. They didn't expect the Tyrant's Blade sect's counterattack to come so quickly. They still had a lot of things to do, but they were already beaten out of the Tyrant's Blade sect's territory. This made the ghost cultivators extremely angry. The ghost cultivators began to retaliate. They once again launched a sneak attack on the Tyrant's Blade sect's branch. But in the end, they were beaten back. Although they used an imprisonment formation, the Tyrant's Blade sect's reinforcements were still coming in an endless stream. In the end, the ghost cultivators had no choice but to retreat. Seeing that this method didn't work, the ghost cultivators also knew that this wasn't the time to start an all-out war with the real spiritual world. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. This time, they retreated completely from the real spiritual world to the underground world. This time, the ghost cultivators' attack actually ended in this way. Although the ghost cultivators retreated, the Tyrant's Blade sect didn't relax at all. This was because the ghost cultivators came too suddenly. Moreover, they seemed to have come specifically for the Tyrant's Blade sect. After repelling the Tyrant's Blade sect, the ghost cultivators occupied the Tyrant's Blade sect's territory. They robbed some of the Tyrant's Blade sect's resources and killed some of the Tyrant's Blade sect's people. Then, they were repelled by the Tyrant's Blade sect. It wasn't only the Tyrant's Blade sect that was suspicious, the Truth Tao sect was also suspicious. This was because the Truth Tao sect was also one of the forces that were attacked by the ghost cultivators. It can be said that the ghost cultivators' main target this time was the Truth Tao sect and the Tyrant's Blade sect. Long Dingtian and Long Zhan were sitting in Long Zhan's study. The two of them were sitting opposite to each other. There were 2 cups of tea on the table. Long Dingtian looked at Long Zhan and said, "Big brother, what do you think about this matter?" Long Zhan looked at Long Dingtian and said, "Do you suspect that someone is colluding with the ghost cultivators?" Long Dingtian solemnly said, "Isn't this obvious? The target of those ghost cultivators is the Tyrant's Blade School and the Truth Tao sect. Their main target is the Tyrant's Blade School. Attacking the other sects is just a side effect." Long Zhan nodded his head and said solemnly, "I also think so, but I dare to guarantee that you won't be able to find anything now. Moreover, you will alert the enemy. Those ghost cultivators have been fighting with us for such a long time, so they understand us very well. I think ghost cultivators have already cleaned up all the traces. Even if there is a sect that is truly colluding with ghost cultivators, they won't take action in a short period of time because they don't want to be exposed." Long Dingtian looked at Long Zhan and said, "Then what do you think we should do? Don't tell me that we should just let them go like this?" Long Zhan shook his head and said, "How can that be? We still need to take action. Even if we can't find anything, we still need to investigate. This way, those ghost cultivators will be honest for a period of time." Long Dingtian nodded, then he frowned and said, "Zhao Hai has been staying in the Tyrant's Blade School recently. Moreover, he brought a lot of children with him. But I think that he will be back soon. What do you think will happen to Zhao Hai?" Long Zhan shook his head and said, "You're looking down on Zhao Hai too much. He won't have any reaction. On the contrary, I think that he will retaliate against the ghost cultivators. Long Dingtian frowned and said, retaliate against the ghost cultivators? Is there such a possibility? He doesn't seem to have such strength. Moreover, I can see that he doesn't care about the life and death of cultivators. Will he really take revenge on those ghost cultivators? Long Zhan looked at Long Dingtian and said, you're right. From the information we obtained, Zhao Hai is indeed a guy whose hands are stained with blood. He's indifferent to life and death. However, Zhao Hai is a very protective person. Most importantly, he's very concerned about those ordinary people who can't cultivate. In fact, he's even overly concerned about them. And this time, the ghost cultivators and the Tyrant's Blade sect attacked a lot of ordinary people. Zhao Hai certainly won't let those guys off. As for what means Zhao Hai will use to retaliate against those ghost cultivators, I still don't know. Long Dingtian smiled faintly and said, if Zhao Hai wants to retaliate, then those ghost cultivators will be out of luck. Although Zhao Hai's strength isn't very good, that kid has too many means. Moreover, I heard that this kid seems to be a space-divergent ability user. If that's the case, then he can enter the underground world at any time. Those ghost cultivators will certainly be out of luck. When Long Zhan heard Long Dingtian, he couldn't help but be startled and said, you said that Zhao Hai is a space-divergent ability user? Where did you hear this from? Long Dingtian smiled faintly and said, don't forget, Zhao Hai ascended from the lower realms. Although we don't know much about Zhao Hai's abilities, there are a lot of people in the lower realms. Moreover, he's not the only one who ascended from the lower realms. Just ask someone who ascended from the lower realms. Long Dingtian smiled faintly and said, don't forget, Zhao Hai came from the lower realms. Long Zhan stared, then he laughed and said, good, you really have a way. If Zhao Hai really is a space-divergent ability user, then Zhao Hai will have a way to retaliate against those ghost cultivators. Long Dingtian nodded and said, I can't see through that kid anymore. Why do I feel like he's a treasure trove? He always has a lot of good things waiting for us to dig them out. Just as they were talking, a voice was heard from outside, Patriarch, Zhao Hai has returned. When Long Zhan heard this voice, he immediately said, okay, I got it. You can leave. Then he turned to Long Dingtian and said, I didn't expect them to return so quickly. This is also good. When are you going to see him and ask him what he plans to do next? Long Dingtian smiled and said, I'll go now. I want to see what that kid has in mind this time. Then he stood up and walked out. Long Zhan looked at the back of Long Dingtian and smiled, brother, it seems like you've done a big thing this time. You've actually led Zhao Hai to our Long family. In the future, I want to see if anyone dares to look down on our Long family. Maybe our Long family's future will depend on him. Naturally, Long Dingtian didn't know what Long Zhan was talking about. At this time, he had already arrived at Zhao Hai's courtyard. Zhao Hai's courtyard was now packed with people. Most of the people who came here were the children that Zhao Hai taught. This time, Zhao Hai took these children out for a few months. Now that he had returned, these parents were naturally very worried. However, when they saw their children, their worries disappeared. Although their children looked a little darker, they were more robust. Their stature was also a lot taller. Moreover, they were more lively than before. Looking at these little fellows running around the courtyard, these parents were very happy in their hearts. These parents originally respected Zhao Hai very much. Now, they were even more grateful to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also very polite to these people. He also liked these children from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Zhao Hai saw Long Dingtian come in. He quickly went forward and smiled, Elder, why are you here? Did you come to drink with me again? Long Dingtian nodded, Elder, why are you here? Long Dingtian looked at Zhao Hai. He wanted to see if there were any changes in Zhao Hai's body. However, he didn't see anything. Zhao Hai didn't seem to have changed at all. Long Dingtian couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai. He knew that a lot of things happened in the Tyrant Saber sect during this time, especially the war with the ghost cultivators. Zhao Hai participated in every battle. Long Dingtian secretly investigated and found out that more than 10 ghost cultivators died in Zhao Hai's hands. Even after killing so many people, Zhao Hai didn't have any killing intent. On the contrary, he was still very gentle. Not everyone had the ability to control their killing intent. Long Dingtian knew that this was because Zhao Hai's murderous aura was too heavy. It was precisely because of this that he was able to freely control his murderous aura. Generally, people who have murderous aura would go through a lot of processes. In the beginning, they would only kill a few people, so they would have murderous aura. This kind of murderous aura was completely out of their control. Even if they wanted to suppress it, they wouldn't be able to. At this time, most people who see them would feel fear from the bottom of their heart. The second stage was when they killed a lot of people. Their murderous aura was very strong. They could suppress their own murderous aura, but if they stayed with them for a long time, they would still be affected by their murderous aura. The Yin-Yang elders were the typical representatives of this stage. The third stage was like Zhao Hai's case. Zhao Hai's case couldn't be counted as a 10,000 slaughterer. He had killed too many people. Killing intent had become an instinct for him, a weapon that had completely integrated with him. Not only would it not harm him, it could even help him fight against the enemy. He could also freely control his killing intent so that it wouldn't leak out. At this time, a lot of cultivators in the continent could only reach the first stage. Those who could reach the second stage were at least able to kill 1,000 people. If you want to reach the third stage, you would need to kill at least 100,000 people. Even ghost cultivators who cultivated their souls couldn't do so. This was because their killing intent had a process of backlash. Moreover, ghost cultivators cultivated inattribute techniques. These techniques were very sensitive to killing intent and the backlash was very strong. Therefore, although ghost cultivators cultivated their souls, they would still focus on cultivating a group of battle spirits. These battle spirits were their most important weapons. In the entire true spirit realm, the only person that Long Dingtian knew who could reach the third stage of killing intent was Zhao Hai. Long Dingtian had been investigating Zhao Hai for a long time. But all he could find out was what Zhao Hai did after arriving in the true spirit realm. To be honest, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Later on, Long Dingtian found out that Zhao Hai massacred people in the Leaping Dragon realm. This made Long Dingtian pay more attention to Zhao Hai. He immediately sent people to investigate Zhao Hai's situation. At the same time, he spent a lot of effort to find people from the 100 Treasures realm and the Leaping Dragon realm. They wanted to know what kind of person Zhao Hai was in the lower realms. After this investigation, Long Dingtian found out that Zhao Hai was also an influential person in the lower realms. He turned a sect into the number one sect in the lower realms. The number of people he killed in the lower realms couldn't be counted. However, such a person didn't turn into a madman or a homicidal maniac. He still took care of his own people. Everyone who was related to Zhao Hai would be taken care of by Zhao Hai. And those who went against him wouldn't be spared. He was as warm as a spring breeze to his own people. But for his enemies, Zhao Hai was crueler than winter. When Long Xiang offended Zhao Hai, Long Dingtian was really angry, especially after knowing that Zhao Hai had a spatial divergent ability. One must know that spatial divergent ability users were the most difficult to deal with. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they could still escape. Unless a void-piercing expert personally made a move, ordinary cultivators simply wouldn't be able to deal with them. Even Vajra realm or spirit condensation realm cultivators wouldn't be able to handle them. Even if a void-piercing expert personally made a move, they still wouldn't be able to take them down. If the Long family really offended such a person, they would be entangled by Zhao Hai. If he didn't deal with the experts of the Long family and instead retaliated against the ordinary people of the Long family, then it would be a disaster for the Long family. This was because Zhao Hai had been to Coiling Dragon City before. If he wanted to deal with the Long family, then it would be very easy. Even a great family like the Long family wouldn't want to be entangled by Zhao Hai. Now that he saw Zhao Hai's attitude, Long Dingtian felt relieved. He looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Of course, I came here to look for you. You've been gone for a long time, causing this old man to be unable to find anyone to drink with. Today, you must accompany me for a few drinks." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Long Dingtian and laughed. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Naturally, that's not a problem. I'll have Laura and the others prepare some side dishes for us. Then we'll have a few drinks." Long Dingtian smiled and said, "All right, then it's settled. I'll wait here. You brats, go home and don't disturb this old man's drinking." If you want to give little Hai something, then come back yesterday. No wonder you guys are so happy. Look at these brats, they're as lively as monkeys. Long Ding Tian smiled and said when the people of the Long family heard Long Ding Tian, they knew that Long Ding Tian must have something to say to Zhao Hai. When they heard Long Ding Tian praise their children, they couldn't help but laugh as they led their children back home. They made up their minds that they must bring something good tomorrow to thank Zhao Hai. After everyone left, Zhao Hai and Long Ding Tian went to the living room and sat down. Then Meg served them tea before withdrawing to prepare the dishes. After drinking a cup of tea, Long Ding Tian nodded and said, "It must be said that Meg's tea is very good. This old man isn't used to drinking tea made by other people." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Speaking of which, Meg's tea is very good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If you like it, then go ahead and drink it." Long Ding Tian smiled faintly, then he put down his teacup and looked at Zhao Hai. "Zhao Hai, I've sent some people to contact the people from your realm. First, I wanted to understand you. Second, I wanted to take care of them. Don't worry, it won't be long before they all enter the true spirit realm. I hope you won't blame me for this." Zhao froze for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "No, I don't blame you for this matter. On the contrary, I want to thank you for what you did." Long Ding Tian nodded, then he said, "The ghost cultivators have caused a lot of damage to your tyrant's blade sect. What do you think? Do you want to deal with them?" When Zhao Hai heard Long Ding Tian, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what Long Ding Tian meant. He looked at Long Ding Tian and smiled faintly. "After some time, I'll be going into seclusion. I hope the elder will allow me to do so." Zhao Hai's answer didn't seem right. However, Long Ding Tian was a smart person, he immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. His eyes couldn't help but narrow as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you need any help? As long as it's something you need, just tell me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't need anything. I just hope that the elder can agree to let Laura and the others teach the children. I don't need anything else." Long Ding Tian stared, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll let Laura and the others teach the children. I can see that Laura and the others teach the children better than you. Naturally, there won't be any problems." When Zhao Hai heard Long Ding Tian, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "It seems like I'm not very qualified to be a teacher. But it doesn't matter. As long as they teach the children, there's no need for them to do anything else." Long Ding Tian nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, remember, you're now a member of the Long family. You have the Long family behind you. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Smart people don't need words. Zhao Hai stood next to an earth fire pillar in the underworld. This wasn't the first time he saw an earth fire pillar, but it was the first time that he came in close contact with one. The last time he came to the underworld, he came with everyone. But this time, he came alone. Because of this, he could understand everything about the earth fire pillar as he pleased. It was currently noon in the underground world. The earth fire pillar was burning vigorously, the entire pillar was burning. Zhao Hai was standing next to the earth fire pillar, he could clearly feel the temperature of the earth fire. He was about a kilometer away from the earth fire pillar, but he was the only one who dared to stand here. If it was someone else, then they would have already been roasted. Zhao Hai looked at the earth fire pillar and smiled. Then he slowly sat down cross-legged and sent his power of thought towards the earth fire pillar. Zhao Hai had already communicated with all kinds of things, so he had a lot of experience in this regard. Moreover, the earth fire's grade wasn't low. He wanted to see where it came from and why it existed. Before long, Zhao Hai was able to communicate with the earth fire. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the earth fire was stronger than the true sun fire. However, its thought process was somewhat rigid. This made Zhao Hai puzzled, he didn't know why this was the case. Zhao Hai's thought process slowly merged with the earth fire. He discovered that the earth fire's thought process wasn't like that of an intelligent being. On the contrary, it was more like a dead thing, a program. Zhao Hai had this feeling before. When he communicated with special artifacts, he would have this feeling. This was because although these arrays had their own artifact spirits, these artifact spirits were just like programs. Calling them spirits was a compliment. They were just operating according to a fixed program, they didn't have any spirituality. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up. If this earth fire was really powerful, then how powerful would it be if it was created by an artifact? Zhao Hai didn't dare to imagine. However, Zhao Hai discovered that this artifact had a very strong sense of protection. Even if it did, it was impossible to touch the core program of the artifact. In other words, if he wanted to subdue this artifact, it was absolutely impossible. Zhao Hai slowly recollected his thoughts and let out a long breath. He realized that this artifact was even harder to deal with than the Fire God Palace and the Crystal Palace. However, it wasn't certain that this artifact was stronger than the Fire God Palace and the Crystal Palace. The Fire God Palace and the Crystal Palace had been through the hands of many people. Moreover, no one had been in charge of them for many years. They were even injured in the past. It was almost impossible for them to block Zhao Hai's thoughts. However, this earth fire pillar was different. Regardless of what was inside the earth fire pillar, at the very least, it didn't show any signs of decline. This also meant that this artifact was very useful. If he rashly tried to subdue it, then the one who would suffer in the end would be him. Soon, Zhao Hai calmed down. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He discovered that only a few minutes had passed, but he felt like he had been inside the earth fire pillar for a few years. He slowly stood up and turned his head to look at the earth fire pillar. He swore that one day, he would definitely take the earth fire pillar for himself. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai withdrew his gaze. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He was currently in a large mountain. There were very few people here, so there was no need to worry about them being discovered. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward. He wasn't in a hurry. This time, he came to the underground world with a shielding formation. This formation didn't have any other use except for shielding Zhao Hai's energy fluctuations. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of others discovering that he was a cultivator. In fact, his aura had become very cold. He had already changed his energy into that of a ghost cultivator. In the eyes of others, he was now a ghost cultivator. The reason why Zhao Hai brought this shielding formation was because he wanted to shield himself from the energy fluctuations when he used his spatial ability. This way, people wouldn't be able to find him. The underground world was much more cruel than the true spirit realm. There were also more experts in the underground world compared to the true spirit realm. If Zhao Hai were to use his spatial ability, he would immediately be discovered. In that case, he wouldn't be able to stay in the underground world for even a day. Unconsciously, Zhao Hai walked forward step by step. In his mind, he was constantly thinking about the underground world. At this time, his understanding of the underground world was too little. If he wanted to truly understand it, then he would need a long time. While walking forward, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a small voice, "Grandpa, do we really not need to be afraid of those people catching us? They won't kill us, right?" An old voice replied, "Right, we don't need to worry about them catching us. Little Fei, we're free. Right now, I just hope that we can quickly find the resistance army. Otherwise, I'm afraid that our freedom won't last for a long time." Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. His figure moved as he flew towards the direction of the voice. The person who spoke wasn't far from him. Before long, Zhao Hai saw them. Although there were only 2 people, there were more than 2 of them. There were dozens of people there. Indeed, they couldn't be called humans, they could only be called humanoids. Zhao Hai had seen the underground humanoids before. These humanoids were very pitiful. They lived like walking corpses every day. This kind of scene was something that Zhao Hai couldn't bear to see. But this time, the group of humanoids that Zhao Hai encountered were different from the others. Although they were wearing shabby clothes, their expressions were filled with joy as well as fear. It seems like they were looking forward to what they were about to do, but at the same time, they were also nervous. These dozens of humanoids were holding simple wooden sticks in their hands. Zhao Hai couldn't understand how they managed to get here. Walking in front of the group was an old man and a young girl. It must be said that these humanoids were somewhat similar to the goblins. However, the humanoids had red skin, so they looked more like the goblins. When Zhao Hai saw the underground humans for the first time, he felt like he was looking at red-skinned goblins. But these guys weren't as good as the goblins he saw in the beginning. Although the goblins lost their inheritance, they weren't as miserable as they were now. Although the goblins were also slaves, at the very least, their masters wouldn't kill them. This was because the goblins were the property of their masters. Nobody would squander their property unless they didn't earn it bit by bit. Although these humanoids looked like the goblins, their situation was much worse than the goblins. Not only did they have to work, they could also be killed at any time to cultivate. With regards to these humanoids, Zhao Hai was very sympathetic. He came to the underworld this time for another important purpose, and that was to teach these humanoids how to cultivate. It wasn't that the humanoids couldn't cultivate. Even if they couldn't, they could still walk the same path as the goblins. At this time, the goblins were developing very well. They were able to integrate magic formations and technology together. At this time, they had developed a complete world of magic technology. Moreover, they had already begun to explore space. This was very amazing. Zhao Hai also took in a few humanoids in the space. Zhao Hai called them red goblins. Although these red goblins weren't as smart as the green goblins and weren't as talented in magic formations, they could still cultivate. Moreover, they were very talented in fire element divergent abilities. As long as they were trained, they would become the best fire element divergent ability users. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the red goblins didn't have any other attributes. They only lacked 4 of the 5 elements, and that was the fire element. There were very few red goblins that had other attributes. Zhao Hai thought that this might be related to the environment of the underworld. The red goblins had been living in the underworld for a long time, and the fire element was the most active in the underworld. Because of this, the red goblins slowly turned into creatures with only one attribute. If they were allowed to evolve naturally, they would eventually become fire spirits. However, it was clear that the ghost cultivators didn't give them this opportunity. When the ghost cultivators entered the underworld, they directly used their strength to turn the red goblins into slaves. This made the red goblins lose their chance to evolve naturally. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a cold aura. Then a gloomy voice was heard, "I didn't think that you ants would dare to run. You're dead. I'll turn you all into ghosts and let you suffer the torment of eating fire forever." When the red goblins heard this voice, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. The red goblins were very clear that the person who spoke these words was a ghost cultivator. They were discovered by the ghost cultivator. The red goblins nervously formed a circle. At the same time, a ghost cultivator wearing a black robe slowly walked out from behind the red goblins. This ghost cultivator looked to be around 30 years old. Moreover, his strength wasn't very strong. At most, he was at the clone stage. However, in the eyes of the red goblins, this ghost cultivator was already a god who could dictate their life and death. The faces of the red goblins were filled with despair. They knew that once these red goblins were caught by the ghost cultivators, even if they immediately committed suicide, it would be useless. The ghost cultivators would extract their souls and refine them into Een souls. Although Een souls didn't seem to be very special, the Een souls refined by the ghost cultivators were different. Een souls would lose their consciousness, they would be constantly tortured by the Een fire, which would make them go crazy. Once these Een souls were released, they would attack anything they saw, no matter what it was, even if it was the person closest to them. The ghost cultivator looked at the red goblins, then a sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, not bad at all. I didn't think that you would be able to escape. You're amazing. It seems like I underestimated the strength of the goblins. However, your good luck ends here. The red goblins' faces turned ashen. Nobody stood up to resist, nobody stood up, nobody made a sound. Perhaps the red goblins could only use silence to express their resistance. The ghost cultivator looked at the red goblins, then he suddenly laughed and said, good, very good, very good. You actually dared to resist. This only makes me happier. You can die now. Then the ghost cultivator moved his hand and was about to attack. At this moment, a fireball suddenly flew out from the nearby forest. The fireball went straight towards the ghost cultivator. This fireball wasn't very big, it was only the size of a fist. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate this fireball. Although the fireball was small, the energy it contained wasn't low. If a clone stage cultivator was hit by this fireball, then even if they didn't die, they would still be seriously injured. When the ghost cultivator saw this fireball, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he moved his body and dodged the fireball. Then he looked at the forest and said, "Who is it? Come out." Along with his voice, a group of red goblins came out of the forest. These red goblins were very special. They were all wearing robes. Although their robes didn't look very good, they were still much better than what the red goblins wore. Most importantly, these red goblins were holding red stones in their hands. These stones weren't transparent at all, they looked just like red stones. However, these red goblins were very careful when holding these stones. When the ghost cultivator saw these red goblins, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Resistance army. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to meet you here. You're dead today. As long as your position is known by others, you will immediately be refined into inflamed souls." An old goblin walking in front of the red goblins looked at the ghost cultivator and said, "If you can't run, then you won't be able to send a message." The ghost cultivator didn't look afraid at all. He just smiled and said, "Do you think you can stop me? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Although you goblins are proficient in fire attribute special techniques, your speed is too slow. You can't stop me at all." Old Hong looked at Ghost Cultivator and said, "That's not necessarily true. We can't catch up to you, but we can stop you." Following his words, more and more gnomes appeared from all directions and surrounded the Ghost Cultivator. When the Ghost Cultivator saw the Ghost Cultivators around him, his expression finally changed. At this moment, his eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. Then, he waved his hand and a black bat flew out of his hand and into the sky. Old Hong already knew that he would do this. He waved his hand and a fireball flew out and hit the bat. Then the fireball and the bat disappeared at the same time. But at this time a black flying sword suddenly flew out of the Ghost Cultivator's hand. This black flying sword was very fast. Before the red goblins could react, it had already flown out of their encirclement. The Ghost Cultivators looked at the old red gnome and laughed, "You want to keep me here? Alright, even if I die, I'll take all of you down with me." Just as his voice fell, he suddenly stopped. Then he looked at the distance with a shocked expression. This was because he clearly felt that the flying sword he released was blocked by someone. Then a voice said, "I can guarantee that you won't be able to send a message back today." The Ghost Cultivator stared, then he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. He discovered that he couldn't sense any aura from Zhao Hai. The Ghost Cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business? If you're a Ghost Cultivator, then you shouldn't let them go. These red goblins are part of the resistance." Zhao Hai looked at the red goblins, then he smiled faintly and said, "The resistance is good. It's best if the Ghost Cultivators are all dead. In any case, I'm not a Ghost Cultivator. I don't like Ghost Cultivators." When the Ghost Cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "You're not a Ghost Cultivator? Then you're from the true spiritual realm? How is this possible? Is the true spiritual realm going to make a move against us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't want to tell anyone. I just want you to be a confused ghost. What do you think?" When the Ghost Cultivator heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "No matter how many of you come, you won't be able to escape. This is the underground world, not the true spiritual realm. You're all dead." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't know if I'll die or not, but you certainly won't be able to survive today." At this time, the Red Goblin Elder who had been silent all this time opened his mouth and said, "Alright, stop acting. Do you want to use this method to send people to infiltrate our resistance? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. It's impossible." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Infiltrate your resistance? There's no need for that. I only want his life. Although I'm interested in you, I don't have the same thoughts as you." At this time, the Ghost Cultivator suddenly moved and rushed towards the periphery of the encirclement. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared in front of the Ghost Cultivator and sent out a punch. The Ghost Cultivator didn't expect Zhao Hai's reaction to be this fast. At this time, the ghost cultivator wanted to dodge Xiao Hai's punch. However, he quickly discovered that he was wrong. He couldn't dodge the punch. Xiao Hai's punch landed on his chest. The ghost cultivator didn't fly back. Instead, he seemed to be stuck to Xiao Hai's fist. He looked at Xiao Hai in disbelief. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was mixed with fragments of his internal organs. It seems like he wouldn't be able to survive. Xiao Hai waved his hand and received the ghost cultivator's corpse. Then he turned his head to look at the red goblins. The red goblins looked at Xiao Hai in shock. They didn't think that Xiao Hai would actually kill the ghost cultivator. However, the red goblins didn't believe Xiao Hai's words. They still looked at Xiao Hai with vigilance. Xiao Hai looked at the red goblins and smiled faintly. "Hello everyone. I really want to be your friend. However, it seems like you aren't willing. But that's fine, I believe that there will be opportunities in the future." The old red goblin looked at Xiao Hai and said, "There will be no future. You won't be able to leave today." Xiao Hai looked at the old red goblin and laughed. "You're too confident. I admit that your fire element ability might be good, but if you want to take my life, it's still not enough." Then Xiao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the old red goblin's line of sight. Then he suddenly appeared beside the old red goblin. The old red goblin was startled. Suddenly, Xiao Hai disappeared from his side and reappeared at his original location. It seems like nothing happened, as if it was just an illusion. But the old red goblin clearly knew that it wasn't an illusion. Xiao Hai had used his own speed to rush to his side and then retreated. The old red goblin was sure that it wasn't teleportation, nor was it a spatial divergent ability. It was speed, absolute speed. The old red goblin's expression changed. He looked at Xiao Hai in shock. He didn't think that Xiao Hai's speed would be this fast. Not to mention Xiao Hai's strength, Xiao Hai's speed was something that they wouldn't be able to stop. At this point, the old red goblin believed that Xiao Hai wasn't a ghost cultivator. If Xiao Hai was, then he would have immediately left this place and told the other ghost cultivators. At that time, he would have made a great contribution. One must know that the existence of the resistance army had always been a thorn in the eyes of the ghost cultivators. They couldn't wait to destroy the ghost cultivators. The old red goblin looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Mister, are you really from the true spiritual realm? Then may I ask which sect Mister belongs to?" Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Me? Even if I tell you, I'm afraid that you wouldn't know. I'm a cultivator from the Tyrant's Blade sect. Some time ago, those ghost cultivators went to the Tyrant's Blade sect to kill and burn. This time, I'm here to take revenge." The old red goblin looked at Xiao Hai and said, "So Mister is actually from the Tyrant's Blade sect. I've heard of the Tyrant's Blade sect before. I heard that it's a very powerful sect. If Mister is really from the Tyrant's Blade sect, then we don't mind becoming Mister's friends." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite. I'm here to take revenge on the ghost cultivators. To be honest, I didn't expect to meet you here. But since we've met each other, then maybe we'll meet again in the future. Everyone, I'll be taking my leave now." Xiao Hai actually wanted to get in touch with these red goblins. After all, to be able to resist the ghost cultivators in a place like the underground world, these people were very courageous. However, these red goblins were very wary of him. Even if he wanted to help them, it would be impossible. Xiao Hai could also understand the red goblins' actions. After all, in this kind of environment, it was right for them to be careful. Moreover, listening to their words, they seemed to have been deceived by ghost cultivators before. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to be careful. When people get along with each other, there weren't a lot of people who could hit it off at first sight. Many people slowly got to know each other and slowly became good friends. The red goblins didn't expect Xiao Hai to leave. The old red goblin looked at Xiao Hai and said, "If we want to see Mister again, then how do we contact Mister?" Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I said that we'll meet again if we're fated. Everyone, let's meet again." Then Xiao Hai's figure disappeared. The red goblins looked at the direction where Xiao Hai disappeared. They were stunned and didn't know what to say. They were still wary of the other party, but they didn't expect that the other party didn't react at all. He just turned around and left. This was beyond their expectations. Jiao Hai's face was calm as he walked forward. Although this was the underworld, the time here was almost the same as the surface. This was because the time in the earth fire pillar was the same as the surface. Therefore, the time in the underworld was almost the same as the surface. This time, Jiao Hai came to the underworld to deal with the ghost cultivators. Another purpose was to help the red gnomes. However, in Jiao Hai's opinion, these two purposes weren't the most important. His main purpose in coming to the underworld was to figure out what the earth fire pillar was. Although he still didn't know the origin of the earth fire pillar, one thing was certain, and that was that the earth fire pillar came from an artifact. This was enough for him. The second purpose was to collect the creatures in the underworld. Whether it was animals or plants, Jiao Hai wanted to collect them. He wanted to increase the number of species in the space. The last time he was here, there were too many people. It wasn't convenient for him to collect things from the underground world. He had seen a lot of plants that didn't exist in the underground world. Not to mention, there were also a lot of demon beasts that were unique to the underground world. He had seen a lot of them. These things aroused Jiao Hai's interest. Because of this, Jiao Hai decided to come to the underworld. For Jiao Hai, if he wanted to deal with the ghost cultivators, then he wouldn't need to come to the underworld. Just as undead would be enough to deal with the ghost cultivators. Jiao Hai wanted to figure out what the underworld was like. He wanted to know the difference between the underworld and the surface. He also wanted to know what kind of life the ghost cultivators lived. Of course, he could also observe the general situation inside the space, but what he saw and what he personally experienced were two different things. Jiao Hai wanted to personally experience the situation of the underground world. There were also cities in the underground world, and there were also people in the cities. Not all of the people in the cities were ghost cultivators, and some of them were family members of ghost cultivators. Even ghost cultivators had family members, and not all of their family members could cultivate. Many people who couldn't cultivate lived in cities built by ghosts. However, the difference in the true spiritual realm was that humans didn't need to work in the underground world. Even those who didn't have talent in cultivation would do their utmost to cultivate. This was because they had nothing to do. Red goblins were everywhere in the underground world, and the red goblins were the slaves of the human race. Because of this, the people in the underground world would hand over almost everything to the red goblins. If the red goblins didn't cultivate, then they would have nothing to do. Moreover, in the underground world, there was another type of organization that didn't have any status in the true spiritual realm. It was called a gang, not a sect. In the underground world, there were also sections. However, unlike in the true spirit world, the sects in the underground world didn't directly manage the sect's branches, but the various gangs. In the underground world, sects were the highest level of existence. These sects also had branches. However, these branches were relatively independent. They were like gangs. The sects were in charge of managing the gangs while the gangs were in charge of managing the cities. As long as you send enough things to the sects every year, the sects wouldn't care what you do to the city. Even if you kill everyone in the city and turn it into a ghost town, as long as you send cultivation materials to the sects wouldn't care about you. In the underground world, there were a lot of rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators might be the children of fallen clans or ghost cultivators who were expelled by great sects. There were all kinds of people in the underground world. These rogue cultivators would join the gangs in order to receive protection. At the same time, they would also receive cultivation materials. Because of this, the ghost cultivators in the underground world lived just like the surface world. Only some details were different. After all, the two worlds originated from the same place. What Jiao Hai needed to do now was to mix into a city. Fortunately, before he came here, he had already made thorough preparations. He knew about the way ghost cultivators lived in the underground world. In the underground world, there were very few ghost cultivators who would travel by themselves, unless they were in a hurry. Even if they were rogue cultivators, they wouldn't travel by themselves. They would either use ghosts to carry their palanquins, or they would use red goblins to carry their palanquins. In any case, they wouldn't walk by themselves. After coming in contact with the ghost cultivators a few times, Jiao Hai understood that the ghost cultivators didn't only cultivate ghosts. They also refined corpses. There were even some corpse cultivation sects among the ghost cultivators. Therefore, in the underground world, Jiao Hai could freely cultivate his undead without worrying about being killed. Jiao Hai chose a target this time. This target was a small city called Devil City. This small city was under the jurisdiction of a sect called the Battle Corps sect. However, the Battle Corps sect's headquarters wasn't in this small city. The real ruler of this small city was actually a gang called the Devil Gang. However, they called themselves the Devil branch of the Battle Corps sect. The Devil Gang's most famous technique was a sinister technique called the Devil's Divine Technique. The cultivation process of this technique was very cruel. First, you have to find 81 pregnant women. When these pregnant women were about to give birth, you have to kill them. At this time, the pregnant women would give birth to their children due to various reasons. Regardless of whether the children were dead or alive, they would still be devils. If it was a dead devil, then there was nothing to say. It could only become an ordinary devil material. If it was a living devil, then it would be very useful. The Devil Gang's cultivators would refine the living devil into a weapon called the Ghost Spirit. The Ghost Spirit wouldn't grow up. They would always maintain the appearance of a baby. However, they had wisdom. However, their wisdom was full of killing, destruction, and other dark things. It could be said that they were little things that had their personality completely distorted. If Guilingzi wanted to grow, he needed to eat blood. The more blood he ate, the faster he would grow. However, ordinary ghost cultivators wouldn't let Guilingzi eat freely. If Guilingzi grew too fast, he would bite his master. However, if Guilingzi was in a controllable range, then his lethality would be very astonishing. The most important thing was that Guilingzi could simultaneously control other devils to fight. He could even transfer his soul to other devils. Of course, these devils were all refined by the same ghost cultivator, others wouldn't be able to do so. This was equivalent to Guilingzi having 81 lives. This was a very frightening thing. However, all the ghost cultivators who raised devils had very powerful soul force. This was because they had to use their own soul force to suppress their devils in order to prevent them from rebelling. It could be said that devil cultivators at the same level as other cultivators were all very difficult to deal with, and the Devil clan was famous for cultivating this kind of cultivation method. Of course, there weren't many people in their clan who cultivated this kind of cultivation method. Cultivating the Devil clan's divine technique required talent. Without talent, you wouldn't be able to succeed. If you're unlucky and none of the 81 pregnant women survive, then these dead people won't be of much help to you. But if you are lucky, and among the 81 pregnant women, there are several devil spirits that survive, then that cultivator will choose the strongest one to become his ghost spirit child, and all the others will be destroyed. This is because a cultivator cannot use his own soul force to suppress too many ghost spirit children. If there are too many ghost spirit children, it will only backfire on the master. Because of this, there weren't many cultivators who cultivated the devil's divine technique. However, the Devil Gang's leader was a cultivator who cultivated the devil's divine technique. In fact, it wasn't only the current leader of the Devil Gang who cultivated the devil's divine technique, the previous leaders of the Devil Gang all cultivated the devil's divine technique. Although the Devil Gang was in such a small city, their fighting strength wasn't weak. They were also famous for being difficult to deal with. Therefore, every year, there would be a lot of ghost cultivators who would come to the Devil Gang, hoping to be accepted into the Devil Gang. However, the Devil Gang was very strict when it came to accepting disciples. It was very rare for them to casually accept a disciple. This was also the reason why Jiao Hai chose this place. Every year, there would be a lot of rogue cultivators coming to the Devil Gang. Moreover, most of them were unfamiliar faces. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal for a rogue cultivator to come here. Nobody would pay attention to you. Compared to other cities, this place was much easier to blend in. Jiao Hai observed outside the Devil Gang for a few days. These days, there would be rogue cultivators entering the Devil Gang from time to time. And those who entered wouldn't leave in a short period of time. This made Jiao Hai feel more relieved. After observing the Devil Gang for 3 days, Jiao Hai finally decided to enter the city. He waved his hand and summoned 4 undead. Of course, these 4 undead weren't very strong, but they were still very good for traveling. Then Zhao Hai released a palanquin. He sat on the palanquin and had the four undead carry him as they walked towards the devil gang. Zhao Hai had seen a lot of ghost cultivators entering the devil gang in the past few days. Most of these ghost cultivators were rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators were different from ghost cultivators with clans. Generally, ghost cultivators wouldn't use red goblins to carry their palanquins. This was because red goblins would get tired. On the other hand, undead generally wouldn't get tired. As long as they had spiritual chi, they could continue walking. Because of this characteristic, rogue cultivators mostly used undead to carry their palanquins. In the underground world, it was normal to use undead to carry your palanquins. If you didn't use them, then it would be abnormal. Zhao Hai sat on the palanquin carried by the undead and slowly entered the devil gang. Nobody stopped him, nobody even looked at him. He didn't enter the devil gang smoothly. The devil gang was a small city with a population of about 100,000 people. The main characteristic of this city was that it had about 50,000 permanent residents. The remaining 50,000 were all foreigners, most of them were rogue cultivators. Logically speaking, for a small city with only 50,000 people, even if the gang that ruled this place had a miraculous cultivation method, there shouldn't be so many people guarding this place. In fact, the real attraction of the devil gang was that every year, there would be 10 people who could join a large sect. Compared to the devil gang, the large sect that the devil gang stood behind was the main reason why these rogue cultivators were attracted. 50,000 permanent residents and 50,000 foreigners, this ratio was really shocking. Therefore, in the devil gang, there were only hotels and rental houses. After Zhao Hai arrived at the devil gang, he circled around the city and had the undead stop the palanquin in front of a small restaurant. This restaurant had the words rental house written on it. Zhao Hai came down from the palanquin and walked into the restaurant. A waiter immediately came over and smiled at Zhao Hai. "Sir, do you want to eat or rent a room?" Zhao Hai coldly replied, "Eating or renting a room. Let's get something delicious first, then we'll rent a room." The waiter nodded and said, "Sir's vision is really good. This small shop is a famous old shop. Don't look at how small the shop is, the food is absolutely good. Moreover, the room is also very cheap." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Bring 4 of your best dishes and a jug of beast blood wine." When the waiter heard Zhao Hai, he immediately complied and turned around to leave. Before long, the waiter brought the things that Zhao Hai wanted. There were 4 dishes. It wasn't a lot, but they were very exquisite. They were famous dishes in the underground world. Moreover, it can be seen that the waiter's skills were very good. Zhao Hai ate a few mouthfuls and nodded. Then he took a sip of the wine. This beast blood wine was brewed using the blood of demon beasts in the underground world. However, during the brewing process, some herbs were added. Because of this, the beast blood wine didn't have the smell of blood, only a very mellow taste. And this small shop's beast blood wine had a different flavor. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Before long, the 4 dishes and the jug of wine entered his stomach. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand to call the waiter and said, "Waiter, are there any independent courtyards in the city for rent?" When the waiter heard what Zhao said, he couldn't help but shake his spirit. Helping a customer rent a satisfactory house might give him a reward. Even if the customer didn't give him a reward, it didn't matter. The person who rented the house would also give him a reward. The waiter immediately said, "Yes, sir. Because this shop is an old one, we have always insisted on using humans as our staff. That's why we have rooms for rent. Moreover, it's the most famous property store in the city. Of course, we have rooms for the living room, and there's more than one. But do you have any requirements for the location of the rooms?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I was wondering why there are so many restaurants in the city, but only your shop has rooms for rent. So it's because of this. Good, good. As for the location of the rooms? I don't have many requirements, but it's best to be sober." The waiter smiled and said, "Yes, sir. Our small shop has 5 rooms that meet Mr.'s requirements. When can Mr. take a look?" In the end, Zhao Hai followed the waiter to a secluded courtyard and rented it for 3 years. It seems like he wanted to live here for a long time. Of course, he paid all the rent for these 3 years and also gave the waiter a lot of money. Zhao Hai's behavior made the waiter a little stunned. When he first saw Zhao Hai, the waiter thought that Zhao Hai was a rogue cultivator. However, rogue cultivators didn't seem to be as generous as Zhao Hai. This made the waiter somewhat confused about Zhao Hai's identity. However, people like him wouldn't inquire about the guest's privacy. Therefore, after renting a house for Zhao Hai, the waiter left Zhao Hai's courtyard. For the waiter, Zhao Hai was just a passerby in his life. After Zhao Hai rented a house in Ghost City, he didn't immediately find a way to contact other people. Instead, he hid in his room and went into seclusion. This seclusion lasted for a few days, but no one in Ghost City noticed him. This wasn't strange. Although Ghost City was a small city, the flow of people in Ghost City was very large. Therefore, no one would notice if there were a few more people in Ghost City. In the courtyard of Ghost City, Zhao Hai stayed for 5 days. Of course, he didn't do nothing during these 5 days. He had already arranged a house in Ghost City. In this house, Zhao Hai arranged several formations. These formations were very simple formations. They were specifically used for warning and defense. It can be said that these formations were completely common. As long as you were a cultivator, almost all of you would know how to use these formations. The reason why Zhao Hai used these formations was because these formations were most commonly used by rogue cultivators. Even if someone suspected Zhao Hai's identity, they wouldn't be able to see anything from this point. In addition to arranging his small courtyard, Zhao Hai also learned about the entire Ghost City. Of course, he didn't dare to go to the Ghost Gang. The Ghost Gang had a lot of powerful cultivators. Even if he used flowing silver dust, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be discovered by the other party. However, aside from the Ghost Gang, there were no other places in Ghost City that were dangerous. Although there were a lot of cultivators in the city, most of them were rogue cultivators. In this case, Zhao Hai released flowing silver dust. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to discover it. Therefore, aside from the Ghost Gang, Zhao Hai was able to see all the other places in Ghost City. 5 days later, Zhao Hai finally came out of his small courtyard. He now had a good understanding of Ghost City. The situation here was very special. The Ghost Gang didn't have a lot of people, but there were a lot of people who wanted to join the Ghost Gang. Therefore, there were a lot of rogue cultivators here, and those rogue cultivators also needed to make a living. It just so happened that the Ghost Gang didn't have a lot of people, but there were a lot of things that needed to be done. In the end, the Ghost Gang came up with a solution. They turned those things into missions and then gave these missions to the rogue cultivators. Zhao Hai liked this method. This way, he could act alone and not be suspected. In fact, almost all of the rogue cultivators who came to Ghost City acted alone. There were very few who acted in groups. Ghost cultivators were much more ruthless compared to ordinary cultivators. If you formed a group with someone else, then you might be stabbed to death after completing the mission. Zhao Hai slowly walked along the street. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the Ghost Gang's mission hall. There were a lot of rogue cultivators going in and out. Zhao Hai felt that Ghost City's situation was somewhat similar to the Leaping Dragon realm. The missions that the Ghost Gang issued weren't randomly issued. Along with the success of the missions, they would appropriately increase the difficulty of the mission. If you can complete 1,000 missions in Ghost City, then you can immediately join the Ghost Gang. After glancing at the mission hall, Zhao Hai walked towards it. Although a lot of old people in the mission hall saw that Zhao Hai was a new face, they didn't say anything. There were new faces coming to Ghost City almost every day, and a lot of these new faces would only help out once. Therefore, no one paid attention to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai entered the mission hall, he was surprised. He didn't think that the Ghost Gang's mission hall would be like this. The mission hall, the mission hall, the mission hall, and the mission hall all had people working. There were also a lot of rogue cultivators accepting missions here. It looked very good. Zhao Hai looked at the missions on the mission hall. Some of the missions looked very simple, while some looked very difficult. Moreover, each mission had a mark at the back. Some of the missions had a mark at the back, stating how many missions a person had accepted before they could accept the mission. And the missions with such a mark were very difficult. Zhao Hai looked for a while before he went to the mission hall and said, I want to take the 58th mission. The Ghost Gang's mission master was a young man. However, the rogue cultivators didn't pay attention to the appearance of the mission master. They all took a fancy to the mission they wanted to take. Then they immediately went to the window and accepted the mission, fearing that it would be snatched away by others. The ghost cultivator looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, Do you have a mission card? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, No, this is my first time here. The ghost cultivator nodded, then he took out a jade token and handed it over to Zhao Hai. This is your mission token. At the same time, it's also your identity token. With this token, it means that you're in the Devil Gang. But remember, don't use this token to commit outrages. Zhao Hai nodded, then he handed a jade token over to Zhao Hai and said, This is your mission token. At the same time, it is also your identity token. Zhao Hai nodded. He found that this mission card was very simple. On the front was the word Ghost Gang, while on the back was the mission he wanted to complete. It was very simple and practical. Zhao Hai took the jade card and looked at it. Then he put it away and walked out. Soon, Zhao Hai left Ghost City and went to the place where he wanted to do his mission. This time, Zhao Hai's mission was very simple. It was to go to a mountain not far from Ghost City to find a kind of herb. The mountain outside Ghost City wasn't dangerous, and this herb wasn't very difficult to find. It can be said that every year, the Ghost Gang would send people to pick a lot of different kinds of herbs. It's just that there were too few people in the gang, so this kind of herb-picking job was given out as a simple mission. Zhao Hai just went up the mountain when he suddenly felt a trace of hostility rushing towards him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he clearly felt that the one who was hostile wasn't a demon beast, but a ghost cultivator. Zhao Hai was surprised, but he still stopped and stood there quietly, waiting for the other party. After a while, a ghost cultivator wearing a black robe appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This ghost cultivator looked to be more than 40 years old. A ghost cultivator with this kind of appearance wouldn't be young. And this person's strength was only at the soul combining stage, he hadn't even reached the void separating stage. Such a person belonged to the kind of people who didn't have any development potential and wasn't worthy of being recruited by any sect. The cultivator stopped about 50 steps in front of Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Kid, if you know what's good for you, then hand over all the good things you have on you and I'll spare your life. How about it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I've heard this a lot, but no one has ever succeeded. If you can really kill me, then all the good things on me will belong to you. When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but sneer and said, You don't know how deep the sky is. Do you think that I can't do anything to you because I'm so old and still have this kind of strength? Kid, I'll let you know today that meeting me is the most unlucky thing in your life. 7 Wounds Heartless Saber. Just as the cultivator's voice fell, a curved saber suddenly appeared in his hand. This curved saber had a very large arc, making it look very strange. When Zhao Hai saw the saber, he couldn't help but stare. Then he sneered and said, Sky Demon Claw, break for me. Then Zhao Hai waved his claw. The Sky Demon Claw was the most commonly used martial art of the Heavenly Demon clan. And since the Heavenly Demons were originally from the demon race, they had a lot of similarities with the ghost cultivators. Because of this, when Zhao Hai used the Sky Demon Claw, nobody would doubt his identity. The ghost cultivator obviously didn't think that Zhao Hai's Sky Demon Claw would be this powerful. He shouted again and again as he fought with Zhao Hai. However, he was always in a disadvantageous position. Zhao Hai had completely suppressed him. After dozens of exchanges, Zhao Hai clawed the ghost cultivator to death. With a cold snort, he waved his hand and stored the ghost cultivator away. Then he continued to walk up the mountain. Before long, he found the herbs he needed for his mission. After collecting the herbs, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go down the mountain. Instead, he walked around the mountain a few times, looking around. Some of the plants that he didn't have in the space were stored in the space. Even some insects that he didn't have in the space were stored in the space. Satisfied, he went down the mountain. After going down the mountain, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the Devil's Town. The mission that Zhao Hai wanted to take this time wasn't anything special. It could be completed in a day. Therefore, when he went to hand in the mission, the people from the devil's town didn't feel strange. After giving him some rewards, Zhao Hai left. In fact, the reward this time wasn't anything extraordinary. It was just some medicinal pills. The value of these medicinal pills wasn't necessarily higher than those herbs. However, for some ghost cultivators, those herbs might be useless, but the medicinal pills were useful. Very few rogue cultivators knew how to refine pills. First, it was because they didn't have the time. Second, it was because they didn't have the materials to refine pills. Therefore, if they wanted to use pills, they could only buy them. But the pills that they bought were very expensive. Because of this, a lot of rogue cultivators liked to do this kind of mission. These missions weren't dangerous, but they could still obtain pills. Zhao Hai calmly received the pills. These things weren't attractive to him. If he wanted to use pills, he could refine them at any time. However, he didn't need them. In the following month, Zhao Hai continued to receive missions. He received missions very quickly. Sometimes, he would even receive 2 or 3 missions a day. It was precisely because of this that Zhao managed to complete nearly 100 missions within a month. Rogue cultivators might not have noticed this, but the Devil Clan members did. The main reason why the Devil Gang set up this mission office was to better understand the potential of some rogue cultivators through the process of doing missions. For rogue cultivators with outstanding potential, the Devil Sect would naturally accept them into their sect. Gangs couldn't be compared to sects. First, it was because they didn't have enough foundation. Second, it was because they lacked geniuses. Even if there were geniuses, they would generally be poached by sects. However, there were a lot of geniuses in this world. Some geniuses could be seen at a glance. Their cultivation speed was very fast, making it difficult for people to not pay attention to them. However, some geniuses weren't like this. These geniuses might have mediocre performance at the beginning, and even their talent might seem ordinary. Generally, sects wouldn't pay attention to such people because there were too many geniuses. Sects could select geniuses from these geniuses, so they wouldn't feel pity if they missed out on 1 or 2. However, these geniuses were too important for ordinary gangs. In the underground world, gangs that belonged to the same sect weren't so harmonious. They would attack and annex each other. Small gangs might slowly become stronger through annexation, while large gangs might slowly disappear. Of course, there was also the possibility of becoming a sect, but there weren't many examples of this. But it didn't matter, as long as there were successful examples. In this world, the most difficult thing to control was the human heart. Everyone had ambition, and as long as there was ambition, then there would always be conflicts. As for the Devil Sect, which wasn't very big, they hoped to recruit some geniuses into their sect. This way, whether these people joined a big sect in the future or stayed in the sect, they would be of great help to them. Joining a big sect meant that their relationship with the sect would be 1 step closer. If they stayed in the sect, they could become the backbone of the sect, which would greatly increase the fighting strength of the sect. Zhao Hai actually completed nearly 100 missions in a month. This was definitely something worth paying attention to. One must know that the missions that Zhao Hai did later weren't simple missions like picking herbs, but rather some difficult missions. Even so, Zhao Hai could still smoothly complete those missions. This was the main reason why Zhao Hai was able to attract the attention of the Devil Sect. Several people were sitting in the Devil Sect's conference hall. The leader was about 30 years old. He had white skin and 3 strands of black beard fluttering in front of his chest. He was really indescribably handsome. This person was also very handsome. There was also a trace of an evil smile on his face. This kind of smile was very attractive to women. This person was the leader of the Devil Sect. He was known as the Ghost Spirit Twins, Zhong Busan. Zhong Busan's name sounded very strange, but in fact, his strength was even more troublesome. He cultivated the devil's divine art. For an average cultivator, being able to subdue a single devil was already good enough. However, Zhong Busan had 2 devils. However, his devils were different from other devils. Other devils had only 1 child, but his devils had twins. It was precisely because of this that he was able to subdue the devils and become the strongest cultivator in the Devil Gang. His name wasn't originally Zhong Busan. He changed his name because someone joked with him that if he had met a triplet devil, then he would have become the ghost spirit twins. After Zhong Busan heard this, he changed his name to Zhong Busan. What he meant was that he would never have 3 devils. The reason why Zhong Busan changed his name was to make the 2 devils listen to him. Others might think that he used spiritual force to subdue the 2 devils. Only Zhong Busan knew that the reason why he was able to subdue the 2 devils wasn't because of spiritual force, but because the 2 devils were gifted. When they were born, they were able to open their eyes and see people. The first person that the 2 devils saw was him, so they treated him as their family. Naturally, they wouldn't deal with him and would listen to his commands. When someone said that if he had met a triplet devil, then he would be the ghost spirit twins, this made the devils very angry. They almost rebelled. In order to appease the anger of the 2 devils, he changed his name to Zhong Busan. Zhong Busan was now sitting on the main seat with an unchanging evil smile on his face. His eyes were half squinted as he looked at the cultivator standing in front of the door and said, "You mean that rogue cultivator completed 100 missions in a month? Doesn't that mean that he had to do 2 or 3 missions a day? Are you sure you remember correctly?" The devil clan member quickly replied, replying to the clan leader, "There's absolutely no mistake. There's a record of his first mission." In order to prevent them from completing several missions together, we also conducted a fingerprint check on his mission card. We found that his mission card only had his own fingerprints. Only then did we confirm that he did complete all the missions by himself. Zhong Busan nodded and turned to look at the other people in the room. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, what do you think?" Everyone in the conference hall fell into silence for a while. After a while, someone said in a deep voice, "Gang Master, I think we should pay attention to this person. But we'd better find out his origin, so as to avoid any trouble for us." Zhong Busan nodded and said, "Does anyone else have any opinions?" A devil sect member said, "Sect Master, what we should do now is to find out if he really relied on his own strength to complete those missions. If that's the case, then we can prepare to recruit him into the sect." Zhong Busan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Our devil gang hasn't had any amazing talents in the past few years, so our influence in the Battle Corps sect is getting lower and lower. If this guy is really a talent, then we'll send him to the Battle Corps sect. At that time it will be more beneficial for the Battle Corps sect." Everyone nodded. Although Zhong Busan was ambitious, he wasn't arrogant enough to want to replace the Battle Corps sect. Not to mention the devil gang's current strength, even if they were 10 times stronger, they still wouldn't be able to replace the Battle Corps sect. The gap between the 2 sides was too big. Seeing that no one objected, Zhong Busan said, "Tomorrow, you'll arrange things. Shadow, you go and arrange people to follow that guy and see if he completed the missions alone. Even if he completed the missions by himself, I want to know what kind of martial arts he used. Everyone else, dig up this guy's background. Dig up 8 generations of his ancestors." Everyone loudly responded. Zhong Busan waved his hand and those people turned around and left. Zhong Busan looked at them and smiled faintly, "I want to see what kind of background this little guy has." Zhao Hai didn't know that the devil gang had their eyes on him. However, this was also his goal. He wanted to join the devil gang. He didn't need to join the Battle Corps sect. As long as he joined the devil gang, he would have an official identity. This way, his revenge against the ghost cultivators would begin and no one would suspect him. Zhao Hai had long wanted to start his revenge against the ghost cultivators. However, as long as he made a move now, the entire underground world would know that the true spiritual realm had come for revenge. When the time comes, they would certainly go all out to hunt him down. Even if he had a space divergent ability, it wouldn't be very safe. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed an identity as a cover. In the end, Zhao Hai chose the devil gang. In the entire underground world, the devil gang was the most casual in accepting people. Sometimes, they wouldn't even investigate a person. If a person came from a good place, then they would accept them into the gang. In the end, it would bring a lot of trouble to the devil gang. Although the devil gang was a bit strict in accepting disciples, it wasn't too strict. As long as a person had strength, then even if they couldn't investigate their background, they would still accept them into the gang. The devil gang's approach was actually understandable. The underground world was too big, it wasn't any smaller than the true spiritual realm. A lot of cultivators had caused trouble in distant places and had no choice but to run away. Moreover, the trouble they caused wasn't enough for the people they offended to come so far to deal with them. As long as the devil gang accepted this person into their gang, then they would have one more expert. This would be a great help to the devil gang. Although the devil gang had caused some trouble in the past few years because of recruiting people, the strength of their gang had also improved because of this. After considering all of these, Zhao Hai finally chose the devil gang as his surface identity. This way, he would have a legal identity in the underground world. The next day, Zhao Hai went to the devil gang's mission office. Upon entering the mission office, Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. He felt that someone was watching him. He immediately used the space to monitor the surroundings. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he didn't find anything. This made Zhao Hai stare. The space had always been successful in monitoring him. This was the first time that it didn't find anything. Although the space didn't find anything, Zhao Hai was sure that the other party wasn't far from him. They might even be very close, watching him in the hall. Zhao Hai immediately scanned the entire hall. There were a lot of people in the hall. Although there were some people who were watching him, Zhao Hai's space indicated that these people weren't a threat. This was because these people were rogue cultivators who always appeared in the mission hall. They weren't a threat to Zhao Hai. However, after thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately had the space scan the entire hall. He wanted to see if there were any unfamiliar faces in the hall. This way, he might be able to find the person who was watching him. It didn't take long before the space scanned the entire hall. Then the space found several unfamiliar faces. These faces were new to Zhao Hai today. These people were also Zhao Hai's main suspects. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just stood in front of the mission wall and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Before long, Zhao Hai selected a mission. Then he went to the mission window and said to the staff, "Mission number 73. Thank you." The staff looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "It's you again. How many missions are you going to do today? You don't need to work so hard. You won't have time to cultivate like this." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What I need right now isn't cultivation, but actual combat. Today, I'll take a look and see how many missions I can take." The staff laughed. After recording the mission on Zhao Hai's mission card, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You should write your name on the mission card. As long as you do more than 100 missions, you can write your name on the mission card. Then you'll be considered a member of the devil gang. How about it? Do you want to write it?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll write it. My name is Zhao Ling, Ling as in ghost." When the staff heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Zhao Ling, that's a good name. But why does it sound like a girl's name?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I changed my name later. In order to remember someone. In any case, I came here to start my life anew." "What's the difference?" When the man heard Zhao, he couldn't help but show a knowing look. "Okay, I'll remember it." Then he wrote Zhao Ling's name on Zhao's mission card. Zhao Ling's face lit up. Zhao Ling's face lit up. "Okay, I'll remember." Zhao Hai smiled as he received the mission card. Then he turned around and left the mission hall. Although he didn't look any different, the actions of the people in the hall couldn't escape their eyes. Zhao Hai quickly discovered that after he left the mission hall, several cultivators immediately left the mission hall and followed him from afar. It was clear that these people were tracking experts. Zhao Hai didn't care about these people. This was because he discovered that along the way, a lot of shops on the street would point the way for Zhao Hai. This meant that these people had a lot of influence in Devil City. Who was the most influential person in Devil City? There was no need to ask, it was naturally the Devil Gang. In other words, the people following him were from the Devil Gang. If other people were following him, then Zhao Hai would be worried. However, he wasn't worried at all when it was the Devil Gang following him. The reason why he acted like this in the past few days was to attract the Devil Gang's attention. It was clear that the Devil Gang was paying attention to him. Even when the Devil Gang member talked to him and asked for his name, it was clear that the Devil Gang was paying attention to him. Not only was Zhao Hai not worried, he was even happy. Zhao Hai quickly left Devil City. As soon as he arrived outside the city, Zhao Hai immediately released an undead horse. Then he mounted the horse and galloped away. The devil gang members followed Zhao Hai out of the city. When they saw Zhao Hai release the undead horse and gallop away, they were dumbfounded. Although it was said that in the underground world, everyone used demon spirits or zombies. However, most people used demon spirits or zombies. Even if they wanted to use a demon beast seen spirit or zombie, they would still use a ferocious beast seen spirit or zombie. They definitely wouldn't use a horse as an ordinary demon beast seen spirit or zombie. Now that Zhao Hai suddenly released an undead horse, it was beyond their expectations. At this time, a particularly thin cultivator said, "I'll follow. You go back and report." Although Zhao Hai was rushing forward, he was still paying attention to the situation of the devil gang. When he saw that only one ghost cultivator followed while the others retreated, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. The mission that Zhao Hai received this time wasn't very far from Devil City. The main task this time was to hunt a demon beast. This demon beast had been attacking several underground humanoid villages near Devil City. Although ghost cultivators didn't treat underground humans as humans and could kill them whenever they wanted, those underground humans were still very useful to them. They could kill them, but they couldn't let demon beasts kill them. That was why they had such an order. After a while, Zhao Hai arrived at the place where the beast often roamed. Then he jumped off his undead horse and carefully looked around. Before long, Zhao Hai found the footprints of several beasts. The footprints weren't deep, but it was obvious that they were just left behind. The ground here was very hard, so it was enough to show the strength of the beast that left behind these footprints. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it, but it was obvious that it was just left behind. The ground here was very hard, so it was enough to show the strength of the beast. Zhao Hai looked at the footprints with a dignified expression. Then he raised his head and looked around. Then he jumped on the undead horse and galloped towards the southeast. After Zhao Hai left, the devil cultivator also looked at the footprints. However, he couldn't see anything. In the end, he could only follow Zhao Hai in confusion. Not long after the devil cultivator left, he heard a demon beast roar in front of him. The devil cultivator couldn't help but be surprised. He followed Zhao Hai all the way and didn't see Zhao Hai stop. But Zhao Hai only looked at the footprints and knew where the demon beast was. This was too amazing, right? After a while, the devil cultivator saw a demon beast and a demon beast fighting in front of him. The demon beast was naturally Zhao Hai. The demon beast was a tiger demon beast. The tiger demon beast's eyes were blood red. It was 4 meters long and 1.5 meters tall. It also had a long black horn on its head. Upon seeing the demon beast, the devil cultivator couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change. This was because he recognized this demon beast. It was called the horned tiger. The horned tiger was a very powerful demon beast. The reason why this demon beast was so powerful was because its horns could release electricity. This kind of lightning element demon beast was very rare. Moreover, this demon beast also had a special characteristic. After eating a person, its eyes would turn red. The more people it ate, the redder its eyes would become. As for the horned tiger that was fighting with Zhao Hai, its eyes had completely turned blood red. This was enough to show that it had eaten a lot of people. These demon beasts that ate people had a special characteristic, and that was that they had experience fighting with people. This kind of demon beast was even more difficult to deal with. Most importantly, this demon beast's strength was at the fusion soul stage. A fusion soul stage demon beast could compete with a separating dust stage cultivator. And Zhao Hai was only at the fusion soul stage. It was impossible for him to be this horned tiger's opponent. The devil cultivator wasn't worried that something would happen to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't a member of the devil cultivator gang. He wouldn't worry about an unrelated person. What he was worried about now was that if Zhao Hai couldn't block the horned tiger, then he wouldn't be able to block the horned tiger. At that time, he would be finished. Just when the devil cultivator gang was thinking about whether to help Zhao Hai, he suddenly heard Zhao Hai shout, "Sky Demon Claw." Then he saw Zhao Hai's hands dancing. Claw shadows went straight towards the horned tiger. The horned tiger seemed to feel the threat of Zhao Hai's move. It also roared. Then a huge lightning bolt went straight towards Zhao Hai. This move was very fast. Zhao Hai had no chance of dodging it. Boom! Zhao Hai's claw shadow and the ghost horned tiger's lightning bolt collided. Then the two energies disappeared. At this time, the horned tiger suddenly roared in pain. Then it kept spinning on the ground. Finally, it unwillingly fell to the ground. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he cursed, "Grandma, I didn't expect it to be a horned tiger. This time, I lost. This horned tiger is worth more than the reward." While speaking, Zhao Hai pulled out a thin sword from the horned tiger's eye. Then he put the sword away and put the horned tiger into his space. Then he turned around and mounted his horse. Then he rushed towards the Devil Cultivator gang. On the other hand, the Devil Cultivator gang's cultivator just stood there and looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what to say. A horned tiger with red eyes was defeated by Zhao Hai in just a few moves. Wasn't this too fast? Wasn't this kid's strength too strong? No, he must pull this kid into the Devil Cultivator gang. If this kind of talent were to escape, then it would be a crime against the Devil Cultivator gang. Thinking of this, the Devil Cultivator gang's figure moved and rushed towards the Devil Cultivator gang. Zhao Hai was also observing the Devil Cultivator gang. Although the Devil Cultivator gang hid very well, how could they hide from Zhao Hai's space? The reason why Zhao Hai killed the horned tiger so quickly was because he didn't want the Devil Cultivator gang to see his strength. He believed that once the Devil Cultivator gang saw his strength, they would certainly be tempted. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that the underground world couldn't be underestimated. Take the Devil Cultivator gang's undead horse as an example. The Devil Cultivator gang's undead horse wasn't slow, but the Devil Cultivator gang was able to keep up with the undead horse. In fact, the Devil Cultivator gang was even faster than the undead horse. This was because when Zhao Hai was 5 li away from the Devil Cultivator gang, the Devil Cultivator gang had already returned to the Devil Cultivator gang. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. When he was about 2 li away from the Devil Cultivator gang, Zhao Hai jumped down from his undead horse and walked towards the Devil Cultivator gang. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the Devil Cultivator gang's mission office and handed in the mission. After handing in the mission, Zhao Hai actually received a piece of armor as a reward. This was somewhat outside of Zhao Hai's expectations. In the true spiritual realm, armor-type formations weren't common. Zhao Hai didn't expect the Devil Cultivator gang to be willing to take out such a good thing. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Even if he didn't add any materials to the horned tiger's skin, he could still make a few sets of armor. The Devil Cultivator gang didn't lose out, they actually made a profit. After Zhao Hai received the armor, he immediately put it on. Then he went to the mission office and received another mission. This time, when Zhao Hai went out to do the mission, he quickly discovered that the ghost shadow sex people behind him had increased from 1 to 5. Moreover, these 5 people were already prepared. Each of them had a flying beast so that they could monitor Zhao Hai from the sky. No matter where Zhao Hai went to do the mission, he wouldn't be able to hide from their eyes. Zhao Hai didn't care. In any case, he was currently carrying out a mission. There was nothing to be worried about. On this day, Zhao Hai completed 4 missions. Each mission's difficulty wasn't low. After completing these 4 missions, Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard and didn't go out. The Devil Cultivator gang was also guarding his courtyard. Just as Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard, several people were standing in Zhong Busan's study. Zhong Busan looked at these people and said, "You said that Zhao Ling completed 4 missions today, and the difficulty wasn't low. Are you sure that he completed all the missions by himself?" A very thin cultivator said to Zhong Busan, "I'm sure. Leader, I personally followed Zhao Hai today. His first mission was completed under my watch. There was absolutely no one who could help him. Although he's only at the joining soul stage, he has a very special claw technique. This claw technique can make his strength erupt in an instant. When he uses this claw technique, he can probably fight against a transcending realm cultivator." Zhong Busan's eyes lit up. He looked at the skinny cultivator and faintly smiled. "Not bad, Shadow. You did a good job this time. Do you think that his claw technique can really increase a person's battle prowess? If so, would he be willing to give it to the gang?" The Shadow shook his head and said, "Leader, that claw technique can really improve a person's combat strength. However, it overdrafts spiritual energy to achieve this goal. With Zhao Hai's current strength at the joining soul stage, he can only use it 3 or 4 times a day. Before he used it for the 4th time, he even ate a pill. It can be said that this claw technique is no different from other martial arts that can use spiritual energy to attack the enemy. Zhao Hai's true strength is his flying sword, a thin sword that appears and disappears unpredictably. When Zhong Busan heard what the shadow said, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he waved his hand disappointedly and said, "So it's like this. Then do you think it's worth taking Zhao Hai into the gang?" The shadow said in a deep voice, "It's worth it. Leader, I found that although Zhao Hai's strength is only at the joining soul stage, he has a lot of experience in fighting against enemies. I can be sure that Zhao Hai has a lot of experience in fighting against people. Not to mention anything else, this proves that Zhao Hai is definitely a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today." Zhong Busan nodded and said, "So it's like this. If that's the case, then let's take him into the gang. I believe that he will be of great help to our devil gang. If he performs well, it's not impossible to recommend him to the Battle Corps sect." Zhao Hai calmly stood in the mission hall, looking at the mission wall. Although Zhao Hai knew that the devil gang had been paying attention to him, he still didn't know what the devil gang's value was. Therefore, he still needed to do missions, and do a lot of missions in order to make the devil gang pay more attention to him. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a group of people behind him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a group of people, because there were more than 10 of them. Zhao Hai pretended not to notice as he stood there. At this time, a person behind him opened his mouth and said, "Are you Mr. Zhao Ling?" Zhao Hai immediately turned around and looked at these people. Then he was puzzled and said, "I am indeed Zhao Ling. May I know why Mr. is looking for me?" The person smiled faintly and said, "Mr., we are from the devil gang. The leader wants to invite Mr. to the devil gang?" Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "All right, Mr., please lead the way." The person smiled at Zhao Hai and then made an inviting gesture. Zhao Hai followed the group out of the mission hall. After Zhao Hai left, the entire mission hall immediately became lively. Everyone was talking about Zhao Hai and sighing at Zhao Hai's good luck. These people were waiting for the devil gang to find them so that they could enter the devil gang. However, some of them have been here for several years and still haven't achieved their goal. On the other hand, Zhao Hai only took a month to accomplish this. Naturally, many people didn't know how long Zhao Hai had been here. They were just sighing at Zhao Hai's good luck, but they didn't see how much effort Zhao Hai had put in for this day. Zhao Hai quickly followed the devil gang to the main hall. Zhao Hai was directly led to the main hall. There were a lot of people sitting in the main hall, and these people were the higher-ups of the devil gang, led by Zhong Busan. Zhao Hai didn't know Zhong Busan, but the devil gang cultivator beside him said to Zhong Busan, "Greetings leader, Mr. Zhao Ling has arrived." Zhao Hai quickly gave Zhong Busan a salute and said, "Greetings leader." The leader nodded, then he waved his hand towards Zhao Hai and said, "There's no need to be so polite. I invited Mr. here today because I have something to ask Mr. I wonder if Mr. is willing to join the devil gang?" Zhao Hai thought that they would ask about his identity, but he didn't think that they would ask him if he wanted to join the devil gang. However, Zhao Hai didn't show it. Instead, he excitedly said, "Of course I'm willing, but I don't know if I have the qualifications." When Zhong Busan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You have the qualifications, of course you have the qualifications. Good, Zhao Ling, from today onwards, you're a member of the devil gang. Come, take Zhao Ling to settle down." Someone immediately responded and walked towards Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai gave Zhong Busan a salute, he turned around and left. However, the excitement on his face couldn't be concealed. Zhong Busan looked at Zhao Hai's back and smiled. "How is the investigation of Zhao Ling's background going? Did you find anything?" Immediately, a cultivator stood up and saluted Zhong Busan, replying to the gang leader, "We haven't found any information about Zhao Ling in the vicinity. From the martial arts he uses, he seems to be a martial ghost cultivator. The only famous martial ghost cultivator in the vicinity is the Ghost Claw sect. However, there isn't any information about Zhao Ling. Obviously, he didn't come from there. From the looks of it, Zhao Hai might have come from a faraway place." Zhong Busan nodded and said, in other words, he's unlikely to bring us any trouble, right? The man nodded and said, that's indeed the case. As long as Zhao Ling doesn't come from any of the major sects nearby, he won't bring us any trouble. Sects that are too far away from here wouldn't come here to kill and burn just for one person. After all, this isn't their territory. Zhong Busan nodded and said in a deep voice, keep an eye on Zhao Ling. See who he usually interacts with and if there's anything suspicious. If he's going to go out and do a mission, don't let him do it. That person immediately responded. Zhong Busan looked at everyone and said, alright, let's put Zhao Ling's matter aside for now. He can't do anything by himself. Let's talk about the others. Recently, the Green Zombie Gang has been wandering around our territory. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Busan, everyone was stunned. This was because this question wasn't easy to answer. The Green Zombie Gang was a gang that wasn't inferior to the Devil Gang. Although the two gangs belonged to the Battle Corps sect, because the Green Zombie Gang cultivated zombies, they were very similar to the Battle Corps sect. Therefore, the Battle Corps sect clearly favored the Green Zombie Gang more. In recent years, several people from the Green Zombie Gang had joined the Battle Corps sect. However, the Devil Gang's situation wasn't very good. The Devil Gang hadn't had anyone join the Battle Corps sect in the past few years, causing their influence in the Battle Corps sect to become smaller and smaller. The Green Zombie Gang was very good at taking advantage of this. They were slowly encroaching on the Devil Gang's territory. Although the Devil Gang only controlled one city, it was impossible for a city to exist alone. Every city was the center of their area. Under the city's needs, they would manage a lot of villages and towns. These places were necessary to support the existence of the city. Because of this, although the Devil Gang only controlled one city, it was undeniable that there were a lot of places around the city under their control. On the other hand, the Green Zombie Gang wasn't very big. They only controlled one city, and it just happened to be adjacent to the Devil Gang. Because of this, the two cities often had conflicts. But now, it was different. The Green Zombie Gang was suppressing the Devil Gang. It was very difficult for the Devil Gang to fight back. Because of this, when Zhong Busan asked about the Green Zombie Gang, these people didn't say a word. This was because they didn't know what to say. Zhong Busan looked at these people and his expression couldn't help but turn cold. He coldly said, "What? Are you afraid of those bastards from the Green Zombie Gang?" Everyone didn't speak, but their expressions weren't good. Although they weren't cultivators of a sect, they were still cultivators. If a cultivator was afraid of someone, then they wouldn't be able to do anything. At this time, a cultivator stood up and said, "Leader, of course we're not afraid of the Green Zombie Gang. There's nothing to be afraid of. What I'm worried about is whether there's someone behind them." Zhong Busan couldn't help but stare. "What do you mean?" The cultivator replied, "Leader should know that several people from the Green Zombie Gang have entered the Battle Corps sect in recent years. Moreover, they have even more people in the Battle Corps sect. Some of those people might already be inner disciples of the sect. I dare say that if it weren't for their support, then the Green Zombie Gang wouldn't have the guts to do this. Because of this, I think that if we want to solve the Green Zombie sect's problem, we should start with the people behind them. I think we should send a letter to the seniors of the Battle Corps sect and have them investigate this matter. This matter is related to our Devil Gang." Zhong Busan nodded. The Green Zombie Gang's recent activities were too frequent, which made him a little vigilant. Just like what that person said, if the Green Zombie Gang didn't have someone supporting them, then they wouldn't have the guts to do this. After all, the Devil Gang also had people in the Battle Corps sect. If they really did something to the Devil Gang, then the Devil Gang's seniors in the Battle Corps sect would probably agree with them. After thinking about this, Zhong Busan couldn't help but say, "Alright, let's put this matter aside for now. We'll talk about other things once we get the news." Everyone nodded. Then Zhong Busan said, "Alright, let's disperse. Remember, pay attention to the situation around you. If the Green Zombie Gang really does something, then you must stop them. We can't let them be so arrogant. If the Green Zombie Gang really wants to fight with us, then the Devil Gang isn't someone to be trifled with. It's hard to say who will win." Everyone nodded. Only then did Zhong Busan wave his hand. Everyone stood up, turned around, and left. Zhong Busan looked at everyone's backs, but he was a little disappointed. There were too few talents in the Devil Gang. Otherwise, the Battle Corps sect wouldn't have been able to select someone for such a long time. Outsiders have always thought that the Devil Gang had a high status in the Battle Corps sect. Because of this, the Battle Corps sect would select 10 people from the Devil Gang every year. This made the Devil Gang a sect that many rogue cultivators wanted to join. However, only Zhong Busan and the others knew the truth. It had been several years since anyone from the Devil Gang had truly joined the Battle Corps sect. Even if some people were selected by the Battle Corps sect, they would only become corpse slaves in the end. They couldn't be considered as entering the Battle Corps sect. The so-called corpse slaves were cultivators who joined the Battle Corps sect. The Battle Corps sect thought that they had no potential, so they killed them and refined them into battle corpses. These battle corpses were called corpse slaves in the Battle Corps sect. Not to mention providing 10 corpse slaves to the Devil Gang every year. Even if you could provide 100 corpse slaves, the Battle Corps sect wouldn't give you any merit. It was precisely because of this that the Devil Gang's current situation was so awkward. The Battle Corps sect wasn't a benevolent sect. Every year, they would transfer a large number of people from their subordinate gangs and then test these people. If these people passed the test, then they would become official members of the Battle Corps sect. If they didn't pass the test, then only death would await them. Their corpses would be refined into corpse slaves for the Battle Corps sect's disciples to use during cultivation. Only the insiders of the gangs and the Battle Corps sect knew about this. It was impossible for rogue cultivators to know about this. It was precisely because of this that many people thought that it was a good thing when they heard that the Devil Gang could provide 10 slots to the Battle Corps sect every year. In fact, this might not be a good thing. The Battle Corps sect's management of the gangs was very simple. The smaller the gang's contribution to them, the more manpower they would take from that gang every year. On the other hand, the Battle Corps sect wouldn't take too many people from those gangs. The Devil Gang's contribution to the Battle Corps sect wasn't very high, so the Battle Corps sect naturally wouldn't be polite. 10 people per year was already considered a small number. In fact, the other gangs of the Battle Corps sect would send people to the Battle Corps sect every year. Most of the people they sent were not very strong. However, because the other gangs had a lot of people, no one paid attention to them. On the other hand, the Devil Gang had too few people. However, everyone in the gang was an elite. If they were to send these people to the Battle Corps sect as corpse slaves, they wouldn't be willing to do so. Therefore, the Devil Gang thought of a way. They said that they would allow 10 people to enter the Battle Corps sect every year. This way, they would be able to attract a large number of cultivators to join the Battle Corps sect. They would then be able to select some of these cultivators and send them to the Battle Corps sect as corpse slaves. In fact, the Devil Gang's approach was very correct. Although the Devil Gang didn't have a lot of people, their strength had always been very good among the various gangs of the Battle Corps sect. As for the life and death of ordinary cultivators, they didn't care about it. However, when the Japanese recruited people, there were generally 2 types of people. The first type was those who were sent to the Battle Corps sect as corpse slaves. When these people were recruited, they would only go through a simple assessment. As for their identity and background, they wouldn't care. The second type was people like Zhao Hai. They were people with real potential who were targeted by the Devil Gang. These people were very strong. The Devil Gang couldn't bear to send them out as cannon fodder. Therefore, people like Zhao Hai were the ones the Devil Gang focused on cultivating. Zhong Busan was very clear that if the Devil Gang wanted to develop, they could only rely on the Battle Corps sect. It was impossible to rely on others. Even if they wanted to develop by themselves, it was impossible because the Battle Corps sect wouldn't give them such an opportunity. Therefore, what Zhong Busan wanted to do the most now was to cultivate a genius disciple and send them to the Battle Corps sect. If this disciple made a name for himself in the Battle Corps sect, then the Devil Gang would also become rich. Zhao Hai didn't know about this, but he was very clear that after entering the Devil Gang, he couldn't be too low-key. If he was too low-key, then the Devil Gang would think that he didn't have any value in training, or they would think that he was working so hard to join the Devil Gang. In this case, the Devil Gang would be angry and directly think of ways to deal with him. Zhao Hai didn't want to be such an unlucky person, so he already had a plan. When he first entered the devil gang, he must make a good plan. Even if he couldn't be too heaven-defying, he couldn't be too ordinary. Sometimes, if he was too ordinary, people would pay attention to him. Following the devil sex cultivator to his residence, Zhao Hai looked at the surrounding environment. The environment here was pretty good. Because the devil gang had few people, they had a lot of places to live. The room that was arranged for Zhao Hai was also a standalone courtyard. However, Zhao Hai knew that this was only on the surface. The devil sect was definitely not generous enough to give an ordinary disciple a standalone courtyard. The reason why he was arranged like this was to make it more convenient to monitor him. Zhao Hai knew that his identity and origin had always been a sore point in the devil gang, so the devil gang would definitely monitor him. Zhao Hai also understood the devil gang's approach. No gang would be completely at ease with an unknown person like him. Before they were sure that there was no problem with him, proper monitoring was inevitable. After the devil gang people sent Zhao Hai to his residence, they gave him an identity card and told him some things that he needed to pay attention to in the devil gang. Then they left Zhao Hai's courtyard. Zhao Hai walked around the courtyard twice with a smile on his face. This small courtyard wasn't very big, only about 100 square meters. There was only a stone table and a few stone steps in the courtyard. There was nothing else. However, Zhao Hai was still very satisfied with the small courtyard. After walking around the courtyard twice, Zhao Hai returned to the house. The entire small courtyard had 3 rooms. The main room had a living room, a bedroom, and a study room. The left and right side rooms only had 2 rooms. One was a quiet room, and the other was a place to rest. The design on both sides was the same. Zhao Hai looked around the several rooms. These rooms were really good. Although they weren't big, it was enough for him to live alone. Zhao Hai returned to the main room and rested. He stayed in the bedroom for the whole day. When it was dark, he came out of the room. When Zhao Hai came out, the people who were monitoring him became nervous. They were monitoring Zhao Hai, but they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would stay in the room for the whole day. He only came out when it was dark. Resting during the day, but coming out at night, this was obviously not the time for a normal person. The people who were monitoring Zhao Hai couldn't help but become nervous. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was going to do. After Zhao Hai came out of the room, he directly pushed open the courtyard door and walked out. Then he walked around the devil gang. However, most of the devil gang members were already resting. After some time, Zhao Hai met a devil gang member. Zhao Hai immediately went to greet him. The cultivators who were monitoring Zhao didn't know what Zhao wanted to do. Zhao walked in front of the cultivator and cupped his fist. "Senior brother, this is my first day in the devil gang. I don't know where I should go to eat. I don't know if senior brother can give me some pointers." The cultivator nodded and said, "Senior brother, this is my first day in the devil gang." The devil gang member immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. He looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "So junior brother is asking about this. That's simple. Since I have nothing to do, let's go to the cafeteria and have a drink." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "The cafeteria allows you to drink?" The devil clan member laughed and said, "Of course. The devil clan's canteen serves us. We can eat whenever we want. Moreover, it's completely free." When Zhao Hai heard this, he smiled and said, "So that's how it is. This junior brother is too naive. May I know senior brother's name? If I didn't meet senior brother today, then I'm afraid I would have to go hungry." The devil gang member smiled and said, "Junior brother doesn't need to be so polite. My name is Dragon's Car. You can just call me senior brother when." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This junior brother is called Zhao Ling. If senior brother needs anything in the future, then please tell this junior brother. This junior brother will certainly help." When Dragon's Car heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Junior brother is too polite." Then he didn't say anything else. When Zhao Hai saw Dragon's Car's expression, he didn't know what to say. He also knew that there was no friendship between ghost cultivators. If he was too enthusiastic, then he might scare Dragon's Car. When Dragon's Car saw that Zhao Hai wasn't speaking, he felt relieved. Ghost cultivators were very suspicious. They were afraid that they would be harmed. Today, Dragon's car helped Xiao Hai because they were from the same gang. Moreover, this time, he only needed to say a few words. If Xiao Hai was too enthusiastic, then Dragon's car would be suspicious of Xiao Hai's motives. Before long, the two arrived at the Devil Gang's cafeteria. It must be said that the Devil Gang's cafeteria was very good. The Devil Gang's cafeteria was very good. It was even better than the restaurants outside. Moreover, there were people guarding this place all year round. The people who cooked here were all ordinary humans, not red goblins. These ordinary humans were also cultivators. However, they belonged to the family members who didn't have any talent. These family members worked here every day and were paid a lot. Because they were cooking for their own family members, they were very attentive. This allowed the Devil Gang's cultivators to eat without worry. When Xiao Hai and Dragon's car entered the cafeteria, a person immediately came over and bowed to the two. This person looked to be around 30 years old and was wearing a waiter's uniform. He looked to Dragon's car and said, "I have seen Senior Wen. I wonder if this senior is a member of the gang or a friend of Senior Wen." Dragon's car smiled and said, "So it's Brother Yu. This is our Devil Fist's new member, Zhao Ling." Then Dragon's car turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Zhao Ling, this is Brother Yu. He's an old member of the Devil Gang. Moreover, Brother Yu is a family member of the Devil Gang. You shouldn't be rude to Brother Yu." Xiao Hai quickly smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. Brother Yu, please." Zhao Ling is very polite. The middle-aged man surnamed Yu quickly said, I wouldn't dare. You can just call me Yu Lin. Sirs, please. What would you like to eat? Dragon's car smiled and said, Brother Yu, today's master is in charge of cooking. Tell him to prepare 4 dishes as well as 2 jugs of wine. That's all. Yu Lin quickly nodded and said, all right. Sirs, please sit here. I'll immediately have them prepare. Then he politely invited Xiao Hai and Dragon's car to sit down. After pouring 2 cups of tea for them, he turned around and left. Xiao Hai looked at Yu Lin's appearance and smiled faintly. I didn't think that our gang would take care of our family members. Even Brother Dragon's car was polite to him. Dragon's car smiled and said, it's best to be polite to Yu Lin. Yu Lin isn't someone you can afford to offend. His status isn't from class 1. Xiao Hai was puzzled. What kind of background does this Yu Lin have? Dragon's car smiled and said, of course. This Yu Lin's brother is the sect leader's personal disciple. His status isn't ordinary. In the entire Devil Gang, there aren't many people who would dare to offend him. However, Yu Lin's position is very correct. He respects the members of the gang very much. Therefore, he's very respected in the gang. Xiao Hai suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Then it seems like I'll have to be respectful to Mr. Yu in the future. Dragon's car smiled and said, there's no need to be like this. Just get along with him normally. Mr. Yu isn't the kind of person who would bully others. If he was, then he wouldn't be able to stay in the gang for another day. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, no matter what, I won't offend Mr. Yu in the future. Thank you, Brother Dragon's car. If not for you, I would have offended Mr. Yu. I'm afraid that my days in the gang would be very difficult. Dragon's car smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, his appearance seemed to have tacitly agreed with Xiao Hai's words. Dragon's car's performance made Xiao Hai understand what was going on. The next day, Xiao Hai didn't go out to do missions. Instead, he stayed in his own courtyard to practice. Otherwise, he would go to the scripture pavilion to study the scriptures. The Devil Gang had collected some good things. Naturally, the good things that Xiao Hai was referring to were jade slips about the underground world, not about martial arts. Xiao Hai had a lot of ghost cultivators inside the space. These ghost cultivators all came from decent sections. The cultivation methods of these ghost cultivators were much stronger than the Devil Gangs. After arriving at the Devil Gang for more than a week, Zhao had been living in his own small courtyard, going to the hidden scripture pavilion to read some travel books about the underground world. But he mainly read books about herbs and ores. After a week, Xiao Hai finally left the Devil Gang. He was ready to take some missions. These missions were for the Devil Gang's members. Rogue cultivators wouldn't be able to take them. Naturally, these missions were more difficult compared to the missions outside. Of course, the rewards for these missions were also more generous. This wasn't the first time that Zhao Hai came to the mission hall. The mission hall was smaller compared to the mission halls outside. There were also fewer people who came here to take missions. The last time Zhao Hai came here, he only came to recognize the door and didn't take any missions. But now that he had been in the Devil Gang for a week, he had a good understanding of the underground world. It was time for him to take some missions. If he didn't do any missions after arriving at the Devil Gang, then it would be too suspicious. Zhao Hai went to the mission hall and looked around. There were only a few people looking at missions. Zhao Hai knew these people, but they didn't know Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew them through the space. Naturally, these people wouldn't know him. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He looked at the missions in the mission hall. Suddenly, a mission fell into his eyes. This mission was a group mission. The gang would send 10 people to escort a carriage of artifacts to Ghost Wind City. Ghost Wind City had the Ghost Wind Gang. The Ghost Wind Gang had a good relationship with the Devil Gang. The Devil Gang was famous for refining artifacts. The artifacts that the Devil Gang refined were very famous in the vicinity. The Devil Gang's main income came from refining artifacts, and such a carriage of artifacts was still very valuable, and there were also many escort missions like this. Naturally, there were two things that attracted Zhao Hai the most about this mission. One was that he could leave Ghost Wind City. He had already stayed in Ghost Wind City for more than a month. The second was that this mission would allow him to get familiar with the people in the gang as soon as possible. Zhao Hai saw that 8 people had already accepted the mission. There were only 2 left. He quickly went to the mission hall and said, "I want to take the 33rd escort mission." Then Zhao Hai gave his ID card to the Devil Gang cultivator who issued the mission. The cultivator took Zhao Hai's ID card and looked at it. He found that Zhao Hai's Jade card didn't even have a mission. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "What's wrong? Is Junior Brother new to the sect?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, I've let Senior Brother see a joke." The cultivator smiled and said, "It's nothing. You have a good eye. You know that the first mission is an escort mission. Escort missions aren't dangerous. Moreover, you can meet a few people. Not bad." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior Brother is overpraising me." The cultivator smiled and said, "There's no need to be polite. Alright, you've already accepted the mission. You'll leave in 3 days. Don't be late." Then he gave the ID card to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai received the ID card, he said to the cultivator, "Senior Brother, do I need to prepare anything for the escort mission?" The cultivator smiled and said, "No need. Everything in this mission is provided by the gang. Moreover, there are places to rest along the way. You don't need to prepare anything." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother." Then he cupped his fist to the cultivator before he turned around and left the mission office. The cultivator who issued the mission looked at Zhao Hai's back and said, "What an interesting fellow." When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately contacted Laura and the others and told them about the mission. Laura and the others didn't have any objections. No matter what Zhao Hai did, they would always support him. What they needed to do now was to cooperate with Zhao Hai and let him understand the situation in the underworld. This would be very helpful for Zhao Hai in dealing with the ghost cultivators in the future. While Zhong Busan was accepting the mission, a person came into Zhong Busan's room. This person wasn't very tall and had an ordinary appearance, there was nothing special about him. Zhong Busan looked at this person and said, "Little Feng, I'll be handing this mission over to you. I received news that the Green Zombie Gang is likely to make a move on the goods. There are about 50 of them, the leader is Lu Qing, you have to be careful." Zhong Busan nodded and said, "Little Feng, I'll be handing this mission over to you." Xiaofeng nodded and said, "Yes. Don't worry, Sect Master. It's not the first time that I've fought with Lu Qing. He can't do anything to me. Moreover, the people that Huyun brought out this time include the 8 talents. With them, I have nothing to worry about." Zhong Busan smiled faintly and said, "Alright, with your words, I'm relieved. With your strength and the 8 heroes, you should be able to deal with 50 people." As long as you can hold on for a while, we'll go and support you. This time, I must make the green zombie sect bleed. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside Zhong Busan's room, reporting to Gang Master, "There's an urgent matter to report." Zhong Busan knit his brows and said, "What's wrong?" The voice continued, "It's about Zhao Hai." Zhong Busan stared, then he frowned and said, "Come in and talk." The person outside the door nodded, then he pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he came in, he immediately gave Zhong Busan a salute. Then he turned to Little Wind and nodded. Zhong Busan looked at the person and said, "Tell me, what's going on? Did Zhao Hai make any moves?" The person replied, "Yes, Zhao Hai received a mission today. It's an escort mission in 3 days. Gang Master, you ordered that no matter what mission Zhao Hai receives, we must inform you as soon as possible. Because of this, I came to inform you." Zhong Busan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "He received an escort mission? Do you think this is a coincidence, or is he deliberately doing this?" The person pondered for a moment and said, "This subordinate can't tell, but in my opinion, it's most likely a coincidence." Zhong Busan asked, "Why do you think so?" The person replied, "Zhao Hai hasn't left the sect these days, he almost didn't come in contact with anyone. Most of his time was spent in the scripture pavilion. Moreover, he only paid attention to jade slips related to herbs and ores. He only went to the mission office once, but that time, it seems like he wanted to go there to find the sect. It's been a week since he joined the sect, so it's possible that Zhao Hai would receive a mission recently. This is something we've already expected." Zhong Busan asked, "Why do you think that he would receive a mission a week after joining the sect?" The person replied, "Because he did the same thing before. Zhao Hai didn't stay in Devil City for long. When he arrived, he rented a house and stayed in the house for about 5 days. During these 5 days, besides eating, he stayed in the room almost all the time. 5 days later, he came out to receive a mission. I think this is Zhao Hai's habit. After arriving in a new environment, he would take some time to adapt to it. At the same time, he would also understand the surrounding environment before accepting a mission." Zhong Busan nodded and said, "It makes sense, but this is just your guess. Whether it's accurate or not depends on this mission. If you're right this time, then I'll give you a merit. If you're wrong, then I won't punish you. Go." The person responded, then turned and left. After those people left the room, Zhong Busan said, "Little Feng, this time it's up to you. We don't know anything about Zhao Hai's background. Along the way, you should pay more attention to him. Don't let him cause any trouble. If he's really arranged by other forces, don't be polite and kill him on the spot." Little Feng nodded, then Zhong Busan waved his hand. Little Feng gave Zhong Busan a salute before turning and leaving. Zhong Busan looked at Little Feng's back and muttered, "Kid, don't let me down." It was unknown whether he said this to Little Feng or Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know about this, he just treated this mission as an ordinary one. Although he didn't need to prepare anything, Zhao Hai still wanted to know about this mission. Although Zhao Hai wasn't very familiar with other people these days, he was very familiar with Yu Lin from the canteen. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that Yu Lin was a very enthusiastic person. As long as Yu Lin could help, Yu Lin would generally help him. The reason why Yu Lin was so familiar with Zhao Hai was because Zhao Hai really respected him. He wasn't like other people who only respected him because of his younger brother's face. This could be seen from a person's eyes. Zhao Hai went to the canteen the night he received the mission. There were very few people in the canteen at night, so Yu Lin was idle most of the time. It must be said that Yu Lin's job was very easy. Yu Lin only needed to stay here until 10 o'clock in the morning and then go home. He wasn't responsible for the rest of the time. Because of this, Zhao Hai became familiar with Yu Lin. This was because Zhao Hai's meals were more punctual compared to other cultivators. Those cultivators, in order to have more time to cultivate, didn't come to the canteen to eat. Instead, they would have their meals delivered to their rooms. On the other hand, Zhao Hai would come to the canteen to eat on time every day. Because of this, Yu Lin became familiar with Yu Lin. When Yu Lin saw Zhao Hai, he smiled and said, "Kid, you finally came. I thought you wouldn't come today." Jiao Hai smiled and said, if I have time, then of course I'll come here to eat. If I don't come, then where else can I go to eat? Is brother you waiting for me? Yulin laughed and said, why would I be in a hurry? Come, sit down. What do you want to eat? Jiao Hai smiled. I don't need anything good, just 2 side dishes and a pot of wine. Right, brother you, come sit down for a while. I have something I want to ask you. Yulin smiled and said, all right, I'll have them prepare the food. Then he turned around and left. Before long, Yulin arrived at Jiao Hai's table and sat down. He looked at Jiao Hai and said, what's the matter? Jiao Hai smiled and said, it's nothing. The main thing is that I received a mission today. I don't know what I need to prepare for this mission. You know, this is the first time I've received a mission after joining the Devil Gang. I must do it beautifully. Yulin laughed and said, you're afraid of weakening your Mission King title? I heard that it's because you've done a lot of missions. Moreover, you've done them beautifully. That's why you were recruited by the gang. Jiao Hai smiled and said, I don't want to be called Quest King, but I do have a lot of quests. This time, I received an escort mission. There will be a total of 10 people escorting a carriage of artifacts to Ghost Wind City. Big brother you, I want to know what I need to prepare for this mission. Yulin couldn't help but stare for a moment, then he nodded. First time doing a mission, and you actually chose such a mission. It seems like your vision is really good, no wonder people call you a mission maniac. Haha, in fact, in the gang, this mission is one of the easiest missions, because the artifacts we escort aren't high level, so generally no one would want them. And along the way, there will be 10 people escorting you. Not only will you be able to complete the mission, but you will also be able to meet the elders of the gang. You don't really need to prepare anything for this mission, because the place you are going to isn't too far away, and there will be supply points along the way, so you don't need to prepare anything, just follow those people. When Jiao Hai heard Yulin, he felt relieved and said, since it's not far, why would the gang send people to escort us? Could it be that there are people who would dare to have ideas about the gang? Yulin shook his head and said, there aren't many people who would dare to have ideas about the gang. But if we don't send people to escort us, then the rogue cultivators might get greedy and run away. Therefore, escorting is a must. Jiao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. In other words, this mission shouldn't be dangerous, right? Then it would be a lot less fun. When Yulin heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, I've only heard of people hoping that nothing would happen on the road. I've never heard of people actually hoping that someone would rob them. You don't feel relieved, nothing will happen on the road. Jiao Hai smiled and said, I'm just joking. Who would hope for something to happen on the road? But if nothing happens on the road, then I'll be relaxed. This might become the easiest mission I've ever taken. Yulin smiled and said, I don't know if it's easy or not, but for you, this is a good opportunity. You can get to know the other people in the gang. This will be good for you. Jiao Hai nodded. Although he didn't have a good impression of the Devil Gang, he still had a good impression of Yulin. Just like in a group of bad people, you might meet a good person, and in a group of good people, you might also meet a bad person. Yulin was a good person in a group of bad people. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Jiao Hai arrived at the Devil Gang store. This was the departure point for the Luck Escort mission. When Jiao Hai arrived, there was already a person there. This person was very fat, had a round face, and had a smile on his face. He didn't look like a hard-working person, but he was much earlier than Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai bowed to the fat man and said, Senior brother, may I ask if Senior brother is here to participate in this Luck Escort mission? Seeing Jiao Hai being so relaxed, the fat man quickly replied, Junior brother is too polite. However, I'm here to participate in this Luck Escort mission. What's wrong? Is Junior brother here as well? Jiao Hai smiled and said, yes, this Junior brother also received a Luck Escort mission. I didn't expect Senior brother to arrive earlier than me. I don't know when we'll be leaving. The fat man nodded and said, it's still early. I don't have anything to do, so I came out for a stroll. Right, Junior brother, do you know who else will be joining us in this Luck Escort mission? Jiao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know. This Junior brother just joined the Devil Gang a few days ago. I don't know much about the Devil Gang. I hope senior brother can forgive me. When the fat man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So junior brother is the famous quest maniac. I've been rude." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother is overpraising me. This junior brother doesn't deserve this title. This junior brother needed to go through trials before, so I took some missions. I'm not a quest maniac." When the fat man heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "So junior brother doesn't like this title. Senior brother has offended you." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, it's just that this junior brother isn't a quest maniac." The fat man laughed loudly. At this moment, 8 people walked over together. These 8 people were all wearing black robes. Their entire faces were covered, and the strangest thing was that there was a picture of a horse drawn on their clothes. When the fat man saw these 8 people, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at the 8 people in disbelief and muttered, "8 horses? How is this possible? How could it be them? What kind of mission is this?" When Zhao Hai saw the fat man's appearance, he couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, what's wrong? Senior brother, do you know these people?" The fat man turned his head to look at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "These 8 people are very famous in our devil gang. Their nickname is the 8 horses. They always act together. Moreover, they're very good at joint attacks. They're famous in our devil gang. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't let them take action." Zhao Hai stared, then his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Didn't you say that this is a simple luck escort mission? Why would they send such strong people? Could it be that the sect has received some news?" The fat man shook his head, then he said, "Don't talk too much. We're just unlucky to encounter this kind of thing." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. At this time, the 8 people arrived in front of the 2. They didn't say anything, they just stood there quietly, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Zhao Hai also didn't say anything. At this time, a huge carriage came out of the devil gang's gate. The carriage seemed to be loaded with a lot of things, making it look very heavy. A person was sitting in the driver's seat. This person looked very ordinary. Although he had some energy on his body, it didn't look very strong. He looked like an ordinary cultivator. However, Zhao Hai knew that this person's strength wasn't simple. This was because he felt a trace of pressure from this person. The person looked at Zhao Hai and the others, then he said, "Everyone, please follow." Then he ignored everyone and drove the carriage forward. Although Zhao Hai didn't know the identity of this person, he saw that the 8 horses and the fat man didn't have any objections. Therefore, he didn't say anything and just followed. Zhao Hai wanted to ask the fat man about the identity of the person driving the carriage. However, when he saw the fat man's worried expression, Zhao Hai didn't ask any more. Devil gang wasn't very big. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai and the others left the city. After arriving outside, Zhao Hai immediately felt that the 8 horses and the driver were nervous. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. He knew that this escort mission wouldn't be simple. At this time, the fat man went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "It seems like this time's matter isn't simple." Even Ling Feng made a move. "Do you think that this carriage is loaded with good things?" Zhao Hai looked at the fat man and said, "Senior brother, I don't understand. Don't we have the space to prepare? Why do we have to drive a carriage to deliver goods?" The fatty smiled and said, "You don't know, but this is our devil gang's famous soul-chasing car. The inside of the car has its own space, it's much bigger than the average space. Moreover, the car has a soul-chasing formation. Even if it's stolen, the gang will know where the car is and can quickly track it down. Most importantly, although the car is a spatial equipment, it's also equipped with a mechanism. If the door isn't opened using a special method, the car will explode. The gang spent a lot of money to get it." Zhao Hai nodded, but at the same time, his heart shivered. Although the soul-chasing chariot looked very ordinary, its refining method had its own uniqueness. If what the fat man said was true, then the underground world's refining techniques were incomparably powerful. Zhao Hai nodded, but at the same time, his heart couldn't help but shiver. Although the soul-chasing chariot looked very ordinary, its refining method was still unique. If what the fat man said was true, then the underground world's refining techniques would be incomparably formidable. The fat man looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. Junior brother doesn't need to feel strange. Although our devil gang isn't a great sect, don't forget that there's a great sect behind us. As long as that great sect is standing there, then our devil gang would be stronger than ordinary gangs. Zhao Hai nodded, then he opened his mouth and said, Senior brother, I can see that you respect the senior brother who drives the carriage. Does senior brother know him? The fat man smiled and said, Junior brother, you just joined the gang, so you don't know Ling Feng. Ling Feng is a famous genius in the gang. His cultivation speed is very fast. Moreover, this senior brother is a death god. Who knows how many cultivators have died in his hands? However, not many people outside know about senior brother Ling Feng. This time, the gang leader sent senior brother Ling Feng. It seems like the goods this time must be very important. Speaking up to here, the fatty's eyes flashed with greed. However, it disappeared in an instant. However, it was still noticed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had dealt with all kinds of people. If what the fat man said was true, then Ling Feng's position in the devil gang wouldn't be low. However, when the fat man talked about such a person, he didn't show any respect. Moreover, when he looked at the things in the gang, his eyes were filled with greed. This made Zhao Hai suspicious of him. Although it was said that ghost cultivators didn't have any human feelings, all of them understood that their own sect was the foundation of their existence. If their own sect was destroyed, then they would be done for. Therefore, they were very protective of the things in their sect. Although the devil gang wasn't a big sect, a gang and a sect were the same. Therefore, the people in the devil gang were very protective of the devil gang's face. The fat man's reaction was obviously too abnormal. This made Zhao Hai suspicious of the fat man. However, he didn't show any expression. He still chatted and laughed with the fat man all the way. The morning was peaceful. At noon, they went to a shop that they were familiar with. After eating some food, they went on the road. In the afternoon, nothing happened. Everything seemed to be normal. At night, they still rested in a shop that they were familiar with. However, when it was time for dinner, Zhao Hai began to get close to Ba Jun and Ling Feng. This was because he knew that these people's positions in the devil gang weren't low. If he could establish a good relationship with them, then it would be very beneficial for his future development in the devil gang. The fat man looked at Zhao Hai holding a cup of wine and constantly toasting to Ba Jun and Ling Feng. He also had a deliberately flattering appearance. He couldn't help but feel amused. Ba Jun and Ling Feng's positions in the devil gang weren't low. With Zhao Hai's status, he didn't even have the qualifications to flatter them, let alone doing it so obviously. Ling Feng and the others also frowned as they looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't know much about Zhao Hai. They thought that someone who was valued by Zhong Busan would be some kind of person. However, they didn't expect that when they met today, they would discover that Zhao Hai was actually a flatterer. This made them disappointed. It was because of this mood that Ling Feng drank a cup of wine and turned to leave. After a while, he returned to his room. Ba Jun wasn't someone who was good at socializing. After eating some food, he also turned and went back to his room. Zhao Hai couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment on his face. The fat man looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but find it funny. He said, "All right, brother. Don't frown. Those people aren't easy to get in touch with. Come, eat something and go back to rest." Zhao Hai looked as if he didn't know what to eat. After eating some food, he turned to the fat man and said, "Senior brother, I'll go to senior brother Ling's place to apologize. Please forgive me." When the fat man saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, you can go. But don't get your hopes up. Senior brother Ling's position in the gang isn't low. People like us can't get in touch with him." Zhao Hai nodded. He stood up and bowed to the fat man. Then he turned around and left. The fat man looked at Zhao Hai's back. His eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. In his opinion, people like Zhao Hai, who only wanted to get in touch with others, certainly wouldn't have any great achievements. Previously, the matter of Zhao Hai joining the devil gang had slowly spread. The fat man was very interested in Zhao Hai, this task maniac. However, when he saw Zhao Hai's current performance, he was disappointed. He sat there eating and drinking, but his mind was thinking about other things from time to time. Although Zhao Hai had already left, Zhao Hai was very clear about Fatty's reaction. Zhao Hai's suspicions towards Fatty grew. He slowly walked upstairs and arrived at Ling Feng's door. Zhao Hai gently knocked on the door and said, "Senior brother Ling Feng, Zhao Ling is here to see you." Ling Feng's voice was heard, "Junior brother Zhao Ling, I'm tired today. Can we talk tomorrow?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment, but he still stood in front of Ling Feng's door and said, "Then I won't disturb senior brother. I ask senior brother to rest well." Then Zhao Hai sighed and stood in front of Ling Feng's door for a while before he turned around and left. However, no one thought that after Zhao Hai sighed, he immediately sent a message to Ling Feng, "Senior brother Ling Feng, I found that there's something wrong with senior brother Fatty. I hope that senior brother Ling Feng can be more careful." Then Zhao Hai left. Because of this, it looked like Zhao Hai stayed in front of Ling Feng's door for a while before he left in disappointment. Zhao Hai's words naturally fell into Ling Feng's ears. When Ling Feng heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then he heard Zhao Hai's footsteps as he walked away. Ling Feng couldn't help but frown. Ling Feng didn't forget that when they came out, Zhong Busan told him to pay attention to Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai reminded him that there was something wrong with Fatty, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel conflicted. This was because he wasn't sure if Zhao Hai was telling the truth or not. If what Zhao said was true, then the fat man really had a problem, then he would have to pay attention, and this would also prove his loyalty to the devil gang. If what Zhao Hai said was false, then Zhao Hai must have said it in order to confuse them and divert their attention to Fatty. This would make it easier for Ling Feng to act. After thinking about this, Ling Feng's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai did this. After some time, Ling Feng stood up and called Ba Jun over to his room. Ba Jun nodded. Just like Ling Feng, Ba Jun knew what this mission was about. Moreover, they also received the same order as Ling Feng, which was to pay attention to Zhao Hai. It was precisely because of this that Ling Feng came to find them. Not long after, the 9 of them sat down in Ling Feng's room. Ling Feng looked at them and said, "Zhao Ling came to look for me. You all know about it, right?" The 8 of them nodded their heads at the same time as a look of disdain flashed across their eyes. Ling Feng glanced at their eyes and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Ling's request to see me earlier was fake. She really sent me a message. She said that there's something wrong with that Fatty and asked us to pay more attention to him. Junior brothers, what do you think about this matter?" The 8 of them stared, then one of them said, "That's impossible. Fatty hasn't been in the gang for a day or two. The gang hasn't found anything wrong with him. How could Zhao Ling find out that there's something wrong with him?" "Senior brother, I think that Zhao Ling might have said this on purpose." Ling Feng nodded and said, "It's possible. Zhao Ling might have said this on purpose to divert our attention to Fatty. However, we can't rule out the possibility that Fatty really has something wrong with him. It's just that we didn't notice it before. Because of this, I think that we shouldn't trust either of them so easily. What I mean is, 3 of you should go and monitor Fatty. The rest of you should monitor Zhao Hai." The group nodded. Then Ling Feng said, "This time's matter is very important. You must be careful. No matter what the final result is, I'm sure that between Zhao Hai and Fatty, one of them is a mole. As long as we can get rid of the mole, then we will win. Do you understand?" Ling Feng nodded. The group nodded, then Ling Feng said, "I didn't think that we would encounter this kind of thing when we just came out of the city. But this is also good, at least one of these 2 fellows has already made a move. Now we just have to wait for them to reveal themselves. From this point of view, I'm afraid that the other party already knows our identity. If they want to make a move on us, then the strength of the people they send wouldn't be weak. We need to be more careful. We have to be more careful." The 8 of them nodded. Then Ling Feng said, "All right, let's go back and prepare." The 8 of them nodded before they turned around and left. After the 8 of them left, Ling Feng immediately took out a transmission formation. Then he took out a jade slip and entered the contents of the jade slip before sending it away. The small transmission formation that Ling Feng took out was given to him by Zhong Busan. Zhong Busan told him that if there were any changes in the situation, then he should immediately inform him. But Ling Feng didn't think that he would use the transmission formation this quickly. After Ling Feng sent the jade slip away, he immediately stored the transmission formation. He knew that the sect master wouldn't give them any instructions right now. After a night of silence, the next morning, everyone ate breakfast and continued on their way. But the way they looked at Zhao was a bit strange. Even the fatty was the same. There was a trace of contempt in the fatty's eyes as he looked at Zhao. Zhao Hai looked like a child who had done something wrong. He lowered his head and followed behind the carriage. If Ling Feng didn't know what Zhao Hai said to him yesterday, then he would have been deceived by Zhao Hai's current performance. However, the more Zhao Hai acted like this, the more Ling Feng didn't dare to underestimate him. This was because Zhao Hai's acting was too good. Until the noon break, Zhao Hai held a bowl and ran to the side to eat. He didn't sit at the same table as the others. Seeing Zhao Hai's performance, Ling Feng's suspicions towards Zhao Hai disappeared a lot. Ling Feng himself came from the dark department of the Devil Gang. He used to work as a spy. Even now, it was the same. Therefore, outside of the Devil Gang, very few people would know him. As a spy, the fewer people who knew you, the better. It was best if everyone who saw you would turn around and forget about you. This way, you would be a qualified spy. Zhao Hai's current performance didn't seem like a spy. He was too eye-catching right now. Moreover, he was separated from the others. It was as if he was trying to draw a line between himself and the others. This would only attract more attention. Fatty didn't have any reaction, it seemed like no one was paying attention to him. When he thought of this, Ling Feng couldn't help but stare. He suddenly thought of something. It seemed like they hadn't paid attention to Fatty for a long time. Their attention seemed to have been attracted by Zhao Hai. Ling Feng was stunned. He couldn't help but glance at the fat man from the corner of his eye. He saw a flash of pride in the fat man's eyes. Once he noticed this, Ling Feng's nerves collapsed. He realized that he had made a mistake. He had put too much attention on Zhao. This wasn't necessarily a good thing, because then they would have neglected another person. Zhao was a very important person. But he didn't know that this was a good thing. Ling Feng turned his head to look at Ba Jun. He discovered that Ba Jun's attention was also on Zhao Hai. Almost no one was paying attention to Fatty. This made Ling Feng even more nervous. He was afraid that if Fatty was really a spy, then they wouldn't pay attention to him. This was equal to giving Fatty an opportunity to pass on information to his accomplices. At this time, a carriage appeared on the road. This carriage had 2 red goblins sitting on it. The carriage looked very luxurious. One could see that it was used for people. The carriage stopped in front of the store. Then the 2 red goblins jumped down from the driver's seat and said to the carriage door, "Master, there is a small store here. Would Master like to eat here?" A low voice came from the carriage, "All right, let's rest here. Find a good place for me." The red goblin nodded. Then he turned around and went into the store. After arranging a good place, he went to invite the people in the carriage out. When Ling Feng and the others saw the person's appearance, their eyes flashed with disdain. In the underground world, whether one was a cultivator or not, one could raise a few red goblins as slaves. Generally, disciples of gangs and sects would act alone. They wouldn't bring along red goblins and let them serve them. On the contrary, only rogue cultivators would do this. Ling Feng and the others looked at the person and then didn't care. The rogue cultivator also looked at Ling Feng and the others. But when he saw the clothes that Ling Feng and the others wore, he immediately became well-behaved. He obediently went to the place that the red goblins arranged for him and sat down. When Ling Feng saw the person's appearance, he didn't pay attention to him anymore. He lowered his head and drank his wine. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "Brother Ling, pay attention to the fatty and the rogue cultivator's hands." When Zhao Hai said this, he was still sitting with his back facing Ling Feng. He didn't move at all. When Ling Feng heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. However, he still subconsciously looked at the fatty and the rogue cultivator's hands. Before long, he discovered that the fatty's fingers were making small movements. The rogue cultivator was doing the same. Ling Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. This was because he discovered that the movements of the two weren't unconscious. Instead, they seemed to be transmitting some kind of message. Ling Feng was finally able to confirm that Zhao Hai was right. There was something wrong with the fatty. However, Ling Feng still didn't move. After eating a few mouthfuls, he put down his chopsticks. 8 June was almost done as well. When fatty Ling Feng saw that Ling Feng had finished eating, he also put down his chopsticks. However, he still had a greedy look on his face as he looked at the food on the table. He didn't look like a spy at all. When Ling Feng saw the fatty's appearance, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, he still didn't show it. He just looked at the others and said, "Is everyone done eating? If you're done eating, then let's go." The group stood up and followed Ling Feng out. Zhao Hai was still following the group with his head down. At this time, Ling Feng's voice sounded in Zhao Hai's ear, "Mind your own business. Don't worry about others." Zhao Hai's head was still down as if he didn't hear anything. The carriage slowly moved forward. Zhao Hai was at the back of the group. However, Ling Feng knew that everyone's actions couldn't be hidden from Zhao Hai's eyes. At this time, Ling Feng couldn't understand Zhao Hai at all. Zhao Hai and the others have been out for 3 days. In these 3 days, nothing happened. Everyone was very calm on the road. However, Zhao Hai was still in a state of dissociating himself from the group. In these 3 days, he didn't speak a word to anyone. He just silently rushed along the road. Even when Fatty came to talk to Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Fatty and the others were very impressed with Zhao Hai's mental fortitude. Not saying a word for 3 days wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Fatty sat on his horse and looked at Zhao Hai. There was a trace of uncertainty in his heart. He felt that he had underestimated Zhao Hai. How could a person who didn't speak for 3 days be a simple person? At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother Fatty, are you wondering why I didn't speak for 3 days?" Zhao Hai suddenly spoke. Not only was Fatty surprised, even Ling Feng and the others were stunned. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai finally raised his head and smiled as he looked at everyone. Then he turned to Fatty and said, "Senior brother Fatty, I have to admit that you're really amazing. Under our watch, you were actually able to spread the news. That secret finger code is unique to you, right? I have to admit that your leader is really a genius. But you don't need to pretend anymore. Your people are already here, let them come out." Ling Feng's expression couldn't help but change, Ba Jun's expression also changed, and Fatty's expression also changed. He stared blankly at Zhao Hai, then his eyes sharpened as he said, "Zhao Ling, who are you?" Zhao Hai looked at Fatty, then he smiled faintly and said, "Devil Gang Zhao Ling Fatty, what's wrong? Why aren't you letting your people come out?" "Not bad, a lot of people came. 100 people. It seems like your strength isn't bad." Ling Feng and the others were startled. They immediately jumped down from their horses and surrounded the carriage as they nervously looked around. Fatty looked at them and couldn't help but sneer, "So what if you know? You're all dead today." At this time, everyone could feel that a large group of experts was rushing over. There were no less than 100 people. Zhao Hai looked at Fatty and said, "Do you think that they can save you? Don't forget, you're only a few steps away from us. It's too easy for me to take your life." Fatty's expression couldn't help but change. Then he waved his hand and summoned a green zombie. Seeing the green zombie, Ling Feng's expression couldn't help but change. He said in a deep voice, "Green Zombie Gang, you're a member of the Green Zombie Gang." Fatty laughed and said, "That's right, I'm from the Green Zombie Gang. Unfortunately, you won't be able to spread this news." When Fatty's voice fell, a group of people appeared around Zhao Hai's group. They surrounded Zhao Hai's group. Although Fatty was still a few steps away from Zhao Hai's group, it could be said that he was now safe. Among the people who came, the weakest was a soul fusion stage cultivator, while the strongest was a teleportation stage expert. A teleportation stage expert was already considered an expert in the various sects and clans. Seeing these people, Ling Feng's expression couldn't help but change. He looked at the leader and said, "Green Zombie Gang's Corpse Hunting Hall Elder, Miao Bourgeois." The teleportation realm leader was thin and withered. When he heard Ling Feng, he couldn't help but laugh and said, I didn't expect that this old man would still recognize me even though I haven't been out in the world for a long time. Ha ha ha. It seems like this old man isn't so old that he's about to enter a coffin. Zhao Hai looked at the skinny monkey and said, looking at your appearance, it won't be long before you enter a coffin. When Miao Bujuan heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He sneered and said, Kid, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me here? If he doesn't have the qualifications, then do I? A cold voice was heard. Then a figure appeared above Zhao Hai's group. This person looked like a scholar. When he saw this scholar, Ling Feng's face lit up with joy. Gang master, you came personally? Zhao Hai and the others bowed to the person in unison and said, Greetings, gang master. The person who came was Zhong Busan. He glanced at Zhao Hai and the others and said, Not bad. You guys did well. I didn't expect that the big fish, Miao Bujuan, would take the bait this time. Miao Bujuan, you've been in your rat hole for too long, haven't you? You still dare to come out. Miao Bujuan looked at Zhong Busan and his expression changed. Zhong Busan, it's actually you. I didn't expect you to come personally this time. So, Ling Feng and the others were your bait? Bait specially used to fish? Zhong Busan said in a low voice, That's right. Ling Feng and the others were my bait specially used to fish. I didn't expect that this time it would be an old fish like you who would take the bait. Miao Bujuan said coldly, That's right, Zhong Busan. You're really generous. Aren't you afraid that these baits will be eaten by us? These are all good seedlings for your Japanese gang, right? If you kill these good seedlings, then your Japanese gang will be finished, right? Zhong Busan smiled and said, Can you eat them? When they just left the devil town, they already knew that the fat man was a spy. Do you still want to eat the bait when I know? Have you woken up? Miao Bujuan looked at Zhong Busan with a cold face and then turned to Zhao Hai. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, You discovered it, right? Not bad. The devil gang has picked up a treasure this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Miao Bujuan immediately waved his hand. A green claw of energy went straight to Zhao Hai. The speed of this energy was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already beside Zhao Hai. Zhong Busan looked at Miao Bujuan and sneered, I knew you would use this move. Die. After he said that, Zhong Busan waved his hand and a blood-red baby appeared in front of Zhao Hai. The baby waved its hand and a blood-red flame went straight towards Miao Bujuan's claw-shaped chi energy. The green claw-shaped chi energy burned Miao Bujuan's claw-shaped chi energy into nothing. Then, the ball of flame went straight for Miao Bujuan. Miao Bujuan sneered and said, Zhong Busan, do you really think you can do anything to me? Zhong Busan, I'll tell you the truth. Our real target today is you. Kill. Kill them for me. As soon as Miao Bujuan's voice fell, the ghost cultivators who followed Miao Bujuan immediately shouted. Then, their bodies emitted a green light at the same time. Everyone's green light connected. Then, the green light slowly turned into a green zombie. This zombie had long green hair on its body. Its two eyes emitted green light as it looked at Zhong Busan. Then, it clawed at Zhong Busan. Its claws were very long, like 10 short swords. This claw carried the power of a thunderbolt as it went straight for Zhong Busan. When Zhong Busan saw this huge green zombie, his expression changed and he said, Spiritual Chi Fusion, Green Zombie Gang. You guys are really willing to sacrifice. But it's useless. After he said that, Zhong Busan threw out a sky blue bead. As soon as the bead appeared, it immediately exploded. With a loud bang, a sky blue lightning burst out. When he saw the black light, Miao Bujuan's expression couldn't help but change. Earth lightning. Just as his words fell, the lightning enveloped Miao Bujuan and the others. When the lightning disappeared, Miao Bujuan and the others also disappeared. However, Zhong Busan knew that Miao Bujuan wasn't dead. He said, Miao Bujuan, come out. I know that you're not dead. This earth lightning wasn't prepared for you. Miao Bujuan's figure flashed and reappeared. His expression was pale as he looked at Zhong Busan. Then he said, No wonder Zhong Busan dared to come alone. It turns out that you were prepared. Zhong Busan, you're really ruthless. Zhong Busan smiled faintly and said, the reason why I came here alone isn't because I have an earth lightning. It's because our gang has other things to do. I think that Green Zombie City must be very lively right now. Maybe it has already changed its name. When Miao Bujuan heard Zhong Busan, his expression changed. He stared at Zhong Busan and said, you actually dared to send people to attack our Green Zombie gang. Zhong Busan, you're too bold. Zhong Busan looked at Miao Bujuan and sneered, yes, I did send people. This time, you brought 100 people with you. All of them are experts of the Green Zombie gang. How many people do you have left? How many teleportation realm experts do you have? Even if you have teleportation realm experts, it doesn't matter. Our devil gang still has a lot of teleportation realm experts. Moreover, we have a few earth lightning. I think we should be able to deal with them. Miao Bujuan looked at Zhong Busan and said, aren't you afraid that the Battle Corps sect will find trouble with you? Your devil gang strength in the Battle Corps sect isn't as good as our Green Zombie gang. When the time comes, the devil gang's people in the Battle Corps sect will be retaliated against by our Green Zombie gang. Zhong Busan looked at Miao Bujuan and sneered, Miao Bujuan, I really don't know where you got this information. Don't you know that your people in the Battle Corps sect recently died in the hands of a powerful beast while on a mission? Your Green Zombie sect is too united in the Battle Corps sect, threatening the Battle Corps sect. Therefore, the Battle Corps sect sent them on a mission. As a result, all of them died outside. Ha ha ha. This is the advantage of being united. Now that your Green Zombie sect no longer exists in the Battle Corps sect, you want to retaliate against us? How will you retaliate? Miao Bujuan's expression changed. He looked at Zhong Busan and shouted, impossible. You're lying to me. Zhong Busan sneered and said, is there a need for that? What's the benefit of lying to you? Miao Bujuan, don't waste time. The Green Zombie gang is waiting for you. I'll send you to see them now. Then Zhong Busan waved his hand and attacked Miao Bujuan. Although Miao Bujuan was uneasy, he didn't stop fighting back. With a move of his hand, a green zombie appeared beside him. This zombie looked like a miniature version of the previous one. It had green fur, long fangs, and copper hook-like nails. However, its body was the size of a normal person. Zhong Busan also released his blood infant and attacked Miao Buzian. The two of them continued to fight in the space. Zhao Hai and the others had already moved far away to avoid being affected by the battle. In fact, with Zhao Hai's current strength, he could deal with Miao Bujuan. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to make a move. If he did, it would be troublesome. In a gang like the Devil Gang, a teleportation realm cultivator was already considered a top expert. If Zhao Hai suddenly showed his teleportation realm strength, then Zhong Busan would immediately suspect him. The battle between Zhong Busan and Miao Bujuan was still going on. However, the current battle situation was very unfavorable for Miao Bujuan. Zhong Busan's strength was stronger than Miao Bujuan's. In addition, Miao Bujuan was distracted because of the Green Zombie Gang. He had lost 30 to 40% of his strength, leaving him with only 60% of his combat strength. Under such circumstances, how could he be Zhong Busan's opponent? The two of them fought for more than 100 rounds. Zhong Busan took advantage of a flaw and commanded the two blood infants to dig out Miao Bujuan's heart. Although Miao Bujuan's heart was dug out, he didn't die immediately. He looked at Zhong Busan and said, Zhong Busan, tell me, is what you said true? Did the Green Zombie Gang really die in the Battle Corps sect? Zhong Busan looked at Miao Bujuan's appearance and nodded, yes. Miao Bujuan let out a long breath. Then he closed his eyes and his body fell down. At this time, Zhong Busan waved his hand and an illusory shadow flew out of Miao Bujuan's body. This shadow looked exactly like Miao Bujuan. After extracting Miao Bujuan's soul, Zhong Busan turned his head to Ling Feng and said, let's go to Green Zombie City. If the battle there isn't over, we must destroy the Green Zombie sect in the shortest time possible. If we encounter any Green Zombie sect members on the way, don't hesitate to kill them. Then Zhong Busan's figure moved and disappeared. Ling Feng turned his head to look at Ba Jun and Zhao Hai. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Ling, you did well this time. If it wasn't for you, we would have been in danger. don't take my words to heart. Zhao Hai smiled and said, senior brother Ling Feng is too polite. At that time I wanted to bait Fatty. That guy really hit himself well. Ling Feng said, alright, we're all on the same side. There's no need to be polite in the future. Let's go. Let's deal with the green zombie gang first. The group nodded, then they turned around and headed towards the green zombie gang. However, their mood was very good. This was because they won this time. The devil gang's nemesis, the green zombie gang, would be destroyed by them. As long as the green zombie gang was destroyed, the devil gang would become even more powerful. They would become a big gang that controls 2 cities. Although they still couldn't be considered the strongest gang under the Battle Corps sect, their strength would still increase. Their status in the sect would also be higher, and this was what they had been pursuing all along. Green Zombie City has now turned into a huge battlefield. The Devil Gang began to attack the Green Zombie City's people while the Green Zombie City's people were also doing their best to resist. Naturally, there were also people who surrendered to the Devil Gang. The Devil Gang wanted to destroy the Green Zombie Gang. Naturally, it wasn't as simple as killing the Green Zombie Gang. With the Devil Gang's current manpower, it wouldn't be easy to control 2 territories. Because of this, the Devil Gang began to absorb some of the Green Zombie Gang's people. The Green Zombie Gang members also understood that their gang leader had been killed. The elders of the gang were either dead or had surrendered. Ordinary cultivators were no longer able to resist. Because of this, many of the Green Zombie Gang members surrendered. In the underground world, after a gang was destroyed, it was normal for the cultivators of the gang to surrender. However, there were cultivators who didn't surrender. These cultivators belonged to clans or forces. Since their families were killed by the Devil Gang, they naturally wouldn't surrender to the Devil Gang. When Zhao Hai's group arrived at Green Zombie City, the battle was still ongoing. Many of the Green Zombie Gang's loyal members were still resisting. But in general, the Green Zombie Gang had disappeared from the underground world. When Ling Feng and the others received this news, they were very happy. Naturally, Zhao Hai was also very happy. Since Ling Feng and the others were happy, they didn't notice Zhao Hai's expression. Zhao Hai and the others were now admiring the Devil Gang's identity cards. Otherwise, they would have been attacked by the Devil Gang's cultivators. Zhao Hai and the others continued to move forward in Green Zombie City, heading towards the direction of the battle. While walking, Ling Feng said, "Brothers, we have to hurry. Otherwise, we won't be able to drink the soup." Zhao Hai and the others laughed as they unconsciously sped up. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a strong sense of hostility. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the hostility. Ling Feng also felt the killing intent, so he also turned his head to look in that direction. At the same time, he discovered that Zhao Hai was doing this, but Ba Jun was oblivious to it. Ling Feng couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and said, "Not bad, little Ling. You actually noticed this. Great. Who is this friend? Show yourself?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "After wandering outside for a long time, I naturally have some perception of danger." "Friend, why haven't you come out yet? Are you waiting for us to invite you?" Following Zhao Hai's words, a person came in from a nearby courtyard. That person looked at Zhao Hai and the others with resentment and coldly said, "Devil Gang, do you really want to kill all of us?" Ling Feng laughed and said, "You guessed right, our Devil Gang is going to kill all of you." "Ha ha ha. Brothers, who wants to go up and play?" Ba Jun looked at each other. Then one of them said, "Senior brother Feng, you don't know, but no matter what, we always act together. If we go together, then we'll be bullying others. I think we should give this opportunity to little Ling, what do you think?" When Ling Feng heard Ba Jun, he couldn't help but smile. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling, what do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, I'll give this opportunity to you." The reason why Zhao Hai was so confident was because this Green Zombie Gang cultivator wasn't very strong. He was only at the fusion soul stage. On the surface, he seemed to be at the same level as Zhao Hai. Therefore, they wanted Zhao Hai to make a move. When the Green Zombie Gang cultivator heard Ling Feng and the others ordering him around, his face turned as ugly as an eggplant. But when he saw that it was Zhao Hai who was going to deal with him, his face couldn't help but turn ferocious. He was very clear that he wasn't very strong. However, dealing with an ordinary fusion soul stage cultivator wasn't a problem. The Green Zombie Gang cultivator also understood that from the moment he was discovered by the Devil Gang, he already had no chance of surviving. It would be good to drag someone down with him. Zhao Hai jumped down from his horse. This horse was prepared by the Devil Gang for their mission. It was a good horse and could move very quickly. Otherwise, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't have been able to reach the Green Zombie Gang in such a short time. Zhao Hai slowly walked to the Green Zombie Gang cultivator and stopped about 5 steps away. He said, "I won't bully you. I'll let you attack first." The cultivator from the Green Zombie Gang sneered and said in a low voice, "Kid, you asked for it. Take this." After he said that, he waved his hand and a green-furred zombie appeared beside him. However, this green-furred zombie didn't only have short hair, its 2 fangs weren't very long, and its fingernails were only a little longer than a normal person's. It didn't look very impressive. Zhao Hai looked at him and suddenly smiled. "So this is your zombie? It's really not that impressive." The Green Zombie Gang cultivator sneered. "You'll know when the time comes." After he said that, he waved his hand. The zombie that stood there motionless seemed to have received an order and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai faintly smiled. His body moved and rushed towards the zombie. When the Green Zombie Gang cultivator saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but look at him with disdain. However, he was still very careful. He took out a weapon and looked at Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai's forward figure suddenly changed direction. His whole body was like a swallow as he jumped over the Green Zombie Gang and pounced towards the Green Zombie Gang's cultivator. When the Green Zombie Gang cultivator saw Zhao Hai's performance, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he attacked Zhao Hai with his weapon. At this time, Zhao Hai shouted, "Sky Demon Claw." Then 2 claw energies suddenly appeared in his hands as he attacked the Green Zombie Gang cultivator. While the Green Zombie Gang cultivator was busy dealing with the claw energies, Zhao Hai had already arrived by his side. His 2 claws stretched out. One claw went straight for the Green Zombie Gang cultivator's heart while the other claw went straight for his throat. At this time, it was already too late for the Green Zombie Gang cultivator to change his move. His throat was grabbed by Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai's 5 fingers clenched. A cracking sound was heard as the Green Zombie Gang cultivator's throat was crushed by Zhao Hai. The eyes of the Green Zombie Gang cultivator bulged outwards and his face turned purple due to his inability to breathe. He reached out with his hand, wanting to grab Zhao Hai. He was unwilling. He still had a killer move that he had yet to unleash. How could he die just like that? When the man died, Zhao Hai waved his hand and stored the corpse into the space. Then he turned his head and stored the unmoving zombie into the space as well. Zhao Hai's movements were very fast. Ling Feng and the others only saw Zhao Hai rushing towards the Green Zombie Gang cultivator. Then, the battle was over. This speed surprised Ling Feng and the others. They thought that they were seeing things, but when they rubbed their eyes, they found that Zhao Hai was the only one standing there. The Green Zombie Sex cultivator had already disappeared. Ling Feng and the others finally believed their eyes. However, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They looked at Zhao Hai with disbelief. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions. Naturally, he knew what they were thinking. In the Devil Gang, if you want to be respected, then you must show the corresponding strength. Otherwise, no matter what status you have, no one would respect you. Zhao Hai was showing his strength to Ling Feng and the others. Ling Feng recovered after a while. He looked at Zhao Hai in shock, then he said, "Little Ling, you killed him just like that? Isn't that too fast?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That guy looked down on me. Moreover, he seemed to have a killing move. He wanted to use the Green Zombie Gang to attract my attention so that he could deal with me. However, he didn't expect me to take advantage of it. I attacked with all my strength while he pretended to be weak. Because of this, I killed him in one move." Ling Feng smiled bitterly and said, "It's not just that. If you weren't strong enough, you wouldn't have been able to kill him in one move. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. I didn't expect you to be this strong." Ba Jun also looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. They could see that the green zombie gang cultivator's strength wasn't bad. In fact, he was very strong. Zhao Hai being able to kill him in one move wasn't just because of his strength, but also because of his scheming. He saw through the green zombie gang cultivator's plan from the very beginning. Because of this, he took the initiative to attack and destroyed the entire place. Aside from being shocked, Ba Jun was more concerned about Zhao Hai's battle wisdom. When two people fight, it's not just strength, but also wisdom. Obviously, Zhao Hai wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent in terms of strength and wisdom. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to kill him in one move. Because of Zhao Hai's move, Ling Feng and Ba Jun were silent. They were shocked by Zhao Hai's strength. Before, they thought that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't very good. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. He was able to kill an opponent of the same level in one move. It was hard for them to calm down. At this time, they were already very deep into the green zombie city. At this time, a person suddenly rushed towards them. Ling Feng and the others were in a daze. As soon as they felt someone rushing towards them, they instinctively wanted to attack. However, they suddenly heard Zhao Hai say, "Stop, we're on the same side." Zhao Hai's words made Ling Feng and the others immediately stop. At the same time, the person who rushed out also slowly stopped. Ling Feng looked at the person and saw that it was one of his own people. This person was a cultivator from the Devil tribe, and he knew Ling Ji. The person looked at Ling Feng and bitterly smiled, "Senior brother Feng, I don't think I've offended you. Why did you attack me?" Ling Feng looked at the person and laughed, "Who told you to suddenly run away? If it wasn't for little Ling's reminder, you would have been lying on the ground. Don't be so rash next time." The person nodded. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, mister, for your help. Li Mu will certainly repay you in the future." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother, you're too polite. We're all from the same sect. If you say this, then you're treating me as an outsider." Ling Feng waved his hand and said, "All right, you two don't need to be polite. Li Mu, tell me about the situation in the city. How many green zombie sect members are still resisting?" When Li Mu heard Ling Feng, he quickly replying to senior brother Ling, "The green zombie sect has basically been destroyed. Only a few people are still resisting." Ling Feng nodded and said, "Very good. Let's go to the city and see if there are any fish that escape the net." Li Mu shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Now, there are almost no members of the Green Zombie sect in the periphery of Green Zombie City. Only in the inner city of the Green Zombie sect, there are still some cultivators of the Green Zombie gang resisting." Ling Feng smiled and said, "You brat, don't brag. We just met a Green Zombie gang member here and we dealt with him. How dare you say that there aren't any Green Zombie sect members in the periphery?" When Li Mu heard this, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Really? Senior brother Ling, we've already searched the outer area of Green Zombie City several times, but we haven't seen anyone. If you really met someone just now, then it might be a secret passage of Green Zombie City. We have to go check it out." When Ling Feng heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed as he said, "So it's like this. All right, we'll go back immediately." Then he turned his horse around and rushed towards the place where he fought with the Green Zombie gang cultivator just now. Zhao Hai and the others also followed. Before long, they arrived at the place where they fought with the Green Zombie gang cultivator. Then they directly went to the place where the Green Zombie gang cultivator came out. It wasn't a big courtyard, and it was very simple. It was so simple that people wouldn't want to look at it anymore. When they saw the courtyard, Zhao Hai and the others became even more nervous. This was because the more simple a place was, the easier it was to be ignored. Ling Feng said with a deep voice, "Go through it. I want to see what secrets this small courtyard has." Everyone nodded and immediately looked around the courtyard. Zhao Hai was also looking around the courtyard. This courtyard was really too simple. The most important thing was that the things in the courtyard seemed to have been deliberately cleaned. This was obviously abnormal. However, the Devil Gang members might have only glanced at it, so they didn't care about this abnormal situation. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that this place was different. And This difference was what gave Ling Feng and the others the biggest headache. This place was too clean. Everything was too clean. It could be said that there was not even a speck of dust. This made them unable to find any clues. Zhao Hai walked around the courtyard. This small courtyard was really too small, and he could see through it with just a few glances. But it was precisely this kind of place that gave people the most headaches, because there was almost nothing to see. Ling Feng also frowned as he stood in the courtyard. This was because he also discovered that there was nothing to see here. After some time, Ling Feng said, "If you can't do it, then go and dig. Even if you have to dig, I want to dig out the secret passage. I don't want the guy who fought with us to stay in the house." Everyone nodded, but they frowned as they looked at the situation of the small courtyard. Although this small courtyard was very small, it had all the essentials. A living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, everything was there. It looked like a place where an ordinary person lived. There was nothing special about it. However, Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. Zhao Hai carefully observed the courtyard. The living room was normal. The kitchen was normal. The bedroom was normal. The kitchen 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 was normal. At this time, Ling Feng was about to have someone dig the ground. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Brother Ling, wait a moment. I found something wrong." When he heard Zhao Hai, Ling Feng couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Something wrong? What's wrong?" Zhao Hai pointed at the kitchen and said, "The water tank in the kitchen is wrong." When Ling Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but look at the water tank in the kitchen. However, they couldn't find anything wrong with it. Zhao Hai pointed at the water tank and said, "The other things in the kitchen can be fixed, but the water tank can't. Because of this, most people wouldn't fix it. Generally, water tanks can move. However, the water tank in the kitchen isn't. The water tank in the kitchen is also embedded in the ground. This is very abnormal. Therefore, I think that there's something wrong with the water tank." When Ling Feng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. However, they also felt that what Zhao Hai said made sense. Although they were cultivators, cultivators also needed to make a living. Although they couldn't cook, there weren't many people who didn't go to the kitchen. Whether it was the spiritual realm or the underground world, although there were groups of cultivators, there weren't any cultivators who could use magic to eat. Because of this, every kitchen would use a water tank. Although this tank was very common, they didn't pay attention to whether it was fixed or movable. Ling Feng circled the water tank twice before he nodded and said, "Right, that makes sense." Then he raised his hand and was about to break the tank. Zhao Hai quickly stopped him. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai, puzzled. Zhao Hai said, "Since the Green Zombie Gang has designed such a secret passage, then it's impossible for them to not have any protective measures. If they really did, then the consequences would be unimaginable." Ling Feng nodded. Ling Feng looked at Zhao Hai. Ling Feng nodded. Zhao Hai continued, "Moreover, if Ling Feng and the others really have an underground passage, then there should be experts protecting it. I'm afraid that just relying on us wouldn't be enough." Ling Feng was terrified. He had almost forgotten about this matter. If the other party really did arrange a few experts in the secret passage, then opening it would be tantamount to courting death. After thinking about this, Ling Feng's gaze towards Zhao Hai couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling, what do you think we should do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother Ling, I just happen to know a bit about mechanisms. You can go and inform the gang leader and ask them to make a decision. I'll see if I can break the mechanism." Ling Feng nodded and said, "All right, you guys stay here and train little Ling. Little Ling, I'll leave this place to you. Try to see if there really is a mechanism here." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother Ling. I'll certainly do my best." Ling Feng nodded, then he turned around and left. On the other hand, Zhao Hai carefully looked at the water tank. The tank was empty and very clean. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Zhao Hai looked inside the tank and didn't find anything. Then he looked at the bottom of the tank and saw a very small crack. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Then he tried to move the tank, but the tank didn't move at all. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Speaking of mechanisms, Zhao Hai knew a lot about them. However, every sect had their own way of designing mechanisms. For a water tank like this, there were a lot of ways to design it. If Zhao Hai had enough time, then he could try it out bit by bit. But now, it was clear that he wouldn't be given that much time. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to use the simplest method to find out the secret of this mechanism, and that was to ask the Green Zombie Gang. Naturally, Zhao Hai could ask the Green Zombie Gang's cultivator if there was a secret passage here. He could also ask the Green Zombie Gang's cultivator how to crack this mechanism. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do that. He wanted to see if he could find something wrong with the courtyard with his own efforts. In the end, he found it. Moreover, it was completely correct. This was because when he found out that there was something wrong with the water tank, he immediately asked the Green Zombie Gang's cultivator. The Green Zombie Gang's cultivator also gave him a positive answer. If it wasn't for the fact that time was tight, Zhao Hai would definitely try to solve this problem himself. But now, he really didn't have that kind of time, so he could only ask the Green Zombie cultivator. Before long, the Green Zombie Gang's cultivator told Zhao Hai how to open the secret passage. However, Zhao Hai didn't show any reaction. He was still carefully looking at the water tank. Before long, Zhong Busan led some experts of the Devil Gang to arrive. Zhong Busan looked at Zhao Hai, who was carefully looking at the water tank, and nodded with satisfaction. Although this was Zhao Hai's first mission, to be honest, Zhao Hai did it perfectly. Zhong Busan couldn't find any problems. At this time, Zhong Busan rejoiced. If he missed out on Zhao Hai, then the Devil Gang's losses would be huge. When the person beside Zhong Busan saw that Zhao Hai didn't get up, he stepped forward and scolded him. Zhong Busan glared at the person, causing him to immediately stop. Then he bowed and retreated behind Zhong Busan. Zhong Busan smiled as he looked at Zhao Hai. When the people around saw Zhong Busan's expression, they already had a plan in their hearts. They understood that Zhao Hai had won the gang leader's favor. In the future, Zhao Hai would surely soar. So they must have a good relationship with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai already knew that Zhong Busan had arrived. However, he didn't have any reaction. He just carefully looked at the water tank, wanting to see Zhong Busan's reaction. It took a while for Zhao Hai to calm down. When he saw Zhong Busan, he bowed and said, "This disciple has seen the gang leader." This disciple didn't know that the gang leader would arrive. "I asked the gang leader to forgive me." Zhong Busan waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite. Tell me, what did you see?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Yes, I saw it. If I'm not wrong, then this is a human-powered secret code lock." Zhong Busan looked at Zhao Hai with some confusion and said, "A human-powered secret code lock? How come I've never heard of this kind of lock?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is a very special kind of lock. In fact, it's a secret code lock for ordinary people. But this secret code lock has been enlarged, and some things have been added. When opening this kind of lock, one can't use spiritual energy. Spiritual energy won't be able to open it. One can only use one's physical strength and find the right code to open the lock. If one forcibly breaks the lock, then the lock would surely explode. Moreover, the explosion wouldn't be small." Zhong Busan nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead and do your best." Zhao Hai complied, then he walked towards the water tank. Then he grabbed the sides of the tank and gently rotated it. Sure enough, the water tank slowly rotated in Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai rotated the water tank while listening to the sounds coming from the water tank. Then he rotated it a few times to the left, then he rotated it a few more times. The water tank in his hands turned into a huge millstone, constantly rotating. From time to time, the bottom of the tank issued cracking sounds. After a while, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he let out a long breath and forcefully lifted the water tank. The water tank silently rose until it was more than a meter high. Then a row of stairs suddenly appeared beside the water tank. When Zhong Busan saw the stairs, he immediately nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. Zhao Ling, you've done a great service this time. After we return, I'll definitely reward you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, gang leader." Zhong Busan nodded, then he waved his hand. Immediately, some of the Devil Gang's people rushed into the secret passage. These people were all transcending realm cultivators. It can be seen that they were the true elites of the Devil Gang. After more than 10 people went in, Zhong Busan was about to go in. But before he left, he said to Zhao Hai, "Zhao Ling, you don't need to go in. Just stay here." Zhao Hai nodded, then Zhong Busan entered the secret passage. Before long, the sound of fighting could be heard from the secret passage, then it quickly quieted down. Zhao Hai stood at the entrance of the secret passage and muttered, "There's an expert here. It seems like the Green Zombie Gang won't be able to escape this time." Before long, a shadow flashed from the secret passage as a person came out. Zhao Hai looked at this person and didn't recognize him. However, this person's waist was indeed wearing a Devil Gang's token. Zhao Hai bowed to him and said, "Greetings, senior brother." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "So it's junior brother Zhao Ling. Today, junior brother has made a great contribution." The Green Zombie Gang's supreme elder and some elite disciples were still inside the secret passage. They were preparing to leave when we caught up to them. I didn't expect the passage to be this long. But now, they're all dead. The Green Zombie Gang can be considered finished this time. The cultivator smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Zhao Ling." Zhao Hai said with a smile, "Our Devil Gang will have 2 cities in the future." "That's great." The cultivator smiled and said, "Yes, that's great. However, Zhao Ling, your contribution this time isn't small. When we return, the sect leader will definitely reward you heavily." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Hee, I'll borrow senior brother's auspicious words. If the sect leader really rewards me, I'll definitely invite senior brother for a drink. I don't know senior brother's great name. This little brother and senior brother can be considered acquaintances, but I still don't know senior brother's name. I'm really sorry." The cultivator smiled faintly and said, "You're really good at climbing up a pole. Good, you listen well. I'm called Xinyu." "Xinyu?" When Zhao Hai heard this name, his complexion couldn't help but change as he said, "I didn't know it was senior brother Shen." This little brother was impolite. "I ask senior brother Shen to forgive me." When Xinyu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, you don't need to be so polite. Remember, you owe me a drink. If you don't invite me to drink after rewarding me, I won't forgive you." Then he laughed and turned around to leave. When Zhao Hai saw Xinyu's appearance, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. To be honest, he really didn't think that this person would be Xinyu. What kind of person was Xinyu? Xinyu was the Devil Gang's next sect leader. He was also Zhong Busan's direct disciple. With this kind of identity, in the Devil Gang, he was definitely below 1 person and above 10,000 people. For a small cultivator like Zhao Hai, it was actually impossible for him to come in contact with these people. He didn't expect that this time, he would coincidentally get to know Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai really didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. It was said that it was a good thing because he knew Xinyu. In the future, in the Devil Gang, he was afraid that no one would dare to provoke him. Of course, if he was a member of the Devil Gang, then it was naturally a good thing. But the problem was that he was only a spy. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Zhao Hai waited at the entrance of the secret passage for a while. When Zhong Busan returned with a large group of people, he saw that Zhao Hai was still there. Zhong Busan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, Zhao Ling, you're actually still here. Good, let's go." Zhao Hai complied and then followed behind Zhong Busan as they walked towards Green Zombie City. At this time, there was no resistance in the entire Green Zombie City. The reason why the Green Zombie Gang's cultivators were resisting was because they wanted the Supreme Elder to lead some of the Green Zombie Gang's disciples away. But they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would discover the secret passage. Zhong Busan and the others would chase after them and exterminate them. Moreover, Zhong Busan and the others used the passage to directly run behind the Green Zombie sect's cultivators and exterminate them in one fell swoop. Now that Green Zombie City had fallen into the hands of the Devil Gang, even the last bit of resistance had disappeared. Zhong Busan looked at Green Zombie City with satisfaction. Zhao Hai also took a good look at Green Zombie City. This Green Zombie City was really good, it was even bigger than the Devil Gang. Although some places were lost in the battle between the two gangs, in general, Green Zombie City wasn't damaged that much. One could still see the general layout of the city. Zhong Busan looked at Green Zombie City and nodded with satisfaction. From time to time, he would discuss with the elders of the Devil Clan to see what other things could be placed in the city and how they should be changed. Zhao Hai looked at Zhong Busan's appearance and couldn't help but laugh inside. Zhong Busan's current appearance was like an old farmer showing off his good things to others. When Zhong Busan finally looked at the situation of Green Zombie City, he finally arrived at the Green Zombie Gang's headquarters. The situation of the Green Zombie Gang's headquarters was the fiercest, the destruction was also the most serious. Zhong Busan looked at the Green Zombie Gang's headquarters and said, "From today onwards, the Green Zombie Gang will disappear. From now on, this place will be our Devil Gang's branch. I don't like the name Green Zombie City. Does anyone have a name?" When they heard Zhong Busan, everyone stared. Then they looked at each other in dismay. Zhong Busan said, "What's wrong? Does no one have a good name?" Still, no one made a sound. Zhong Busan looked at everyone and couldn't help but laugh. "You guys are really boring. Isn't it just a name? What's so great about it? Listen carefully, this name isn't something to be proud of. From now on, Green Zombie City will be renamed as Bloodchild City. What do you think?" Bloodchild was another name for the Devil Gang. Because the Devil Gang's entire body was blood red, they were called Blood Children. When Zhong Busan said this, no one objected. On the contrary, everyone was praising him. Zhong Busan stood in the middle of the crowd and laughed, he looked very proud of himself. The matter of the Devil Gang destroying the Green Zombie Gang wasn't taken seriously by the people in the underground world. The underground world was too big. How could a war between two small cities attract people's attention? What people were paying attention to were the changes in the great sects. Which great sect's disciple was killed? Which great sect master tricked his disciple into sleeping with him? These were the things that people were interested in. However, the Devil Gang and the Green Zombie Gang were paying attention to this matter. But by the time they noticed, the Green Zombie Gang had already been destroyed. Moreover, they were completely wiped out. If they were to take advantage of this, then they would be offending the Devil Gang. Since the Devil Gang was famous for being difficult to deal with, the other gangs only paid attention to this matter and didn't take any further action. After the Devil Gang occupied Green Zombie City, they immediately changed the name of the city to Bloodchild City. At the same time, they sent some disciples into the city. However, the Devil Gang didn't have a lot of people to begin with. Although some Green Zombie Gang members were accepted into the Devil Gang, Zhong Busan still didn't trust them. Naturally, Zhong Busan wouldn't leave these Green Zombie Gang members in Green Zombie City. These Green Zombie Gang members were too familiar with Green Zombie City. If they were to stay there, then Green Zombie City might fall into his hands. Therefore, Zhong Busan brought the Green Zombie Gang members back to the Devil Gang. He scattered them and assigned them to the various halls of the Devil Gang. At the same time, the Devil Gang began to recruit a large number of rogue cultivators. The Devil Gang's recruitment was definitely good news for the rogue cultivators in Devil City. Everyone wanted to join the Devil Gang. But the Devil Gang was already accustomed to this situation. They began to assess the people that they had been paying attention to. Then they would recruit them into the Devil Gang. And a large portion of these people were directly sent to Green Zombie City. Because of the recruitment of rogue cultivators, the Devil Gang's numbers increased in a short period of time. However, Zhong Busan was still calm at this time. He began to reorganize the Devil Gang. This was the only way for the Devil Gang to unite in the shortest time possible. At the same time, Zhao Hai began to carry out his other plan. This time, Zhao Hai made a lot of contributions in dealing with the Green Zombie Gang. Naturally, the Devil Gang wouldn't treat him unfairly. The rewards this time were also very generous. Zhao Hai received a lot of cultivation materials. When Zhao Hai saw these things, he was overjoyed. Then he immediately returned to his courtyard and began his seclusion. Regarding Zhao Hai's performance, the Devil Gang didn't show any interest. They just treated Zhao Hai as an ordinary rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivators usually don't get a lot of cultivation materials. Therefore, when they received a large number of cultivation materials, their first thought was to immediately go into seclusion. They could understand this point. However, what made Zhao Hai happy wasn't the cultivation materials. How could a gang's cultivation materials be good? Not to mention the current Zhao Hai, even when he ascended from the lower realm, Zhao Hai still didn't care about these things. What made Zhao Hai happy was that he finally had a reason to disappear from people's sight for a while. This way, he could do his own things. Zhao Hai said that he was in seclusion. But in fact, after he arranged his courtyard, he immediately left the devil gang. He used the space to return to Coiling Dragon City to see Laura and the others. After that, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the underworld to prepare for his revenge. Among the ghost cultivators that attacked the Tyrant's Blade Gate, there were also people from the Water Ghost sect. This sect was very interesting. The souls that they used were the souls of drowned people. Because of this, the Water Ghost sect's water ghosts were very good at using water magic. Moreover, they were very powerful. This time, Zhao Hai's target was the Water Ghost sect. The Water Ghost sect wasn't a great sect in the underworld, it could only be regarded as a mid-level sect. The reason why the Devil Gang dared to attack the Tyrant's Blade Gate was because there were too many people attacking the Tyrant's Blade Gate. They just wanted to take advantage of the situation and loot it. But no matter what, the Water Ghost sect participated in the attack against the Tyrant's Blade Gate. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let them off. Moreover, dealing with such a small sect wouldn't attract too much attention in the underworld. The great sects wouldn't care about the life and death of a small sect. Even if the small sect were to die, the great sects wouldn't lose anything. On the contrary, they would even get the Water Ghost sect's territory. Because of this, when the Water Ghost sect was attacked, the great sects wouldn't care. On the contrary, they would be very happy. Zhao Hai now had time. The ghost cultivators in the underworld were also cultivators. Cultivators could go into seclusion for a long time, depending on their situation. Ordinary cultivators would go into seclusion for a few months before coming out. This was already considered a short seclusion. Some cultivators would go into seclusion for a few years or even a few decades. There were also some cultivators who went into seclusion for a short time. These cultivators usually didn't have much lifespan left. Unless they successfully made a breakthrough, they would die in their seclusion. These were cultivators, people envied them and sometimes felt pity for them. This time, Zhao Hai had calculated that the cultivation materials he had would be enough for him to go into seclusion for a few months. When he goes out, although it would be impossible for people to know that he had made a breakthrough, they would still be able to know more about his strength. This way, his identity wouldn't be exposed. At this time, Zhao Hai began to use the Water Ghost sect to investigate. The location of the Water Ghost sect was very special. Their headquarters was on an island, and this island was in a large lake in the underworld. If one wanted to enter the Water Ghost sect, then they must first enter the lake. But there were a lot of water ghosts in the lake. These water ghosts were raised by the Water Ghost sect to monitor the movements of the lake. Because of this, it wasn't easy to figure out the situation of the Water Ghost sect. However, this wasn't difficult for Zhao Hai. He directly used his spiritual energy to communicate with the water in the lake. Then he became a part of the lake and smoothly dived into the lake. As soon as he entered the lake, Zhao Hai immediately felt a chill. This wasn't his feeling, but rather the feeling of the lake. In the eyes of many people, it was impossible for lake water to have feelings. But in fact, lake water had feelings. Lake water also had the ability to think, so naturally, it would have feelings. However, lake water's ability to think was different from that of humans. Because of this, in the eyes of humans, lake water was just lake water, a dead object without any ability to think. But now, Zhao Hai felt that he had turned into a drop of lake water. The first thing he felt was cold. Lake water itself was cold. The lower the level of the lake, the colder it would be. Even so, Zhao Hai still felt cold. It wasn't really cold, it was just a feeling. The reason why Zhao Hai felt this was because there were a lot of Yin souls in the lake. Yin souls were Yin souls, they belonged to the world's Yin souls. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt cold. Zhao Hai silently sensed the number of Yin souls. The result made Zhao Hai surprised. The amount of Yin souls in the lake was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. The entire lake was no less than 1,000,000 mu. The number of Yin souls here was also no less than 1,000,000. Such a number was really shocking. Zhao Hai didn't know that the water ghost sect would throw people into the lake to drown every once in a while. And those who died would naturally become water ghosts. The water ghosts in the lake were captured by the disciples of the water ghost sect. The disciples of the water ghost sect used the water ghosts as their weapons to cultivate. If the water ghosts wanted to level up, they couldn't rely on cultivation. Killing other water ghosts was also a way for them to level up. And the water ghosts in the lake were raised by the water ghost sect. Zhao Hai followed the movements of the lake as he slowly moved towards the water ghost sect. Before long, he arrived at the periphery of the water ghost island. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax. He knew that the closer he was to the periphery of the water ghost sect, the stronger the defenses of the sect would be. Zhao Hai knew that an island like this would have a lot of underground rivers. These underground rivers were connected to the wells on the island. As long as he found the underground lake, he would be able to enter the island. The water ghost sect's defenses were very strong, and the island's defenses were also very strong. However, this was only when there were enemies. If there were no enemies, then the water ghost sect's defenses wouldn't be at full strength. After going around in the lake for some time, Zhao Hai found the entrance to the underground river. After entering the river, Zhao Hai didn't feel cold anymore. This was because the river was connected to the water ghost island. The water ghost island had a natural deterring effect on the Yin ghosts. These Yin ghosts didn't dare to approach the island. Along the way to Water Demon Island, Zhao Hai encountered several warning formations in the subterranean river. But since Zhao Hai was now one with the river, the warning formations couldn't detect him. Zhao Hai had already fused with the river, so the warning formations couldn't detect him. While moving forward, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that there was a place where the water in the underground river was in direct contact with the air outside. Zhao Hai immediately understood that this was the well that the ghost water ghost sect dug. Zhao Hai followed the river to the well. Then his figure moved as he drilled out of the well. After coming out, Zhao Hai carefully observed his surroundings. He wanted to see what was here. This was a small courtyard on the periphery of the water ghost island. Moreover, it seemed to have been abandoned. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. However, he immediately turned around and entered the well. Although the water ghost sect wasn't a large sect, it should have a lot of courtyards like this. Nobody would pay attention to this place. Zhao Hai didn't want to stay here for long. Otherwise, he would leave behind traces. Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the water ghost sect this time, so he didn't want them to find any clues. Zhao Hai followed the underground river as he walked around the water ghost sect's island. But he quickly discovered a problem. He discovered that there were only some wells on the periphery of the island. As for the underground river that flowed through the island, there wasn't a single well to be seen. This was especially true in the center of the island. Zhao Hai was puzzled. He knew that cultivators in the true spiritual realm needed to eat. Even teleportation realm cultivators were the same. The water ghost sect wasn't a large sect. Teleportation realm cultivators shouldn't be considered ordinary disciples in their sect. It was impossible for them to live in the periphery of the island. However, didn't they need to drink water to eat? After circling around the island, Zhao Hai left the island with a belly full of questions. He didn't think that he would take revenge on the water demon gang today. He wanted to have a comprehensive understanding of the island. Once he knows everything about the water demon gang, then he would begin his revenge on the water demon gang. After leaving the water ghost sect, Zhao Hai calmed down. He finally understood why there weren't any wells in the center of the island. The higher-ups of the water ghost sect must know that the wells in the periphery were filled with water from the underground river. And the water in the underground river came from the lake outside. Who knows how many people were drowned in the lake every day? It was because the higher-ups knew this that they didn't drill wells into the underground river. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai used this opportunity to infiltrate the water ghost sect. He wanted to know the situation of the water ghost sect. The reason why Zhao Hai spent so much time observing the water ghost sect was because he wanted to find their greatest weakness. If he wanted to hit them, he wanted to hurt them so that they wouldn't be able to rise again. Even if he didn't want them to perish, he wanted to give their enemies a chance to eliminate them in one fell swoop. After a month of observation, Zhao Hai finally found the water ghost sect's greatest weakness. It was the water ghost lake. The lake was the lake that surrounded the island. There were countless Yin souls in the lake. These Yin souls were the water ghost sect's first line of defense. At the same time, they were the foundation of the water ghost sect's cultivators. If Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the water ghost sect, then he would need to destroy the lake first. It can be said that the lake was the water ghost sect's strongest line of defense. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, this wasn't the case. It was true that the lake was the water ghost sect's strongest line of defense. However, as long as the water ghosts in the lake were eliminated, then the water ghost sect would be finished. Dealing with the Yin souls in the lake wasn't a difficult matter. Zhao Hai already had his own plan. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai didn't enter the water ghost sect. Instead, he entered the space and continued to experiment. In the end, he used the space's universal machine to make something. In the end, Zhao Hai was able to make something. It wasn't something that could be called a thing. It was a new type of plant. It was a genetic combination of several plants. This plant had a special characteristic. It was a light element plant. Moreover, it grew very fast. Most importantly, its seeds were very small. Moreover, its survival rate was very high. For ordinary people, this plant was naturally a good thing. It was a plant of the light element, it could be eaten and had healing properties. However, for the water demon gang, this plant was a nightmare. This was because this plant grew in the water and was of the light element. Light element was the nemesis of Yin souls. As long as this plant grew in the water demon lake, then the Yin souls in the lake wouldn't be able to escape. All of them would be purified by these plants. As long as these plants purify the Yin souls in the lake, then the water ghost sect would be finished. Since these plants needed time to grow, Zhao Hai only needed to sprinkle the seeds. Most importantly, Zhao Hai didn't need to sprinkle too many seeds in the beginning. The reproduction rate of these plants was very fast. After some time, the entire lake would be occupied by these plants. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately sprinkled the seeds into the lake. After that, Zhao Hai left. However, he didn't return to the devil sect this time. Instead, he returned to the tyrant's blade sect. It had been some time since Zhao Hai returned to the tyrant's blade sect. Although Laura and the others still spent a lot of time in the sect, Zhao Hai still felt sorry for the Yin Yang elders. When Zhao Hai returned to the tyrant's blade sect, he wanted to accompany the Yin Yang elders for some time. At the same time, he also wanted to tell them about his plan for revenge. When Zhao Hai returned to the 52nd courtyard, the Yin Yang elders were already there. To be honest, the Yin Yang elders felt that after Zhao Hai and the others moved out, they had more freedom. In the past, when Zhao Hai and the others were here, the Yin Yang elders would always try to suppress their killing intent. They were afraid that it would affect Zhao Hai and the others. But now, they didn't need to worry about that. Their killing intent couldn't affect the robots in the courtyard. Moreover, when Laura and the others were here, although they were very respectful to them, the Yin Yang elders still felt uncomfortable. The two had been single for their entire lives, so they rarely came in contact with women. And since Laura and the others were the women of their disciples, this made the Yin Yang elders feel uncomfortable. Now that Laura and the others left, the Yin Yang elders felt more relaxed. They could do whatever they want in the courtyard. This was like an old man. In front of his son, he might be very relaxed and do whatever he wants. But in front of his daughter-in-law, he would need to maintain a bit of restraint. When Zhao Hai entered the 52nd courtyard, he saw the Yin Yang elders sitting in the training field and drinking tea. At the same time, they were also looking at several robots practicing martial arts. This was one of the methods that Zhao Hai came up with. The robots that Zhao Hai made were combat robots that had a certain ability to learn. Zhao Hai gave these robots to the two elders so that they could pass the time. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted the two elders to use these robots as chess pieces. They could use these robots to play chess, which would be very fun. However, the two elders didn't like playing chess. On the contrary, when they had nothing to do, they would look at the robots and see them practicing martial arts. This was the reason why this scene appeared. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Masters, you're really elegant. Why would you use these robots for fun?" When the Yin-Yang elders saw Zhao Hai, the Yin-Yang elder smiled as he waved to Zhao Hai and said, "Come here. How come you have time to come back? How are you doing in the Long family?" Zhao Hai didn't tell the Yin-Yang elders about his trip to the underworld. Therefore, the two didn't know about it. When Elder Yin saw that Zhao Hai had returned, he couldn't help but ask. Zhao Hai gave the two a salute, then he said, "Master, I came here today for this matter. In fact, I'm not in the Long family right now, I'm in the underworld." The Yin-Yang elders stared. Then Elder Yang stared at Zhao Hai and said, "What are you doing in the underworld? I know that you have spatial abilities, but is the underworld a place where you can go as you please? What kind of people are there? Even Vajra realm experts wouldn't dare to enter. Kid, your courage is too big." Elder Yin smiled and said, "All right, let Little Hai finish his words first. Little Hai, tell us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said to Elder Yin, "Master, I think that those ghost cultivators actually dared to attack our tyrant saber school, causing us to lose face. If I don't retaliate, then I wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. Therefore, I decided to enter the underworld." When Elder Yin heard Zhao Hai, he nodded with satisfaction. Zhao Hai had already joined the Long family, but he still considered himself a member of the tyrant saber school. This was very rare. This was also why Elder Yin was most satisfied with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Elder Yin and said, "After I arrived in the underground world, I pretended to be a rogue cultivator and joined a gang there. I've been given an important position in the gang. My first target for revenge is the Water Ghost sect." Elder Yin nodded, then he said, "I've already decided on the Water Ghost sect." When Elder Yin heard Zhao Hai, his brows couldn't help but knit as he said, "The Water Ghost sect isn't easy to deal with. The water ghosts of that sect are very good at using water magic. Their strength isn't ordinary. Although there aren't many of them, they're still very hard to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he told the two about the information he obtained from observing the Water Ghost sect. When the two heard Zhao Hai, they were stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai had already done so much work. After Zhao Hai finished, Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How do you want to deal with the Water Ghost sect?" In Elder Yin's opinion, since Zhao Hai has been observing the Water Ghost sect for a long time, he wouldn't just kill a few disciples of the sect. Therefore, he asked this question. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Master, disciple Ping Jin has a hobby of collecting plants. This time, it came in handy. Among the plants I collected, there's one that's very special. This plant's ability to grow is very strong. Most importantly, this plant is of the light element. It can automatically release light energy. Once this plant matures, the Water Ghost sect's biggest reliance, the ghosts in the lake, will be purified by this light energy. When that time comes, I'm afraid that we won't need to do anything, the Water Ghost sect will do it themselves." When Elder Yin heard Chi Milky Way, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although Zhao Hai's plan seems very simple, it was definitely a plan to destroy the Water Ghost sect. If Zhao Hai's plan succeeds, then the Water Ghost sect would be eliminated from the underground world. But when they thought of this, the two couldn't help but be excited. Elder Yin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Will the plan succeed?" Zhao Hai replied, "It will. This plant's specialty is that it has a lot of seeds. A single plant can produce hundreds to thousands of seeds. These seeds will germinate in a very short time. As long as these seeds germinate, the Water Ghost Lake would welcome the outbreak of the plant. When that time comes, it would be too late for the Water Ghost sect to react." Elder Yang said in a deep voice, "What if the Water Demon gang members find those seeds before they germinate?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's almost impossible. The seeds of this plant are too small. Moreover, when the seeds germinate, they absorb yin qi to grow. The time it takes to grow is very short. When the time comes, even if the Water Ghost Lake doesn't die, at least half of them would die. I don't believe that the Water Ghost gang doesn't have any enemies. As long as their enemies find out about this, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Even if they can't destroy the Water Ghost gang, they would at least be able to weaken." their strength. This way, our goal would be achieved. Thus, we'll be able to achieve our goal. Elder Yang nodded and said, "Good, the plan is good. However, you have to remember that a person's life is much more valuable than those of the Water Ghost sect. We won't be able to take revenge on those Water Ghost sect. You can't take any risks, understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master. Rest assured, I know what to do." Elder Yang nodded and said, "Rest here for a few days. Then go to the Long family and take a look. To be honest, the Long family has been very good to you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, master can rest assured. I'll do my best in the Long family. However, I also know that no matter what, I'll always be with the Tyrant's Blade sect." Eldarine replied, "You might not know, but the Long family has already used various means to arrange the cultivators of your realm into various sections. Their future achievements will depend on their own luck. Little Hai, you don't need to see them. The more you see them, the more worried you will be. Moreover, the potential of your realm's cultivators isn't that great. They won't be able to help you much. Moreover, if you let your enemies know about their relationship with you, they will certainly find a way to retaliate against them. They won't be able to bear the consequences." Eldarine nodded and said, "You don't need to see them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, disciple will remember." Eldarine nodded, then he waved his hand. After that, Zhao Hai went to rest. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Eldarine immediately turned to Elder Yang and said, "Old Yang, do you think Little Hai's plan will succeed?" Elder Yang replied, "It's very likely that it will succeed. After all, we haven't heard of the plant that Little Hai mentioned, let alone other people. If he succeeds, then it would be for the best." Eldarine smiled faintly and said, "Little Hai's strength is very formidable. Moreover, don't you know what kind of person Little Hai is? If he wasn't confident in something, then he wouldn't have told us. Therefore, I think that Little Hai will succeed." Elder Yang nodded, then he couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "If those bastards in the underground world were to know that Zhao Hai was able to turn their world upside down, I wonder what kind of expression they would have." Elder Yang nodded, then he couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "If those bastards in the underground world know that Zhao Hai was able to turn their world upside down, I wonder what kind of expression they would have." Eldarine also smiled. Although Zhao Hai hasn't caused any big movements in the underground world, the two believed that Zhao Hai would certainly turn the underground world upside down. They had confidence in Zhao Hai. For the next few days, Zhao Hai accompanied the Yin Yang elders in the 52nd courtyard. The Yin Yang elders also gave Zhao Hai pointers on his cultivation. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of experience in cultivation, his time of cultivation wasn't very long. Compared to the Yin Yang elders who had been cultivating for thousands of years, he couldn't be compared to them. Because of this, with the guidance of the Yin Yang elders, there were a lot of things that Zhao Hai didn't need to study. After staying in the Tyrant's Blade sect for a few days, Zhao Hai returned to the Long family. The Long family's situation was almost the same as when Zhao Hai left. There were still a lot of children practicing martial arts in the courtyard. And just like what Long Dingtian said, Laura and the others were more suitable than him to be a teacher. The children's progress wasn't slow. Zhao Hai stayed in the Long family's residence for a few days and chatted with Long Dingtian several times. Naturally, he didn't mention that he wanted to retaliate against the Water Ghost gang. He just said that he had already established himself in the underground world and had joined a gang. Long Dingtian was very surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to do it. However, he was also very happy. Zhao Hai had entered the inner circle of the ghost cultivators. In the future, it would be more convenient for them to deal with the ghost cultivators. Moreover, they could also get a lot of information from Zhao Hai. After staying in the Long family's residence for a few days, Zhao Hai returned to the underground world. The first thing Zhao Hai did was to place the seeds into the Water Ghost Lake. Then he observed them for a while. Zhao Hai wanted to see if the seeds could adapt to the environment of the lake. The result was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. When the seeds entered the lake, they were like a baby who saw a milk bottle. They absorbed the yin qi from the lake and their vitality became stronger and stronger. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. But then he became happy. According to this situation, the plants were very suitable to grow here. The more suitable they were, the better. As long as the seeds were suitable to grow here, then the water ghost sect would be very unlucky. After observing the seeds, Zhao Hai left the water ghost sect. After leaving the water ghost sect, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the devil gang. Then he immediately announced that he was coming out of seclusion. Zhao Hai chose to come out at this time because he didn't want anyone to suspect him. If he came out after the water demon gang's incident, then people might suspect him. Although this possibility was very low, Zhao Hai still didn't want to take this risk. Zhao Hai didn't think that this was a good opportunity. When Zhao Hai came out of his seclusion, he discovered that the devil gang had undergone a lot of changes in the past 2 months. There were a lot of new faces in the devil gang. These people were the new disciples of the devil gang. At the same time, Bloodchild City had also officially become a branch of the devil gang. It was starting to play its role. This was the advantage of being in the underground world. Even if the cultivators didn't do anything, the red goblins would still do their job. Because of this, even if 2 great sects had a conflict, they wouldn't kill the red goblins. This was because once they eliminated the other party, they would immediately have a stable source of income. It was precisely because of this reason that the cities in the underground world were constantly attacking each other. Everyone wanted to swallow the other party's city. This was equivalent to having a chicken that can lay golden eggs. Zhong Busan looked at Zhao Hai standing in front of him and said, "How was the result of your seclusion?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, replying to the gang leader, "The result wasn't very good. I didn't advance, but my realm has finally stabilized." Zhong Busan nodded and said, "You shouldn't be disappointed, this is an inevitable phenomenon. Don't think about ascending to the heavens in one step. You should do some missions to stabilize your state of mind. Now that our devil gang has obtained Bloodchild City, our missions have also increased. In the future, you'll have a lot of missions to do. Right, if you have time, go and see Xianxia. He said that you still owe him a drink." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Zhong Busan would suddenly say such a thing. However, he still nodded and said, "Yes, gang leader can rest assured. After returning, I'll immediately go and see senior brother Shen." Zhong Busan waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go now. Be careful when you go out. Our devil gang has just destroyed the green zombie gang. The surrounding gangs are all watching us. They might retaliate against us. You need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded, then after giving Zhong Busan a salute, he turned around and left. Zhao Hai returned to his room and sat for a while. Then he stood up and walked outside. When he arrived outside, he saw a cultivator walking towards him. This person was also a member of the devil gang. Moreover, Zhao Hai had seen him twice before. Zhao Hai quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, senior brother." "Senior brother, may I ask where senior brother Xianxia lives? This little brother wants to pay him a visit." When the person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "You know senior brother Shen?" Zhao Hai was very clear why this person asked this question. Xianxu's status in the devil gang wasn't low. He was the next gang leader. Zhong Busan was also training Xianxia as his successor. Therefore, in the devil gang, Xianxia was in existence above tens of thousands of people. Although Zhao Hai had some fame, he had only joined the devil gang for a short time. Although everyone knew that Zhao Hai was favored by the gang leader, and would certainly flourish in the future, this only made their attitude towards Zhao Hai better. In their hearts, Zhao Hai's status wasn't high. It was impossible for him to have any interaction with Xianxia. Zhao Hai faintly smiled at the cultivator and said, "Yes, last time in Bloodchild City, I met senior brother Shen. I promised to treat senior brother Shen to a drink. But as soon as I returned to the gang, I went into seclusion. Just now, the gang leader said that senior brother Shen had already told him about this matter. If I don't treat senior brother Shen to a drink, then I'm afraid that I won't have any good fruit to eat." The devil gang's cultivator's complexion changed. He wasn't afraid or gloating, but rather envious. He was really envious of Zhao Hai. Not only did Zhao Hai obtain the gang leader's appreciation, he even got in touch with Xianxia. Everyone knew that maintaining a good relationship with these 2 big heads of the devil gang was very important for one's development in the devil gang. However, that cultivator was only envious for a moment. he didn't dare to delay Zhao Hai's matter. If he dared to plot against Zhao Hai in this matter, then in the future, when Zhao Hai meets Xianxia would certainly look for him to settle accounts. In addition, Zhao Hai had obtained the gang leader's favor. Offending Zhao Hai in this matter was really unwise. It was better to be on good terms with Zhao Hai. That cultivator's complexion changed several times. Finally, he said to Zhao Hai, "So it's like this. Then I'll congratulate junior apprentice brother first. It's impossible for us to invite senior apprentice brother Shen for a drink. Senior apprentice brother, you just have to follow this road and walk through 3 intersections. Then, turn left and you will see a courtyard. The courtyard isn't very big, but there are 2 devil gang members in front of the door. That is senior apprentice brother Shen's residence." After Zhao Hai thanked that cultivator, he turned around and walked away. That cultivator looked at Zhao Hai's back with a face full of envy. He knew that in the devil gang, there was no one who could stop Zhao Hai from getting rich. Zhao Hai quickly followed the road and arrived at Xianxua's courtyard. Just like what that cultivator said, Xianxua's courtyard didn't look big. Moreover, it was very peaceful. The only difference was that outside Xianxua's courtyard, there were 2 devil gang stone sculptures. These 2 devil gang stone sculptures looked vivid and lifelike. With one look, one could tell that the person who carved them was an expert. Zhao Hai walked to the front of Xianxua's courtyard's door. He discovered that there was no door knocker on the door. He could only lightly pat on the door. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, is senior apprentice brother Shen home? Zhao Ling would like to see senior apprentice brother Shen." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, Xianxua's voice transmitted over, "Come in." Zhao Hai pushed the door and walked in. He discovered that Xianxua was standing in the courtyard, looking at him with a calm face. Zhao Hai faintly smiled. He cupped his fist towards Xianxua and said, "Little brother greets senior apprentice brother Shen. Senior apprentice brother, last time, little brother said that if I received a reward, I would treat you to a drink. However, once I received the reward, I went into seclusion. See, I just came out of seclusion and came here to apologize to senior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother, please forgive me." Xianxua looked at Zhao Hai's appearance. He smiled and said, "Forget it, it's just a small matter. I am very happy that you are able to come today. Come, let's go in and have a drink." Zhao Hai promptly said, "Senior apprentice brother, how about we go outside to eat? Today, little brother is treating, how can I treat at senior apprentice brother's place?" Xianxua smiled and said, "I don't like to eat outside. There are always a lot of people coming to greet me. I'm too tired. Let's just eat at home. Let's go." Zhao Hai was impatient. He followed Xianxua into the house. When the 2 entered Xianxua's residence, Zhao Hai discovered that Xianxua's residence was very simple. There weren't many things inside. Everything looked very simple. This was somewhat beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. The 2 arrived at the dining room. Inside the dining room, there were several red goblin women who were placing dishes on the table. All of them were very common dishes. Before long, the dishes were placed. The 2 red goblin women turned around and retreated. Zhao Hai and Xianxua sat down. Xianxua looked at Zhao Hai and faintly smiled, "Zhao Ling, I still have to thank you for dealing with the green zombie gang. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to eradicate the green zombie gang so smoothly." Zhao Hai shook his head. He waved his hand and said, "This isn't my credit. I just happen to know some mechanism techniques. I didn't put in any effort. Senior apprentice brother doesn't need to be polite." Xianxua nodded and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. I'm very happy that you came here today. Come, accompany me to have a drink." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood what Xianxua meant. Xianxua's position in the devil gang was very high, but it was also because of his position that he didn't have any real friends. Therefore, the people who surrounded him were people who wanted to rely on him to climb up. Xianxua wouldn't treat those people as friends. Zhao Hai's situation was somewhat different. Only Xianxua knew that he was Zhong Busan's successor. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was someone that Zhong Busan wanted to nurture and send to the Battle Corps sect. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to threaten his position. In the future, Zhao Hai's position might even be higher than his. Because of this, Xinyu made friends with Zhao Hai. The two drank and chatted casually, just like two good friends. Zhao Hai liked this feeling. However, he also knew that the person sitting in front of him couldn't really be his friend. This was because they were enemies. From the moment Zhao Hai entered the Tyrant's Blade School, the two were destined to be enemies. Zhao Hai sighed in his heart. However, he didn't stop drinking. Moreover, he was chatting very well with Xinyu. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to take Xinyu's life. After all, he had killed more people than Xinyu. The cultivation world was like this. If you don't kill, then others will kill you. There was no distinction between good and evil in killing. If you think it's good, then it's good. If you think it's evil, then it's evil. The two drank until the sky turned dark. Then Zhao Hai got up and left. After returning to his room, Zhao Hai immediately entered the space. He wanted to see the water demon gang's situation. When he arrived at the ghost water lake, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that the seeds that he threw would actually germinate. This was really beyond his expectations. Looking at the germinated seeds, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. The speed at which these seeds germinated was too fast. He clearly remembered that even in the space, the seeds didn't germinate this fast. He didn't expect that in the water ghost lake, the seeds would germinate in just a day. It seems like it would be hard for the water ghost gang to not have bad luck this time. Zhao Hai didn't expect the seeds to germinate. After seeing that the seeds were growing normally, Zhao Hai immediately left. What he needed to do now was to wait and see when there would be news. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai's life in the Devil Gang was very good. At this time, many people in the Devil Gang knew that not only did Zhao Hai know the leader, but he also had a good relationship with Xinyu. Because of this, his position in the Devil Gang was very special. A lot of people in the Devil Gang would deliberately befriend him. This made Zhao Hai's life in the Devil Gang very comfortable. Unknowingly, 3 months passed by. During these 3 months, Zhao Hai would go to the ghost water lake every once in a while to take a look. However, since a month ago, Zhao Hai didn't go to the ghost water lake. This was because he discovered that the things that he arranged were working. The plants would soon be in a period of great growth. These days, while Zhao Hai was doing missions, he was also collecting anecdotes about the underground world. Fortunately, the Devil Gang was a place with a lot of rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators would also do missions everywhere. Therefore, he was able to collect some information. However, there was no information about the Water Demon Gang. On this day, Zhao Hai did a small mission and went to the Devil Gang's mission hall. This was the Devil Gang's mission hall. Those who received missions here were all disciples of the Devil Gang. Most of these disciples knew Zhao Hai. When they saw him arrive, they immediately stood up and greeted him. Zhao Hai also smiled and greeted them. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Junior brother Zhao, come and sit here. You're a mission maniac. Do you really want to do missions all the time?" Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the voice. It turned out to be an acquaintance. This person was Li Mu, whom he and Ling Feng met in Blood City. Li Mu wasn't a lively person. Moreover, he liked to joke. Because of this, his popularity in the Devil Gang was quite good. In Zhao Hai's view, Li Mu was definitely an anomaly in the Devil Gang. This was because ghost cultivators were self-centered. They would usually hide things in their hearts. It was rare to see someone like Li Mu, who liked to talk about things outside. However, it was precisely because of Li Mu's character that he was able to do well in the Devil Gang. Zhao Hai smiled and said to Li Mu, "So it's senior brother Li. Why? Didn't you do a mission today?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, a person next to Li Mu immediately said, "If he was as diligent as you, he would have been rich long ago. You do 3 or 4 missions a day. As for him, doing 1 mission every 3 or 4 days is already considered high." These words caused everyone to laugh. Li Mu didn't care. He smiled and said, "Isn't it good for me? Look at Xiaoling. She's so tired. She's not as relaxed as me." These words caused everyone to laugh again. All cultivators knew that cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. If you don't work hard, how can you make progress? There weren't many cultivators like Li Mu who had such thoughts. Zhao Hai sat next to Li Mu and said with a smile, "Senior brother Li, what are you talking about? Did you hear something new?" When Li Mu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but get excited. He laughed and said, "Little Hai, this time you're asking the right question. You should know that a big thing happened in the underground world. And this big thing is related to the sex." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Zhao Hai was stunned. Then his heart moved. However, he still pretended to be interested and said, "What big thing? It has something to do with those sects? Could it be that those sects are fighting again?" Li Mu laughed and said, "You're right this time. Those big sects are fighting again. But they're not big sections. Have you heard of the Water Ghost sect?" This was the first time that everyone heard of this matter. They all felt that it was very strange. When they heard Li Mu's question, they all nodded. Although the Water Ghost sect wasn't a big sect in the underground world, there weren't many people who didn't know about it. This was because the Water Ghost sect's Water Ghost sect was too special. Other sects didn't have them. It was because of this that they became famous. When Li Mu saw everyone nodding, he became even more proud. He showed off and said, "The Water Ghost sect is in trouble. Everyone knows that the Water Ghost sect is famous for their water ghosts and the place where they live, the Water Ghost Island in the Water Ghost Lake. Any cultivator who wants to deal with the Water Ghost sect will have to go through the Water Ghost Lake first. A while ago, I heard that something happened at the Water Ghost Lake. A very special plant suddenly grew in the lake. How many water ghosts there are left?" When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Naturally, Zhao Hai was just pretending. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. His revenge had finally taken effect. The water ghosts in the Water Ghost Lake had disappeared. The Water Ghost sect was like a young girl who had her clothes cut off, tempting countless perverts. Li Mu looked at everyone's expression and became even more proud. He continued, "Because the water ghosts in the Ghost Lake suddenly disappeared, many sects that have enmity with the Water Ghost Gang have begun to attack them. The Water Ghost Gang only recently discovered that the water ghosts in the lake have disappeared. Most importantly, the Water Ghost Gang discovered that the plants growing in the lake aren't ordinary plants. These plants can emit a kind of energy. This energy is very weak, but it's the nemesis of all ghosts. It's precisely because of this that the water ghosts in the lake disappeared." Hearing Li Mu's words, everyone was stunned. Then they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Zhao Hai looked at Li Mu and said, "Impossible, right? There's such a plant? If there's really such a plant, then wouldn't the entire underground world be in danger?" Li Mu replied, "There's definitely such a plant. Moreover, it's already a disaster in the Ghost Lake. When I received this news, several sects had already begun to attack the Water Ghost Gang. I believe that the Water Ghost Gang is now in danger. As for this plant, I think that the sects would pay attention to it. After all, this plant is a great threat to them." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "How can this plant suddenly appear? I've never heard of it in the underground world before." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Yes, until now, no one knows where this kind of plant came from. But it's not our place to worry about these things. I think those people from the big sects must have a bigger headache than us." Everyone nodded. Then Li Mu looked at everyone and said, "What do you think about the Water Ghost Gang now?" Everyone looked at Li Mu, but no one spoke. Although they were in their own sect, they still thought that it was better to speak less. If the Water Demon Gang was really destroyed, then it would be fine. But if the Water Demon Gang wasn't destroyed, and their words reached the Water Demon Gang's ears, then the unlucky ones would be them. Li Mu smiled. Zhao Hai looked at these cultivators. Among them, perhaps only he could answer Li Mu's question. The Water Ghost Gang was indeed finished. When the news of the water ghosts in the lake spread, the Water Ghost Gang was finished. The Water Ghost Gang was destroyed by the joint attack of several sections. From the Supreme Elders to the ordinary members, the Water Ghost Gang had either died or surrendered. The Water Ghost Gang had disappeared from the underground world. On the other hand, the sects that dealt with the Water Ghost Gang were now going all out to deal with the plants growing in the lake. These plants had already covered the entire surface of the lake. Not a single water ghost could be seen in the lake. but at the same time the entire lake had turned green. Moreover, because these plants were growing too fast and there were too many of them, the amount of light energy they emitted was also increasing. On the other hand, because the ghost cultivators cultivated the Yin attribute, they were very disgusted with this light energy. Naturally, they could also feel the energy emitted by the plants in the lake. They also understood that if these plants were to spread throughout the underground world, then it would be very harmful. Because of this, the sects were now going all out to deal with these plants. However, Zhao Hai knew that their actions were already too late. The seeds of these plants had already entered the underground rivers and other waterways. It wouldn't be long before these plants could be seen everywhere in the underground world. Of course, Limu didn't know about this. When he saw that everyone was silent, he couldn't help but feel bored. He said, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if the water demon gang knows, what can they do? In their eyes, who do we think we are? We're just small fries. How could they have the time to care about what we say?" Everyone nodded. They also felt that Limu's words were reasonable. Who were they? They were just some insignificant people, so how could there be people from sects interested in them? Even if they met cultivators from those sects, they wouldn't even look at them in the eye. At this moment, there was a sudden rush of drumming. Everyone was stunned when they heard the drumming. Then, their expressions changed. They turned around and walked out. This drum was not casually beaten. This was the drum used to summon the disciples when something big happened to the devil gang. The moment the drum sounded, all of the devil gang's disciples in the devil city had to rush to the devil gang's location within 10 minutes. If there was anyone who did not show up, they would be dealt with according to the sect's rules. Because of this, when everyone heard the drumbeat, they immediately became nervous. Although they were now in the devil gang's mission hall and could reach the devil gang's training field, the drumbeat hadn't sounded for a long time. Now that it sounded, everyone felt nervous. Before long, everyone arrived at the devil gang's training field. Once they arrived, everyone became even more nervous. It wasn't only because there were already a lot of people here, but more importantly, Zhong Busan and the others were also here. Zhong Busan was the gang leader. Normally, he wouldn't appear here. Now that even he was here, it could be seen that this matter wasn't small. The drumbeat sounded 3 times. When the 3 drumbeats ended, it would be exactly 10 minutes. If you didn't arrive at the training field within this time, then wait for punishment. 10 minutes later, Zhong Busan looked at the people gathered in the training field and said, "Everyone might not know, but the water race sect has been destroyed. The culprit behind the destruction of the water race sect is a plant. This plant can release a type of energy that is the nemesis of all ghosts. Because of this, all the sects in the underground world have jointly issued a summons. All the sects and gangs in the underground world are to use all their strength to investigate the waters around them and see if there are any plants around us. Everyone can clearly see that there are plants around us." Everyone stretched their necks and looked at a cultivator not far from Zhong Busan. The cultivator was holding a tray. On the tray was a green plant. This plant looked inconspicuous. No one thought that this inconspicuous plant would shake the entire underground world. Zhong Busan looked at everyone and then waved his hand at the cultivator holding the tray. The cultivator immediately took the tray and walked to the center of the crowd, allowing everyone to take a closer look at the plant. When the tray arrived in front of the devil sect's cultivators, almost everyone felt uncomfortable. They felt that the thing on the tray was something they hated the most. Zhao Hai looked at the plant on the tray and was stunned. This was because he discovered that the plant seemed to have mutated after coming to the underground world. It had become even more powerful. Although the plant could emit light energy before, it wasn't much. But now, it was different. The plant on the tray had been out of the water for a while, but the light energy on the plant was still very powerful. No wonder the ghost cultivators felt uncomfortable. Although Zhao Hai was surprised, he didn't forget what he was doing. Therefore, he pretended to look at the plant with disgust and then retreated. The cultivator holding the tray clearly felt even more uncomfortable. He walked around the crowd with the tray and then turned back to the stage. Zhong Busan waved his hand. The cultivator immediately took the tray and left. It was clear that he wanted to deal with the plant as soon as possible. Zhong Busan didn't care about him. Instead, he said, "Now, this plant has been discovered in the underground world. Nobody knows when this plant appeared, nor do they know how it appeared. Therefore, we don't know much about this plant. We only know that this plant grows in water and will die if it leaves the water for a long time. Therefore, everyone should come to me to get your token. Divide into groups, and each group will be responsible for an area. Make sure that your area doesn't have this plant. If you find one, immediately take it out of the water and put it on the shore. This wasn't the first time that everyone had experienced something like this. They immediately went to Zhongbusan to get their tokens. It was clear that these tokens were made temporarily. There was only information about which group you belonged to and who the group leader was. When Zhao Hai received his token, he discovered that he belonged to the 5th group. Moreover, the leader of this group was an old acquaintance of his, Ling Feng. Zhao Hai immediately found Ling Feng. When Ling Feng saw Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling is also here." "Alright, everyone is here. Let's go." Everyone nodded and then followed Ling Feng out of the city. The great sects of the underground world attached great importance to this matter. Almost the entire underground world was mobilized. First, they wanted to deal with this plant. Second, they wanted to investigate how it appeared. Zhao Hai didn't think that these plants would cause such a huge commotion in just a few months. Now, almost the entire underground world was alarmed. Zhao Hai was now worried. Although he thought that he did it cleanly, the ghost cultivators of the underground world were able to fight against the cultivators of the true spirit continent for so many years. They must have their own methods. Now that these plants have caused such a huge commotion, the great sects of the underground world would certainly investigate. Nobody can guarantee that they wouldn't find out about this matter. However, although Zhao Hai was a little worried, he wasn't afraid. This was because he had done a clean job. First, he used his space divergent ability. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to trace his origin. Then, he used his appearance-changing technique. When he went to the Water Demon Gang, he didn't use his current appearance. Even if those people were to investigate, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to see who would win in this war between humans and plants. Ling Feng and the others were carefully observing the river. This was a river that was very close to Devil City. The drinking water of many people in Devil City came from this river. This river was very important to Devil City. Therefore, Ling Feng and the others were sent out to check the river. This river was divided into several sections, and Ling Feng and the others were investigating one of these sections. After standing on the river for a while, they didn't find anything. Ling Feng couldn't help but frown. He looked at the river that was nearly 100 meters wide and said, "We can't go on like this. We have to go into the river and take a look. That way, we can see more clearly." Everyone nodded. Then Ling Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Ling, what do you think about this matter?" When Zhao Hai dealt with the Green Zombie Gang, his performance had already convinced Ling Feng. Moreover, Ling Feng also knew that Zhao Hai and Xinyu had a good relationship. Therefore, he had always been respectful towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard Ling Feng, he immediately said, "Everything will be decided by senior brother Ling. However, I can see that a lot of people in the sect have the same idea. I'm afraid that a boat won't be easy to find. Senior brother Ling, it would be better for us to make a raft here." Ling Feng looked around and didn't see a boat. He nodded and said, "That's also good. It's more important to check the river situation. Everyone, go and make a raft." Everyone nodded and immediately went to cut down trees to make a raft. For these cultivators, cutting down trees was very easy. Before long, a large raft was made. Although they weren't professionals, the raft was still very sturdy. When the raft went into the water, everyone jumped on it. They weren't professional sailors, so naturally, they wouldn't be able to row the raft. However, this wasn't a problem for them. After casting a few small spells, the raft was able to move freely in the water. Ling Feng and the others carefully inspected the river. But aside from Zhao Hai, the others didn't know what the seed looked like. Because of this, they couldn't investigate it. As long as the plant didn't appear on the surface of the river, they wouldn't know if there were any seeds here. But Zhao Hai walked around the river and didn't find any of the seeds. It looked like this place was very far from the Water Ghost gang. The seeds hadn't fallen here yet. After checking the river several times and finding nothing strange, Ling Feng and the others let out a sigh of relief. They stopped the raft at the shore and jumped ashore. Ling Feng let out a long sigh and said, "Fortunately, we didn't find that thing. To be honest, that thing is very powerful. The one that the gang leader took out was clearly dying, but when it came close to me, I still felt uncomfortable. What would it feel like if it was at its peak? It's really hard to imagine." Everyone nodded. They were all ghost cultivators, so it was natural for them to feel uncomfortable when they encountered light-attributed plants. This was their nature. At this moment, a group of people suddenly walked over from not too far away. This group of people all wore bright yellow cultivator robes. On their waists hung a bell, and on their backs was a leather bag. The bag looked very large, and the opening of the bag was tightly tied. Seeing these ghost cultivators, Ling Feng's expression couldn't help but change as he said, "It looks like this matter is really big." Even the Battle Corps sex elders were dispatched. "Be careful when you speak, don't offend the Battle Corps sex elders." When the people behind Ling Feng heard Ling Feng say that these people were from the Battle Corps sect, they couldn't help but be startled. Then their expressions became unnatural. Some were excited, but most of them were cautious. Ling Feng looked at the nervous crowd and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, when he first saw the Battle Corps sex cultivators, he also felt this way. But after seeing more of them, he didn't care anymore. Not long after, that group of people arrived in front of Ling Feng and the others. Among this group of people, 5 of them were wearing bright yellow cultivator robes, while the other 5 were from the Devil Gang. Moreover, they were all elders. However, these elders, who usually held high positions in the Devil Gang, were all smiling. If one looked closely, they would discover that there was a hint of flattery in their smiles. When these people arrived in front of Ling Feng's group, Ling Feng quickly bowed and said, "Devil Gang's Ling Feng greets elders and elders." The Battle Corps sex cultivators didn't react at all. It was as if they didn't hear Ling Feng's words. Only an elder from the Devil Gang said, "Ling Feng, what's the situation in the river?" Ling Feng replied, "We didn't find anything unusual in the river. We also made a raft to check the river but we didn't find anything." The elder nodded, then he turned to the Battle Corps sex cultivators and said, "Elders, our Devil Gang is too far away from the Water Ghost sect. I don't think the plants have reached us yet. But rest assured, if we find anything, we will immediately report it." The Battle Corps sect cultivator nodded and glanced at Ling Feng. Then he turned to the Devil Gang elder and said, "In addition to paying attention to those plants, you should also pay attention to whether any strangers have come to the Devil Gang in the past few months." Upon hearing the Battle Corps sex cultivator, the Devil Gang's cultivators stared. Then they looked at each other in confusion. To be honest, although Zhao Hai hasn't been in the Devil Gang for a long time, Zhao Hai's achievements were still there. Because of this, people automatically forgot about when Zhao Hai joined the Devil Gang. He was now like an old member of the Devil Gang. Naturally, they wouldn't treat him as a stranger. The Devil Gang's elder was the same. He looked at the people from the Battle Corps sect with a puzzled expression and said, replying to Sir, "I think Sir should have heard about the Devil Gang's situation. There are people coming and going every day. We didn't find anyone suspicious." The Devil Gang's elder looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Sir, I'm sure you've heard about the Devil Gang's situation." The Battle Corps sex cultivators also knew about the Devil Gang's situation. The Devil Gang was different from other sects. Other sects might not have so many people coming in and out, but the Devil Gang had a lot of rogue cultivators coming in and out. It was impossible for the Devil Gang to monitor everyone. Therefore, when the Battle Corps sex cultivator heard the Devil Gang's elder, he nodded and said, "All right, just pay attention in the future. If you find anyone suspicious, you must report it immediately." The Devil Gang's elder nodded. Then, the 5 Battle Corps sex cultivators turned around and left. Looking at the backs of the 5 Battle Corps sex cultivators, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, the Devil Gang's strength wasn't bad. They had several teleportation realm cultivators. On the other hand, the 5 Battle Corps sex cultivators were at most transcending Dust Realm. 2 of them were even soul combining realm cultivators. In terms of cultivation, they were much weaker than the Devil Gang's elder. But even so, the Devil Gang's elder could only nod and bow in front of these cultivators. This was because behind them stood a big sect that the Devil Gang couldn't afford to offend. A sect was really too important for a cultivator. It was no wonder that so many people were racking their brains to enter a sect. When the Battle Corp sect's cultivators were far away, Ling Feng said, "Let's go. We'll report back to the Devil Gang." Everyone nodded. Then, they looked at the direction where the Battle Corp sect's cultivators went with envy. Most of these people were rogue cultivators. Just like the Battle Corp sect's cultivators, being personally led by the elders of the Devil Gang was the happiest thing in their opinion. But now, they could only be envious. Zhao Hai followed Ling Feng and the others back to the Devil Gang. At this time, many cultivators of the Devil Gang had already returned. When they heard that Zhao Hai's group had met the Battle Corp sect's cultivators, they were all excited. They kept asking Zhao Hai and the others about the Battle Corp sect's situation. Zhao Hai also talked about the situation of the Battle Corp sect with a few cultivators he was familiar with. Naturally, his face was filled with envy. For someone like Zhao Hai who was good at acting, this was just a small problem. The Battle Corp sect's cultivators didn't stay in the Devil Gang for long. After discovering that there was nothing unusual, they immediately left. This time, they seemed to be in a hurry. From the reaction of the Battle Corp sect, Zhao Hai could see that the underground world was paying attention to this plant. Most importantly, Zhao Hai knew that the great sects of the underground world were starting to suspect that someone was behind this. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to be more careful in the future. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the great sects of the underground world would start to suspect that someone was behind this. For the next period of time, Zhao Hai was very quiet. Aside from going to the river to check on this situation every day, he spent the rest of his time doing missions and cultivating. In the eyes of the Devil Gang's cultivators, Zhao Hai was a cultivation madman. Aside from cultivating every day, he was still cultivating. This kind of boring life was something that even people with strong willpower like them couldn't endure. However, Zhao Hai did. This made them admire Zhao Hai, especially the cultivators who joined the Devil Gang later. Some of the cultivators who joined the Devil Gang later knew Zhao Hai. This was because before Zhao Hai joined the Devil Gang, these cultivators had seen Zhao Hai doing missions. They also knew that Zhao Hai was a newcomer to the Devil Gang. But such a newcomer actually joined the Devil Gang before them. Cultivators weren't easily convinced by others. Naturally, they weren't convinced that Zhao Hai joined the Devil Gang in such a short time. However, by the time they joined the Devil Gang, Zhao Hai's position in the Devil Gang wasn't low. Naturally, they didn't want to offend Zhao Hai. However, they were still somewhat unconvinced in their hearts. But when they saw how Zhao Hai cultivated and how he did missions, the unconvinced in their hearts slowly disappeared. This was because they knew that they couldn't do what Zhao Hai did. This battle between humans and plants lasted for a long time. It was far beyond the expectations of the various sects in the underground world. They did not expect the reproduction ability of these plants to be so strong. They had just cleared out the Water Ghost Lake, and not long after, a bunch of them grew there again. Then, these plants appeared in other places one after another. Zhao Hai only intended to use this plant once, so he didn't even give it a name. However, this plant that Zhao Hai didn't care about was a headache for the underground world's ghost cultivators. The people of the underground world even gave this plant a name, star grass. It meant that a single spark could set a prairie ablaze. Although the name sounded elegant, all the ghost cultivators would gnash their teeth in hatred when they heard this name. Now, the Devil Gang wasn't as relaxed as before. This was because star grass had appeared in the waters near the Devil City. For the Devil Gang, this wasn't a good thing. It has been more than 2 months since the Water Ghost Gang was destroyed. In these 2 months, the people of the underground world had been dealing with star grass. They also understood some of the characteristics of star grass. Star grass grew in water and reproduced very quickly. In about a week, star grass would grow from a seed into a stalk of grass. Moreover, each stalk of star grass could release a large number of seeds. Most importantly, these seeds were very small. Sometimes, you wouldn't even notice them. Once star grass appeared in a place, it would be very difficult to extinguish it. They could only restrict the growth of star grass to a certain extent. This was the best plan that the underground world could come up with. Originally, there was no star grass in the vicinity of the Devil Gang, but it was unknown when the star grass had spread to the vicinity of the Devil Gang. Although there was no star grass in the river next to the Devil Gang, it still made the Devil Gang feel a sense of crisis. Star grass was also good for ghost cultivators. Star grass contained a certain amount of light energy, and this energy could be used to treat illnesses. If a sect in the true spiritual realm were to get their hands on star grass, then they would be very happy. This was because star grass was a top-notch medicine. However, the bad thing about ghost cultivators was that the cultivation methods they practiced were all of the Yin attribute, which happened to counter the star grass. In other words, if ghost cultivators wanted to cultivate in a place where star grass grew, it would be twice the effort for half the result. This was something that ghost cultivators could not accept. There were plenty of healing herbs in the world, but there weren't many places where they could cultivate at ease. If their cultivation slowed down because of the star grass, they wouldn't be willing to do so even if they were beaten to death. After all, cultivators were mainly focused on cultivation. Zhao Hai didn't think that star grass would have this kind of ability. It was just a grass that was synthesized by the space, but it actually brought about such a big change to the underworld. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect when he placed the star grass in the underworld. At the same time, Zhao Hai's understanding of the space deepened. Although the space didn't help Zhao Hai as much as before, this wasn't actually the case. The space was helping him all the time. And just like the star grass, it looked very ordinary, but as long as you use it in the right place, it would have an unexpected effect. While the underworld was surging like a storm, the surface was very quiet. Almost nobody knew that Zhao Hai was dealing with ghost cultivators in the underworld. People were still living their own lives. Laura and the others now liked living in Coiling Dragon City more and more. In Coiling Dragon City, they could boldly come in contact with women and chat with them. This kind of ordinary life was something that Laura and the others hadn't experienced for a long time. On the other hand, the people of Coiling Dragon City were very respectful towards Laura and the others. This was because Laura and the others were teaching their children martial arts. Moreover, Laura and the others were very good at it. This was the main reason why the people of Coiling Dragon City respected them. Zhao Hai would still visit Coiling Dragon City every once in a while. Sometimes, he would stay in Coiling Dragon City for a few days. Although a lot of people in the Long family didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing, they didn't ask. This was because Long Dingtian already told them not to meddle with Zhao Hai's affairs. Although a lot of people in the Long family didn't understand Long Dingtian's decision, they didn't dare to say anything. Long Dingtian's status in the Long family was very high, so they didn't dare question his decision. Only a few people in the Long family knew what Zhao Hai was doing. Naturally, during this time, Zhao Hai also returned to the Tyrant's Blade sect and told the Yinyang elders about the Water Ghost Gang's destruction. When the Yinyang elders heard this news, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to say. However, Zhao Hai still spent most of his time in the underworld. He was now a disciple with real power in the Devil Gang. Everyone knew that the Devil Gang's leader liked him very much. Even Xianxia was very fond of him. From time to time, the two of them would get together and drink a few cups of wine. This kind of treatment made the Devil Gang's cultivators envious to death. They were really envious of Zhao Hai. Being able to sit and drink with Xianxia, the number of people in the Devil Gang could be counted with one's fingers. And Zhao Hai was one of them. How could these people not be envious? After more than 2 months of effort, the various sects in the underworld finally controlled the star grass. Of course, it was only controlled now. It was impossible to completely eradicate the star grass. Zhao Hai didn't have such thoughts. Whether the star grass was eradicated or not, it had nothing to do with him. He was now carrying out another plan, but this plan needed time. Zhao Hai just returned from a mission and found Li Mu standing outside his courtyard. Li Mu was pacing back and forth, looking very anxious. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Senior brother Li, why are you here? Do you need something from me?" When Li Mu saw that Zhao Hai had returned, he quickly greeted him and said to Zhao Hai, "You're back. Let's go, the gang leader wants to see you." Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. Then Li Mu led him to Zhong Busan's study. Before long, the two arrived outside Zhong Busan's study. Li Mu stood outside Zhong Busan's study and loudly said, reporting to the gang leader, Zhao Ling has returned. Zhong Busan's voice was heard, let him in. Li Mu turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled and said, go in, don't let the gang leader wait for too long. Zhao Hai responded and cupped his fists towards Li Mu. Then he pushed open the study's door and walked in. The devil gang was only a small gang. Naturally, the people in the gang wouldn't have too many good things. Therefore, in this study, there wasn't a single book. There were only pieces of jade slips. Zhong Busan was sitting behind the desk, holding a piece of jade slip in his hand and frowning slightly. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Zhong Busan put down the jade slip in his hand. He looked up at Zhao Hai and said, Little Ling, you've joined the devil gang for half a year, right? Zhao Hai replied, yes, it's been more than half a year, almost a year. Zhong Busan nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, everyone in the gang knows that I'm very optimistic about you. But do you know why I didn't teach you the devil gang's devil divine art? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know. The gang leader must have his own plans. Zhong Busan nodded and said, you're right. I have my own plans. The devil gang is only a small gang. If a small gang wants to survive, they must rely on a large sect. Our devil gang is under the rule of the Battle Corps sect. In other words, if we want to develop, we can only rely on the Battle Corps sect. Zhao Hai knew this even without Zhong Busan saying it. When Zhong Busan saw Zhao Hai's unmoved expression, he couldn't help but say, if the devil gang wants to develop, then we must build a good relationship with the Battle Corps sect. Sending talented disciples to the Battle Corps sect is also a way to build a relationship. You're the person I chose to send to the Battle Corps sect. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand the gang leader's meaning. This is good for me and the gang. Gang leader can rest assured. Even if I join the Battle Corps sect, I'll still be a member of the devil gang. When Zhong Busan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod with satisfaction and said, good, good. It's precisely because you want to join the Battle Corps sect that I didn't teach you the devil divine art. The devil divine art and the Battle Corps sect's cultivation method are different. The Battle Corps sect uses battle corpses while the devil divine art is another way of development. If I teach you the devil divine art now, then when you join the Battle Corps sect, it would be more difficult for you to learn the Battle Corps sect's cultivation method. Therefore, I didn't teach you the devil divine art. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, gang leader. I understand. Zhao Hai thanks the gang leader for his painstaking training. Zhong Busan waved his hand and said, this is also for the good of the devil gang. The Battle Corps sect is about to recruit new disciples. I want you to participate. When Zhao Hai heard Zhong Busan, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhong Busan and said, gang leader, doesn't the Battle Corps sect recruit disciples from our sect every year? Zhong Busan waved his hand and said, those people aren't disciples. If they join the Battle Corps sect, then they might become corpse slaves. But you're different. You're going to become a disciple of the Battle Corps sect. Therefore, before you join the sect, you need to undergo an assessment. When Zhao Hai heard that there was an assessment, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, what's the assessment? Zhong Busan replied, that's not certain. The Battle Corps sect's assessment is very special. It's an on-the-spot assessment. Sometimes, you'll have to kill someone. Sometimes, you'll have to pick a herb. Sometimes, you'll have to join the Battle Corps sect if you're pleasing to the eye. Zhao Hai looked at Zhong Busan with a puzzled expression and said, could it be that a great sect like the Battle Corps sect accepts disciples so casually? Zhong Busan waved his hand and said, the sect has its own rules. It's not up to us to manage. You just need to prepare yourself and wait for the assessment. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Zhong Busan and said, yes, sect master. Zhong Busan looked at Zhao Hai and said, little Ling, although the devil gang has been with the Battle Corps sect for many years, there are still some people who have left the sect. However, these people have been in the sect for a long time. In recent years, no one from the devil gang has truly joined the Battle Corps sect. Because of this, the devil gang's influence has slowly declined. This time, I hope that you can successfully join the Battle Corps sect. This way, the Devil Gang won't have to worry about anything. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, Sect Master. I'll do my best. Please rest assured. Zhong Busan nodded and said, alright, you can go back and rest. Don't go out to do missions for now. I've already talked to the people below. No matter what kind of supplies you need, they can give it to you. You can go. Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave Zhong Busan a salute before he turned around and left. Zhong Busan didn't lie to Zhao Hai. He really did want Zhao Hai to join the Battle Corps sect and become a disciple. However, there was one thing that Zhong Busan didn't mention. Among all the Corps cultivators participating in the assessment, if they win, then they can join the Battle Corps sect and become a disciple. If they fail, then they can forget about returning to their sect to work hard for 2 years. This was because the Battle Corps sect wouldn't give them that time. All the losers would be killed by the Battle Corps sect and turned into corpse slaves. This was also a method used by the Battle Corps sect to weaken the gangs below. This was because the people sent by the gangs to participate in the assessment were all elites. Even if they fail, as long as they can recover, then they would be of great use to the gangs. If this goes on, then the gangs would become stronger and stronger. Naturally, they would become harder and harder to control. Because of this, the Battle Corps sect would kill all the people who failed the assessment. This way, the Battle Corps sect would obtain some corpse slaves that weren't weak. At the same time, they could weaken the strength of the smaller gangs, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although Zhao Hai had some understanding of the Battle Corps sect, he didn't know much about it. He didn't know that the Battle Corps sect had such a method. Therefore, when he heard Zhong Busan say that he wanted to join the Battle Corps sect, he didn't think much about it. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately used the space to return to Coiling Dragon City. It was already afternoon, so the courtyard should be quiet by now. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the courtyard was very quiet. Only the voices of Laura and the others could be heard. Zhao Hai smiled as he entered the living room of the courtyard. Laura and the others were sitting in the living room and chatting. The content of their conversation was about the child that they were teaching. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura and the others were very happy. After Zhao Hai sat down, he looked at the group and smiled. It seems like moving here was the right decision. You're all very happy now, I'm also happy to see you. Laura smiled faintly and said, right, we're very happy here. Right, Brother Hai, how come you have time to come back? Is there something wrong? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's not a big deal. Zhong Busan just told me that he wanted me to join the Battle Corps sect. I agreed. If I joined the Battle Corps sect, it would be very helpful for us to understand the underground world. The Battle Corps sect wasn't a big sect in the underground world. But in terms of strength, it was still stronger than the Water Demon Gang. The Water Demon Gang wasn't famous because of their strength, but because of the Water Demon Gang's souls. On the other hand, the Battle Corps sect relied on their own strength to reach where they were today. The Battle Corps sect was a relatively different sect in the underground world. Almost all of the sects in the underground world focused on souls. However, the Battle Corps sect was different. The Battle Corps sect focused on cultivating battle corpses. This was different from most of the sects in the underground world. Although the Battle Corps sect wasn't the biggest sect in the underground world, it still had absolute authority in their territory. Every year, the small gangs under the Battle Corps sect would send their outstanding disciples to the Battle Corps sect. They hoped that they could join the Battle Corps sect and in turn, help them obtain more benefits. The Devil Gang was the same. The Battle Corps sect's assessment was very strict. Every year, a large number of cultivators would die in the assessment. These cultivators who died were the elites of the various gangs. They were also known as geniuses in their respective cities. However, the underground world was too big and there were too many geniuses. A dead genius couldn't be called a genius. Today was the day of the Battle Corps sect's opening ceremony. The representatives of the various gangs and the disciples participating in the assessment also came. This time, the Devil Gang had a total of 10 cultivators, including Zhao Hai. They were led by a teleportation elder. Zhao Hai looked around curiously. He found that the Battle Corps sect was in the belly of a mountain. The entire mountain had been hollowed out. The Battle Corps sect's headquarters was built in a very strange way. It looked like a huge ancient tomb in the middle of a mountain. On the mountain walls, you could clearly see all kinds of murals. Moreover, the paintings were very good. The place that Zhao Hai and the others were walking through was more like a tomb. Moreover, the tomb was lit with torches. This made the entire tomb seem somewhat gloomy. At this time, 2 coffins suddenly appeared on both sides of the tomb. These 2 coffins were made of high-quality wood. There were also various patterns engraved on the coffins. In the end, these patterns formed mysterious runes. Zhao Hai curiously looked at the runes on the coffins. Then he used the space to quickly record the runes and analyze them. The other cultivators from the Devil sect who had come to participate in the test were also curiously sizing up the situation around them. Only that elder continued to walk forward in silence. When Zhao Hai passed by the coffin, he suddenly had a feeling that he was being spied on. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He immediately understood that the one spying on him was the zombie inside the coffin. The coffin wasn't just for show. It was a defensive measure of the Battle Corps sect. Along the way, Zhao Hai and the others encountered many more coffins. In total, there were several hundred of them. From the chi emitted from the coffins, Zhao Hai could infer that the zombies inside the coffins were all at the uniting soul stage. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. After walking for more than an hour, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at a huge hall. The hall was as big as 10 football fields. In the middle of the hall were pillars. Each pillar was 100 meters tall and had been carved. The carvings were very special, they were dried corpses. At this time, there were a lot of cultivators in the hall. These cultivators were also curiously looking at the hall. It can be seen that this was their first time participating in the Battle Corps sex assessment. When Zhao Hai's group arrived, they didn't cause any uproar. However, they did attract the attention of some cultivators. Zhao Hai looked at them and saw that they were cultivators from the surrounding gangs. The reason they were looking at the Devil Gang like this was because the Devil Gang had destroyed the Green Zombie Gang. Now that the Devil Gang's strength had increased, they were faintly suppressing them, causing them to feel threatened. Everyone from the Devil Gang stood there calmly. Before they came, someone had already told them that it was best to be obedient in the Battle Corps sect. The people of the Battle Corps sect didn't care about your status in the Devil Gang. If you didn't get permission from the Battle Corps sect and used force in the Battle Corps sect's main hall, the Battle Corps sect wouldn't be polite and would directly execute you. Therefore, although there were some hostile gazes, Zhao Hai knew that these people wouldn't dare to make a move in the Battle Corps sect. Not long after, a ghostly cry resounded in the hall. The entire hall turned silent for a moment before the sound of wind was heard. Zhao Hai's group looked up and saw 5 people flying towards them. These 5 people were wearing bright yellow cultivator robes. The leader had white hair and a round face. If this face was placed on an ordinary person, then it would be seen as a kind face. However, this old man had a completely different appearance. The reason for this change was his eyes. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint that contained boundless killing intent. With a glance, one could see that this was a vicious person who killed people like scything flax. Upon seeing this Battle Corps sect elder, the Devil Gang's expression couldn't help but change. This was because he recognized this Battle Corps sect elder. This was a ruthless person with a fierce reputation. The old man was called Wei Tianda. He was the most famous elder in the Battle Corps sect. His nickname was Blood Corpse. From this nickname, one could imagine what kind of person he was. Wei Tianda was a very famous cultivator in the underground world. He killed people like scything flax. Most importantly, he had a lot of battle corpses in his hands. An ordinary Battle Corps sect member would have at most 12 battle corpses. Some people would only have 1 or 2 battle corpses. However, Wei Tianda had 36 battle corpses. Wei Tianda's innate soul force was much stronger than others. This allowed him to collect a lot more battle corpses. As for the Devil Clan elder, the reason why his expression changed when he saw Wei Tianda was because Wei Tianda was famous for his love of killing. Moreover, this person was temperamental, and no one knew when he would be happy or unhappy. Wei Tianda had a special characteristic, and that was that when he was happy, he liked to watch people kill, as if he was watching a show. But when he was unhappy, he liked to kill people. In short, no matter if he was happy or unhappy, there would be people who would die. Wei Tianda didn't care about this. He landed on a high platform in the middle of the hall, looked at the crowd below, and said in a deep voice, "All of you are here to participate in the assessment, so you should know the rules of our Battle Corps sect. The assessment this time is very simple, so those who don't want to participate must immediately leave the hall. The hall will then close, and the hall will only open when there are 10% of people left. Those who survive will be members of the Battle Corps sect. Let's begin." After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the hall with the other Battle Corps sect members. The people below were stunned. Then the elders sighed and left the hall. As soon as the elders left, the entire hall was covered in a layer of light. Zhao Hai and the others were like ants in a bowl. While everyone was still looking at each other in dismay, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw Zhao Hai's 2 hands grabbing the necks of 2 cultivators. From the angle at which their necks were twisted, they were already dead. Everyone was awakened. They just remembered that the people around them were now their enemies. It didn't matter if they were from the same sect or not. If they wanted to leave alive and join the Battle Corps sect, there was only one way. That was to kill the people around them and protect themselves. The entire hall was in chaos in an instant. The people in the hall began to attack each other. At this moment, in this hall, they had no friends, only enemies. Everyone crazily attacked those who could still move. The moment Zhao Hai killed the 2 cultivators, the entire hall fell into a frenzy. After Zhao Hai killed the 2 cultivators, he moved and hid behind a pillar at the edge of the hall. He concealed his aura and hid there. The people in the hall were now in a frenzy. Almost no one noticed Zhao Hai. Even if they noticed, they weren't as fast as Zhao Hai. Before they could hide behind the pillar, there were already people attacking them. They couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Zhao Hai calmly stood behind the pillar, looking at the bloodshot eyes of the cultivators in the hall. He was sure that less than 10% of the cultivators were left. These people had already gone crazy, they didn't even count the number of cultivators left. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that their every move was being monitored. This was because the feeling of being spied on was still there. Zhao Hai was very clear that the people of the Battle Corps sect wouldn't just watch them fight here and ignore it. More and more people died in the hall. The floor of the hall almost turned red. One must know that the number of people who came to participate in the assessment wasn't small. Zhao Hai estimated that there were at least 10,000 people. With so many people killing each other, it would be strange if the floor of the hall wasn't dyed red. But soon, Zhao Hai discovered something. Although the floor of the hall was dyed red with blood, the blood didn't stay on the ground. Instead, it seemed to be slowly seeping into the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He now understood why the Battle Corps sect would come up with such a test. They must be doing something that required a lot of blood. It would be best if it was the blood of cultivators. Therefore, they came up with such a test. Cultivators would kill each other here. The blood of those who died would flow into the ground and be collected by the Battle Corps sect. Zhao Hai sighed and looked at the people who were still crazily slaughtering. His eyes couldn't help but change. These people were just idiots who were being used. He believed that some of them knew this, but they still did it. This was because cultivators, in order to go further, sometimes they would jump into a pit even if they knew it was a trap. Wei Tianda looked at the situation in the disc array in front of him and looked at Zhao Hai with some curiosity. After Zhao Hai killed 2 people at the beginning, he hid behind the pillar and didn't make a move. In the eyes of ordinary people, Zhao Hai was definitely a sinister person. However, Wei Tianda didn't think so. This assessment was meant to let these cultivators kill each other. The Battle Corps sect would use the blood of these cultivators to feed a batch of blood corpses. In this assessment, Wei Tianda was most satisfied with Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was very calm from the beginning to the end. He was very calm before he killed people, and after he killed people, he was even calmer. This calmness that didn't take killing people and danger seriously was what Wei Tianda was most optimistic about. It wasn't easy to survive this assessment unscathed. Even if you were stronger, you wouldn't be that strong in a chaotic battle with so many people. You might be killed by a sword from behind. Zhao Hai's approach was the calmest and safest. When everyone was shocked, he took the initiative to make a move. When everyone panicked and started attacking in all directions, he had already run behind the pillar. This was because when everyone recovered from the shock and realized what was going on, Zhao Hai was at least safe. Moreover, when everyone panicked, no one paid attention to him. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wasn't injured at all and no one even noticed him. Calmness sounded very simple, but there were very few people who could really do it. The atmosphere of the scene and the addition of some external forces could make people lose their calm. If a person lost their calm, they wouldn't be far from death. Wei Tianda was most optimistic about Zhao Hai's calmness. Wei Tianda looked at Zhao Hai with a smile. He really didn't expect that such an ordinary assessment would let him find such a good seedling. The battle in the hall was nearing its end. Now, there were less than 1,000 cultivators left standing in the hall. 1/10 of the total number had already been reached. After a period of frenzied killing, the cultivators calmed down. No one rashly made a move and just carefully watched the others. The hall wasn't small to begin with. Now that there were less than 1,000 people standing there, the entire hall seemed very spacious. The cultivators who were still standing in the hall were holding blood-stained artifacts and paying attention to the situation around them. They didn't dare to trust anyone. At this moment, everyone discovered that the barrier of the hall had disappeared. When they saw this, they couldn't help but feel shocked. This was because they knew that the assessment was over. They had become disciples of the Battle Corps sect. As soon as the barrier around the hall disappeared, some withered corpses immediately walked into the hall. These withered corpses moved very slowly and their bodies were very stiff. It seems like every movement they made required a lot of effort. These withered corpses slowly walked into the hall and picked up the corpses of the cultivators on the ground. Then, they carried them away. After a while, not a single corpse could be seen in the hall. At this moment, Wei Tianda and the other 4 people from the Battle Corps sect appeared in the hall once again. Along with them, there were also some representatives from the other gangs. Wei Tianda stood on the high platform and looked at the cultivators below. He solemnly said, "Congratulations, you are now members of the Battle Corps sect. Men, bring them to register their names and heal their wounds." Following his words, the 4 Battle Corps sect cultivators behind him immediately walked out and said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Then they turned around and walked into a tomb at the side of the hall. The representatives of the various factions looked at the cultivators enviously. Even the Devil Clan elder looked at Zhao Hai with envy. In their opinion, Zhao Hai being able to become a disciple of the Battle Corps sect was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. In the future, Zhao Hai's status would be higher than his. Wei Tianda was also staring at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was very low-key right now. He mixed in with the crowd and followed the 4 cultivators into the tomb. But when the other cultivators saw that Zhao Hai was unscathed, and there wasn't even a trace of blood on him, their faces changed. Some of them had already discovered that Zhao Hai was hiding behind the pillar, but they simply didn't have the opportunity to pull Zhao Hai into the melee, so they could only watch as Zhao Hai stood on the sidelines and watched. Zhao Hai followed the 4 cultivators through a long tomb and arrived in front of a tomb chamber. The 4 cultivators told everyone to wait here as they led the 10 people into the tomb chamber. Before long, the 4 cultivators came out with smiles on their faces. Soon, it was Zhao Hai's turn. When Zhao Hai and the other cultivators entered the tomb chamber, they couldn't help but stare. This was because this tomb chamber was different from the gloomy atmosphere of the previous tombs. This place was very bright. There were several long bar counters in the tomb chamber. Behind the counter, there were female cultivators sitting. These female cultivators were very beautiful. Their bright yellow cultivator robes made them look even more beautiful. After going through a big battle, everyone was a bit nervous. Now that they saw these female cultivators, their hearts couldn't help but loosen up. They couldn't help but let out a long breath. When the female cultivators saw everyone's expression, they smiled. Then one of the female cultivators turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Everyone, please come over here. I'll give you your identity cards." Zhao and the others nodded, then lined up in an orderly manner. They reported their names one by one, and then received an identity card. Before long, it was Zhao Hai's turn. He calmly walked towards the counter and smiled at the female cultivator. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Senior sister, please. I'm Zhao Hai from the Devil's Gang." The female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. It wasn't because of how handsome Zhao Hai was. To be honest, in the cultivation world where handsome men were everywhere, Zhao Hai's appearance was too ordinary. What the female cultivator noticed wasn't Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai's clothes. Zhao Hai's clothes were too clean. All the cultivators who entered the tomb had their clothes stained with blood. Some of them were even injured. However, Zhao Hai's clothes were clean. Moreover, he didn't have any injuries. It was as if he just went to a friend's house to attend a party. When Zhao Hai saw that the female cultivator didn't speak, he wasn't anxious. He just stood there with a smile on his face. The female cultivator recovered and her face couldn't help but turn red. Then she quickly took out a jade card and handed it to Zhao Hai. "This is your identity card. Take this and you will be an outer disciple of our Battle Corps sect. If there are no accidents, you will be able to become an inner disciple as long as you stay in the sect for 10 years. If you want to become an inner disciple faster, you can participate in the great competition every year. In addition to participating in the competition, you can also do missions. As long as you complete 10,000 missions, you can become an inner disciple." Zhao Hai bowed to the female cultivator and said, "Many thanks, senior sister." Then he took the jade card and turned around to leave. The female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and thought about something. Zhao Hai followed the female cultivator's instructions and went to a tomb on the left. Just as he turned around, he saw a cultivator standing there. The cultivator looked at the jade card in Zhao Hai's hand and nodded, "Follow me." Zhao Hai didn't say anything and directly followed the cultivator. After 7 or 8 turns, Zhao Hai finally followed the cultivator to a tomb. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "After you go in, insert your identity card into the door and the room will be yours. Without your permission, no one can enter. There is a jade slip in the room. If you want to know anything, you can take a look at it." Then the cultivator ignored Zhao Hai and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai bowed to the cultivator and said, "Many thanks, senior brother." The cultivator just waved his hand and didn't say anything. When Zhao Hai saw the cultivator leave, he turned around and entered the tomb. As soon as he entered the tomb, he saw a small opening next to the door. It looked like a card slot used by banks on Earth. Zhao Hai took out his identity card and inserted it into the opening. The opening flashed with a green light before the jade card was spat out. Then the tomb door behind him silently closed. Zhao Hai discovered that the tomb door's design was very good. The tomb door slid down from the top without any sound. It was very tight, just like a wall. Zhao Hai looked at the tomb again. The tomb wasn't very big. He could see almost everything in the tomb at a glance. One was a bedroom, one was a quiet room, one was a living room, and one was a bathroom. The interior was very unfavorable. There were also chairs and tea tables in the living room. On the tea table, Zhao Hai saw a jade slip. He immediately walked over and picked up the jade slip. First, he carefully looked at the jade slip. It was very ordinary, there was nothing special about it. Then Zhao Hai sent his spiritual force into the jade slip. A paragraph of text entered Zhao Hai's mind. Zhao Hai also understood the contents of the jade slip. This jade slip was just an introductory jade slip. It contained some rules of the Battle Corps sect as well as some information about the sect. For example, you can go there to practice martial arts, go there to receive missions, eat there, and so on. It was similar to the situation of the various sects in the true spiritual realm. After Zhao Hai looked at the jade slip, he let out a long breath. Then he looked around and went straight to his bedroom to sleep. Zhao Hai had just joined the Battle Corps sect, so it was better for him to keep a low profile. What he needed to do was to not attract too much attention. This wouldn't do him any good. Zhao Hai didn't dare to enter the space. This was because he didn't know if there were people in the Battle Corps sect monitoring him. If there were people monitoring him, then the space would be exposed and he would be finished. Because of this, the only thing he could do right now was to sleep. After waking up, Zhao Hai calculated the time. He discovered that it should still be daytime in the underground world, but it should be getting dark soon. He got up from the bed and said, "Open the door." Following his voice, the door to the tomb silently opened. Zhao Hai walked out of the tomb and followed the route provided by the jade slip. After making 7 or 8 turns, he arrived at a huge tomb. This tomb wasn't a room, but a dining hall for the outer disciples of the Battle Corps sect. At this moment, there were many outer disciples eating in the dining hall. These people were familiar with each other, and some of them were even joking with each other. The atmosphere of the dining hall was very good. Zhao Hai's arrival didn't attract the attention of these people. Zhao Hai looked at the dining hall and then walked inside. There was a bar with some cultivators standing there. Zhao Hai knew the rules of this place from the jade slip. As long as you tell them what you want to eat, they will prepare it for you. However, there was one thing: the food here had to be paid. Aside from the first month, after a month, you have to pay for every meal. It can be said that in the Battle Corps sect, if you don't think of ways to make money, then don't talk about cultivation, you will starve to death. This was because there was nothing free in the Battle Corps sect, except for the room. Cultivation methods cost money, magic tools cost money, pills cost money, food cost money, everything cost money. Without money, you couldn't survive in the Battle Corps sect. Although the Battle Corps sect's approach seemed to be a dead man's money, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. The Battle Corps sect wasn't doing this for money. What they wanted was a motivation that would make the cultivators of the Battle Corps sect work hard to move forward. In the Battle Corps sect, it was easy to spend money, and it wasn't hard to earn money either. You can do missions, all kinds of missions. As long as you complete a mission, the sect will give you money. You can use the money to do whatever you want. You can exchange it for cultivation methods, eat good food, and do whatever you want. The more difficult the mission, the higher the reward. If you can reach the teleportation realm, then congratulations, you won't need to spend a single cent in the Battle Corps sect. Zhao Hai came here today to eat. This could be considered as taking care of the newcomers. All the newcomers of the Battle Corps sect had free food for the first month. In other words, even if you don't have a single cent in your hand, you won't starve to death. But if you don't have a cent in a month, then you will starve to death. Zhao Hai went to the counter and took out his jade token. Then he handed it to the person behind the counter and said, 2 side dishes and a pot of good wine. The cultivator behind the counter took Zhao Hai's jade token and couldn't help but stare. Then he chuckled and said, "So it's a newcomer. The side dishes are easy, but the good wine is something you have to pay for. How about it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Just take it." When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good kid. Interesting, very interesting. Alright, wait here." After saying that, he turned and walked into a room behind the bar. After a while, he came out with a large tray. On the tray, there was a wine jug, a wine glass, a small plate, a pair of chopsticks, and 2 side dishes. The side dishes were very good. Zhao Hai could smell their fragrance from afar. The cultivator gave the tray to Zhao Hai and said, 5 jade essences. Zhao Hai took out 5 pieces of jade essences and gave them to the cultivator. Then he took the tray and left. After the cultivator received the jade essences, he looked at Zhao Hai's back and smiled. He knew that today was the day of the assessment. However, new cultivators would be nervous. Many cultivators would come here to eat the next day. Moreover, the assessment this time was very strict. A lot of cultivators were seriously injured and needed some time to heal. Because of this, no newcomers would come here to eat. Of course, Zhao Hai was an exception. On the first day of joining the sect, Zhao Hai swaggered to the restaurant. Not only did he want to eat, but he also wanted to drink. This was the first time the cultivator saw such a newcomer. Because of this, he became even more curious about Zhao Hai. In fact, the news of today's assessment had already spread throughout the Battle Corps sect. Everyone knew that someone had passed the assessment without suffering any injuries. Although his method was somewhat tricky, one had to admit that he did have some tricks up his sleeves. Zhao Hai calmly ate his meal and then returned to his room to rest. From beginning to end, besides the cultivator who brought the dishes, Zhao Hai didn't talk to anyone. However, a lot of cultivators began to pay attention to him. Zhao Hai didn't look like a newcomer at all. There were several restaurants like this in the Battle Corps sect. However, the people eating here were all seniors of the sect. None of them had seen Zhao Hai before. It would be strange if they weren't curious about Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai left, they immediately asked someone about Zhao Hai's origin. In the end, they found out that Zhao Hai was a newcomer. This made them even more curious. Zhao Hai didn't care so much. The next day, he went to see the Devil Gang's elder. This time, among the 10 people from the Devil Gang, only Zhao Hai passed. The other 9 were all dead. Although only one person passed, the Devil Gang's elder wasn't disappointed at all. In fact, he was very happy. The elder said a few words to Zhao Hai. He also mentioned the names of a few cultivators from the Devil Gang who were cultivating in the Battle Corps sect. Only then did he leave the Battle Corps sect. After the elder left, Zhao Hai had nothing to do. He began to understand the Battle Corps sect. Naturally, he didn't want to understand everything about the Battle Corps sect. He just wanted to know where he lived in the Battle Corps sect and what kind of people lived around him. After walking around his place for 5 days, Zhao Hai finally figured out where he lived. The place he lived in now was the periphery of the huge tomb. This place was specially prepared for outer disciples. There were a lot of outer disciples living here. There were 12 places like the one he lived in the Battle Corps sect. He lived in the 3rd area. In the Battle Corps sect's words, this was the blood area. The outer sect disciples of the Battle Corps sect lived in 12 regions, and each region had a word as its name. They were corpse, mountain, blood, sea, powder, body, shatter, bone, battle, heaven, battle, and earth. Zhao Hai lived in the blood area. Although the Battle Corps sect accepted 1,000 disciples this time, not all of them lived in the blood area. Some of them were assigned to other areas. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about the whereabouts of the newcomers. He had been here for 5 days. It was time to do missions. Although Zhao Hai had money to spend even if he just lay there and did nothing, he didn't want people to suspect him. Therefore, he still had to do missions. One must know that he was known as a mission maniac in the Devil Gang. If he stopped doing missions after arriving at the Battle Corps sect, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't arouse suspicion. On the 6th day, Zhao Hai arrived at the mission hall early in the morning. There were a lot of people in the mission hall. There were also a lot of missions. Not only can you accept missions here, you can also issue missions here. This was the main source of income for the Battle Corps sect's outer disciples. Therefore, there were a lot of people here. Zhao Hai sized up the mission hall. To be honest, other than having more people and a bigger room, there wasn't any difference between this mission hall and the Devil Gang's mission hall. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the mission hall. They were all looking for missions. No one was paying attention to him. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a voice. A high-level mission requires a total of 5 people. Is there anyone willing to participate? When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that he would be able to form a team to complete missions here. While he was in a daze, a few people had already gathered around the person who shouted. Before long, the 6 of them left the mission hall. Zhao Hai shook his head. He now understood that before he joined the Devil Gang, he couldn't form a team with anyone. This was because he might be plotted against. After arriving at the Devil Gang, although the Devil Gang issued some missions, as long as it was a mission that required a team, it would generally be issued by the sect. It was almost impossible to form a team by oneself. But now that he thought about it, the Battle Corps sect was different from the Devil Gang. The people of the Battle Corps sect were stronger. Moreover, for a large sect like the Battle Corps sect, their disciples would have more freedom. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal for them to form a team. Zhao Hai couldn't help but look around the mission hall. To be honest, Zhao Hai was more interested in missions that were of little value in the eyes of others. For example, there were missions that required you to find medicinal herbs. For some cultivators, such missions were of little value. Finding medicinal herbs might be dangerous, but the rewards for such missions weren't very high. Moreover, finding medicinal herbs would take a long time. This was what cultivators were most unwilling to accept. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was very interested in such missions. This was because such missions had more freedom. Generally, there wouldn't be a strict time limit. This way, he would have more time to do his own things. After looking around the mission hall for a long time, Zhao Hai finally found a mission that he was very interested in. This wasn't a difficult mission. The mission was to find a type of ore. Moreover, the location of the ore was also given. As long as one found this ore, the mission would be completed. The reward for this mission was 100 pieces of jade essence. There was no time limit. This was exactly what Zhao Hai wanted. For ordinary cultivators, this kind of mission wasn't very attractive. This was because a mission with no time limit would generally take a lot of time to complete. Although cultivators had a long lifespan, no one would waste their time on a mission with only 100 pieces of jade essence. Therefore, this mission had been hanging there for many days, but still, no one came to accept it. Zhao Hai didn't care so much as he directly accepted the mission. Then under the gaze of the female cultivator who issued the mission, Zhao Hai left the mission hall. After leaving the mission hall, Zhao Hai carefully looked at the mission again. Then he returned to his room and tidied up. Then he left the Battle Corps Sec's main hall and went straight to the location stated on the mission. Just as Zhao Hai left, Wei Tianda was talking to someone in his room. It was a young cultivator. If Zhao Hai was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This person was one of the people who stared at him in the mission hall. Wei Tianda looked at the person and said, "You said that Zhao Ling took a mission to find an ore? Has he already left the main hall?" The person nodded and said, "Yes, elder. He has indeed left. The mission to find an ore has been hanging in the mission hall for almost a month. If no one accepts it, then it will be taken down. This kind of mission has a small reward and a long time, so no one wants to do it." Zhao Ling spent a long time in the mission hall before choosing this mission. This kid really doesn't understand what's going on. Wei Tianda also frowned and said, "That shouldn't be the case. I heard that this kid was a famous mission maniac when he was in the Devil Gang. He could do 3 or 4 missions a day without a problem. How could he be so blind as to choose such a mission? It's too strange. Alright, you can leave now. If there's anything else, report to me." The cultivator nodded and turned around to leave. Wei Tianda sat there with a puzzled expression on his face. He muttered, "What is this kid trying to do? It's too strange. It seems like I need to observe him for a while." Wei Tianda observed Zhao Hai not because he thought that Zhao Hai was suspicious. On the contrary, he admired Zhao Hai. He admired Zhao Hai's calm performance during the assessment. It was because of this that Wei Tianda observed Zhao Hai and paid attention to him. He wanted to know if Zhao Hai could inherit his legacy. In the past 5 days, Wei Tianda thought that Zhao Hai's actions were very normal. When a cultivator arrives in a completely unfamiliar place, they must be careful and carefully observe their surroundings. This point was very correct. But the next task that Zhao accepted made Wei Tianda somewhat confused. He had already heard about Zhao from the elders of the Devil Clan. Naturally, Wei Tianda also knew that Zhao was a quest maniac. But if Zhao was really that powerful, then why would he give such a task to Wei Tianda? Wei Tianda couldn't help but wonder. Wei Tianda had already heard that Zhao wasn't just a quest maniac, but that his vision for a task was very accurate. But if Zhao was really that powerful, then why would he give such a task? It was too strange. Wei Tianda certainly wouldn't have thought that Zhao Hai's main purpose in accepting this task wasn't the reward. For him, the jade essence was no different from the stone. The main reason he accepted this task was because of the ore. He wanted more things for the space, so that the space could be more complete. Zhao Hai's expression was calm as he hurried along. He was now an official member of the Battle Corps sect and was about to go out and do a mission. This was his first mission after joining the Battle Corps sect. The mission wasn't difficult. It was to go to a mountain not far from the Battle Corps sect's Hidden Corpse Mountain to find an ore, a very special ore. Zhao Hai had never heard of this ore before. It was called green gold Oregon. Zhao Hai had heard of gold ore, white gold ore, and black gold ore, but he had never heard of green gold Oregon. It was precisely because of this ore that it attracted Zhao Hai's interest. Zhao Hai accepted this mission. The mountain where the green gold ore was located was called the Azure Mountain. This mountain was very high and was rich in a tree called azure wood. This tree couldn't be used for cultivation, but it was a good material for making coffins. But in the underground world, aside from the Battle Corps sect, very few people would go to the Azure Mountain to get azure wood. Because of this, azure wood had always been growing very well. The trees were very lush. Azure wood wasn't blue in color, but its roots were blue, thus giving it its name. However, very few people knew that the Azure Mountains produced something called green gold. Green gold was a type of green metal that was similar to gold. This type of metal had the same characteristics as gold, but it had an additional attribute, which was the wood attribute. Metals were of the metal attribute, but some metals had dual attributes. Green gold was one such example. Green gold had dual attributes of metal and wood. Metals like this were very rare. Because of this, when green gold was first discovered in the Azure Mountain, it attracted a lot of cultivators from the underground world. But in the end, all of them returned in disappointment. They couldn't find anything in the Azure Mountain. But strangely enough, although there weren't any large green gold veins in the Azure Mountain, people could still find green gold from time to time. This was the strangest thing about the Azure Mountain. Although these cultivators didn't know what was going on, there would still be a large number of cultivators who would go to the Azure Mountains to look for ores every year. However, because the Azure Mountain was relatively close to the Battle Corps sect, most of the cultivators who went there to look for emerald ores were from the Battle Corps sect. Some people came here to look for emerald ores because they needed emerald ores. This was because finding emerald ores depended purely on luck and had nothing to do with strength. Because of this, the Green Gold Mine mission was a useless mission in the eyes of many cultivators. This was because you don't know when this mission would be completed. No cultivator would spend a lot of time on a mission that depended on luck. This was because the chances of success were too high. However, Xianxia accepted this mission because he really wanted to know what this green gold was and why it had two attributes. From the Hidden Corpse Mountain to the Azure Mountains, the distance between the two places was only about 1,000 li. If it was a teleportation realm cultivator, then the distance would be covered in the blink of an eye. Even if it was a fusion soul stage cultivator like Xianxia, it wouldn't take long for them to arrive. Xianxia has been out for more than 2 hours. With his speed, he was now very close to the Azure Mountain. He could already see the earth fire pillar in the distance. At this time, the earth fire pillar was burning brightly, bringing light and warmth to the underground world. After another half an hour, Xianxia finally entered the Azure Mountain. Xianxia also became more careful. This was because the Azure Mountain wasn't completely devoid of monsters. There was a very special monster in the Azure Mountain. This monster was called the Blue Fire Monkey. The Blue Fire Monkey was one of the most famous monsters in the Azure Mountain. Their strength wasn't very strong. The strongest Blue Fire Monkey was only at the Transcending Realm. However, there were too many of them. In the entire Azure Mountain, there were no less than 100,000 Blue Fire Monkeys. Although they couldn't fly, they were very strong. Moreover, they had a fire divergent ability that allowed them to release blue fireballs or fire snakes to attack their enemies. The blue fire that they released was very strong. Once it touched a person's body, it wouldn't be easy to extinguish it. If it touched a person's hand, then the best way to deal with it would be to immediately cut off the hand. Otherwise, the fire would continue to burn until the person turned into ashes. The Blue Fire Monkeys were known for their overbearing flames. Because of this, Xianxia was very careful. To be honest, he wanted to capture 2 Blue Fire Monkeys to the space. However, he also knew that this idea was very dangerous. Xianxia didn't expect that Xianxia would be able to capture 2 Blue Fire Monkeys. The Blue Fire Monkey was usually a gentle little monkey. Their size was not big, and their strength was inversely proportional. Moreover, they had blue fur and big eyes, which made them look very cute. Moreover, their temperament was very good. Although they regarded the Azure Mountain as their territory, they wouldn't attack people who entered their territory. They weren't as naughty as other monkeys. However, the Blue Fire Monkeys had a reverse scale. If anyone touches this reverse scale, the Blue Fire Monkeys would hunt them down endlessly. This reverse scale was their companion. The Blue Fire Monkeys attached great importance to their companions. nobody dared to touch them. Because of this characteristic, the blue fire monkeys of the Azure Mountains were the most troublesome beasts to deal with. Zhao Hai carefully walked towards the Azure Mountain. Along the way, he kept collecting all kinds of trees into the space. As long as the space didn't have them, he would collect them, increasing the number of species in the space. Now that Zhao Hai was collecting these things, the amount of experience he gained was very small. However, this had become a habit for Zhao Hai. He wanted to see what the space would become. Along the way, Zhao Hai saw a few blue fire monkeys. These blue fire monkeys weren't afraid of people. When they saw Zhao Hai, they just sat on the trees and ate leaves. They didn't hide at all. However, these blue fire monkeys were very cute. They were so cute that people couldn't help but want to hug them. This was especially true for women. The cute appearance of these blue fire monkeys had the same lethality as nuclear weapons. When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of the blue fire monkeys, he became even more determined to collect them. This was because Zhao Hai wanted to find some cute pets for Laura and the others. However, Zhao Hai didn't make a move right now. He thought that the most important thing right now was to complete the mission. Zhao Hai didn't expect to find the green gold ores. But since he was in the Azure Mountain, he didn't need to worry about anything. He directly released flowing silver dust to search for the ores. Although the blue fire monkeys were all at the transcending realm, they were very gentle and didn't mind being stared at. After Zhao Hai released flowing silver dust, he began to wander around the Azure Mountain. He was now very interested in the mountain. This was because he discovered that there were a lot of good things here that the space didn't have. Aside from the blue fire monkeys, there weren't many other beasts in the Azure Mountain. Moreover, it was rare for cultivators to kill each other in the Azure Mountain. Even if they wanted to, they would do it outside the mountain. The reason why the cultivators did this wasn't because they didn't want to destroy the trees in the Azure Mountain. There was only one reason why they did this, and that was because they were afraid of accidentally injuring the blue fire monkeys. It was funny to say that the ghost cultivators were also afraid. In fact, the ghost cultivators were afraid of accidentally injuring the blue fire monkeys in the Azure Mountain. This was because the blue fire monkeys were very fond of watching a show. If two cultivators were to fight, then the blue fire monkeys would certainly come over to watch. These blue fire monkeys were very fond of watching a show, so they were very close to the fight. However, once they got close, then they would be in danger. It was inevitable that the cultivators wouldn't be able to stop their attacks. If they accidentally injure the blue fire monkeys, then the blue fire monkeys would retaliate. This was something that no one wanted to see. Because of this, there was almost no danger in the Azure Mountain. As long as you don't provoke the blue fire monkeys, then you would be fine. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very relaxed in the Azure Mountain. He was looking for things that interested him. However, as he went deeper and deeper into the Azure Mountain, Zhao Hai felt that the Azure Mountain wasn't simple. Or it could be said that the azure trees on the Azure Mountain weren't simple at all. Zhao Hai had already received some azure trees into the space. However, the space gave him a prompt that these trees were mutated. Because of the space's level, there wasn't much information about them. This reply surprised Zhao Hai. Although there were a lot of things in the true spiritual realm that couldn't be analyzed by the space, it was still possible to analyze ordinary trees. However, the space wasn't able to analyze the azure trees. This meant that the azure trees were of a higher level compared to the ordinary trees in the true spiritual realm. If this was the case, then the azure trees weren't simple. In addition to the azure tree, the deeper one went into the Azure Mountain, the more luxuriant the vegetation was. Moreover, the higher the level of the vegetation was. Most of the vegetation had mutated. Although it didn't seem to have changed from the outside, in essence, they had undergone earth-shattering changes. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. He didn't understand what was going on. Why would the Azure Mountain have such a change? Zhao Hai unconsciously walked forward while thinking about the changes in the Azure Mountain. At this time, a squeaking sound was heard. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a blue fire monkey squatting on a tree and squeaking towards him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at the blue fire monkey. When the blue fire monkey saw that Zhao Hai had noticed it, it became even more excited. It squeaked and jumped on the tree, making Xiao Hai even more confused. It wasn't until Xiao Hai stood under the tree for half an hour that he finally understood what the monkey was doing. It was actually singing, and it even called Xiao Hai to be its audience. What the hell? Xiao Hai looked at the monkey and couldn't help but be speechless. He actually stood there and listened to the monkey for a long time. If this matter were to spread, then he would certainly become the biggest joke in the true spiritual realm. After thinking about this, Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the monkey and suddenly felt that this monkey was very special. It was the first time that Xiao Hai saw a monkey that liked to sing. When the monkey saw Xiao Hai laughing, it began to shout even more happily. After some time, Xiao Hai stopped. Then he turned to the monkey and said, "Brother monkey, I still have things to do. I won't be able to listen to your singing today. I'll come again when I have time." The monkey seemed to understand Xiao Hai's words. It stopped and looked at Xiao Hai with its eyes full of reluctance. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother monkey, I'll take my leave first." Then Xiao Hai's figure moved as he headed towards the depths of the Azure Mountains. When he moved, the monkey also moved. The monkey's movements were very fast, it wasn't any slower than Xiao Hai. When Xiao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised. He walked for about 10 minutes. With his speed, he was already very far away from his original location. However, the blue fire monkey still followed behind Xiao Hai. It didn't want to leave. Xiao Hai stopped, then he looked at the blue fire monkey and said, "Brother monkey, why are you doing this? Does brother monkey want to follow me?" The blue fire monkey squatted on the tree and looked at Xiao Hai. It was scratching its head as if it couldn't make up its mind. Upon seeing its appearance, Xiao Hai's heart couldn't help but move. It seems like the monkey really wanted to follow him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such an expression. For Xiao Hai, this was good news. Although he couldn't catch a blue fire monkey in the Azure Mountains, if a blue fire monkey was willing to follow him, then it would be a different story. After some time, the monkey seemed to have made an important decision. It jumped from the tree onto Xiao Hai's shoulder and then squeaked twice. Xiao Hai was overjoyed. He immediately turned to the blue fire monkey and said, "All right, brother monkey, how about you go to a good place to stay for a while?" The blue fire monkey was puzzled as it looked at Xiao Hai. However, it didn't object. Xiao Hai's mind moved as he received the blue fire monkey into the space. When the blue fire monkey entered the space, it couldn't help but stare blankly. However, it didn't take long before it calmed down. This was because it met a lot of monkeys inside the space. These monkeys were the ones that Xiao Hai received before. Now, it was time for them to accompany the blue fire monkey. Naturally, with the blue fire monkey entering the space, Xiao Hai's space also had a blue fire monkey. At the same time, Xiao Hai had gained a new helper. In the underground world, there were a lot of things that couldn't be taken out. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. Now that he had a blue fire monkey as his helper, the people in the underground world wouldn't suspect him. After all, blue fire monkeys were very famous beasts in the underground world. After receiving the blue fire monkey, the azure tree, and the mutated vegetation, Xiao Hai began to focus his attention on the green gold mine. Xiao Hai calculated the time and discovered that it has been several hours since he entered the Azure Mountains. However, he still didn't find anything. After releasing the flowing silver dust, he saw a few cultivators looking for something in the Azure Mountains. Xiao Hai didn't need to guess what they were looking for. They were certainly looking for green gold. Because green gold was a dual-attributed metal, it was very useful. This was especially true for ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators practiced inattributed cultivation methods. When practicing these cultivation methods, there would be some side effects. For example, some ghost cultivators would be afraid of light. In fact, inattributed cultivation methods had a big drawback, which was that it would affect a person's lifespan. Even if it didn't shorten one's lifespan, it would still cause changes to one's body, turning them into something that was neither human nor ghost. Because of this, ghost cultivators needed things with vitality to nourish their bodies. Green gold was a metal that contained wood energy. If this metal was used to make artifacts, then not only would it have the sharpness of metal, it would also have the vitality of wood. This was very attractive to ghost cultivators. Jiao Hai didn't want to greet these ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators weren't kind people. Fights between their own sect members were almost non-stop. In this case, if Jiao Hai went to greet these people, then it would be the same as looking for trouble. He wasn't that stupid. As the sky slowly darkened, a lot of cultivators left the Azure Mountains to find a place to rest. However, Jiao Hai didn't leave. He directly entered the space and commanded the flowing silver dust to look for green gold mines. Jiao Hai hadn't seen green gold mines before, so he could only use the most stupid method, which was to look for them bit by bit. At night, he made the flowing silver dust to look for green gold mines. He wasn't just looking for green gold mines, he was looking for everything that the space didn't have. Fortunately, the space can operate on its own, so Jiao Hai didn't need to worry about it. Originally, Jiao Hai thought that Laura and the others would accompany him. However, he didn't expect that Laura and the others would be teaching the Long family's children how to use computers. They simply didn't have time to accompany him, so he could only stay inside the space by himself. After a good night's rest inside the space, Jiao Hai went to check the space's harvest the next morning. It must be said that the space's harvest this time was a lot. Last night, there were a lot of things that were stored inside the space. Unfortunately, the green gold mines that Jiao Hai was looking for weren't found. Jiao Hai wasn't anxious, he still had patience. He continued to walk towards the Azure Mountains. In any case, he didn't have anything to do right now, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to spend a few more days on this task. After walking for half a day, Jiao Hai discovered that the azure trees were getting thicker and thicker. He knew that this was the depths of the Azure Mountains. There were very few cultivators who would come here. Although there weren't any powerful beasts in the Azure Mountain, the deeper you go, the more blue fire monkeys you'll encounter. Who knows what would happen if you offend a blue fire monkey? When that happens, you'll be hunted down by one of them. Jiao Hai couldn't do anything about this situation. This was his first task in the Battle Corps sect. If he couldn't complete it, then he would become the laughingstock of the Battle Corps sect. Just as Jiao Hai was thinking about how to find the green ore, he suddenly received a message from the space. Something suspected to be a green ore was found in flowing silver dust. When Jiao Hai heard this, his figure immediately moved and appeared in the place where the green ore was found. When he arrived, Jiao Hai couldn't help but be happy. This was because this stone was very similar to the green ore described in the task. Jiao Hai carefully looked at the stone. In the end, he discovered that it was indeed a green organ. Moreover, this green ore wasn't small, it was about the size of a basketball. One must know that the green ore that people found before was at most the size of a fist. A green ore the size of a basketball was already considered big. Jiao Hai was satisfied when he received the green ore into the space. Just as the green ore entered the space, Jiao Hai heard a prompt, discovered blue azure tree secretion. This is a rare ore that is secreted by the blue azure tree after it absorbs underground iron. Because the host has finished filling in the data, the space has officially added the blue azure tree to the list of plants that can be sown. When Jiao Hai heard this prompt, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the green ore to be secreted by the blue azure tree. No wonder he had the wood attribute, it was because of this. Most importantly, his own efforts allowed the blue azure tree to be unsealed. This was definitely not an easy matter. Because of the blue azure tree's high level, the space wasn't able to analyze it. Trees like this couldn't be planted inside the space. Now that Jiao Hai had unsealed the blue azure tree, he could use as much green ore as he wanted in the future. Jiao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the blue azure mountain. He always felt that the blue azure mountain had other secrets, but as for what they were, he didn't know. However, Jiao Hai also knew that with his current strength, it wasn't suitable for him to explore the depths of the blue azure mountain. If he didn't do it well, then he might not be able to come out alive. After finding the green ore, the mission was completed. Jiao Hai was ready to go back. Moreover, the harvest this time was very big. Not only did he find the green ore, he also got a blue fire monkey as well as a lot of new species. These were very important to him. Satisfied, Jiao Hai turned around and walked out of the blue azure mountain. His mission this time was very good. He was also very satisfied with the completion of his mission. Even his footsteps were a bit lighter. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. This was because he felt that a cultivator was coming towards him. Moreover, the cultivator didn't seem to be passing by, but was specifically coming for him. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled, but at the same time, he became curious. He wanted to see what this cultivator wanted to do. Before long, a cultivator from the Battle Corps sect wearing a yellow robe appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This cultivator looked to be around 30 years old and was quite handsome. However, his aquiline nose ruined his appearance, giving him a gloomy feeling. Zhao Hai was now an official disciple of the Battle Corps sect. Therefore, he was wearing the yellow robe of the Battle Corps sect. This was one of the symbols of the Battle Corps sect. Especially for low-level disciples like Zhao Hai, they wouldn't wear any other colors. The cultivator appeared in front of Zhao Hai and didn't say a word. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator in confusion. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother, I'm Zhao Ling, a new member of the Battle Corps sect. May I ask why senior brother stopped me?" The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Since we're from the same sect, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you hand over the green ore, I'll immediately let you go." When Zhao Hai heard the cultivator, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't know how the cultivator knew that he had a green gold mine. But when he saw the cultivator's eyes, Zhao Hai immediately understood. The cultivator didn't know that he had a green gold mine, he was just trying to trick him. Zhao Hai pretended to be confused as he looked at the cultivator and said, "Senior brother, what do you mean by that? How could I have a green gold mine? Senior brother must be joking." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai, then he sneered and said, "Don't pretend. If you didn't find a green gold mine, then would you leave the Azure Mountains? I heard that a newcomer in the sect took a mission to find a green gold mine. That person is you. Kid, you want to go back and hand in the mission? I advise you to take out the green gold mine as soon as possible so that I don't have to do it myself." When Zhao Hai heard the cultivator, he couldn't help but frown. Then he said, "Senior brother, you know that I'm a newcomer. I don't have any experience in taking missions. I thought that this would be an easy mission, but I didn't think that there would be a green gold mine in the Azure Mountains. Junior brother also didn't get anything. I just want to go back and rest. I'll come back tomorrow, not because I found a green gold mine." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "So you're saying that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Good kid, it's fine if you don't hand it over. But once you leave the Azure Mountains, it's hard to say what will happen." When Zhao Hai heard the cultivator's threat, his eyebrows couldn't help but jump. The reason why he talked to the cultivator before wasn't because he was afraid of him. Although the cultivator was at the transcending realm, Zhao Hai didn't put him in his eyes. It was only because he just joined the Battle Corps sect that he didn't want to cause trouble. Because of this, he talked to the cultivator nicely. But now, it seems like talking nicely wasn't going to work. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai raise his eyebrows, he couldn't help but stare. Then he saw a gentle smile on Zhao Hai's face. While he was in a daze, Zhao Hai said, "Senior brother, you want to use force? Very well, let me seek advice from senior brother's brilliant moves." The cultivator stared, then he subconsciously looked around. Then his face turned cold as he looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Brat, it seems like you've calculated everything. You know that I can't do anything to you on the Azure Mountains, so you're being so arrogant. Ha ha ha, boy, you have a good plan, but you better not go down the mountain for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you better be careful." Zhao Hai didn't take this threat to heart. He looked at the cultivator and sneered, "Why should I stay on the mountain? I'll go down now. I want to see what you can do to me." Then Zhao Hai ignored the cultivator and rushed down the mountain. The cultivator stared at Zhao Hai, then his face couldn't help but become angry. Looking at the direction where Zhao Hai went, he coldly snorted and said, "You're courting death, don't blame me." Then his figure moved as he chased after Zhao Hai. The two figures, one in front and one behind, didn't take long to leave the Azure Mountains. Just as they arrived at the main road, Zhao Hai stopped and coldly looked at the cultivator behind him. Then he said, "Senior brother, you and I are from the same sect. There's no meaning in fighting over something that doesn't exist. I think we should just forget about it." Zhao Hai really didn't want to have a conflict with this cultivator. This was because he still wanted to hide in the Battle Corps sect for a while. Therefore, he couldn't be too high profile. Moreover, he also heard some things from the cultivator's words. Not to mention other things, the cultivator said that he knew someone who accepted the green gold mine mission. Moreover, he knew that it was a newcomer who accepted the mission. This meant that he had some connections in the Battle Corps sect. It was better not to provoke such a person. Then there was how the cultivator locked onto Zhao Hai's position. This was also what Zhao Hai didn't understand. Zhao Hai's route was random. It was impossible for anyone to know where he was going or where he was going to come back. However, before the cultivator stopped Zhao Hai, he had already locked onto Zhao Hai's position. This was what Zhao Hai was most concerned about. He wanted to know how the cultivator found him so accurately. If the cultivator's strength had reached the teleportation realm, then it would be fine. After all, teleportation realm cultivators were very powerful and had powerful spiritual force. It was very convenient for them to use their spiritual force to find people. However, the cultivator who stopped him was a transcending realm cultivator. He couldn't fly yet. Although his spiritual force was stronger than a joining soul stage cultivator, it was impossible for him to lock onto Zhao Hai from so far away. He must have other methods. Either he had a special ability, or he was born with powerful spiritual force. Or he used an artifact to lock onto Zhao Hai. If it was the first two cases, then it would be better. If he used an artifact to lock onto Zhao Hai, then it meant that this person's position in the Battle Corps sect was not ordinary. There was only one way to use an artifact to lock onto Zhao Hai, and that was to use an artifact to lock onto Zhao Hai's identity card. Every Battle Corps sect cultivator had a different identity card. Others couldn't casually check other people's identity cards, and the Battle Corps sect also wouldn't tell others about a person's background. In other words, in the Battle Corps sect, one needed a very powerful person to use an identity card to lock onto Zhao Hai. If the cultivator who stopped Zhao Hai really used an identity card to lock onto Zhao Hai, then it meant that this person had a powerful force behind him. If Zhao Hai provoked this force as soon as he entered the Battle Corps sect, then it wouldn't be a good thing. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was so polite. However, in the eyes of the cultivator, Zhao Hai's politeness was seen as begging for mercy. He couldn't help but show a disdainful smile as he said, "What's wrong, kid? You're begging for mercy now? It's too late, prepare to die." After saying that, he slapped his back, and the leather bag on his back immediately opened. Then, a roar like that of a beast came out from the bag. Along with the roar, a rotten stench overflowed from the bag. Then a zombie with bronze light on its body jumped out of the bag. This was a dried corpse that was about 2 meters tall. Its body seemed to only have skin and bones without any flesh or blood. The dried corpse had no hair, but its fingernails were nearly a foot long. 2 fangs protruded out of its mouth and its entire body was covered in a bronze metallic luster. As soon as the zombie appeared, it immediately pounced towards Zhao Hai. The cultivator waved his hand and 2 strange weapons appeared in his hand. They were 2 weapons that looked like eagle claws. He wielded these claws and rushed towards Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this person attacking, he knew that today's matter wouldn't be settled peacefully. There was no such thing as brotherhood in the underground world. It was normal to kill a few fellow disciples here. Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He waved his hands and pounced towards the cultivator. Zhao Hai's Sky Devil Claw had been modified. It looked more like a set of devil techniques. Zhao Hai circulated the Sky Devil Claw. His hands were as black as ink. Every time he waved his claws, there would be bursts of devil howls. Just this sound alone was enough to frighten people. The hook-nosed cultivator didn't put Zhao Hai in his eyes at first. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was just a rogue cultivator who had just joined the Battle Corps sect from a gang. What strength could he have? The reason why he released his Battle Corps was to end the battle quickly and finish off Zhao Hai. But when the fight started, the cultivator knew that he was wrong. Zhao Hai's current strength was at the combined soul stage, but his claw technique had already reached perfection. This made up for his lack of cultivation, allowing him to fight against the cultivator without falling into a disadvantageous position. The two fought for more than 50 rounds without a clear victor. But now, the two stopped at the same time. They were 10 steps away from each other and looked at each other with bright eyes. Both sides weren't preparing for the final blow. They just didn't want to fight anymore. There was no other way. Now that a lot of people had gathered around them, if the two of them continued to fight, it might end up benefiting others. The hook-nosed cultivator looked at the people around him and coldly snorted. "Humph, I'll let you go today. Don't let me see you again in the future." Then he put away his battle corpse and turned to leave. Zhao Hai was surprised by this person's action. He didn't expect this person to be so flexible. Zhao Hai also knew that it wouldn't be good for either of them to continue fighting. But if the other party wanted to continue, then he could only accompany him. Fortunately, the other party was also a character. Zhao Hai was relieved when he turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked around. Although he couldn't see anyone, Zhao Hai knew that there were at least 40 pairs of eyes looking at him. These people were all cultivators of the Battle Corpse sect. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. His figure moved and flew towards the direction of the Corpse Mountain. After Zhao Hai left, the cultivators of the Battle Corpse sect also dispersed. Although they didn't get any benefits today, they still learned a very useful piece of information. That was Zhao Hai's strength. Some people in the Battle Corpse sect already knew about Zhao Hai. After all, his performance in the sect entrance examination had spread throughout the sect through various channels. When they heard that Zhao Hai had been hiding on the side and watching others kill, some people expressed admiration. They thought that Zhao Hai was very smart. However, more people showed disdain. They thought that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't that great and that he only joined the Battle Corpse sect through trickery. Zhao Hai didn't expect that he would attract so much attention when he just joined the Battle Corpse sect. Now, he could be considered a small celebrity in the Battle Corpse sect. Previously, many cultivators thought that Zhao Hai's strength couldn't be so strong and that he was just lucky. However, the scene of Zhao Hai not being at a disadvantage when he fought so many times with the hook-nosed man was a slap to their faces. It made them understand that Zhao Hai didn't rely on luck to get to where he was today, but strength. After all, this was the territory controlled by the Battle Corpse sect. Although the Battle Corpse sect had always turned a blind eye to the private matters between the disciples, they still restrained themselves because they were too close to the main hall. Zhao Hai didn't encounter any trouble along the way and returned to the Hidden Corpse Mountain very smoothly. After returning to the Hidden Corpse Mountain, Zhao Hai immediately went to the mission hall. When he arrived at the mission hall, he found that there were still many people there. Some people were accepting missions, and some were handing in missions. Zhao Hai went to the mission submission area. There were already people lining up there. Zhao Hai stood behind the person. The person looked back and then turned his head away, ignoring Zhao Hai. The mission submission area was very fast. No one dared to fool people here. Therefore, the mission submission area was very smooth. After a while, it was Zhao Hai's turn. Zhao Hai took out his identity card. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out the blue ball-sized green gold ore. The cultivator who accepted the mission took a look at Zhao Hai's identity card. Then, he looked at the green gold ore that Zhao Hai took out. His eyes couldn't help but have a trace of curiosity. The people who worked in the mission hall were very familiar with all kinds of missions. Naturally, they also knew that Zhao Hai's mission was of little value. Moreover, it relied more on luck. If one's luck was good, one might be able to find a green gold ore in the Azure Mountain. If one's luck wasn't good, then one might not be able to find a green gold ore even after a year. Zhao Hai's first mission was actually a little value. This was already very strange. What was even more strange was that he only took 2 days to complete the mission. Wasn't this too fast? Although the cultivator was very curious about Zhao Hai, his movements weren't slow at all. It didn't take long for him to complete Zhao Hai's mission. At the same time, he deposited 100 points into Zhao Hai's identity card. The 100 points were the 100 jade essences that Zhao Hai earned. However, very few cultivators in the sect would directly trade jade essences. If they went out to do things, then they would go to the sect to exchange for jade essences. Otherwise, the jade essences would directly be converted into points and stored in your identity card. This was very convenient. Zhao Hai received his identity card. Then he smiled at the cultivator and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't accept any more missions. Instead, he returned to his room to rest. Just as Zhao Hai returned to his room, a cultivator appeared in Wei Tianda's room. The cultivator bowed to Wei Tianda and said, "I've seen the elder. Zhao Ling has returned from the Azure Mountain." Wei Tianda was playing with a jade slip in his hand. With a glance, one could tell that this jade slip was his favorite item. The jade slip had a layer of light on it, making it very beautiful. Wei Tianda played with the jade slip and said, "What's the result? He came back so quickly. Did he get bullied by the monkeys in the Azure Mountain? That's good, let him suffer a bit. This way, he'll understand that missions can't be randomly accepted." The cultivator stood there and smiled bitterly. Then he turned to Wei Tianda and said, "Elder, Zhao Ling has already turned in her mission. She received her reward and returned to her room." When Wei Tianda heard this, he didn't react for a moment. He stared at the cultivator for a while before he reacted. Then he asked in confusion, "What did you say? Zhao Ling completed the mission? How is that possible?" The cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "He indeed completed the mission. He even fought with Chen Liang. In the end, he was able to escape unscathed from Chen Liang. Then he came back to submit the mission." Wei Tianda stared blankly. Then he pulled the cultivator's face and said, "Did you see anything wrong with this Zhao Ling?" Wei Tianda was very clear that there weren't many cultivators who could challenge the super challenge in the underground world. But now, Zhao Hai was able to do it. This made him very surprised. Because of this, he immediately thought that Zhao Hai might be a cultivator from another sect. He was nurtured by another sect and sent to the Battle Corps sect as a spy. The cultivator shook his head and said, "No, Zhao Ling might be a person with very high perception. He only knows a very simple claw technique. However, he was able to cultivate it to a very high level. It was because of this technique that he was able to escape unscathed from Chen Liang." Later on, because more and more people were watching, the two of them stopped. If they fought to the end, Zhao Hai might be at a disadvantage. When Wei Tianda heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he said, "What level do you think his claw technique has reached?" The cultivator replied, "It might have reached the unity of man and technique, or even higher." When Wei Tianda heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He said, "Unity of man and technique? Higher? Then wouldn't he have comprehended the Grand Dao realm? That's impossible. Even if his perception is good, it's impossible for him to cultivate a set of martial arts to this level. Even if he started cultivating from a young age, it's still impossible for him to reach this level." The cultivator said, "But Zhao Hai did it. His strength is indeed at the fusion soul stage, but his martial arts are very powerful. It's so powerful that it's terrifying." Wei Tianda nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave first. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Remember, no one." The cultivator nodded, then he turned around and left. When Wei Tianda saw the person leave, he couldn't help but frown. At this point, he was even more curious about Zhao Hai. He felt that Zhao Hai wasn't lucky enough to find the emerald ore, there must be some other reason. However, he still didn't know what it was. However, Wei Tianda was surprised that Zhao Hai could cultivate a set of martial arts to the unity of man and technique realm. Naturally, he didn't believe that Zhao Hai could cultivate a set of martial arts to the Grand Dao realm. This was because he felt that it was impossible. Wei Tianda walked around his tomb a few times, but he still felt that it wasn't very safe. His eyes flashed with a trace of desperation. Then his figure moved and he left his tomb. Zhao Hai had already returned to his tomb. The 100 yuan he earned this time wasn't enough to enter his eyes. However, the addition of the azure ash tree, emerald ore, and other species made Zhao Hai very happy. Most importantly, Zhao Hai knew that there were other secrets in the Azure Ash Mountain. If he could find out what secrets were in the Azure Ash Mountain, then he would be able to obtain even better things. At this time, Zhao Hai was getting more and more curious about the underground world. This was because there weren't only earth-fire pillars here, there was also a huge secret in the Azure Ash Mountain. It seems like the true spiritual realm wasn't ordinary. Just the underground world alone had so many places waiting for him to explore. He didn't know what good things would be in the surface world. While Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, he suddenly felt the defensive formation of his tomb shake. Then the formation was broken. Zhao Hai was startled. he didn't know who would come to the Battle Corps sect to deal with him. When he turned his head, he discovered that the person standing in front of him was Wei Tianda. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Tianda in shock. He really didn't understand why Wei Tianda wanted to deal with him. Could it be that his identity was exposed? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. However, his face remained calm as he looked at Wei Tianda with vigilance. Wei Tianda looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Speak, which sect are you from? As long as you tell me, I'll spare your life." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Wei Tianda with a puzzled expression and said, "Elder Wei, this junior doesn't understand what you mean." Wei Tianda looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he wasn't faking it. However, he still didn't fully trust Zhao Hai. Wei Tianda waved his hand and grabbed Zhao Hai's neck, lifting him up from the ground. Zhao Hai's face immediately turned red because he couldn't breathe. Wei Tianda looked at Zhao Hai with a cold expression and said, "Kid, I advise you to tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll refine you into a battle corpse and make you unable to reincarnate." Zhao Hai looked at Wei Tianda with a puzzled expression. His face was already red and his eyes were bulging. It seems like he was about to be strangled to death. Wei Tianda looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and coldly snorted, "How did you find the green gold mine? Don't tell me that your luck is good, I won't believe it." When Zhao Hai heard Wei Tianda, he quickly waved his hand. Then a large number of undead appeared around him. These undead looked just like humans, but they didn't breathe. Wei Tianda himself was a corpse refiner, so he could naturally recognize these undead at a glance. In his eyes, these undead were the simplest battle corpses, they didn't undergo any refinement. However, these battle corpses weren't weak, most of them were at the clone stage. Wei Tianda looked at these battle corpses with a puzzled expression. Then he released Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, why are you showing me these things?" If Zhao Hai really wanted to resist, then Wei Tianda wouldn't be able to take him down so easily. However, Zhao Hai didn't feel any killing intent from Wei Tianda. This meant that Wei Tianda was just scaring him, he didn't really want to take his life. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to let Wei Tianda capture him. He wanted to see what Wei Tianda wanted to do. Now he understood that Wei Tianda was just probing him. But this time, he didn't release the bug race from the space. The bug race was very useful, but in Wei Tianda's eyes, the bug race was just a type of beast. Wei Tianda wasn't interested in them because he was a ghost cultivator. Subduing beasts wasn't one of his specialties. Zhao Hai released Zerg in front of the Yin-Yang elders because he didn't want them to have a bad impression of him. This was because in the real spiritual realm, people were very sensitive to ghost cultivators. Corpse cultivators were also a type of ghost cultivator. If Zhao Hai released his undead, then it would certainly cause some people to be disgusted. It might even arouse the suspicion of the Tyrant Blade sect. Because of this, he only released Zerg from the space in order to convince the people of the real spiritual realm that he was talented in beast taming. On the other hand, the Battle Corpse sect was a corpse cultivator. Wei Tianda's talent was even more extraordinary, he had 36 battle corpses. Wei Tianda had yet to accept a disciple. If Zhao Hai showed his talent in battle corpses, then he would certainly gain Wei Tianda's attention. At that time, Wei Tianda might even accept him as a disciple. If Wei Tianda really accepted him as a disciple, then Zhao Hai would have a protective talisman in the underground world. After all, even in a place like the underground world, people wouldn't casually suspect a disciple of a powerful elder. That was tantamount to making an enemy out of the elder. No one would casually do such a thing, it would only lead to conflict. Zhao Hai landed on the ground, he took a few breaths and coughed twice. Then he stood up and said to Wei Tianda, replying to the elder, "The reason why this disciple was able to find the green gold so quickly wasn't because of luck, but because of these zombies. This disciple has a special ability that can turn people into zombies for my use. Because of this, disciple has a lot of zombies. Disciple asked them to help me find the green gold and complete the mission." When Wei Tianda heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then just as Zhao Hai thought, his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and anxiously said, "You're saying that you can turn people into zombies? Zombies like this? You can turn as many as you want?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Although this disciple doesn't know how many corpses I can turn into zombies, this disciple has already turned nearly 1,000 corpses into zombies without any discomfort. Wei Tianda's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why are all your zombies human? Why aren't there any underground humanoids?" When Zhao Hai heard Wei Tianda, he couldn't help but sigh. Someone like Wei Tianda was truly a wily old fox. Even the slightest flaw would be seen through by him. However, Zhao Hai had already made his excuse. He immediately smiled bitterly and said, replying to the elder, "This disciple has no way to turn the underground humanoids into zombies. This disciple also doesn't know why." Wei Tianda looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Come with me." Then he ignored Zhao Hai as he turned around and walked out of the tomb. Zhao Hai could only follow him. He couldn't run now. If he did, then all his efforts would be wasted. Moreover, he was no longer in any danger, so there was no need for him to run. The two slowly walked through the tomb. Suddenly, a battle corpse sect cultivator walked towards them. When this person saw Wei Tianda, he immediately moved to the side and cupped his fist towards Wei Tianda. "Greetings, Elder Wei." Wei Tianda waved his hand and looked at the person. Then he said, "Call a new outer disciple to see me in my immortal cave." The cultivator nodded. Wei Tianda didn't say anything and continued walking forward. It was as if he didn't say anything and didn't put the cultivator in his eyes. The cultivator didn't show any dissatisfaction. In the underground world, strength was everything. If you didn't have strength, then no one would look at you. On the contrary, if you had strength, then you could become a person above others and obtain everything you wanted. This was an incomparably realistic world. No one would sympathize with the weak. Wei Tianda led Zhao Hai into his cave residence. His cave residence was also a tomb, but it was much larger and more luxurious than Zhao Hai's. It was even more luxurious than the residences of ordinary sect elders in the true spirit realm. Of course, this wasn't what Zhao Hai needed to pay attention to. He already knew what was going to happen, so he didn't say anything and just stood there. Wei Tianda sat in the living room of the tomb and glanced at Zhao Hai. Then he closed his eyes as if he was resting. Zhao Hai didn't know what he was thinking. Time slowly passed by in silence. Zhao Hai ascended from the lower realms, so he still had patience. Because of this, he quietly stood behind Wei Tianda, keeping his head down from beginning to end. After a while, a voice suddenly came from outside Wei Tianda's cave residence. "Elder Wei, disciple has brought junior martial brother Lin here." Wei Tianda suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The person outside responded. Then the cultivator that Zhao Hai and Wei Tianda met before came in with another cultivator. The cultivator that was brought in was one of the cultivators who passed the assessment. His surname was Lin and his name was Lin Baojiu. Among the new cultivators, his strength was pretty good. He was about to reach the separating dust realm. Wei Tianda looked at Lin Baojiu for a moment before nodding his head. Then, he nodded at the cultivator who led them over. Next, he tossed a spatial pouch to the cultivator before waving his hand. There was an excited look on the cultivator's face as he accepted the spatial pouch. Then, he saluted Wei Tianda before leaving. Lin Baojiu, on the other hand, bowed towards Wei Tianda and said, "Lin Baojiu greets elder." Wei Tianda looked at Lin Baojiu. Then he waved his hand and a black energy flew towards Lin Baojiu. Before Lin Baojiu could react, it had already pierced through his heart. Lin Baojiu looked at Wei Tianda in disbelief. He didn't do anything to offend Wei Tianda. He thought that he could get some benefits from meeting Wei Tianda. He didn't expect that he would lose his life. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Baojiu as usual. He had already thought of this point. When Wei Tianda called a new outer court disciple to his room, he knew what Wei Tianda was going to do. Now, his thoughts were confirmed. Wei Tianda looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Turn him into a zombie." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and a mass of black energy surrounded Lin Baojiu. Then the black energy disappeared and Lin Baojiu stood there. His strength was still at the uniting soul stage. When Wei Tianda saw this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Can your zombies maintain their strength?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, replying to the elder, "I can't. If a cultivator is stronger than this disciple, then even if this disciple turns him into a zombie, his strength would still drop to the same level as this disciple. However, as this disciple's strength increases, his strength would also slowly increase. If this disciple is stronger than him, then his strength would be completely restored. However, it would be very difficult for him to go any further. When Wei Tianda heard Zhao Hai, he didn't show any disappointment. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, good, good. Your ability is really good. But you just said that if you turn someone stronger than you into a zombie, then they would become the same as you. Have you tried it before? Have you killed someone stronger than you?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I have." Wei Tianda looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How did you kill them?" Zhao Hai replied, "Disciple was originally an ordinary cultivator, born in an ordinary cultivator family. One time, when Disciple went out to play, I was accidentally knocked down a cliff. There, Disciple found a dead cultivator. From his body, Disciple obtained a claw technique called the Sky Demon Claw. Disciple began to practice the Sky Demon Claw from that time until now. Disciple's Sky Demon Claw has reached a very high level, allowing me to fight against cultivators one level higher than me without falling into a disadvantageous position. Disciple also practiced the Flying Dagger technique, so even if I encounter a cultivator stronger than me, I wouldn't be afraid of him. I can even sneak attack him and win." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Since then, Disciple has been practicing the Sky Demon Claw for a long time." Wei Tianda nodded and said, "So you didn't live in my Battle Corps sect's territory?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Disciple used to live in the Water Ghost sect's territory. Disciple killed a lot of cultivators there and turned them into my zombies. But one time, Disciple accidentally killed a Water Ghost sect disciple. The Water Ghost sect chased after Disciple, so Disciple fled here and joined the Devil Gang. The Water Ghost sect had been destroyed. Even if Wei Tianda wanted to inquire about the Water Ghost sect, he wouldn't be able to." Wei Tianda looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Did you tell anyone about this before?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Disciple didn't dare to tell anyone. I only heard that the Water Ghost sect had been destroyed recently." Wei Tianda nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about it anymore. The Water Wraith sect has indeed been destroyed." "Right, you've been staying in the Water Wraith sect's territory. Do you know about Stargrass?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, replying to Elder, "Disciple has never heard of Stargrass. Stargrass didn't appear in the Water Ghost sect before. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. It's very strange." Wei Tianda nodded. He didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. Stargrass had appeared out of nowhere. It was normal for Zhao Hai to not have heard of it. Wei Tianda looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Ling, are you willing to cultivate with this old man?" Although Zhao had already expected this result, he still looked at Wei Tianda with a surprised expression. After a while, he said, "Elder, you mean you want to accept me as a disciple?" Seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Wei Tianda couldn't help but laugh and said, "Silly boy, you're right. I want to take you as my disciple. How about it? Are you willing?" Zhao Hai plopped down on his knees and bowed 3 times to Wei Tianda. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." Wei Tianda laughed as he personally walked over and helped Zhao Hai up. He said, "Good disciple, good disciple. Good, good, good. It's because of Master's talent that I became an elder of the Battle Corps sect. But your talent is even better than Master's. In the future, your achievements will surely surpass Master's. Work hard." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Yes, thank you, Master." Wei Tianda waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Although I've taken you in as my disciple, how far you can go will still depend on your own efforts. If you become arrogant and complacent just because you've become my disciple, Master will personally kill you to clean up the sect." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Rest assured, Master. Disciple will definitely work hard." Wei Tianda nodded and said in a deep voice, "Men." Just as his voice fell, a voice came from outside, "Elder, what are your orders?" Wei Tianda said, "Come in." The person outside the door responded and walked in. This person was a disciple of the Battle Corps sect's miscellaneous hall. He was specifically here to serve people of Wei Tianda's status. Wei Tianda looked at the disciple and said, "Go, prepare a room for Zhao Hai and change his identity token. From today onwards, he will be this old man's disciple." When the disciple heard Wei Tianda, his body couldn't help but shake. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in horror, as if he had lost his ability to think. When Wei Tianda saw the disciple's appearance, he couldn't help but snort in dissatisfaction. What? Didn't you hear this old man's orders? When the disciple heard Wei Tianda, he immediately recovered. His expression changed as he quickly said, yes, disciple will immediately do it. Wei Tianda nodded and waved his hand. The disciple then turned to Zhao Hai and said, Junior brother, please follow me. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Wei Tianda and said, Master, disciple will go and settle down first. I'll come back later to listen to Master's teachings. Wei Tianda waved his hand and said, You can go. Come to my place tomorrow morning. Zhao Hai nodded and then followed the disciple out of Wei Tianda's cave. When they arrived outside Wei Tianda's cave, the disciple looked at Zhao Hai with envy. However, he didn't dare to offend Zhao Hai. He clearly heard that Wei Tianda wanted Zhao Hai to come to his place tomorrow morning. This proved that Zhao Hai was highly regarded by Wei Tianda. He didn't want to offend Zhao Hai. Wouldn't that be making things difficult for himself? Zhao Hai looked at the disciple, then he smiled faintly and said, Senior brother, please. May I know where my residence will be? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the disciple immediately recovered. He quickly said to Zhao Hai, Junior brother is too polite. Junior brother, please come with me. This is Junior brother's new home. Junior brother can go in first, but please give me your ID card. I want to give you a new one, and I'll send it to you later. Also, if Junior brother has anything else in your room, please move it to this room as soon as possible. Junior brother nodded and said, Junior brother, you can go in first, but please give me your ID card. I want to give you a new one, and I'll send it to you later. Also, if Junior brother has anything in your room, please move it to this room as soon as possible. Zhao Hai quickly said, Thank you, Senior brother. I've troubled Senior brother. The cultivator quickly replied, Junior brother is too polite. This is what I should do. Junior brother, please give me your identity card. Zhao Hai nodded and handed the identity card over to the cultivator. The cultivator took Zhao Hai's identity card and turned around to leave. On the other hand, Zhao Hai turned around and entered his new room. This new room was much better than his original room. Not only was it bigger, but it also had a small hot spring. Zhao Hai could take a bath there. There was even a special training ground in the room. Although the room couldn't be compared to the 52nd courtyard, it was still quite big. Zhao Hai looked at the room and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't think that he would be able to join the Battle Corps sect so smoothly. Moreover, he even became a disciple of an elder. His position in the Battle Corps sect wasn't any lower than his position in the Tyrant's Blade School. End of chapter 2203. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.